His wife and children are in the capital. I'm not going to do it. That Golden Gong Dandao has no children and no daughters. You can take a trip to the rivers and lakes. It just so happens that this place in the capital is also tired of staying. Jiang Luzhong sneered. You said a while ago, I plan to marry and have children. Settle down in the capital. Lao Tzu hated that he hadn't scavenged money all these years. Just take some small profits. Otherwise, this Launton will not be wronged. Jin Gong smiled and said, Then you will go to the grass after you are released from prison. Jiang Yuzhong took a crispy bite angrily. They actually know it in their hearts. The worst possible outcome is dismissal. At least there is no threat to life. As long as Takeo Takahira didn't make too many mistakes. The court will not be punished with deformity. Because of Takeo Takahira, who initiated the madness. The destructive power should not be underestimated. After the criminal department Shangshu left the prison, I asked again why I didn't see the little crumb surnamed Su. The official replied that he appeared to have fled. An arrest warrant has been prepared. When the yamen is stamped, it can be released. Sun Shangshu asked the kid how much money he had embezzled. The official opened the file and took a look, and yesterday someone was sent to check it. The Su mansion only scavenged hundreds of silk satins. But there was not much silver. Sun Shangshu was puzzled, and put away those silk satins first. When the matter is settled, it will be sent to the adults in the yamen. The officials were suddenly in trouble. Hesitantly, he said, We didn't dare confiscate those things. Sun Shangshu's face sank. His eyes were sharp at the official. The official hurriedly explained that it was given by His Majesty. No one dares to ask for it. If Su Pingji goes back to sue the royal court. Sun Shangshu immediately remembered what happened not long ago, and he will no longer pursue this stubble. Then he said that he heard that the private chief went to the teaching department. The officer nodded yes. We sent someone to inquire about the labor insurance of the Department of Education. The surname is Su. In just 2 months, 8 Oren slept in the workshop division, and within Mei Xiaoga's floating incense ornament. Sun Shangshu was a little bold. Isn't this it? It turned out that all the money was spent on the woman's belly. The confessions of the women in the church division. It can also be used as evidence. The official said in embarrassment. But the confessions of those women were very uniform. Sun Shangshu looked at him with questioning eyes. The official said indignantly. Those women admired Xingshu's talents. Self-pity and service do not take a penny. Sun Shangshu's body shook. Almost angry, he took a deep breath. He began to scold the bastard. If there is no flaw in something, arrange flaws for him. If you don't have money, send him money. This official will never let go of this little mess. At this time, a clerk hurriedly came in and told Lord Dao Shangshu. Word in the palace. Summoned by His Majesty. Sun Shangshu's face twitched a few times. Your Majesty is so diligent. 3 days and 2 heads to gather the courtiers. Here, Wei Yuan and Wang Shoufu arrived early. Sun Shangshu frowned. What kind of demon was Wei Yuan doing? At this time, Emperor Yuan Jing overlooked the important minister Wei Aiqing. Let's talk to Zhongqing. Wei Yuan came out of the queue. Last night's lighter. In the inner city. Found a house for the exchange of egg children and sikhang. Those women were originally young men from good families. It's also a child of an ordinary family. They were taken captive by human traffickers and imprisoned here. Forced to serve guests who come to the house at night to buy drunk. Last night, I beat the watchman. Thunder sorted, surrounded and suppressed this nest of thieves. 13 prostitutes were caught. 10 of them hold official positions. 3 people were wounded. Furthermore, the watchman salvaged 40 skeletons from a well in the backyard. They were all mutilated. The Liang family was wronged. A huge storm was stirred up in the imperial study. The ministers spoke loudly. Trafficking in human beings for private prostitution. Either one of them can make the officials involved doomed. Especially during reconnaissance. I can't cover it. Wei Yuan continued. According to the survey, the owner of the private house has a relationship with the wizards of the witch god cult. The wrinkles depicted in the shadow are evidence of this. Confessed by the owner of a private house. He is doing things for the announcement of Lu Shangshu. The private house served as a place for the gangs to find pleasure. It is also a stronghold for secretly contacting the witch god cult. The voice fell. The ministers were in an uproar. Immediately, someone scolded Wei Yuanpan for biting and slandering. Others proposed to behead Wei Yuan's dog. Emperor Yuan Jing slapped the table. There was an instant silence in the study. His clever eyes fell on the capital Wang Zhongwen. Wang Iching thinks so. The capital went out to hunt Qin Dao, and the matter should be thoroughly investigated. Not to be tolerated. He actually understood in his heart what His Majesty meant. The words of the Book of War Merits. At most it sold a big favor, and cut Wei Yuan's face. Zhan Wei Yuan's words. Once verified, the publication of the book is over. Its party lost a leader, and in the Sambo case, the royal party once tried to blame the publication of Shangshu, inflict a heavy blow on his party. Failed though, but now is an opportunity. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at Wei Yuan's traffickers. Wei Yuan shook his head, and the traffickers had been killed by witchcraft last night. There is no proof of death. The imperial study fell silent all of a sudden. The ministers looked at Wei Yuan with strange eyes. The corners of Shangshu's mouth were hooked, sneered, and went hunting. Shout out to your majesty. The minister is wronged. Wei Yuan slandered Wei Chun. Your majesty, please. Wei Yuan was extremely calm. Lang Dao asked his majesty to summon the gong. Emperor Xu Qian'an Yuan Jing frowned. How is this little gong again? But he was silent for a few seconds, to declare him in. 10 minutes later, Xu Qian entered the imperial study. Also accompanying him is Chu Kaiwei. Xu Qian bowed down to see his majesty. Female ghosts. Was collected in the feng shui plate of Miss Kaiwei, C. Tianjian. Your majesty wants to verify. You can pick a trustworthy person to sleep with a female ghost. After saying that, he thought darkly in his heart. You must find a man to empathize with. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at the big eunuch beside him. If you talk about who is the most trusted by him on the scene, naturally, this is Osaka, who has been serving by his side since he was a child. The big eunuch leaned over and said that he was willing to smear His Majesty's liver and brain. Su's wife was a little frightened when she saw that the great eunuch was a little frightened. So he comforted his father-in-law not to panic. Nothing is too much trouble. It's a gift to you. At most, it is written under the crotch by a man with the first vision. But don't worry. It's like watching a movie. There are no specific feelings. At this time, Chu Kaiwei gently tossed the feng shui plate. Dial the black mist to the center of the great eunuch's eyebrows. The next moment, the black mist invaded the opponent's primordial spirit. The face of the great eunuch who empathized with the female ghost suddenly became frightened. Suddenly hideous. Suddenly despair, sometimes painful. The process lasted a quarter of an hour. Chu Kaiwei pulled out the black mist. Put it back into the feng shui tray again. I saw the big eunuch voice you, kneeling on the ground and crying, Your Majesty. You have to be the master of the slaves. Emperor Yuan Jingchun said. What have you seen? Said the eunuch while crying. After telling all the experiences of female ghosts, finally came to the point. One night, he overhears on a secret conversation. Heard the words artillery equipment. The slave and maid also saw it. Lu Shangshu, who was officially announced by the Tamurami interlocutor. Emperor Yuan Jing's face instantly turned blue. An hour later, Xu Qian rode out of the palace on a mar, neck and neck with Wei Yuan's carriage. At this time, Xu Qian said in a deep voice, Gongbu Shangshu was one of the leaders of the cavalry party. Hold him in your hands. It is possible to uproot the horsemen. Wei Yuan smiled and said that now is not the time to pull out the cavalry. No more horsemen. The biggest beneficiary is not us. Jingdo belongs to the silver level. Xu Qian'an did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said tentatively, I can be regarded as guilty and meritorious. Wei Yuan said forget it. The Ministry of Punishment will not arrest you again. The rest of the watchmen still depend on His Majesty's intentions. Later, I'll hand you an excerpt to the palace. Su Qi relaxed with peace of mind. It's good to do these things before you go out. And the silver gong of my life. It should be 9 times out of 10. Let's go home first. Comfort the second uncle and aunt. The aunt sat in a chair in the antechamber. Is playing with little Doubting. Suddenly, I saw my unlucky nephew come back. Annie's face changed slightly. What are you doing when you come back? Your second uncle said that there are cases from the criminal department nearby. Get out of here. Little Doubting greeted him happily. Cauldron, cauldron. Did you bring anything delicious back? Xu Qian'an indifferently shattered the young sister's ardent expectations. No, Xiao Doubting is also a realistic girl. Immediately made the big brother angry like a barrier. Shaking his little ass and playing by himself, Xu Qian'an said to his aunt casually, Things have stopped. I'll come back with a sigh of wisdom. Hear that things have been settled. There was a slight smile on my aunt's face, but it quickly converges. Instead, he blamed the way and knew to cause trouble all day long. Can you give your family a peaceful life? Sue's wife ignored her aunt's persecution. I've already chosen a house. I want to take Lin Yu and Lin Yin to see my aunt. Go and hear the words. Auntie's beautiful eyes lit up. He's been hungry for a new house in the inner city for years. However, there are 2 gold-swallowing beasts in the house. So this long-cherished wish has never been realized. The aunt immediately put down her reserve. It's okay to talk about horizontal and vertical. Just go and see. Wait. Arrived at the house. Annie quite satisfied with the review. The location is not bad. Not far from the downtown. There's also a river on the side. It's just that it's a little shabby. Su Qi complained in peace of mind. Can it not be worn? It's a haunted house. But he couldn't tell his aunt that. This house has been uninhabited for many years. Not even a rented one. Originally, the government thought that 4,000 taels could be sold. It's just that the homeowner doesn't agree. The aunt squinted at the old economy. How much does this house cost? The old economy stretched out 5 fingers and said 5,000 taels. The aunt immediately turned on the stabbing mode. But the old economy is also an experienced one. Cheeky and ear-eared east-west, north-south wind. Meet this glamorous lady. The girl with the beautiful and refined walked to the inner courtyard. The old economy was taken aback. Hurriedly looked at Xu Qian'an. It can be seen that Xu Qian'an looks like he is nothing. The old economy suddenly felt a chill behind him. People's hearts are not ancient. The old economy has done its best. Asked who these 2 were. Xu Qian'an quipped, What do you think? These words silenced the old economy. I was a little embarrassed for a while. Mother and sister. No, not that young. And there is no mother's love and filial piety between them. Husband and wife in their first marriage. The girl may be the wife of the old man, and the beautiful woman is the mother-in-law. What about yesterday's girl in the yellow dress? At this time, Xu Qian'an spoke, The older ones are my aunts. The younger one is my sister-in-law. The old agent suddenly showed a look of surprise. Nu said, I've never seen someone who bought a house and brought his sister and aunt with him, because the aunt must be the wife of an uncle or uncle. He is a man of the clan, and not family. I took my aunt and cousin to see the house together. She really hadn't seen it, although the aunt is mean and buried. It's useless to say that the house is useless, but in fact I'm still very satisfied. It is also a large mansion with 3 entrances. The area is much larger than the Su mansion in the outer city. The pattern is also different. Aunt Yu tentatively said about the lot. I can't buy it for 5,000 taels. Xu Qian'an pointed to the well not far away. The well is haunted. Miss Kaiwei, and I have verified it. 2 exclamations and a drooling sound, ringing at the same time. Of course, the one who swallowed saliva was small bean dice. I guess I remembered the fried ghost again. Su Lingyue and her aunt were so frightened that they retreated behind Xu Qian'an. Xiao Doubting was actually very scared. Saw that my sister and mother were hiding behind my eldest brother. He ran to the crotch of the eldest brother and hid it on his short legs. Then looked back at the wellhead. Continued to swallow while being afraid. Annie's pretty face turned a little pale. He holds a daughter in one hand. Hurried out of the house. Don't buy it back. The old economy said with a sad face. You're entertaining me. Xu Qian waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. Just go to the government and pay the deposit. The carriage stopped outside the office. In the car sat an aunt and 2 younger sisters. I heard that Xu Qian went to pay the deposit. The aunt was angry. I won't stay. Let her live in the haunted house by herself. Little bastard. I just don't want our mother and daughter to take advantage of it. Su Lingyue smiled bitterly and said that the eldest brother is not such a person. At this time, Xu Qian opened the curtain and leaned in. It's almost noon. Let's go to Guiwa Tower for dinner. Annie, don't look away. Snorted coldly. Xu Qian explained. In fact, the female ghost in the house has been solved. You don't believe it. The warlock of our heavenly sword always believes it. The aunt was shocked. Staring at Xu Qian, he asked. Really? Xu Qian smiled. Why am I lying to my aunt? Drive to Guiwa Tower. Asked for a private room. Xu Qian took out the jade path. Number 2, Missionary Road. I remember you saying that. The manipulator behind the investigation of the bandits in Yunzhou. After a while, a message came from the second. Yes, in the process of suppressing bandits. I found that there were a lot of materials in the stockpiles. These things are not available to mountain bandits. I suspect that there is a force behind it. Number 4 said, you can try to start with the local government in Yunzhou. By the way, I remember that Yunzhou had a vassal king. Number 2 said, King Gui is just a prince with no real power. I looked into him. No problem. Xu Qian asked. How to investigate? Reply number 2. Send someone to monitor the palace. Xu Qian complained in his heart. You are also called an investigation. It's too rude. Thereupon, transmitted to the supporters behind the bandits in Yunzhou, who I know. Number 2 and number 4. A series of question marks flashed through my mind. What information did number 3 get again? Why does number 3 always get so much information? That's all the news from the capital. After all, it's his territory. But Yunzhou has nothing to do with him. Number 2 was even more shocked. I've been looking it up for so long, and I don't have a clue. How could he possibly know? The back-the-scenes supporter of the Yunzhou bandits, number 2. What's going on with the transmission? Number 3, you tell me the inside information. When I owe you a favor. Xu Qian smiled and said no. I admire you as a person. This message is free. The force behind it is the witch god cult in the northeast. The Wuxian sect is the driving force behind the bandits in Yunzhou. My message is not necessarily accurate. You can use the number 2 as a reference. Xu Qian had the idea of letting number 2 investigate. That's when he confided the matter to number 2. Cult of the Witch God. Even if he is not a behind-the-scenes supporter of the Yunzhou bandits. Most of them are inseparable. Number 2 stares at the text message in the Jade Path. There was silence for a long time. The Wuxian sect is the driving force behind the bandits in Yunzhou. Number 2 asked, how do you know? From what channel? I'm not tempting you for anything. Rather, they want to know the truth of the message. Xu Qian said, it didn't hurt last night. Hit the shift. A stronghold of the witch god cult in the capital was discovered. They had a close relationship with the Ministry of Industry. He gave a rough overview of the case. Number 2 clenched his fists excitedly. I see. This news is important to me. Verified me before. I guess. Thank you for my sudden annoyance. The Golden Lotus Tao elder didn't pull you into the heaven and earth society earlier. Jean Lien complained. Talk about business, talk about business. Don't give it away. There is also the witch god cult secretly supporting the bandits in Yunzhou. It doesn't mean much to them. Number 4 indicates support for Jean Lien's point of view. Yes, Yunzhou is in the southeast. The territory of the witch god cult is in the northeast. The two places are thousands of miles apart. Xu Qian'an's brows furrowed. That's what I wondered. Whether it's a military alliance or trade exchanges, none of them are realistic. Xu Qian Chuan Shu Road number 2. You can try to look it up. I believe in your abilities. I'm sure I'll find out. At this point, number 1 jumped out, announcing the matter of the squire. Reminds me of a detail from the Sambo case. If I were a former right scholar, through Zhou Baihu, and the convenience of arranging the ceremony of worshipping ancestors, quietly buried in the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple. So who lit the fire? Number 2 guessed. The Forbidden Army. Xu Qian denied it. Not a forbidden army. If it's a forbidden army, the light lighter has long been found out. The full sacrifice of the patrol that night. There are also alibi witnesses for patrolling. Then there is the Ministry of Rights, the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights, who can't call the Forbidden Army. Number 2 asked, why number 1 replied that it was a court secret. Xu Qian was a little speechless. What court secrets are not confidential? Isn't it that Emperor Yuan Jing will let see Tianjin warlock every month? Do you have a heart-to-heart with the Forbidden Army? Suddenly, his heart moved. What did the 4 think? Xu Qian sent a message. Number 1 means, a member of the witch god cult, ignited the explosives in the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple. Number 1 replied in the affirmative. Jean Lien said that it was a paper man. Number 1 asked, why is the Taoist so determined? Jean Lien disdains paper people. The puppet technique is still passed out by the Daomen. I naturally know that. The ability of the paper figure is low. It's a little stronger than ants. It can hide the perception of the warrior. It is not difficult to sneak into the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple silently. But paper figurines can be used as a medium to ignite gunpowder. Number 1 suddenly. Other words, in the Sambo case, both the demon clan participated. There is also the witch god cult. Then the Qi party must also know about this. Xu Qian said, no, the Qi party and the witch god cult are just a partnership. It's not a subordinate or a superior. It is impossible for the witch god cult to tell everything to the Qi party. Number 1 replied, but one thing can be confirmed. The witch god cult has an affair with the demon clan. Xu Qian muttered. The demon clan blew up Sampa in order to seal the object. So what is the purpose of the witch god cult? It shouldn't be the severed hand of the monk of the sacred book. Otherwise, there is a conflict of interest. The two sides will fight. But Xu Qian thought about it. I found a dish that wasn't too much. It's been eaten up by the mother and daughter. The small beans are even more red-glossed. Xu Qian scolded and had a virtue with Chu Kaiwei. This side of the prison of the criminal department. A jailer opened the cell door and shouted to my lords, you can get out of prison. The first reaction of the crowd was, His Majesty's decree of condemnation was issued. Because the opponent's goal has been reached, there is no need to continue their detention. Can get out of the dungeon. He was told that he could sign the pledge. Get back their uniforms and gongs. This set of processes is very familiar to people. This means acquittal and reinstated. Someone muttered in a low voice, Your Majesty has pardoned us. Unlikely. This prison sentence. It is clearly the result of partisanship. How dangerous and vicious the party struggle is. As long as you seize the opportunity, you will kill your opponent. It's definitely not going to be easy to settle things down. Zhang Yuzhong quickly made a guess. Duke Wei gave up something. Swapped us out of the criminal department. Receive items such as uniforms, weapons, and waist tags. The tower lamps and the people left in silence. Okay, no. Nicholas Song said with a smile. and there is still a chance to see the light of day again. It's better to go and call Fonts Mary tonight. A gong was speechless. He had just come out of prison. You can't wait to make mistakes. Nicholas Song pouted and said, "What do you know? All such incorruptible harlots as my head have gone in. It doesn't matter if you're greedy or not. It just depends on whether the adults above want you or not." Jiang Lu said loyally, "You are quite perceptive." There was a gong that said that if Su Ningyin went, "We'll go." Jiang Luzhong's eyes lit up, said with a smile to the golden gong beside him, "Su Ningyin is the pet of the teaching department. Oirins compete for the object of pursuit. A while ago, Yang Yin and I took this group of little guys. Go to Kyobo Temple for a drink. Good guys except for the floating incense. There were also 4 Oirins present at the time. The Oirin of Kyobo Temple is worthy of its name. It makes me feel like I'm back when I was younger. Return to the yamen." The 3 golden gongs went to Hayakalu first. Listen to the teachings of the consolation and show faithfulness. Wei Yuan, just take advantage of this opportunity. Clear the crooked tendencies of the yamen. Manage your own subordinates. You can come out this time. It's not me who should be thanked. It's a different person. He is Xu Qian'an. This answer surprised the 4 Jin Luo. And unbelievable. Jiang Lu's Hong hugged Wei Gong. I waited for what to happen while I was in prison. Wei Yuan immediately announced the book. The Case of Fornication with the Witch God Cult. Inform 4 Jin Luo. The importance of Xu Qian'an in the case is emphatically described. The 3 Jin Luo left the Haoqi building. Jiang Luzhong's face was depressed. Bad mood. One of the Golden Rose joked that you were jealous of the gong. Repeated meritorious service. Jiang Luzhong shook his head. I should fight Yang Yin to the end. Recruit Xu Qian'an under his command. Another golden gong said, Su Tong Luo is indeed a rare talent. It's just that the strength is lower. Jiang Luzhong subconsciously retorted that you know what a fart. You don't know him at all. But halfway through the conversation, he shut up again. Wei Gong had warned him. Don't reveal it. The 3 Jin Luo of Qian's qualifications looked at him. A look of displeasure on his face. I won't talk about it halfway through. Jiang Lu shook his head and couldn't speak. It can't be said that Jin Luo is angry with the surname Jiang. You are a Zweking woman who takes off her clothes and twists her ass. Pure seduction, isn't it? Tell me what's going on with that little gong. I also think he's weird. Wei Yuan was too fond of a gong. Jiang Yuzhong waved his hand. Played a scoundrel. If you want to know, ask Wei Gong yourself. When the sky is getting darker, Su Xian returned home. Told the second uncle the news that the ghost house was bought. The second uncle's house has been idle for many years. It needs to be repaired. I took my aunt and sister-in-law to see it. The structure of the house is intact. It's just that some doors and windows are rotten. Su Pingji Chen Yin Dao renovated. Half a month is enough. Su Qian said for half a month. It's not about fine decoration. Why so much time? Su Qian said, let's hire a group of craftsmen. Find it from the outer city. Then let them rotate at 12 o'clock. So 7 days is about the same. Su Pingji was stunned for a moment. Why is it an outer city? The craftsmen of the inner city are better skilled. Su Qian said with a smile, because the carpenter in the outer city is cheap. I didn't know that the house was haunted. They can live in it with peace of mind. The family was speechless. This thing's heart is so black. Or my sweet nephew. Pastoral rest on this day. Su Jian, who didn't call Fong Si for almost a week. Because next he has to fulfill his 2 promises. The first is to help Chu Kaiwei be promoted to 16 grades. The second is to give Chu Kaiwei to eat below. Su Qian's goal is clear. It is to make a leakage version of the fund. He'd seen a video before. The person who posted the video was a foodie. He collected a lot of ancient recipes. Follow the steps of the recipe to make a meal. It was found. Ancient cuisine was not as delicious as one might think. After summing up, it was found. The biggest difference between modern cuisine and ancient cuisine is not. It is a change and an increase in the style. It's a revolution in seasonings. After coming into this world, Xu Qian'an strongly agrees with this statement. Although the chef of Gyula is very good, but the meals of ordinary people are very bland. Even if the Xu family has boiled broth and the emergence of monosodium glutamate, it is a major breakthrough in the human food industry. I only know that the main ingredient of MSG is monosodium glutamate. It can be extracted from grain fermentation and kelp. But isn't it wine that comes out of the fermentation of grains? The option to extract MSG from kelp is removed directly, not adopted. The reason is simple. It's just that the cost is too high. Dafeng capital is located in the Central Plains. Stay away from the coast. Although there is water transportation and sea transportation, but the seafood is in the capital. It is still a luxury that can only be enjoyed by dignitaries. I want to extract enough MSG from kelp. Extremely large quantities are required. I can't extract much MSG when I buy it and go bankrupt, so I plan to use chicken essence instead of MSG. Thanks to one tuba when I was a kid, I looked at the ingredient list carefully when I was bored. The main component of chicken bouillon is guanylate. This is a freshness enhancement substance comparable to monosodium glutamate, whereas guanylate is abundant in shiitake mushrooms. Xu Qian'an was in the backyard first. Caught a fat big hen. Then put the shiitake mushrooms and old hen in a pot and boil. Wait until the soup is dry. Refill with water. Repeat this 3 times, until the essence of the chicken and shiitake mushrooms is fully absorbed by the soup. Finally, filter the residue. Only the essence of the soup remains. Place the pot in the shade of the backyard. Wait for the juice to dry naturally into lumps. Remove the solidified essence. Put in the old disposal. Mash into powder. In the end, the minimalist version of the chicken essence was successfully made. The corners of Xu Qian'an's mouth curled slightly, although the quality is still very rough. But I have a hunch. Shotting beans will definitely eat 10 bowls today. Xu Qian'an came to the kitchen with the essence of chicken. The kitchen lady said in surprise, "The kitchen is such a greasy and dirty place. Why is Dalang here?" Xu Qian'an held the bowl in his hand. "Lightly, I made an exclusive formula. Come and help you cook." The cook looked at the bowl in his hand. Curiously reached for it. "What is it?" Xu Qian'an slapped his hand away. "Don't look at the good stuff. It's a recipe for it." After speaking, scooped a small spoonful of chicken essence and put it into the soup. Then Xu Qian'an tasted it lightly, nodding slightly. The umami taste has been improved a lot, but it can't be compared to the real essence of chicken. Guanylate and monosodium glutamate go hand in hand. I want to achieve the taste of the previous life. I still have to develop MSG. The cook saw this. I took a spoon and tasted it. Her eyes widened instantly. Forgot about stir-frying. The smell was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. It has the taste of chicken, but chicken definitely can't be so salty. A small scoop. It actually raised the umami of the soup by several grades. This is something that dashi can't do. Su Fu heard Su Lingyue come over with a meal. "Look around." Zhao Sheng said that the eldest brother, usual this time, the eldest brother was already sitting at the table waiting for the meal to start. Teased Su Lingyin with his hand. Second Uncle Su said that today's Humu. Maybe I'm going to call Fong Si. Su Lingyue looked displeased with her father. Just no nonsense. The eldest brother didn't even go to Guilin. Second Uncle Su sighed. "I used to think so. You don't go to the hook." Eldest brother. Now it is a task that the Oiran of the church division is vying for. Su Pingji sighed in his heart. He is now practicing qi. There is no need to defend oneself anymore. Isn't it human nature to go to the workshop division? Which man does not marry? Suddenly, I felt a murderous aura on the side. Su Pingji immediately changed his words. "Your father, me, and Erling never go. Mingyan has been. But it's all because there's no way to socialize. Speaking of which, the boys of our Su family don't like to go to the land of fireworks. Su Ling Moon phase. I believe my father's words. Thinking about the proud second brother and the honest big brother. It's really not the kind of man who is nostalgic for the land of fireworks. Xiao, doubting, suddenly twitched his nose. So fragrant. At this time, the cooks came in with their meals. Stir-fried pork and cabbage yam soup with shiny winter bamboo shoots. Scrambled eggs with leeks. Lotus root stewed pork ribs, red oil, and white. And the pig's trotters fried by Xu Qian'an's own hands. Su Pingji said unexpectedly, "Today's food is so fragrant." He picked up a piece of hoof with a crunchy skin. "Can't wait to stuff it in your mouth and chew it." Then he was shocked and said that it was so delicious. The aunt pouted. The old man was too pompous. As he spoke, he also added a chopstick and put it in his mouth. After a few bites, her eyes widened instantly. Today's cuisine is very different from the past. How did you do it? The cook laughed. It is the secret recipe of Daro. Annie was surprised. Where did you get the recipe? Xu Qian explained. I just don't think the food at home is bland. The meals in Wei Yuelu are too expensive. I made some fools myself. Looks like it tastes pretty good. At this time, Xiao Doubting had already climbed onto the table, trying to move the plate to his side with his short hand. He frowned. The crisp shouting is all mine. The family hurriedly pulled him down. This thing is for stuttering. I really did everything. The next day, Xu Qian returned to the yamen. Colleagues learned, if there is no role for Xu Qian in the middle, the fate of many of them may be about to change. So they sincerely thanked Xu Qian. I managed to cope with them. Xu Qian hung up his saber. Afternoon duty began. Meet Nicholas Song, said Nye Yen. You haven't been to Kyobo Temple in a while, right? Xu Qian said, because I have a delusion now. It doesn't feel like I'm prostituting an Oiran. It's that they're prostituting me. Xu Qian said helplessly. I feel like I'm almost at the peak of the Qi refining realm. I'm going to try the shock. Refining God realm. Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng looked at him stunned. Practice the pinnacle of the Qi realm. The two of us are also at the peak of Qi cultivation. It's not that difficult. The difficulty is to accumulate meritorious deeds in exchange for an ornamental image. Song Tingfeng said sourly. Then you have to accumulate meritorious deeds. But with your savings from the Samber case to the present, it feels like it's enough. Xu Qian lightly diverted the topic. I'm going to save up for 2 weeks and then call Feng Si. Zhu Guang smiled. The Fuka girl was guilty. The three of them talked as they walked. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to a burly and tall monk. It is the monk Heng Yuan. Heng Yuan strode up. Lord Xu Qian frowned. It's time to borrow money again. He hurriedly interrupted Heng Yuan's words. Master Heng Yuan, I have official duties on my part. Let's cut a long story short. The official is only 5 taels of silver a month. Moon seems sack. Shy. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao stared at Heng Yuan with unkind expressions. It turned out that he was looking for Ning Yen to borrow silver. Seeing Xu Qian's refusal, he was simply scolded. Heng Yuan was silent for a long time. Finally, he bowed to Xu Qian. Said the poor monk, I know the back of seeing the great monk leave. Xu Qian remembered when he was in middle school for no reason. His father traveled all the way to school to deliver food to him, was disgusted by him, and complained that the food was delivered in time. It is also the back of this lonely departure. Xu Qian immediately called out to him. How much silver will I borrow this time? Let's be clear. I don't borrow too much. I really don't have much money lately. Heng Yuan pulsed. He turned around and didn't speak. Instead, he imposed a decree on the Xu Qian River. Xu Qian said before that, I have a request. I want to go to the health hall. Heng Yuan agreed without hesitation. You can go with Xu Qian like 2 colleagues. Song Tingfeng glanced at him. Why did he? And we have to go along. Are you not bringing money? Xu Qian'an smiled, took 2 steps without speaking. Suddenly, the soles of my feet stepped on. The hard bump picked up naturally. Then he proudly rested it in the palm of his hand and displayed it. Look, isn't the money coming? Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao are full of question marks. The 3 of them followed Heng Yuan out of the inner city. Walk in the direction of Chengdong Health Hall. It's a slum. Everywhere there were people dressed in sewing and mending old cotton jackets. They have yellow faces and thin muscles. Eyes glazed. At this time, Heng Yuan said that he is optimistic about your wallet. Although they didn't dare. And they will not be able to steal your money. Don't do charity here, because it would put yourself in an awkward position. Xu Qian'an said this, I understand, as long as I show kindness. For them, it's a big fat sheep. Xu Qian'an asked, I rarely come to such a place. Why don't they go to work? Heng Yuan compassion for those who survive in such a place. Most of them are displaced people who have no land. They may have had, but I can't stand the heavy swaying. So choose to give up the field, come to the city, and make a living. But there is no room for them in the city. Now, there are also catchers who come here to find bathing objects. But in order to survive, indeed, there are many traders among them. Between words, for people came to the health hall. Heng Yuan said a while ago, there were people from the government who came to repair the yard. But I exchanged the new plaque back to the old one. After all, it's too glamorous. It's not necessarily a good thing for Yang Shengtang. Enter the health hall. Heng Yuan led them inward. Heng Yuan said to Lord Su again, the poor monk knows that you are in trouble. I'm looking for your help. It's not borrowing money. I heard that you have a good relationship with the warlocks of P8-P10. I would like you to help you find it. The white-clad sorcerers save a child. As he spoke, he opened the firewood door in the backyard. The first thing that catches your eye. It's a wizened black dog curled up on the ground. Movement is heard. The black dog moved. But he couldn't stand up. He struggled to lift. I saw a stranger at the beginning. The gray eyes subconsciously showed flattery. Poor flattery. Blessings are like the East China Sea. Good luck. Xu Qian'an was struck by lightning. Remembered when he saved number 6 Heng Yuan. Some of the things he said. This is the kid. Heng Yuan's face is compassionate. He would only say these 8 words. I rescued my junior brother Heng Hui when I was looking for him. Because he was treated so miserably. He won't live long. This time, I took the opportunity to warm his body. Barely kept him alive. But it won't last long. His health was very bad. It has to be treated. Otherwise, he would have died in 3 days at most. Ordinary doctors can't save him. Only the warlocks of the P8-P10 sword can. The poor monk was helpless. I asked Lord Su for help. Nicholas Song opened his mouth. Perhaps death is the best destination for him. Heng Yuan whispered. Every day when the sun rises. His eyes were bright. I can read the desire in it. Because that's pure hope to just want to live. In the eyes of several people. He may be like a weed in the yard. Unworthy. But even if it's grass, I also want to live with tenacity. Xu Qian'an looked at the black dog deeply. I know. I'll ask the warlock of P8-P10 to come and see you. The master later has a place where the silver is needed. Just come to me. But I give up to 3,000 silver a day. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao were slightly angry. $3 per day. You must know that 8 coins are 1 tael. Xu Qian'an's moon worship. If you don't count Lumi, the real money you can get in your hands is only 4 or 5 taels. Where did he get so much money? By the way, he has 1,000 taels of gold rewarded by His Majesty. That's fine. Heng Yuan shook his head. Just wanted to refuse. Xu Qian'an was relieved and relieved. The money came in very well. It's like picking it up for nothing. Master Heng Yuan nodded. Pacified the black dog. Led Xu Qian'an and the 3 back to the front yard. 2 adults. Wait a moment. I have something to say. The adult said that Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao nodded. He turned and walked away. The 2 entered a modest house. Yuan officials came to the door. Put your hands together, and the aura of the Lord is deep. Shimaru is full of gas. Whether you are about to step into the realm of refining gods. Xu Qian'an was slightly surprised he saw it so accurately. I only know that number 6 is an 8-rank warrior monk. How strong it is not known. However, I don't know the strength of the people yet. But he knows how deep I am. Su Qi straightened his face. And what advice did the master have? Viewing pictures are available. Some. Master Yuan nodded suddenly. The poor monk is a monk. I can't pay back Lord Su's money. Originally, I wanted to wait for you to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. Give the adult a picture of the visualization. Now that adults have this method, then the poor monk should change to a different kind of learning. I am an 8-rank warrior monk. None of the mystical spells of Buddhism will be used. I only know a few exercises. The best thing is the roar of the Buddhist lion. This technique is both ornamental and ornamental. It's also a masterpiece. Xu Qian'an listened, immediately a little disappointed. The output is all about roaring. The lion's roar sounds like a reckless man. Lack of force. Yuan saw the loss in Xu Qian'an's eyes. So he laughed. The poor monk can show the power of the lion's roar to the adults. Xu Qi complained in peace of mind. Don't yell at me, I'm deaf. But he still sweated his hands. Then he reminded. It won't affect the elderly and children in the yard. Yuan shook his head. I'll keep the power in this room. After speaking, Xu Qian'an saw the bitter and hateful number 6. Took a deep breath. Punch in a normal position. Xu Qian'an complained that this punch was mediocre. There is no threat at all. A thought crossed his mind. I heard Chun Xiong's high-pitched roar in my ears. Xu Qian'an had a concussion. Enters an unconscious state of vertigo. Wait for him to find himself. Then I saw a fist the size of a casserole. Hold it against the tip of your nose. Monk Yuan said in a deep voice, this magic circle swings the original god. Shock the enemy. Cultivate to a high and profound realm. Even if the world is drunk. Gods are also difficult to immune. Xu Qian'an was overjoyed. This move is a slash with my heaven and earth. It's perfect. My biggest concern is the emptiness. With the control effect of the lion's roar, I'm not afraid that the ultimate move will fail. But then again, this is really just an 8-rank warrior monk. Yuan solemnly took out an album from his arms. Handed over to Xu Qian'an. This book records the method of practicing Qi and my personal spiritual insights. Xu Qian'an stretched out his hand to take it. But Yuan held down the seal. Chun Xingdao wants to pay it back. Xu Qi scolded his mother with peace of mind. Why add this sentence? You've also heard of my prestige. Out of the room. Come to the front yard. After meeting up with 2 colleagues, we discussed it. I scraped together a tael of silver and donated it to the health hall. After the 3 people said goodbye to Yuan, walked to the gate. Nicholas Song suddenly turned around and ran back. Stared at Lao Liyuan without saying a word. Gnash one's teeth. The face is hideous. Old Liyuan looked at him with some fear. Song Ting gritted his teeth. As soon as the heart was crossed, he took off the money bag and threw it over. Su Mingyan, who suffered 1,000 cuts. Lao Tzu will come to this kind of place with you in the future. It's just your last name. Xu Qian'an sneered. Lao Tzu is not uncommon. You have my surname. In the future, it would be nice for your son to have my last name. Lao Liyuan and the others walked away. Only then did he open his purse. Inside, it was Nicholas Song's 5 taels of silver that went to the Jiaofeng division tonight. Also his parents for a month. Returned to the inner city. Xu Qian'an threw the work of patrolling the streets to 2 colleagues. I went to the Guanxin building. Xu Qian'an looked around. I didn't find a brilliant spot either. So, he caught an alchemist. Asked Miss Kai Wei. The alchemist replied that the eldest princess was here. Senior sister Kai Wei accompanied him to meet the supervisor at the gossip platform. Su Qi is at ease with that beauty. My eldest wife and younger wife are here. He asked instead, what about senior brother Song? The alchemist replied. Senior brother Song asked Huya for a death row prisoner. Research in the secret room. Su Qian's back was cold. Immediately dispelled the idea of seeing relatives. Then he asked the alchemist to take him to the stove. He gave Chu Kaiwei something to eat below. At this moment, 2 light footsteps fell. The eldest princess asked, how did you find the haunted mansion? Su Ningyin wants to buy a house. I accompanied him to see feng shui. I know that. I try to ask how I found that house. The princess said this strangely. The old economy let us discover. The eldest princess frowned. What is so special about the old economy? Chu Kaiwei took out a piece of pastry out of nowhere and handed it to him. It's quite conscientious when you say it. Does the princess eat? The eldest princess waved her hand in refusal. Then he asked, quite conscientious, how to say this? Chu Kaiwei said while eating, Su Qian felt that the ghost house was cheap. He's trying to stop us. For fear of causing trouble. The eldest princess tattoo is also full of black lines on her face. It's that Honggu is not rational enough. I even tried to find out the news from him. At this time, Chu Kaiwei was still immersed in her own world. I like to be friends with Huaiqing the most. He won't grab anything good from me. Replaced by Su Ningyin's nasty ghost. I'm going to be polite on this shift. You might have actually eaten it. Princess Huaiqing can see it. Inquire about the news from Chu Kaiwei yourself. There is no difference between throwing a flattering eye at a blind man. Come to think of it, Princess Huaiqing's willow eyebrows are green. You actually got too close to Su Ningyin. Do you still hang out with other men so often? Chu Kaiwei was right. I snorted after realizing it. It's that he always comes to me in a different way. Princess Huaiqing was thoughtful. Suddenly, he smelled a fresh fragrance that seemed to be there. People can't help but salivate. Chu Kaiwei swallowed. His eyes glowed with longing. It's so fragrant in the stove room. Su Qian and flour are needed from time to time. Sometimes rubbing, sometimes pinching. Focused and serious. Soon after, throw the noodles into the boiling water and boil. Then he took out the porcelain vase from his bosom. Pour the chicken essence into the boiling stock. Suddenly, the sound of the array valve activating in the stove room dispersed. Then the rebellious voice sounded, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. This put Su's wife into a clever one. What a neuropathy. It almost scared Lao Tzu out of a heart attack. Su Qian suddenly put away all his emotions. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. He kept a calm face. Lightly said that you are here. The back was stunned. This flat, deep voice. It seems that old friends who have been looking at each other for half their lives came spontaneously. The years passed. The vicissitudes of time. He replied in the same deep and flat tone. When I came, Su wifen often sighed. With a hoarse voice, he sighed with emotion, and he couldn't think of a farewell for 20 years. You still like to turn your back on sentient beings. The back of the white cloth trembled. Back to all sentient beings, these 4 simple words. Let him have a huge sense of substitution. I feel like I'm on top of it. There is a lonely, cold, and invincible tone. He groaned. But even if it's like this, I'm attracted to you too. Su Qi complained in peace of mind that it was so natural. There's something about this forcing the king. Su Qian said abruptly, I knew it. When this furnace was refined into 9 turns of the golden pill. It's the day you make a move. Still won't let me go. Forcing the king to snort coldly. The treasure house has a winner to live in. Su Qian sneered. Miriam Yang, have you worshipped? The atmosphere in the stove room suddenly became tense. But at this moment, a crisp voice breaks the atmosphere. What are you 2 doing? Su Qian immediately bowed his head. Hide the embarrassment that is tumbling in your heart. Miriam Yang was unmoved, still standing with his hands crossed. To everyone, even if the little junior sister intercedes for you. Neither will I, Chu Kaiwei said. Senior brother Yang, why are you here in the stoveroom? Miriam Yang laughed dryly. I'll eat noodles. Chu Kaiwei happily ran to the stove. He said with a smile, how do you know I haven't eaten? Xu Qian'an smiled and said, I promised you. I'm going to give you something to eat below. Xu Qian'an turned to look at Princess Huiqing. Temptation of the eldest princess. Have a bowl too. The cold Princess Huiqing hesitated slightly, but the eyes fell uncontrollably on the bowl. Finally, he nodded a little uncomfortably. Okay, Xu Qian'an looked at senior brother Yang again. Come and eat together. The heart says just to see what you look like. But the idea just arose. He saw that Miriam Yang's soles had formation patterns spreading. Then the other person vanished. With that, a bowl of noodles was taken away. Chu Kaiwei tasted it. His eyes lit up. I feel like my taste buds have been hit like never before. He felt every cell in his body screaming deliciously. Although the eldest princess eats very elegantly, but also eat fast. In another quiet and unoccupied room, Miriam Yang, with her back to all beings, squatted in the corner, holding a bowl and eating spicy noodles. This kid is really interesting. Both alchemy. It sounds good. The boiled noodles were delicious. Come to think of it, Miriam Yang suddenly stopped. This kind of much-anticipated treatment. Isn't that exactly what I wanted? This kid is a fierce rival. Eat a bowl of noodles. Chu Kaiwei looked at Xu Qian'an expectantly. I asked how to make such delicious noodles. Xu Qian'an said proudly, this is my secret recipe. It is an essence extracted through unique alchemy. I am also going to teach you something that promotes an alchemist. But it's hard. After all, I'm only half aware. If you can't refine it, I won't be able to eat noodles like this in the future. I can't eat anything better. The little beauty with a goose egg face opens her eyes wide. Suddenly a strong fighting spirit burned. Princess Huiqing suddenly asked, this is your originality. Xu Qian'an nodded. I worked hard for Miss Kaiwei to create. Princess Huiqing glanced at her meaningfully, said in a tone that seemed to be a smile, but not a smile. You're quite interested in Kaiwei. Xu Qian'an suddenly regretted that he had a big mouth. What did you say about the painstaking creation of Miss Kaiwei? Can you say that in front of your eldest wife? Xu Qian'an hurriedly explained. Miss Kaiwei is my benefactor. Naturally, I'm interested. Chu Kaiwei was right. I'm still very happy. How attentive you are. Xu Qian'an said reservedly. There is a response. Then I remembered that Princess Huiqing was also a benefactor. I added that I did the same with the princess. Grant every wish. Princess Huiqing still has something to do. Xiao Saku took his leave after a while. Xu Qian'an took out the prepared alchemy cheats. It describes the process of making the fund, as well as the notion of unfinished. After discussing it with Miss Kaiwei for a long time, Xu Qian'an said, right, I have something I would like to ask the brothers for 4 days. The voice just fell. Suddenly, there was a formation fluctuation in the hall. Then the rebellious voice rang out, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. What do you need help with? Xu Qian'an's face suddenly sank. The voice was solemn, and we took a step to speak. See Tianjin's inspector. Xu Qian'an told the other party about the poor child. Senior brother Yang, that kid can't last 3 days. I would like to ask Si Tianjin's senior brother to help with the treatment. The reason why Xu Qian'an didn't look for Song Qin. It's the concept of being afraid of Rinshou. It will irritate his crazy cranial nerves. Don't let the child come back by then. Instead, it drove the thing crazy again. Miriam Yang responded very happily. I thought about it. He asked again, why did you avoid mining senior sister Wei? Su wife and shook her head, why she told him. Miriam Yang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't answer. I can only laugh dryly. Forcibly act as one's own late respect. Yes, you have qualities as noble as I do. Late-night health hall. Peng Yuan, who was meditating, was suddenly struck by inspiration. He opened his eyes. His eyes were full of vigilance. Someone's coming. He left the room, walked briskly to the firewood room in the backyard. The door of the firewood house is ajar. Peng Yuan chuckled in his heart, hurriedly walked in. Suddenly, I saw a man in white standing in the firewood room. Your Excellency is the king of force, lightly said, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. Hear something like that. Even the monks of Heng Yuan. The brow couldn't help jumping. There was a slight urge to compete with it. The king continued to sneer. You don't seem to know me. There are people in the capital who don't know me. After speaking, the formation pattern under his feet spreads. Suddenly vanished. Monk Heng Yuan immediately stepped forward. The child's physical condition was checked. Breathe steadily. The heart pulse is normal. It's a lot better than during the day. Then, he also noticed a porcelain vase beside the child. And a prescription. Only then did Heng Yuan react. It turned out that this guy was here to see a doctor. He is the warlock of the Scythian sword. It is even regarded as a 4-grade warlock array mage. Heng Yuan was slightly moved. Unexpectedly, Lord Su was able to invite a 4th-grade warlock to heal the child. Knight Song Qin, who successfully sent a death row prisoner to be reincarnated. With dark circles under his eyes, he was ready to go downstairs to find something to eat. The warlock at the door said that this was the first of the day. Lao Li's death row prisoners are about to be tossed by senior brother Song. Song Qin ignored the muttering of the two. He thought as he walked. In fact, grafting can also be used on the human body. For example, damaged organs can be replaced. So, can you be a little more subtle? For example, the rebirth of a severed limb. This is an ability unique to Gu Sanpei. If only I could be in alchemy, find out the mystery, bound to shake the world. But Su Ningyin said, bioalchemy should be on a more subtle level. Pregnant, I can make a telescope-like device, so that we can observe something as tiny as dust. Suddenly, Song Qin twitched his nose. Where does the fragrance come from? She followed the scent to the stove downstairs. I just saw Chu Kaiwei calling a white-clothed person. It is steaming in a pot. What Song Qin immediately licked his face and smiled. My sister has a heart. Chu Kaiwei urged her to go. This is the alchemy that Xu Qian'an taught me. If it is, you can make the whole world full of delicious food. Song Qin was shocked. What alchemy? Chu Kaiwei immediately put the principle of chicken essence and monosodium glutamate. Said it again. Song Qin Fu sighed. Su Ningyin is really his person. Extract the essence from the medicinal herbs and condense it into an elixir. Purify steel from or to craft weapons. And the extraction of fiber from shiitake mushrooms. Make MSG. It is consistent with what he learned when he started the lecture that day. Alchemy contains many mysteries. It's about extracting what you can't see. Chu Kaiwei said helplessly about the MSG, he said. I don't have a clue yet, because he didn't provide the process. It's just that the principle is extracted from grains. Song Qin touched Chu Kaiwei's head. Senior brother will help you. Early the next morning, the renovation of the new house has been completed. My aunt looked like a general leading a battle, commanding his subordinates to carry things. This gesture, if you change the woman with a mediocre appearance, it seems that the atmosphere of the market is strong, unpleasant. It can be replaced with a 36-year-old insurance. She's like a young woman in her early 30s. The face is beautiful and delicate, a plump and graceful aunt. It's a beautiful sight. Xu Qian'an thought, I don't know if Lin Yu's sister will be in another 20 years. Can you still be as charming as his mother? Or even better? Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an sighed. Lin Yu is also old enough to get married. Don't know which guy. I am fortunate to be able to marry such a beautiful girl, because enough wagons were employed. It only took 2 trips to finish the removal of things from the house, although the house was bought by Xu Qian'an. But the aunt and the second uncle are elders, so the main house was left for 2 people to live in, according to the aunt's meaning. The rooms in the West Wing townhouse are Xu Qian's. After all, he was going to marry a daughter-in-law in the future. Lingyue and New Year's Day live in the East Wing. But Su Lingyue is cheeky and wants to live in the past. Live next to your big brother. My aunt said you were a big girl. I still live so close to my brother. Shameless, Su Lingyue suddenly became anxious. Argue loudly. I also quarreled with my mother. Annie couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, I agreed. Arranged the new year and his room in the theater alley. Also said that Xu Qian would have a daughter-in-law in the future. Then let Lin Yu and the new year move to the north house to live. Xu Qian was a little reluctant, because if you live too close, he tore through the night in the workshop and never returned. It's easy to be spotted by my sister. When the time comes, I will have to complain endlessly. Little Doubting was placed in his aunt's room. After all, children are more aware of the bed and the environment. The aunt was afraid that the young girl would have nightmares if she didn't sleep well at night. Xu Qian quickly set up his room. Her original courtyard was barely decorated. There aren't many things that need to be embellished. She stepped out of the room to bask in the sun. Suddenly, I saw Xiao Doubting squatting alone by the well. What are you doing? Xiao Doubting saw that it was a strong brother who came over. Suddenly, he breathed out a cauldron as if he was relieved. It's haunted here. Xu Qian was a little incomprehensible. So what do you do by squatting at the mouth of the well? Xiao Doubting said with a frown. My sister said that ghosts eat children. Xu Qian was even more puzzled. And then at this time, Little Doubting made a promotion gesture. Then he whispered that I was lying to him. Cauldron, you speak quietly. Don't let him hear me. Xu Qian felt a toothache. I'm still thinking about the fried ghost when I co-authored this product. Xu Qian gave a thumbs up. You really know the times and are the best of the best. Little Doubting is young. I found my ideals. There is nothing in this world that cannot be eaten. Only I don't want to eat it. For the sake of deliciousness. You can use yourself as bait. This determination and perseverance. In a sense, it's a genius. Xu Qian turned around and prepared to leave. Then you keep trying. Wait for the ghost to come out. Big Brother makes you something delicious. It was fast into the night. Sue's wife lay in a spacious and comfortable atrium. Looking at the beams overhead, something suddenly came to mind. By the way, there doesn't seem to be a moving thing. Write a letter to Jiro. Forget it, I don't have to worry about it. Let's go to bed first. The aunt of the East House coaxed Xiao Doubting to sleep, turning to look at her husband. "I'm worried, sir." Later, Ning Yin married his daughter-in-law. "Will you fight with me for the power of stewardship? Will we move to the theater? I've heard that daughters-in-law are very vicious, always thinking of ways to fight mother-in-law. Aren't she happy when I married my second uncle? The 2 high-ranking halls of the Su family have already married, so he was not oppressed by the evil mother-in-law. Second Uncle Su said lightly, with your temper and character, it's not anyone's. The aunt was speechless. Then she snorted. Second Uncle Su comforted. Maybe Ning Yin will marry a stupid daughter-in-law in the future. When the aunt heard it, she felt that it made sense. Secretly pray that his nephew will marry a stupid daughter-in-law in the future, so that he can bully people. The aunt suddenly remembered her son. By the way, I haven't written to Jiro yet. He doesn't know about our move to a new house. What should I do if I went back to the outer city and couldn't find us? Second Uncle Su said lightly. You don't have to worry about that. You don't know a few big words. Lin Yin will write. You go to sleep first. I'm on duty tonight. Aunt Wen Yin nodded reassuringly. although his nephew fights with him all day long. But it's reassuring. Then he didn't think about it. Whether his son can find a home is a matter of whether he can find a home. I slept peacefully. As the night deepens, Xu Qian'an was suddenly woken up by a scream. He rolled over and started at the same time, reaching out and grabbing the long black gold knife leaning against the bed. "Come to the yard." I saw Lin Yu's maid sitting on the ground. His face turned pale. Looking at the direction of the wellhead, he trembled and couldn't speak. At this time, the aunt and Lin Yu's sister also ran out. Not known about what happened, though, but they all have a hairy feeling in their hearts. Xu Qian'an walked to the maid's side. "Ask what you see." The maid pointed to the mouth of the well and said in a trembling voice, "There is a head in the well." The aunt suddenly lost her face. "Didn't you say that Si Tianjian had been dealt with?" Xu Qian'an pressed his hand, signaled the sister and aunt not to panic. He slowly approached the well. The evil spirits in the well are indeed removed. The well used to keep ghosts on the other side of the thieves' den was also purified. Supposedly, there is no such thing as a ghost anymore. Could it be that Xu Qian'an strode over, go around to the back of the well? Sure enough, I saw Xiao doubting sitting by the well and already asleep. Xu Qian'an had a toothache. I knew it was him. He tapped the skull of Little Bean Ding with the hilt of his sword. "How are you here?" Little Bean Ding opened his hazy eyes. "Play the cauldron. I'm hungry, so come out and look for something to eat." After speaking, he looked at the well mouth and said with a convincing expression, "He can really hide." The child didn't come out until he was delivered to his doorstep. Xu Qian'an reluctantly picked him up and walked back. "It's okay. It's the shade of the trees by the well." The aunt then counted down with willow eyebrows. "You damn child. It's scary to sneak out in the middle of the night." Xu Qian'an interrupted his aunt's roar angrily. He was just hungry. Let the kitchen bring him some pastries. Xu Qian'an comforted his sister and aunt, and a couple of maids. I went to the kitchen and got some pastries to feed Su Lingyin. I was going back to the house and going back to sleep, but it didn't take long to lie down. Then he heard a knock at the door. Su Lingyue's crisp and pleasant girlish voice came from outside the door. The eldest brother Xu Qian'an did not go to open the door. "It doesn't make sense in the middle of the night." "What's the matter?" Su Lingyue paused. "I can't sleep. I'm afraid that my mother can't sleep." Lu Yi asked just now. "My mother told me about the haunting of the house. But talk about it. They were scared too. Daddy wasn't at home. They didn't dare to sleep." Xu Qian'an was a little speechless. "They don't dare sleep with me." Everyone sat down to rub mahjong and rubbed all night. Xu Qian'an said patiently, "Don't be afraid that there are no ghosts in the house." Su Lingyue didn't reply. After hesitating for a few seconds, the voice said with a deep grievance, "Big brother, can't you stay with us?" Xu Qian'an said that of course this is not possible. "If only it were you. I could just do that. You can add a vicious aunt. That's not going to work." Su Lingyue, who has no scheming. She herself was too scared to sleep. He threw the pot to his mother. "I know it's excessive. The eldest brother will go to the yamen tomorrow to take up a post. But my mother asked me to persuade my eldest brother to guard at the door." In the end, Xu Qian'an still went to guard the door. The second uncle's force must be happy in the teaching department. But he asked me to guard the door of his wife and his daughter. At this time, Annie whispered if it would float in through the window. What should I do if Ning Yen falls asleep? Su Lingyue wrapped the quilt tightly in fear. "Don't talk nonsense about the big brother with a knife." When the aunt heard that her nephew was guarding outside with a knife, I was relieved. The aunt tentatively shouted Ning Yen. Xu Qian'an outside replied angrily, "I'm here." Xu Qian'an coughed every once in a while. The ladies of the house hear her magnetic cough. "You won't be afraid." After a while, Aunt Yu's complaining voice came to Lin Yu. "Don't stick to your mother. It's so tight and weirdly hot." Su Lingyue's aggrieved and coquettish tone. Aunt Nyang feels sorry for her daughter in the end. suddenly lowered her voice. Lin Yu, you have indeed grown up. It's time to get married. Xu Qian'an moved. Hear this? At first I didn't think there was anything, but combined with the aunt's quirky tone, he understood in an instant. The aunt said again, you live next door to Daoists. Remember to be careful when bathing. The eyes and ears of the warrior are smart. Remember to be on guard. In the dark, Su Lingyue's eyes were shining. You're saying Big Brother will peek at me taking a shower. Su Waifen heard this. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. I won't, I don't. Don't wrong me. I washed it with floating incense in the workshop. Don't peek. Annie is as vicious as ever. It's up to me right now. And summoned in secret. The innocent brother and sister relationship between me and Lin Yu's sister. The aunt crisped her daughter with a beautiful breath. Dalong doesn't peek. You're defenseless against anything. Annie finished. Turn your head to look in the direction of the door. I heard my nephew cough from time to time. I went back to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning at breakfast, Su Pingji is back. There was no lifting in his hand. Xu Qian believed that the second uncle really went to duty last night, instead of going to call fonts. At this time, the aunt also told the second uncle about last night. Yesterday, Ling Yin ran out at night and slept by the well. Fortunately, there is still Ning Yin in the house. If only he wasn't there. It's really haunted. Second uncle Su asked his nephew with his hands, what do you do when you sleep at a well in the middle of the night? Xu Qian pointed at his aunt's yin and yang weirdness. It's all to blame for the aunt who lied to him and said that the ghost was fried in oil. Better than anything else. And he was hungry. Second Uncle Su looked at the young girl and nodded. It is indeed what Lining will do. After breakfast, Xu Qian arrived at the yamen. As usual, I went to Li Yuchen Spring Breeze Hall to order Mao. Confirm that you have not been assigned a mission today. Xu Qian planned to take Nicholas Song and Zhu Guanxiao. Take another trip to the health center. But the two little brothers were reluctant to go. He had no choice but to go alone. I saw number 6 Hing Yuan and the black dog. It was learned that the poor child's physical condition had improved. Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. There is a faint sense of relief from the psychological events. At this time, Hing Yuan verified that when Lord Su first saw the child, said a word, "This is the kid." Lord Su seemed to know him, but the poor monk remembered. You don't have anything in common. Su Qi sighed with peace of mind. The impact that day was too great. I accidentally said that I missed my mouth for a while. Then again, I picked up the money in front of him that day. Although simply picking up money is nothing. Who hasn't gone shit luck yet? But there will definitely be speculation on the 6th. Maybe they've leaned me into number 3. Xu Qian is as stable as an old dog on the surface. Laughing, I once heard number 3 say it. He has no superfluous explanations. The rest will be handed over to Hing Yuan to make up for it. First of all, Hing Yuan will definitely have a relationship between the so-called superiors and subordinates. Raise doubts. The Heaven and Earth Society is not a hidden force, but the outside world will be. It is composed of the Taoist priests of the Earth sect represented by the head of the Golden Chain. And another, the Heaven and Earth Society, made up of the bearers of the Handing Shards, is the real hidden force. How could number 3 casually inform his subordinates about such a thing? And then, number 6 Hing Yuan will investigate with such doubts. I checked, found. It turned out that Master Su's cousin was a student of the Confucian Academy. That's when he'll feel like he's found out. Huadian Hing Yuan didn't say anything. Rather, the expression was calm and slightly sweaty. Xu Qian took all this into his eyes. See, I'm right. In fact, it is not a big problem if the identity is exposed or not. Mainly, I'm bragging about it on the internet. I feel ashamed to reveal my identity. Come to think of it, Xu Qian didn't want to stay here for a moment. He took his leave and left. This side of the stargazing tower, Xu Qian received Si Tianjian's white clothes again. After the letter was sent, he rushed over at once. He was in the alchemy room on the 7th floor. Met Song Qing and Xu Qian'an. At the same time, I also saw 2 pairs of dark circles of the same style. Xu Qian said, "Have you become a master of time management too?" Xu Qian smiled and said, "Miss Kaiwei, pay more attention to rest." Xu Kaiwei, who was glazed over, said, "I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days." At this time, Song Qing took out the porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Xu Qian. "Suddenly came to you. It's because of senior sister Tsaiwei's alchemy. A major breakthrough has been made. Look at Xu Qian taking the porcelain vase. Peel off the cork. To the point. In the palm of his hand, he put it on his nose and sniffed. Then he licked it with some uncertainty. Suddenly, a strong umami flavor spreads through the taste buds. The tongue is hot." Xu Qian was shocked. "How to do it?" Song Qing didn't want to explain. "You want to know the process? I'll ask Kai Wei to write it to you. Let's see if it's this thing." Xu Qian'an said, "It tastes a lot like that. Now all it takes is to confirm that it is him who is not toxic." Song Qing nodded. "It's not poisonous. It's just that he is more precious than salt. If you want to popularize it, the imperial court will inevitably monopolize it. Something that has been produced in the past 4 days. It is all run by the imperial court. The annual benefit is 4 days and accounts for 30%. I have consulted with senior brother Yang. Share your ride." Xu Qian was a little sluggish. "I'm just making an unwarranted generalization. Read as well as some theoretical steps. But in this new type of alchemy, Xu Kaiwei and Song Qing's efforts are even greater. Of course, Su Bai's name is not called for nothing. Very fair distribution. So how much money can I get in a year?" Song Qian'an said, "It depends on how the court intends to sell him. It's cheesy words. There should be thousands of taels of silver." Xu Qian heard this. The heart is missing a few rows. Thousands of taels of silver. What Song Qing said was only the decline of the capital. What if the fund is sold nationwide? He couldn't imagine it. Xu Qian firmly held Song Qing's hand in his palm, affectionately said that it was our friendship, everlasting, lasting. The imperial gardens of the royal palace. Wei Yuan accompanied Emperor Yuan Jing to relax. This made Emperor Yuan Jing sigh with emotion. Double killing. Flowers and trees are withered. It seems to be a depressed sight. There's also a special taste under the tasting. Wei Yuan groaned and said, "Your Majesty, depression has not been a landscape since ancient times." Emperor Yuan Jing just smiled. The beginning of spring next year. Naturally, 100 flowers bloomed. Wei Yuan seemed to be raising the bar. It's still early in the spring. I don't know how long this depression will last. Emperor Yuan Jing glanced at him at that Qing. "Feel how not?" Yuan said lightly, "The scene of 100 flowers in full bloom is certainly beautiful. But spring goes to winter. The prosperity is gone. Your Majesty, look at the evergreen trees. Regardless of the spring breeze and autumn moon, summer and winter snow, they are all still there. Shovel away the variety of flowers and plants. Leave behind evergreen trees in all seasons. Fong is the way to the long term." Vista blue-faced to smile. Cold-eyed, oblique reversal. The Qing dynasty was restrained because of his face. Bow down. But he didn't take a step back. Emperor Yuan Jing said lightly, "The queen was infected with wind and cold a few days ago. After the body recovers, he has poor appetite. I haven't even eaten much these days." Wei Yuan said softly what the warlock of the 4 days said. Emperor Yuan Jing shook his head, although his appetite was not good. "But the body is fine. Recuperate, but I saw that the queen had lost a lot of weight." "Wei Yuan, you go and see him for me." The Qinji silently sweated. "Sick and waiting. Turn away." Emperor Yuan Jing looked at his back. There is no expression on his face. It's like a cold and hard sculpture. Wei Yuan came to the harem with ease. After the transmission, he entered the temple. The queen sitting on the soft couch smiled implicitly at Duke Wei. How did it come? Wei Yuan saluted first. Then he said gently, he heard that the queen was sick. The queen said with a smile, healed. Wei Yuan showed his intentions. His Majesty said that the Empress had been having a bad appetite lately. Let Wei come over and take a look. The smile on the queen's face faded. Look at him calmly. He made you here. Didn't Duke Wei know that Bengong was sick? Wei Yuan looked at the Empress. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. After a moment's retreat, he shook his head and said that he has been busy with official business recently. I didn't know that the queen was sick. The queen's face turned to the side. The tone was flat, and the palace was tired. Seeing that the queen showed impatience, Wei Yuan hurriedly said to the queen, drink less tea. Not good for the spleen and stomach. The queen ignored Wei Yuan. With the support of the maidservant, he is ready to enter the gift. Wei Yuan was indifferent. The heart is like a knife. Exhale slowly. That's when he bowed down. Wechen retired. The queen suddenly called out to him Wei Yuan. But Wei Yuan was opposed. And there was no looking back. The queen opened her mouth. Something I want to say. But because of all sorts of concerns, didn't say anything in the end. Wei Yuan's footsteps no longer paused. A green coat wrapped in a bleak back left. Wei Yuan really didn't know that the queen was sick. Because of the case planted in the neighborhood. Some time ago, he was uprooted by Emperor Yuanjing, and the queen did not know about it. He could only be misunderstood. At this time, the tall Princess Huaiqing is leading the palace maid and the guards over. Wei Yuan bowed. Explain, Your Majesty, casually. I heard that the queen has a poor appetite. Feeling sick. Let me bring her over for a visit. Princess Huaiqing nodded. Didn't say anything. My father has not been in the harem for many years. Every day, I only think about cultivating immortals and immortality. Which lady in the palace is sick? She'll just pay attention. But it's usually people who come to visit. Huaiqing said. The maid who served in the palace said. The queen mother really hasn't eaten much lately. Wei Yuan frowned after a long illness. If you go on a hunger strike again, the body will fall to the root of the disease. Princess Huaiqing smiled lightly. Doesn't seem to be worried. The palace was just planning to summon Xu Qian'an. Since I met Wei Gong Huaiqing here, it saves the need for the palace guards to make an extra trip. Wei Yuan was stunned and said, His Highness. What does this mean? Princess Huaiqing explained that Xu Qian'an had a special secret recipe. It can increase the umami taste of food by 100 times. The taste is unforgettable. The Queen Mother has poor appetite. It's a good time to give this secret recipe a try. Wei Yuan was silent. The heart said, How I don't know. That stinky boy has come up with such a novelty again. Back to Curiosity House. Wei Yuan asked Huaiqing directly. You have a secret recipe. It enhances the umami of dishes. Xu Qian'an scolded his mid-abdomen. Is it so gossipy? This kind of trivial thing is also talked about everywhere. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an laughed dryly. It's just a little trick to carve insects. It is not worthy of Wei Gong's widowhood. Wei Yuan said gently, Empress Dao has not had a good appetite recently. Physically weak. I'd like to try your recipe. Xu Qian'an suddenly became the queen of Huaiqing's biological mother. Huaiqing asked Wei Yuan to ask me for a fund. Xu Qian'an took out the bathroom path. Tap on the back. A head-sized jar fell out. Then handed to Daddy Wei. Wei Yuan opened the jar and sniffed. Immediately frowned. He smelled a slightly pungent umami smell. Close the lid. Wei Yuan said to Xu Qian'an. You go and ask the cook to cook the bowl of noodles. A quarter of an hour later, Xu Qian'an came back with a bowl of shredded noodles with eggs and meat. Put it on Wei Yuan's shore. Wei Yuan nodded. You take a bite first. Help me test for poison. Xu Qian'an was speechless. There is only one pair. He had to take a bite from the other end. Wait a moment. Wei Yuan confirmed. The little gong was not poisoned by the noodles he held. This is the satisfied, sweaty hand. Wei Yuan just wanted to use chopsticks to try it. I saw Xu Qian'an saying leisurely. Maybe the poison was smeared on the chopsticks. Wei Yuan said angrily, "Get out." Xu Qian'an didn't roll. I've been with Dad Wei for so long. He knew that Wei Yuan was a person who didn't really get angry. Sure enough, Wei Yuan no longer bothered with Xu Qian'an. Eat noodles with your head down, chewing on the firm noodles. He was a little surprised by the texture of the noodles. Received Wei Lei's first experience of being hit by the fund. When he took a sip of the soup, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up suddenly. Xu Qian'an asked expectantly how it was. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. No amount of chefs can make this kind of taste. Eating a bowl of noodles, Wei Yuan took out a bottle from his sleeve. Hand it to Xu Qian'an. Divide some of your fund in this bottle. Xu Qian'an took it. Her hands trembled like an ant in the back kitchen. The amplitude is large, though, but the amount poured out is very small. Xu Qian'an weighed the two defective products in his hand. Then hand back the one that is less to Wei Yuan. It's just that Wei Yuan shook his head. Didn't pick it up. This one is reserved for you. The one on your right hand is mine. Xu Qian'an's expression was sluggish. This side of the harem, the palace maid served a stack of delicacies. The rich aroma of vegetables fills the room. But the queen frowned with a dying expression. Manga said, "Prepare a bowl of porridge." The palace maid whispered. Amiya had just sent over the secret recipe. "Tell us to make something good for my mother." Another palace maid said with hope. "Try it." Listening was Wei Yuan's arrangement. The queen sighed. Some resisted and took a bite into a bowl of soup. Taste with a frown. Intense umami explodes between the taste buds. Slender neck stalk. Throat rolling. Swallow subconsciously. Went down, and then the queen actually picked up the bowl directly. I drank the soup in one gulp without the slightest resistance or disgust. Manga suddenly became a little hungry. The next day, the day after the meal, the Congo. The eunuchs in the queen's palace carried a batch of gold, silver, and jade. Came to the yamen of the watchman. Where did Wei Gong find the secret recipe? The queen mother ate very happily last night. Wei Yuan stared at him. Asked a little nervously. No anorexia. How much was eaten? My father-in-law laughed and ate more than ever. More than good things for the body. When I woke up early today, the queen mother also asked about the lunch for the first time. Wei Yuan heard this. I smiled heartily. It's just afternoon. Xu Qian'an was called to the palace by Princess Huaiqing. Princess Huaiqing asked today. The main palace had lunch at the queen mother's place. Your recipe seems to have improved. Xu Weifan smiled. It's all the credit of Senior Brother Song and Miss Kai Wei. Princess Huaiqing nodded. Manga has some nostalgia for that taste. But the queen mother was stingy and refused to give it. Do you still have it? Xu Qian'an immediately shook his head and disappeared. A jar full. All were given to Wei Gong. Sent to the queen mother. After speaking, I added a sentence in my heart. In fact, there is a small bottle. But you can't give Huaiqing. Gotta keep it for the watch. Otherwise, the watch will make a fuss, and it really won't end. Princess Huaiqing showed her eyebrows. But Manga heard about it. The fund that Wei Yuan sent to his mother was half a can. Xu Qian'an was stunned. Looked at Huaiqing in shock. Huaiqing also looked at her. Watery eyes are full of distrust. Xu Qian'an gave Wei Gong this operation to be silent. Does Dad Wei also like to play this kind of sassy routine? It is too much for middlemen to make the difference. Xu Qian'an's operation on Daddy Wei's kickbacks. Helpless, but judging by the level of thirst of these people. Explain that the fund only needs to be produced in large quantities. You will definitely be able to make a lot of money. Huaiqing took a sip of tea. Let the lips moisturize a little. A very calm tone said recently. A struggle between the various parties in the court. Suddenly his eyes stopped. The reason is that the Duke of Wei and Wang Shoufu have joined forces, trying to sweep away the large and small parties in the court. Xu Weifan's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Huaiqing shook his head. The father blocked it. The chaos in the court was beneficial to him. The more fierce the fighting between the various parties, the more he can cultivate the Tao with peace of mind. If it's one or two monopolies, the court will be out of the control of his father. Xu Qian'an secretly sighed that he could tell me this. Huaiqing treats me as his own. But how do I feel that he is too fond of me? Although I lick well, but I haven't licked you a few times. Xu Qian'an guarded the river channel. Party strife is a double-edged sword. He can uphold his majesty's position. It can also disrupt the imperial court. The more parties there are, the more intense the fight. For a long time, there is no one to take care of government affairs. Is full of how to use conspiracy to defeat the opponent. Princess Huaiqing deliberately set up a set. Directly put an end to party strife. Isn't it just that there will be no future trouble? Xu Qian'an shook his head. There are no parties in the court, and there are many strange things. Princess Huaiqing repeatedly savored this sentence in her heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Xu Qian'an immediately said that he had some superficial opinions. I wonder if the eldest princess is interested in hearing it. Princess Huaiqing quietly straightened her sitting posture. But it doesn't hurt to say that. Xu Qian'an pondered and said, actually, His Majesty's way of balancing the court is somewhat inappropriate. Dao wants to balance the court. There is no need for so many parties. All it takes is 3 evenly matched parties. Because no matter what the field, the triangle is the most stable. Except, of course, marriage. Huaiqing heard an unfamiliar word. Frowned. Ask what the triangle is. Xu Qian'an put a triangle on his hand. Huaiqing said suddenly, this structure is often found in the construction of palaces. Xu Qian'an nodded. If only 2 parties. They may form alliances in private. The surface is incompatible. Behind the scenes, ram one, chi, but if it is a 3-legged tripod, it is difficult for them to agree on their interests. The situation will be relatively stable. Easy checks and balances. Princess Huaiqing fell into contemplation for a long time. Seems to have figured out something. Laugh lightly. Look at Xu Qian's gaze again. It's also full of appreciation. The great Confucian of Yunlu Academy said that you are a seed of reading. Manga thinks you're just writing poetry. Unexpectedly, there is such a high opinion. There are only a handful of students in the world who can be like you. The great Confucian of Yunlu Academy really looked at him like a torch. It's Hanga who underestimates you. Xu Qian'an laughed embarrassedly. No, they just think my poems are good. You didn't underestimate me. Am I a keyboard warrior? Pointing the way. Exalt the text. The sort of a lifetime comes. Invincible. Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. Again, actually, in addition to the fact that there are many parties, there was also a very fatal problem with the imperial court. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an woke up suddenly. Your Highness forgives your sins. Poor wording. Princess Huaiqing smiled lightly and said behind closed doors with her family. Don't worry too much. Xu Qian'an was immediately relieved. The promotion and dismissal of the princes above the court. His Majesty can be easily manipulated. But he can't manipulate the officials and beards at the bottom. In particular, the latter is the main culprit of the withering of people's livelihood. In fact, the pros and cons of Daebong have accumulated to this day. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the party competition in the court is fierce. Negligence management. To put it bluntly, it is only fighting and not doing things. The second is that His Majesty has been cultivating for 21 years. The imperial court's grip on the bottom has seriously declined. This led to the lawlessness of the officials. Princess Huaiqing abides by the Tao, and you agree with the palace. Hongo has thought about this more than once, but there is no solution. Xu Qian'an said, for the matter of the officials, the suggestion of lowliness is centralization. Princess Huaiqing paused for a moment to centralize power. He unconsciously had a tone of inquiry. Say the word. Xu Qian'an nodded and said, Your Majesty now. although firmly in control of the court. But he maintained a situation of mixed party fighting. The corresponding rights must be given. His Majesty's power is simply too scattered. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an stopped. After all, it's a taboo topic to talk about. For example, how to change the status quo today. Obviously, the bell must be Ling Yuan. Either the prodigal son of Emperor Yuanjing turned back to Jingwu. Either he abdicates. Xu Qian'an was silent for a long time when he saw his eldest wife chose to retire. Princess Huiqing came back to her senses, but still nodded. Agreed, Xu Qian'an could go. It's just that there is an unfinished meaning in his eyes. Xu Qian'an left Princess Huiqing's palace, turned around, and went to find Linen. The table is not satisfied. Didn't Dao say that after the case was over, he would come over every day to say goodbye? Xu Qian'an laughed dryly. This palace is not a lowly position. Linen didn't care anymore when he heard this. Turned to laugh and said that Ben Gong recently wanted to go out of the palace to play. You're with me. Xu Qian'an glanced at him. Decisive refusal is not necessary. Biao Biao's eyes glared suddenly. The two of them began to play the eagle game again. Table tries to use his charming and amorous peach blossom eyes. Subdued Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an used the dead fish eye to contend with it. Sure enough, she was the first to admit defeat. The rounded forehead and face are slightly shy. Linen looked away, angry, and said if it was Huiqing, "Are you just obedient?" Xu Qian'an was speechless. Huiqing wouldn't let me do such a thing of death. Well, abducting the princess out of the palace is to cut off the head. She pulled the porcelain vase out of her bosom. I recently stumbled upon a gadget. When cooking, the scorpion goes in to enhance the umami taste. He's called Chicken Bitch Bitch. Take the porcelain vase. Chicken Essence is a weird name. Then he smiled and said that there was no money to spend, right? Honggu will reward you with another painting. By the way, Curry sent an ivory pen. It is said to be quite valuable. I don't like to write either. I'll give it to you with that. Xu Qian'an immediately straightened his words. His Highness misunderstood. Humiliation does not come for reward. The lowly position is to be willing to be a cow and a horse for the princess. Linen is a person who likes to listen to sweet words. I was immediately happy. So what do you want? Xu Qian'an is serious. Your Highness, please convert it into silver. Lin An's beautiful eyes widened. I want to play the eagle again. But her misty peach blossom eyes, not the slightest bit of lethality. It's more like looking at King Qin. Linen retracted his gaze. It's okay to ask for silver. Honggu was in a panic. Shuttlecock is also tired of playing. You tell me stories. Let's talk about the journey to the west last time. Xu Qian'an immediately agreed. Yes, Your Highness. This time, I will talk to you about the Three Realms banana fan. Xu Qian'an took a sip of tea, moistened the throat, began the story that was not told last time. An hour passed quickly. Xu Qian'an didn't dare to stay any longer. It's also because I have to go on patrol in the afternoon. So he took his leave and left. However, the table is a little reluctant. Suning in, I can talk to my father. Let you enter the palace and take office. Be a guard of the main palace. Xu Qian'an was speechless. What is the future of being a guard? You really want me to be a cow and a horse? Come to think of it, he said helplessly, Your Highness. Humiliation is still a bit revengeful. What's more, the humble post is just a small beater. Xu Qian'an said. Obviously, he didn't want to be a cow or a horse for the princess. After all, there is no future for Wei Yuan. Linen pouted, and the others were not as interesting as you. Talking to me is trembling. I don't like to read. Piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not good. Suffocated in the palace. When I was a child, the prince's brother would play with me. Now I'm going to find him. He frowned. Always say there's something serious. There is something serious, Xu Qian'an said. It's also quite distressing. What a poor princess. Canaries are generally kept in ornate cages. Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. It's actually very simple. The princess moved back to her mansion. The imperial city is always more interesting than the imperial city. The table is bright. Then you will come to Anfu tomorrow to see me. Princess Linen rushed before dinner. Arrived at the splendid palace in a sedan chair. During meals, the crown prince ate the delicacies carefully prepared by Chen Guifei. Suddenly, he said that he heard that the errands in the palace broke their mouths. Wei Yuan sent the queen a secret recipe. Cured her of anorexia. Chen Guifei smiled at her roommate. It seems to be called chicken essence. I heard that when cooking vegetables, add a little, the taste will be unforgettable. The crown prince saw Chen Guifei's desire. If the mother wants to taste it, or go and ask the queen for some. Chen Guifei said with a smile, I heard that Princess Huaiqing was going to ask for it. The queen didn't give it. At this time, Linen took out a porcelain vase. Said that Su Ningyin sent me something today. It's called chicken bouillon. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince took the porcelain vase first. Peeled off the twilight and sniffed. Smell a slightly pungent umami taste. It seems to be this. Let the stove reheat the dishes. Add this chicken essence. Let's taste it. After a while, the palace maid came back with hot dishes. The prince couldn't wait to pick up a piece and taste it. After a few chews, his eyes lit up suddenly. After the mother and daughter duo tasted it, it is also appreciated again and again. The color of love is overflowing. The prince looked at the porcelain vase in his hand. Something good. It's just a little bottle. The cook of the imperial dining room. How much effort it takes to get there. He sighed. Quietly tucked the bottle into the cuff. Watch his eyes widened. Hold on to the crown prince's sleeve, and it's mine. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is righteous and righteous. Isn't Xu Qian'an your man? When you were looking for him. Chen Guifei is so angry and funny. It's like a child. If you want me to say that it is fairest to stay with the mother. The old watch sat in a sedan chair, playing with only 1/3 of the fund of defective products. It turned out that the things Su Ningyin gave me were so valuable. But this little gong is 2-sided and 3-slashed. It's very slippery. I'll have to check it out. Come to think of it, Linen immediately turned to Huaiqing. Soon he came to Princess Huaiqing's palace. Ignore the guards. Linen broke in with his snow-white jaw high. In the front hall, I saw the nasty Huaiqing. Huaiqing's delicate eyebrows furrowed. What are you doing here? Linen said as he walked inside. I heard that Wei Yuan sent the Queen Mother's secret formula. Solved the mother's anorexia. Spread in the palace. Talking and pausing. Said Sister Huaiqing like a flirtatious voice. Is this their Huaiqing said lightly. Without Linen, he was a little unconvinced. Not really. Princess Huaiqing still said lightly. What did this palace lie to you? At this time, the watch burst out laughing. You're relieved without me. After speaking, he took out the porcelain bottle. Happily shook in front of Huaiqing. It's a pity I have. Huaiqing's face suddenly darkened. Little by little, the rage is soaring. The book in his hand creaked even more as he pinched it. Seeing that Huaiqing's face was wrong, he was even happier. But in order to avoid being beaten, take it when you see it. Twist your small waist and pretend to be forced to leave. When you can walk to the door. He stopped again. Turn your head and continue to flirt. By the way, I forgot to tell you. This was given to the palace by Su Ningyin. After saying that, he walked away quickly. The main thing is the fear of being beaten. The book in Huaiqing's hand. At this time, the pinched ones are a little deformed. His face was also completely gloomy. Gritted his teeth and said Su Ningyin's 3 words. Early the next morning, the Hook trio walked with a step that the 6 relatives did not recognize. Returned to Yamen. Nicholas Song suddenly saw a roadside stall full of oranges. And he said, You two are waiting here. I'm going to buy a few oranges. Su Qian's face was full of black lines. Lao Tzu went to buy it. You are waiting here. Return to the yamen. Xu Qian received another summons from Wei Yuan. He happily ran towards the Haoqi building. Dad Wei loves me more and more. Just came back from lunch and summoned me. At this time, Wei Yuan admonished that he should not drink alcohol when he was in office. You are a man who has some righteousness. The rest is all stinky faults. The oil cavity is slippery. Undisciplined. Frequent visits to the workshop. If I am your enemy, you have been reincarnated. Xu Qian regarded himself as a son. It's much better to have a better mentality that way. Fault of lowly duty. Wei Yuan continued. The country is easy to change. A crow never the whiter for washing herself often. If one really changes so easily, there will not be millions of people in the world. After speaking, he poured a sip of tea, shoved the dossier over, looked at Xu Qian with a serious face, said you have to go to Yinzhou. Xu Qian straightened his expression. Open file browsing. Wei Yuan said a few days ago. A secret letter came back from the case of the watchman. The letter said that the commander of Yinzhou was Yangtze River, in the secret collusion with mountain bandits, transporting military supplies for profit and self-respect. From the day after receiving me sign, the party acted quickly. Corruption cases were created, using a lot of gold and silver gongs as bargaining chips to force me to compromise. Xu Qian's brows furrowed. The commander of Yinzhou is a member of the Flag Party. No wonder. How can the good Flag Party be determined to fight more people? If not my shit luck. Wei Yuan is ready to use a golden gong and a silver gong. Replace the commander of Yinzhou. Dad Wei's heart is very dark. That's right, number 2 said. The reason why the bandits in Yinzhou are difficult to get rid of. It is the mountain bandits who occupy the terrain. And then all of them have armaments. Not an idle mountain bandit. Therefore, there are people behind it who support their party. In the capital, it is certainly not possible to manipulate it remotely. There has to be a local high-ranking official to cooperate. Wei Yuan continued to say that after the secret letter was transmitted back to the capital, the case died for no reason. Died silently. His true identity: he was one of the managers of the commander of the commanding command, Kinlease. The evidence of the death of the person is nowhere to be found. I have brought this to your majesty. His majesty will send the governor of the inspectorate to Yunzhou. Investigate the matter. What you have to do is protect the governor. And finding evidence. Xu Qian asked why I wanted to go to Yunzhou. Wei Yuan said lightly that Zhang Luzhong was in charge of this matter. You go with you to experience. Xu Qian was immediately relieved. There is also one more thing that is not justified. Don't eat too much chicken essence. Thirst easily. Ask the cook to cook with less in the dishes. Xu Qian felt that he was so kind. Father Wei reprimanded himself just now. Not only do they hold grudges. Instead, kindly reminded, Wei Yuan didn't speak. Instead, he pointed to the door. Xu Qian hadn't reacted yet. I saw Wei Yuan shouting and getting out. Xu Qian slipped away immediately. Tomorrow, I will leave the capital and go to Yunzhou. He immediately left the yamen. Go home and get ready to salute. Su Lingyue, who would only feel sorry for her brother, had worry written on her face. Because I won't be able to see my eldest brother for a while. Even the aunt couldn't help but be concerned. I heard that there's a lot of miasma in Yunzhou, and it rains all year round. You want to bring some antidote pills. Dehumidifying ointments are also brought. But with that, the aunt slapped the table. Suning in, I'll talk to you. Xu Qian annoyed him. No good airway. Got it. You don't need to say that. Well, I'm just going to come back and be wise. In fact, Xu Qian was a southerner in his last life. Endured magical attacks all year round. The cold spring relies on righteousness. What is the cold and damp in the south? Brother Ing Mei of the teaching division. The sound of the shaker slowly stopped. Xu Qian braced his arms, looking at the beautiful woman with a flushed face under her. I'm leaving the capital tomorrow. Take a trip to Yunzhou. It will take some time to return. Fu Xiang listened. The two big white legs immediately clamped his waist. Worried, I heard that the bandits in Yunzhou are very troublesome. It's dangerous. Xu Qian'an smiled and said with a smile, no matter how dangerous it is also a place for the imperial court. There's nothing to worry about. The two spoke conversationally. The sound sounded again. Leave the workshop division. Xu Qian'an went to Guanxinglo again. Tell me the news that I am going to Yunzhou. The beauties of the royal group are very easy to understand after listening. Said that I would like to go too. But because the fund is still refining and refining, it will be promoted in the future. Then take the opportunity to promote the 6th grade. So you can't leave the capital. Xu Qian'an was selfish. If you want to go on a business trip, take Chu Kaiwei as a tour. A lot of men and women who have an ambiguous relationship. It's all about traveling together. Swim and swim to conceive the child. I couldn't take out the colorful myrtle. Xu Qian'an took away her hard work. Extracted funds. The little beauties of the royal group with a goose egg face. Angry, chased all the way out of the stargazing tower. Shouted at Xu Qian'an's back. You bastard, took her to the palace. Asked to see Princess Huiqing. It's just that the guards brought back the eldest princess's reply. The princess doesn't want to see you. Please go back. Xu Qian'an was a little confused and didn't want to see me. Didn't you have a good conversation yesterday? I did it yesterday. Li Dang made Huiqing value me more. Xu Qian'an, who was cruelly rejected by his sister. I turned my head and went to find a round face. Charming and amorous sister. I heard that Xu Qian'an came to visit. I was very happy in my heart. Sitting in the gazebo, he said with a smile and went out of the palace. Sure enough, it was much freer. It's just that the house is too boring. It's better to live in the palace. Xu Qian'an said, I want to leave Beijing tomorrow for a trip to Linzhou. It's been a long time since I've come back. Thinking about having an appointment with the princess tomorrow. So come and quit. Lin listened. The little face suddenly collapsed. Looking at him in disappointment. I went back to live in the princess's mansion. Isn't it in vain? The concubine allowed him to stay outside for a maximum of 3 days. He was secretly excited, thinking that this little gong would take him to the inner city to play. Xu Qian'an just took a few steps outside. I couldn't help but look back again. I saw Lin sitting in the gazebo. In the background is a depressed garden. He was dressed in red like fire. Charming and pretty, but it's very lonely. Xu Qian'an complained in his heart that he was annoying. Turn around and walk back. Although Xu wife and complained in her heart, but I still walk back honestly. Does the princess like to play chess? Linen's peach blossom contradictions. Shiny stared at her in a daze and didn't speak. After a while, the table said that he didn't like it. Because of the trouble. Sue's wife said with peace of mind that it was because you were stupid. Come to think of it, Sue wife and suggested that there was a fresh way to play. It's called backgammon. Princesses can try. If you are bored, you can also play with the palace maids. Soon the watch began to devote himself to it. The two of them fell like flying. The sound of snapping and snapping left Xu Qian'an to win a game. The watch kicked his feet and shouted again. Then he was surprised to find. This Qi Ming is very simple. There are only a few kinds of fancy. I don't know why. However, it is countless times more interesting than normal chess. People can't help but get involved in it. In the end, Xu Qian'an deliberately let Yangtze go. Made up a 5-star series for him. The watch cheered happily. After winning, Xu Qian'an smiled. This thing is backgammon. If it's Princess Huiqing playing. In less than a quarter of an hour, you'll get tired of playing. And scoffed. Because it's too simplistic. But for a stupid girl like Linen, backgammon is a very fun game. Simple mini-games can also reap huge amounts of traffic. The antelope said suddenly. Suning Yin, you're really amazing. He can also write poetry. There will be so many interesting gadgets again. By the way, did you come up with the first half of the poem? Xu Qian'an shook his head. It means that it is beautiful. The antelope princess didn't ask anymore. Whispered this half of the poem. In the end, I don't know that the sky is in the water. A boat full of dreams presses the galaxy. It's so beautiful, and I want to be able to lie on the boat one day. Look at the stars in the sky. I wish I was free then. Xu Qian asked coldly. Second princess, did you give me a fun for you? Tell the eldest princess. Linen blinked her charming and amorous eyes. All of a sudden, and from the girl Linen, who went with him, it became the little queen watch of the nightclub. No, Xu Qian didn't ask again. I glanced at the sky. Only then did I realize that it was dusk. The imperial city has been closed. Can't leave. I can only spend the night here at the table. Xu Qian is logical. Stayed in Linen Mansion. He walked around the princess's mansion. Found a large pond in the back garden of the princess's house. There was a canopy moored by the pool. Xu Qian subconsciously glanced at the watch. He muttered, thinking about lying on the boat and looking at the stars. Tomorrow and tomorrow are all in the right place. It's just talking. Xu wife and proposed to His Highness. Let's have dinner somewhere else. The princess's eyes lit up. Didn't ask much. Do as she instructs. The maid carried the small table and the dishes. Come to the back garden. Embarked on the awning boat. The palace ladies looked a little sad on the shore. The princess and the man got a little closer. It doesn't matter what happens during the day. Meet in the pool this night. It's not reasonable or reasonable. Linen drank a few glasses of wine. The face is red. Manga hasn't tried to eat on a boat yet. Xu Qian saw him like this. I couldn't help but change his makeup in my mind. The watch is alive and well, and she is the little queen of nightclubs. Night falls. When the crescent moon is high, Xu Qian suddenly said to lie down. The table was stunned for a moment. My heart moved slightly. Without thinking about it, he lay back. There was a bang. His head slammed into the ship's plank. I screamed in pain. But soon he was stunned. Xu Qian said in a low voice, and in the end, he didn't know that the sky was in the water. A boat full of dreams presses the galaxy. He stared at the stars in the sky stupidly. The eyes are misty. Xu Qian was looking at him. The snow-white jawline is beautiful. The nose is upturned. The cherry mouth is slightly open. 10,000 stars at night, like the pearls of the night sprinkled on the canopy of the sky, shimmering with silver brilliance. The look on the table is blurred. It's nice to murmur in a low voice. The top floor of the stargazing building, of the gossip platform. Watch the sky at night. The pinna of the steadfast ear moved. After a few seconds, the formation pattern lights up. A white-clad figure stood with his hands on his back. Leisurely chatter. Hold tomorrow's fast. The voice is halfway through. Suddenly stuck. The throat seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. I can't spit out the follow-up content. After a long time, Miriam Yang found that she could speak. So I was honest. Teacher, you are suitable for me. The same back to his shoulder. I'm going lightly. Yunzhou looked at the second half of the sentence, which was transmitted into the secret. The master and apprentice had their backs to each other. Miriam Yang said tentatively, secretly go to witness. Slightly sweaty. Kyushu crouching tiger, hidden dragon. A mountain is higher than a mountain. Away from home. Be low-key and humble. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Don't do what you shouldn't do. Miriam Yang, Enhui teacher. Let's be clear. Witness the good. The airway is low-key. Don't talk about that sentence all over the place. You're going to get beaten. The king suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He agreed. Good teachers. Early the next morning, the antelope princess wakes up. He opened his confused eyes blankly. I saw the white sky. There was a little coquettish moan on the watch. Last night's scenes flashed through my mind. He suddenly remembered. At night, he drank and chatted with Su Ningyan at the pool dinner table. The watch sat up in panic. I found myself covered with a guard. He nervously touched his body in the futon. Check your attire. There are no adverse reactions when you hold your body. The table breathed a sigh of relief. He called for the guards waiting on the shore. Helped to row the boat to shore. Casually asked when the dog slave left. The palace maid replied softly. He left before dawn. Linen nodded a little abruptly. What did he do last night? The palace maid took the opportunity to sue. Yes, yes. He's a thin princess. He held the princess's hand all the time. Jinshan also slapped the slave's ass before leaving. Threaten me not to. Tell the princess. Linen Lu Mei counts down. There is a kind of shame and anger at the wrong person. The guard stopped talking. The second princess. It's freezing. The princess slept on the boat. A single futon can't withstand the cold. The lowly man saw it clearly last night. Lord Su didn't sleep all night. Hold the princess's hand. It's an opportunity for you. Dispel the cold. A non-stop do-send opportunity. Who can sustain the energy expended? Unless it is a jumping warrior or a galloping warrior. If it is replaced by a lowly position. He died early. The moist peach blossom eyes on the surface rippled. He actually did it for me. The palace maid recalled. Lord Su seemed to be tired when he left. But why didn't he let the slave and maid say it? Linen did not answer this question. He wants to leave Beijing and go to Yunzhou. What time is it? Honggu is going to see him off. Not sure why. An inexplicable wave broke out in his heart. I just really want to meet that dog minion. The palace maid hurriedly went after him. Your Highness is past the end of time. Besides, how can a princess send a gong? It's not good for you or for him to pass it out. This sentence made the wayward Lin settle down. Indeed for me. At most, he was scolded by his father. But if it's about me, his little gong must have been amazed. Linen glanced at the palace maids and guards. The round goose egg face rarely reveals the majesty of the heavenly realm. Non-commissioned officer Honggu honor. Last night's affair. You must not spread the word. Otherwise, they will all be killed. The palace maids and guards hurriedly took the exam. The official ship cleaves the waves. The sails are inspiring. From the capital to Yunzhou. It's a long way to go. To save time, this Qian'an team headed to Yunzhou. Chose to take the waterway. Su wife and stood on the deck, facing the wind blowing from the river. Jiang Yuzhong came to the deck to stand side by side with her. You don't look good. Overwork. Yesterday, I went to the workshop division. Su wife and was speechless. He did go to the workshop division. Also had a pre-parting exchange with Fuxiang. But the real reason for tiredness, it is the experience of being squeezed dry by the table. It's just that this kind of thing can't be said. Zhang Lizhong looked at the old driver smile. You're still too young. The eye sockets are shallow. Yunzhou is also called Fangxi. Gangnam woman. The body is soft. The voice is soft as a taste. It's different from the women in the capital. Coming back to take you to the experience. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Not the same. Zhang Lizhong was surprised. You're an infatuated person. Xu Qian'an, Chun Sheng said. Unless Jiang Jinluo has a treat. Zhang Lizhong was stunned. It's a little unclear. Xu Qian'an thought that this had nothing to do with infatuation. This has something to do with white prostitution. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an smiled and said with a smile, you are in for a treat. It's the same over there. Zhang Luzhong thought for a moment. Pointing to the river, he said, what do you think of the water here? Xu Qian'an overlooked the river. Honestly, it's not good. Dirty. Zhang Luzhong smiled and nodded. It's good to know. Promise in Yeren. If you don't ask for it, forget it. And that's the one that's here. Zhang Luzhong went south along the canal. Arrived in Qinzhou. We're going to have to walk instead. The road is a decade away. You're almost in the clouds. Xu Qian'an said. Master Jiang, tell me that this secret route is inappropriate. Zhang Luzhong smiled indifferently. It doesn't hurt to be gifted. Sooner or later, it's a golden gong. Su said with peace of mind. Friends to friends. You pump me in, I'm going to be angry too. Xu Qian'an smiled. Creditworthiness is what is spoken. By the way, why change the Han Dao? Zhang Luzhong corrected that it was a land route. Although Qinzhou is adjacent to Yinzhou, but there is no canal connecting the two states. If you want to go by water, had to go around the sandbar next door? It's better to go by road. Xu Qian'an privately stored the waterways that had been greatly developed in the previous dynasty. Dig a canal. 2 grand canals were built running through the north, south, east, and west. Among them, the tributaries are endless. There is now the developed luck of Dafeng. Qinzhou and Yinzhou are opposite. There are no canals connecting them. Xu Qian'an expressed doubts. There are no waterways. Zhang Luzhong explained. Originally, there were. Yinzhou is connected to Qinzhou by a tributary. But more than a decade ago, the river suddenly changed course. Xu Qian'an nodded slowly. I see. Hydraulic engineering. From ancient times to the present, it has been a headache for the imperial court. Flood from time to time. Diversions from time to time. Even in the past life floods. It's still a headache. The man's diversion was fine. At most, the passage of the intestine is transitioned. Once the river is diverted, harmed thousands of miles. The people are suffering. At this time, Xu Xian discovered. There were several people on the shore who were burning goods. He muttered in a deep voice, what was going on? Why burn goods? His first reaction was that someone was doing something wrong. Destruction of merchants' goods. Zhang Yuzhong glanced at it a few times. Suddenly, this is the case. It is the merchant who does not plan to pass thee off. Burned the cargo and prepared to return home. Xu Qian didn't understand. I'll be in the capital soon. Why you want to do this? Zhang Yuzhong said with emotion. The imperial court set up many barriers on the canal. Water every time you pass the level. Poured and poured. Many merchants will find out. Even when it comes to the destination, the silver earned from selling goods was not enough for watering. So simply burned the cargo and returned home. For if you return with cargo, you have to pay the tax again. Empty ships are not required. Burning goods along the river. This is a common occurrence. Xu Qian gritted his teeth and said, it looks so ugly. In the anxiety, Qingdao has something even more ugly. Because small businesses can't afford the shipping tariff. You can only rely on the Chaoyan Chamber of Commerce. Those chambers of commerce will swallow the goods at a low price. Sell it at a high price. Take the saltpeter mine you once took over in Taikon County. The local ash households quarried and burned ash. The capital can't eat that much. It can only be shipped to the states and sold. But the tariffs are so heavy. They can't afford it. The Chamber of Commerce took the opportunity to buy lime at a low price. Ship it out through your own channels. The gray households can only get a city or even less of profit barely satisfied. The interests behind this are unimaginable. Even Duke Wei was worried. Xu Qian was silent. He thought of something else. Emperor Yuanjing cultivated the way of alchemy. The overhead is huge, and this money does not go from the household. It was all expenses provided by his own little coffer. So, how could Emperor Yuanjing have so much silver for him to throw coins wildly? Of course, Xu Qian didn't dare to ask this question. At this time, a lot of fatty river fish came from the boat's net, sprinkled on the deck and jumping around. The governor who led the team this time heard the voice. He was the imperial history of the inspectorate's relocation of the capital. Officials of the 4th grade. The inspectorate is controlled by Wei Yuan. The Great Qing Dynasty doctor also had an official title called Zhuodu Yushi. The official position is the 2nd grade. Yushi has been transporting ships all morning. I am resting, woken up by this group of warriors. I was very displeased. What's going on outside? Zhang Luzhong said with a smile. The boatman caught a lot of fatty river fish. I'm going to pick out a few of the fattest river fish for the governor. The governor of Stew waved his hand. The smell of fish in the river is too strong. The official has no appetite. As he spoke, he turned and walked into the cabin. It's all quiet. What kind of system is it that shouts and screams? Nicholas Song sighed twice. Reading life has been weak since ancient times. It's unbearable. But as soon as his voice fell, was glared at by Jiang Luzhong. Nicholas Song hurriedly shut up, and the hungry Xu Qian'an was full of yearning for lunch. I drank fresh fish soup. Just add some chicken essence to taste. Inside the cabin. And he said, Lord Governor, it's time for lunch. The small ones will help you pick them up. Governor Zhang shook his head. Don't be dizzy. No appetite. But his voice fell. Nasal twitching. What smells in the open windows? The river breeze rushed in with a fresh fragrance. Hook Governor Zhang's gluttony. Let him speed up the production of saliva. Governor Zhang pondered for a moment. Even if there is no appetite, nor can it be with the body. If you compete, help me get some food. The fish soup smelled unbearably fishy. But the official can't hold it either. We have to share weal and sorrow with all the soldiers. The attendant responded cheerfully. Then he ran out of the room. Xinhua adults deserve to be readers. The shameless words are so beautiful. Xu Qian and his colleagues sat in the spacious hall, bragging and farting while eating. This fish soup is simply amazing. I've never had such a strong soup in my life. Yes, even that fishy smell is fragrant. If only you could drink this kind of fish soup every day. I'm happy to stay on the ship for the rest of my life. During the encounter, he stood alone at a table. Close your eyes and savor the unforgettable fragrance on the tip of your tongue. He called for the fireman. Curious, this fish soup tastes extraordinary. The official has never drunk it. How did you do it? The fireman immediately looked at Xu Qian. It's the adult's secret recipe. It has nothing to do with villains. Jiang Yuzhong immediately looked at it. It was your secret recipe. How do you do it? Nicholas Song is helping the gun on the side, right? Teach me quickly. Xu Qian immediately said, Look at what I do. This is the secret recipe for 4 days. I don't have much of it myself. Everyone turned their heads. Look at the 3 white-clad warlocks in the corner. The young white-clad warlock said to see what we do. The secret recipe of the 4-heaven sword was taught by Su Gongzi. A group of watchmen set their sights on Xu Qian again. Xu Qian was very slanderous in his heart. These warlocks are deliberately raising the bar, right? Then, a group of armor-clad guards entered the hatch. They sniffed the enticing aroma of fish soup, while silently receiving his own humble meal. There are 20 people who went to Yunzhou this time. 6 silver gongs and 1 golden gong. Governor Zhang's long-term entourage is 3. 100 accompanying tiger guards, plus Governor Zhang. A total of 131 people. These tiger bands do not live in the bottom of small, dark barns. The food is not better. Naturally, the fish soup is not their share. Xu Qian thought for a moment. Call the man. Are there any fish in the boat? No words. Then go to the net and cook a pot of fish soup for the soldiers. Be sure everyone can drink it. Said. He handed over the porcelain vase to the man, and it was not enough to ask me again. The eyes of the tiger guards lit up. Unconsciously straighten your waist. Clenched his fist at Xu Qian. Say thank you in unison. Xu Qian nodded. I am always too soft-hearted. The heart is too soft, and he carries all the problems by himself. Come to think of it, Xu Qian said, my surname is Su. The tiger guards shouted in unison to thank him. Lord Su at this time. Governor Zhang's long mouth walked in. Lang Dao said that there is still fish soup. My family still wants to drink it. Everyone looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they all laughed. The cabin was filled with cheerful air for a while. Before dusk, Xu Qian'an returned to the capital. He was going home to get some change of clothes, as well as rice flour and silver grain. Students studying at Yunlu Academy. A revision is required every 3 months. At the same time, the rice noodles come with it. The college does not include food, so Su Erlang would go home regularly. Take home the dirty clothes that you don't have time to wash and throw them to your next person. By the way, I brought enough money and food for 3 months. He reined in the reins of his horse outside Su's mansion, but I was surprised to find that the door was locked. This is no small matter. There are subordinates in the house. Even if the host is not at home, the door is closed. That was also locked from the inside, outer padlocks. It often means that there is no one in the house. Su Erlang's heart sank. I had a bad premonition. He took a deep breath, said loudly, and walked the cornices on the wall. After reading it, he felt the surging power fill his limbs. The sprint helped him jump over the 3-meter-high fence. Steady landing. At this time, the Su mansion was quiet. There wasn't a single figure. Su Qian'an walked from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. Push open the doors one by one. Discover the room of the servant's sister of the parents. It's all empty. The door was just locked. There is no seal. It shows that it is not the eldest brother who has committed another crime. The most critical thing is, the contents of the house were emptied, but there was no dust on the ground. It was very clean. It means that it was not looted. Su Erlang deduced the results with his intelligence. They moved. Xu Qian'an was so angry that he wanted to scold. No one informed me why I moved. Have they forgotten that there is another Erlang in Yunlu Academy? At this moment, there was a faint sound of drums in the distance. This is the sound of the drums before the gates are closed. Xu Qian'an's face changed. I secretly sighed that I was really unlucky. The new house of Shifu. The aunt looked at her husband. Puzzled, it stands to reason that Erlang should almost come back. He didn't bring much money and food last time. By the way, Daoists wrote him a letter code. Second Uncle Su shook his head and didn't know. And he didn't ask. Don't know what that means. Second Uncle Su smiled and said, I didn't ask. With that, he walked out of the room. I'm out of the house. Look at the shade at night. Don't let him go to the well again. Also, don't be suspicious all day. The house is not haunted. Today, the second uncle is going to watch at night. So he took a pair of sword guards to patrol the outer city. But when passing by the ancestral house, a figure was found squatting at the door of the house. Hold your knees. The face is buried in the arms, shivering in the cold wind. Second Uncle Su saw someone in front of his ancestral house. Immediately brought someone to greet him. I was going to congratulate him. The light of the torch illuminated the man's mountain. Suddenly, it felt familiar. Second Uncle Su was stunned. The heart said no. He opened his mouth with some uncertainty. Erlang raised his head slowly. Handsome and worry-free. He looked haggard. It was Su Erlang. Second Uncle Su's scalp was numb. Su Ningyan, who suffered 1,000 cuts, really didn't write a letter to his younger brother. Why don't you go to the inn? Xu Qian'an said in a gloomy voice. There is no silver. Second Uncle Su asked again why he didn't rest in the house. Xu Qian'an looked at the horses beside him, and no one was looking. It will be stolen. Second Uncle Su asked again why he didn't go back to the academy. Xu Qian'an's eyes were even more lonely. The gates were closed. Second Uncle Su cautiously said, and forgot to tell you. The family moved to the inner city. That's right, the inner city curfew. For the father, I'll take you to the inn. Su Erlang slowly turned his face away. The voice was hollow. There is no family under it. The lonely moon hangs high in the night. Xu Qian knocked on the door. After receiving the promise, push open the door to the governor's room. Jiang Yuzhong pointed to the seat next to him and sat down. Pour your own tea. Su Qi's abdomen was slandered. Tea in the middle of the night. It's because the quality of sleep is too good. The inspectorate and the watchman belong to different yamen, but they all have the same superior. It's Wei Yuan. Therefore, Governor Zhang can be regarded as his own person. Su Qian doesn't have to be too restrained and polite. Governor Zhang smiled and said with a smile, Lord Su judged the case like a god. Extraordinary. The official came to you late at night. I want to talk about the mission to Yunzhou. I've read the dossier. There was no flaw in Zhou Ming's death. There are no wounds. There was no poisoning either. It's a normal death. But death is silent. Leave no flaws. This is also a flaw. Xu Qian'an nodded. First of all, it is affirmed that Governor Zhang is a sober-minded official. Not sleepy. Know what you're up against. It's very comfortable. I'm afraid of encountering a superior who has not achieved enough and has more than enough failure. Zhang Luzhong added that in the major systems, the only ones who could do this are the Dao men and the wizards. According to the feedback of the case of the publication of Shangshu, his party is in collusion with the witch god cult. Most of the murderers are a 4th-grade dream witch. Xu Qian'an thought, any method of murder leaves a clear trace. It's not just about leaving clues. It's a crucial one. Let people understand that he was killed, even if you destroy the soul with clever means. The deceased also exhibits sluggish or frightened facial features. It can make people die like falling asleep. Only the Dao men and the witch god cult can do it. Very simple reasoning. Su's wife said with peace of mind. He has a hand in investigating the case. But communicative operations in officialdom. I'm a layman. Come to think of it, he humbly asks for advice. What do you think we should check after we arrive in Yunzhou? The governor said solemnly. Zhou Ming is an experience case. He won't keep important evidence around. We're going to do it. It's about finding out the evidence he's hiding. You are a master of this, Lord Su. I hope you'll have to pay more attention to it then. Xu Qian'an cursed and said, I'll do my best. It's just the commander of Yunzhou in Yangchuan South City, in charge of the military and government. Will it force him against him when the time comes? And we may be the first to be liquidated. Xu Qian'an privately kept an official who held military power. It's different from the officials in the capital. The 6 guards of the capital and the 3 major Jin military camps, all in the hands of the royal family. The civilian government was powerless to fight. But Yang Chuanan is the commander of Yizhou. Hold the power of the army. How can they be slaughtered? Governor Zhang took the burden. It's a risk we have to take. It will be handled by me and Zhang Jinluo. Then you will do what you were told. Xu Qian'an nodded. Arrived in Yunzhou. I might be able to bring in a group of helpers. Governor Zhang testified. You still have helpers. Xu Qian'an didn't dare to pack the ticket. Let's talk about that then. Zhang Xuanfu nodded. Didn't pay much attention to it. Xu Qian'an pondered for a moment. Lord Zhang. How much do you know about Yunzhou? I'm talking about banditry. Zhang Xuanfu groaned slightly. The reason why Yunzhou is called Feizhou. There's a reason for that. This left a mark in the history books. We have to start from the side of the Qing army 500 years ago. In that year, Emperor Wuzong led his army into the capital. Then the states were quickly pacified. But in Yunzhou, he encountered fierce resistance from the guards. At that time, the commander of Yunzhou was a famous general, good at using soldiers. He is better at defending the city. Even with Emperor Wuzong's strategy, it was impossible to conquer Yunzhou for a while. The 2 armies fought against each other for several years. The fight made the people miserable. The people were miserable, simply fell into the grass. And there are many mountain ranges in Yunzhou, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Plus the land is fertile. It has become a breeding ground for mountain bandits and grass bandits. Wait for Emperor Wuzong to recover Yunzhou, only to find that Yunzhou was already full of mountain bandits. A bitter battle that lasted for years. Let the vitality of the Dafeng army be greatly damaged. Unable to suppress bandits, Emperor Wuzong had no choice but to move his body back to the court. I plan to recuperate before doing the reckoning. Later, the imperial court organized several crackdowns on bandits. Each time there were huge casualties, and the bandits in Yunzhou have been wiped out, and a batch has appeared again. The spring breeze blows and grows. At last, it has evolved into a paradise for the imperial court and the scum of the rivers and lakes. Governor Zhang sighed. Chen Konan went. Su Xian was stunned. It turned out to be a problem left over from history. This kind of thing was not solved by the founding emperor. It was almost impossible for later emperors to solve it. First, the ability is not good. Second, it is inevitable to be content with pleasure. The three of them exchanged for a long time and went their separate ways. Xu Qian'an returned to the room. Sitting at the table, took out the bathroom path. Number 2, I just got the message. The imperial court sent a governor to Yunzhou. Number 5, moon capture road. Number 3, you hate it to death. In the middle of the night. Don't disturb my sleep. Others did not transmit. It's a silent peep at the screen. Reply number 2. Connected with its party. Xu Qian'an said smartly. Beat the change. The case of the commander of the embassy in the capital has been investigated. Yunzhou commanded Yangtze River to aid the instigators in the case. Delivery of military supplies. Yangko is self-respecting. That's right. This Yangtze River is the spokesperson of his party in Yunzhou. Number 2 denied. That's impossible. I don't know if Yangtze River is a person who prays for the party, but I know he's not self-respecting. A man who delivers military supplies to mountain bandits. Xu Qian'an was shocked. Number 2's reaction was a bit intense. Could it be that he and Yangtze River met? And the relationship is pretty good. Xu Qian'an rejoiced. I didn't pack the ticket in front of Governor Zhang. Otherwise, it will overturn. At the same time, I was secretly vigilant. When you arrive in Yunzhou, you have to pay attention to the fact that your identity cannot be exposed. Lock down who the number 2 is first. Observe his relationship with Yangtze River again. Let's make sure if number 2 is a wolf or a civilian. Number 4 said, nothing is impossible. Announcing the fall of Shangshu. It's time to give something to me. Number 2. Think about it. The 7 parties colluded with the witch god cult. Secretly support mountain bandits. But they are thousands of miles away in the capital. If you want to do things, you have to have a spokesperson. It is only necessary to prove that Yangtze River is a member of the 7 parties. Then he will never be innocent. Number 2 still sticks to his own ideas. I'm very accurate in my view of people. Yangtze River is not such a person. Xu Qian'an was slandered in his heart. Is number 2 so subjective? Number 5 couldn't help but complain. Myself finally sold the news of the revival of a stock god. Let everyone owe themselves a debt. And number 3, from time to time, heavy news is thrown in the group. Come to think of it, he said, why you always have so much news? Are you a former customer of selling news? Xu Qian'an passed on the book and ridiculed. This news should have been known to number 1 earlier. Didn't the number 1 tell you? Number 1, you're not right. Number 1 immediately jumped out. You me off. Xu Qian'an thought that number 1 would ignore it. Who would have thought that the reaction would be so violent? The opening is the tongue battle lotus. I didn't offend you, number 1. Just casually teasing. As for such a violent reaction, Xu Qian'an was a little dazed. Also a little angry. But the wise choice is to ignore number 1. Then Chuan Shu Road 2. If you don't believe it, wait for the governor of the imperial court to arrive. You can cooperate with them in the investigation. If Yangtze River wronged him, just returned his innocence. Number 2 decisively agreed. Xu Qian'an nodded with satisfaction. In this way, number 2 was tied to the chariot. Number 2 asked again, by the way, what is the physical condition of Emperor Yuan Jing recently? Xu Qian'an said, the body should be fine. Ask what this is for. Number 2 snapped. Why is the old emperor of Zun Ilis still dead? Xu Qian'an laughed a few times. Daoists Ilis number 2 is an old and angry youth. I'm getting more and more curious about his identity. If I find out that you have an official status. Xu Qian'an suddenly thought of something. By the way, I don't seem to have told you. The true body of the seal under Sambo. The message has just been sent. All the members of the Heaven and Earth Society were sleepy. They were all shaken. The true body of the seal under Sambo. Since the end of the Sambo case. Whether it's the number 6 involved in it. It is still number 3 and number 1 in the same capital. And number 9. Jin Lian Daochang. None of them are inside the Heaven and Earth Society. Any information about the seal has been disclosed. Today I finally waited for the third. I am willing to talk about this matter frankly and unfairly. Number 2 was a little moved. I didn't expect number 3 to be a person who was willing to share information. He was an open-minded reader. The reason why Yangtze River is suspicious. And only because he analyzes the situation based on intelligence. It is not mixed with too much personal preference. Number 5 asked, "What do you want to get this information in exchange?" Number 4 and number 2 scolded angrily at the same time. "This idiot. What do you remind him to do?" Xu Qian'an said very generously. "As a member of the Heaven and Earth Society, you shouldn't always think about gains and losses. This time I will inform you of this information free of charge." It was mainly Xu Qian'an who mentioned this. It is to find out the identity of the monk of the sacred book. If you make another profit, I feel a little out of character. Number 5 thought ashamedly. Number 3 is really generous. I've been thinking about selling information all day long, but then a doubt flashed through his mind. No, this is the mode that is turned on first on the third. Xu Qian'an continued. It's a severed hand by a top master. This message had a great impact on the people of the Heaven and Earth congregation. They had discussed the Sambo seal. It is deduced that the seal is supposed to be a person 500 years ago. Thing 5 said, if it's really a severed hand, then his master must be of high character. Those who can be sealed are unkillable. Xu Qian'an replied, maybe even beat the Yamen. I don't know Duan Shou's true identity. He was eventually taken away by the demon clan. That's all I know. Number 2 said, let's gather the top masters we know. Eliminate them one by one. May be able to speculate on the identity of this peerless master. At this time, the Golden Lotus Dao chief, who had been peeping at the screen for a long time, appeared. The door can be ruled out directly. None of the 3 sects of Dao men cultivated the physical body. If one of the seniors in the Dao sect is sealed, the original spirit can stay for a long time. The flesh will wither, and the severed hand was full of blood. Flames of darkness. It's not a burglar system. Xu Qian'an interjected. Warlocks can also be excluded. Number 5 added. The stock market can also be ruled out. The stock family has not had a master for hundreds of years. Xu Qian'an continued. Confucianism can also be ruled out. I can't confirm that. Number 4 said, I remember last time I said it on the 3rd. There are Buddhist texts in the sealing formation under Sambo. From this, it is inferred that Buddhism was involved in the sealing. The characters of 500 years ago belong to the power of the Daebong imperial family. I only know of one of the first superintendents. Most of the information from that year has been erased. It's almost impossible to verify. One thing is certain, however, that is the big phoenix of the year, not to mention the withering of talents. But it must be in a state of weakness. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Emperor Wuzong to usurp the throne successfully. Hence the royal family 500 years ago. It is unlikely that there will be 2 concubines pampered. Peepings number 1 happened at this time. 500 years ago is a point in time that cannot be ignored. In addition to the Qing military strategy initiated by Emperor Wuzong. Let's not ignore another time Jiazi. Demon Santo's sealing formation. There is Buddhism to contribute. Behind the Sambo case, there are remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom plotting. A little contact, the severed hand can be deduced. The owner is most likely the empress of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Nine-tailed sky fox. Xu Qian'an was a little dumbfounded. The head of the first analysis is the Tao. Makes perfect sense. If not, I already knew the answer. You may even feel like this is the correct answer. But you're completely off track. Not the nine-tailed sky fox. It's a stinky monk. Xu Qian'an suddenly caught a point keenly. How's the number 1 know? The driving force behind it is the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom. From start to finish. I didn't even say it in Uncle D's chat group. The demon clan behind it is the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom. On the contrary, I always thought before. It was the king of Zhenbei who colluded with the northern demon clan. Later, after it was found out, I'm not inside the Heavenly Emperor Society either. Too much discussion about the details of the funeral case. After all, you have to consider the personality. A student of Yunlu Academy. There shouldn't be so many details. And because the Sambo case has become a headless, unjust case, details of the case have not been released. The dossier is stored in the Yamen of the Watchman. Wei Yuan had only reported to the prospect. Number 1, there are only 4 ways to know this information. First, I learned from the mouth of the prospect. With whom will the old emperor talk? I'm not sure, but I will definitely only say it to those close to me. The second is from my mouth. I've only reported this to 3 people. They were Wei Yuan and Golden Lotus Dao Chief, and Princess Huiqing. The third is from these 3 people. Number 1 is a member of the imperial court. The status is quite high. He is also a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. So all 3 are possible. In the end, I learned from the file of the Yamen of the Watchman. Xu Qian'an thought as he spoke, while trying to steer the topic. So why can't you be a Buddhist? The crowd saw the message. I couldn't help frowning and pondering. People in Buddhism. Number 5 asked directly, why is it a Buddhist? Xu Qian smiled smugly. I'm just guessing. I don't know much about Buddhism, although there is a Qinglong temple in the capital. But there are no Buddhist masters at the top level. But Buddhism seems to have exercises in the realm of body refining. Besides, I don't understand. If it's a 9-tailed sky fox, why seal the Sambo in the Daebong royal family? At this time, Han Yuan jumped out. The warrior-monk system of Buddhism is no worse than that of a warrior. Or it can be said that it is unique to Buddhism. There are 2 systems of martial artists in Buddhism. The initial rank of one of the systems is the 8th rank of the warrior monk. Warrior monks do not need to chant sutras and chant Buddha. There's not even a need for a hand sword. Only repair the monster power. Don't cultivate the Buddha's mind. But what is the next grade of the 8th-rank warrior monk? I don't know. Xu Qian suddenly had bad thoughts. There is no need for a hand sword. Buddhist disciples who do not need to chant sutras and chant Buddha. Next time, you can try to invite Han Yuan to the teaching workshop division. Arrange a little lady for him. Xu Qian continued to guide the topic. If the strong man who is sealed, it is the words of a Buddhist disciple, then just look up the history of Buddhism 500 years ago. I believe that his true identity can be found out. I'm interested in that. If you have any news about it, can sell it to me. After sending it, Xu Qian let out a breath. Master of the Divine Book. I've done my best. Conservative estimates. The grade of the Divine Book should be a good grade. How strong is a first-class master? Xu Qian had no idea in his heart. I'm afraid it's the well-informed Golden Lotus Dao Chief. There is also no concept. After all, the sect is only a second-class master. Even if the body is dismembered, even if it is sealed for 500 years, still can't wipe out the vitality and spirit. These gods are also in Xu Qi's heart. It can already be classified as a god and demon. Just then again, a member of the Heaven and Earth Society of the Golden Lotus Dao, from all over the world, but none of them belong to the Western regions. This is by chance, or is there some particular reason? After a while, Number 4 said, speaking of Buddhism, I was reminded of some interesting old stories. Number 3, this has something to do with your Confucianism. Su Weifan thought self-deprecatingly. Confucian affairs. What does it have to do with me? I'm just a watchman in the skin of Confucianism. Number 4 continued. I've traveled to the Western regions. People there are generally illiterate. The cute girl is behind. I don't know what a courtesy is. However, the locals are quite hospitable. They were warmly welcomed. I appeared as a swordsman. But when I told the locals who I was a reader. Their attitude towards me. There's been a seismic shift. and slowly threatened to drive away. So I had to leave the local area. And then on the travels, I never revealed myself as a reader again. I didn't realize until later. They don't hate readers. Rather, he hates Confucianism. Exactly. It is orthodox Confucianism. This makes me think, a record from when I used to read history books. Buddhism used to be quite prosperous in Dafeng, but the good times didn't last long. Less than 100 years. The imperial court began to destroy the Buddha, and those who promote the destruction of Buddhists. It was the capital at that time. He was also the dean of Yinlu Academy at that time, the capital of the year. When destroying the Buddha, he said that the Buddha is immortal. All the world is a Buddha, with the life of nothing, the path of breaking the Buddha. Today, I still don't understand the true meaning of this statement. Number 5 said, maybe it's just an inspirational proclamation. Number 1 directly refutes the impossibility. The 3 qualities of Confucianism are the life well. By my life. No joke. That capital is called Du Zhongshu. After the destruction of the Buddha, he stepped into the Sampin Lime well. In other words, his destiny was to destroy the Buddha. After the destruction of the Buddha, stepped into the realm of San Pinli's destiny. Xu Qian'an remembered Zhang Shun and Zhang Daru by chance. Information mentioned with him. Establishing a life is necessarily a positive goal. After destroying the Buddha, he stepped into the realm of life. That's where it gets interesting. Explain the destruction of the Buddha. A positive and positive goal indeed. Xu Qian'an thought in his heart. The realm of destiny is similar to the Buddha's aspiration, to destroy the Buddha and step into the realm of fate. This means that it is right to destroy the Buddha. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Buddhism is immortal. All the world is a Buddha. This may not be a joke. There's a deeper inside story behind it. It's not as simple as land acquisition. Number 2 said, Number 3. How many masters are there in the team of governors who went to Yunzhou this time? Xu Qian'an replied, there is only one golden gong on the surface. I don't know what is in the dark. Number 2 complained in his heart that there were only 2 words that were used well. But anyone who knows about the yamen of the watchman knows it. The golden gong is a 4-rank martial artist. Dancer of the 4 pins. On the battlefield, all of them are the top masters of 100 million parties. One is condensed in the realm of mortals. Sipin is the pinnacle. On the internet is 3 products. Sampin has the ability to regenerate severed limbs. He is no longer mortal. Number 2 side, even if it's my team, plus myself, to deal with a 4-rank golden gong. I'm afraid that we can only end up together. The next day, it was dawning. Xu Qian'an woke up. Left and right. I saw 2 colleagues carrying opportunities. Everyone is working so hard. Every day is so energetic. Xu Qian'an sat up, combined the spirit into one. His opportunity has long been full of dantian. It's all overflowing. And with the relationship that goes on day by day, mental power is increasing day by day. It's just one chance away. You can step into the realm of refining gods. But how did this opportunity come about? Xu Qian'an doesn't know yet. Dad Wei didn't tell him either. Because Dad Wei doesn't know. Xu Qian'an's cultivation has improved so quickly. Zhu Guanxiao suddenly said, wait until the end of the trip to Yunzhou. The yamen gave a silver reward. I'll be able to save up enough money to marry my daughter-in-law. Zhu Guanxiao has a younger sister who is a childhood sweetheart. Of course, not my own sister. It's the girl next door. The 2 have a very strong relationship. Wamba looked at the Hmong being very right. But my sister's father asked Zhu Guanxiao to take a bride price of 100 taels of silver. Otherwise, there are no doors. Zhu Guanxiao month 5 taels. Plus some gray income. You can earn more than 80 taels a year. But he still has to socialize and open every day. I have to go to the Qinglu. You can only save more than 30 taels a year. Nicholas Song smiled and congratulated. Guangxiao got married as soon as possible. Su's wife secretly scolded, "Why don't you plant a flag? Like you, I hadn't seen 1,000 on TV in my last life. I have also seen 800. At this time, Zhu Guangxiao expressed his doubts. Why didn't Ning Yin marry a wife? Nicholas Song commented that he was the same as me. They are all prodigal sons. Xu Qian'an was lying on the bed. Put your hands on the back of your head. It's not good to get angry. We're different. Said and sighed for a lifetime. Let's get used to it for a while. Come to Dafeng. It's only been 3 months. He couldn't settle down to fully adapt. That's why I lingered. It's called Feng Si to linger. Nako, who is warm with incense. Zhu Guangxiao sweated slightly. It depends on what you want from your future wife. Xu Qian'an and Qian'an asked. Nicholas Song, who had big waves and long hair, frowned. It's so strange for you to ask for these two. Xu Qian'an smiled and said no. These are the 3 requirements. Zhang Lizhong's room. Zhang Lizhong sat at the table, looking at a map of Yunzhou. He asked lightly what was going on with me. Xu Qian'an asked straight about his cultivation. I would like to ask Zhang Jinluo how to advance to the God-refining realm. Zhang Yuzhong put down the map in his hand. It's simple. When your mental power is strong to a certain extent, the center of the eyebrows will be swollen and painful. That's when you ascend to the God-refining realm. As for the method of promotion, it's just not sleeping. Blood gas sequelae. What a thing. Is it serious not to sleep for 10 days? Won't it be sudden death? Zhang Luzhong explained. You heard it right. If you don't sleep for 10 years, you can be promoted to the God-refining realm. Can't get through it. Mild coma. At worst, the gods will die of decay. Dancer system. Every grade is a test of life and death. When you're practicing diligently, I must have experienced the limits of the physical body from time to time. Every time you push the limits, physical strength will increase. Then do you know the limits of Genshin Impact? The best way to break through Genshin Impact's limits is to never sleep. Easy to find is just a rough standard. Everyone's limits are different. In the future, you will try to refine your nerves in close quarters. There will be a personal experience. Xu Qian'an asked, Isn't the body overwhelmed? Zhang Luzhong is filial. Therefore, practicing the scriptures and practicing qi is also laying the foundation for practicing the gods, including your daily visualization to condense the strength of the primordial spirit. It is also increasing the chances of being promoted to practice gods. You're still early. The path of martial arts. The most important thing is to have the will to wade through mountains and rivers. You can't be ambitious. Xu Qian'an nodded approvingly. Zhang Jinluo is reasonable. I'm at the top of my game. I was there in the moment of the encounter. He stared at Xu Qian'an with an incredulous gaze. Don't laugh. I remember when you joined the Watchmen, you were still practicing economics. How can anyone practice to the peak in less than 3 months? It can't be true. Xu Qian'an shrugged. Turn away. If not, I ask you what you are doing with this. I'll take my leave. Xu Qian'an left Zhang Luzhong's room. Leave Lord Jin Gong to sit alone at the table. Muttered that this doesn't make sense. Wei Gong? Does he know? 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xu Qian'an took a boat for the first time in his life. The feeling of the voyage is great. A gong on the deck said that he would be able to arrive in Yuzhou tomorrow. Zhang Jingong promised us a day off. Lao Tzu is going to vomit when he eats fish. Nicholas Song looked at the passing ships. Laughing, Yuzhou is rich in iron ore. Notoriously rich. Presumably, the beauty called Feng Si is also watery. Xu Qian'an didn't care about the beauty called Feng Si. Water spirit is not water spirit. He just wanted to get off the boat early, then go for a good meal. At this time, Xu Qian'an was lying on the side of the guardrail. The gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of an oncoming coffin ship. There were several cloak clerks on deck. Also noticed the coffin ship where Xu Qian'an was. On the deck of the site, A few people wore gongs in the uniforms of the Vigrates. The officials were visibly panicked. Make a knee-jerk back. Lao Jing sighed and thought to Hu-yi in his heart. After seeing us, subconscious panic. This is a sign of weakness. Just to be on the safe side. Check it out. Xu Qian'an reached out and tapped the back of the jade path. Take out the magic book of the Confucian Academy. A page that privately records the number of forgotten deeds. Nowadays, the most in the magic book is the number of forgotten deeds. Fortunately, on the same day, when Zhou Qixiong, who escorted Jin Wu Dauntless to 100 households, entered Beijing, he cheekily asked Zhang Shun for a spell to replenish the depleted spell book. And Chu Kaiwei was also present at the time. It has become a major conveyor of skills. The infusion was ignited by Xu Qian'an with a gas machine. A blue light burst from under his eyes. Looking at the official ship ahead, he saw a bright red, viscous glow of blood. In the definition of the number of hopes, the murderer is after killing someone. It will be stained with blood for a while, but the canals are often filled with bandits. These sources of force. It is also possible that the bandits who tried to loot have just been repulsed. Xu Qian'an pointed to the official ship that was getting closer and closer. Casually asked Nicholas Song what kind of ship it was. How different from ours? Nicholas Song replied that it was waiting for the ship. Looking at the flag, it seems that it is from Yuzhou. Xu Qian'an's eyes flashed slightly. Continue to ask if there are water bandits near Yuzhou. Song Tingfeng said with a smile, this is far from Yuzhou. Indeed, it is only half a day's journey. You have seen people who block the way at the gate of the yamen and rob them. Xu Qian'an nodded. Then no problem. Nicholas Song is doing nothing. Xu Qian'an smiled and said with a smile. No problem. Tingfeng, you immediately go back to the cabin to find Jiang Jinluo. Let's just say that there is an emergency. He then swept over the 7 or 8 gongs on the deck. Chun Dao said that there was something wrong with the boat. Follow me. After speaking, he yelled at the barge to the side and stopped. However, the hunters on the barge paid no attention to it. Pretend not to hear. There were even boatmen who quietly adjusted the angle of the sails. Barge oblique. Stay away from the official ship where the watchman is located. At this moment, the other gongs also sensed that something was wrong. 7 or 8 gongs jumped one after another, relying on exaggerated bouncing power and agitating air. Jumped on the barge. See a group of gongs invading the barge. The faces of several of the standing officers on the deck changed slightly. Quietly pressed the hilt of the knife on the back of the waist. A bearded man asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Xu Qian'an stared at him. "What kind of people are you from the yamen? Hug your fists with a beard." The humble position is the head of the Chaoyan Yamen's escort ship. Escort a batch of iron, or into Beijing. Zhu Guangxiao turned his head to look at Xu Qian'an. Yuzhou is rich in iron ore. Both salt and iron are the lifeblood of the country. Why did Su Ningyin suddenly intercept this ship? Xu Qian'an narrowed his eyes. Notice the detail until now. The barge is still sailing. There was no intention of anchoring and stopping the ship. Xu Qian'an said in a deep voice, "Let the boat stop." Zhu Guangxiao immediately went to the stern, kicked the huge, heavy anchor into the water. The barge slowly stopped. Take this taciturn colleague back. Placement of Su wife. Asked why he didn't stop the boat just now. The bearded man looked embarrassed. Adults, wait a minute. As he spoke, he reached out and touched his waist to touch his humble position. Know where it is. As long as you see the watchman. The adults of the yamen must be honored. As he spoke, he folded a few silver tickets. Accompanying filial piety and humility are not sensible just now. I want to fool the past. Sin deserves death. Please forgive your sins. Xu Qian'an glanced at it. All are silver tickets with a face value of 100 taels. About 300 taels. The watchman present reacted. He thought we were blocking the boat. Just to take bribes. It's all to blame on the civil servants who splashed dirty water day after day. Shaped the watchmen into a gloomy swamp that was not wronged. Think we're doing it to kill the faithful. Corrupt deeds. The bearded man saw that no one took the silver ticket for a long time. My heart sank. He didn't feel himself. Deal with what's wrong. But it seems that people are not buying it. Xu Qian'an stared at the bearded man. Take me to the cabin. This time, Xu Qian'an's right hand was inadvertently attached to his back. A quick gesture was made. The gestures are subtle and subtle. But the gongs behind him quietly tense their expressions. Because this gesture is the professional sign language of the yamen. It means to prepare for action. At this time, the bearded man agreed, yes, yes. Adult, please. Xu Qian'an frowned, and he agreed too happily. Normally, there should be no protest. Isn't the matter of Chao Yun in the hands of the beater? Xu Qian'an pondered. He led his colleagues into the cabin with his beard. The bearded man led the beating people. Boxes of, or were inspected. Song Tingfeng said that it is all high-quality iron ore. This is screened. A gong quietly pried with a knife. He pushed Xu Qian'an's waist. His eyes gestured. Xu Qian'an turned around and said in a deep voice, "You continue to check." With that, he stepped aside with the gong, whispered and asked what was wrong. The gong lowered its voice, and the ore was ground too finely. The quality is too good. Xu Qian'an didn't understand that it was shipped to the capital. Any questions? Gong glanced at the crowd, not far away. Retract your gaze. Whispered. A few years ago, I looked into a public corruption case. It is related to iron ore is calculated by weight, and not quality. Officials, in order to dig up the private pocket of the prophet, iron will be doped with crushed stone or inferior iron or impulse. Just grasp a certain degree. There will be no problem. Xu Qian'an nodded and said, the quality of the iron ore here is too good. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an made another request. Give me your paperwork. The beard obediently fetched. A document issued by the Chaoyuan Yamen. After Xu Qian'an confirmed that it was correct, said on the way, I guess I didn't encounter anything. The bearded man laughed and laughed. I just left Yuzhou. Xu Qian'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Then you explain. What does it mean that the green light on your head is not blood? Xu Qian'an observed the cabin as he walked. The bearded man accompanied him throughout the process. Ask questions. The attitude is surprisingly good. All the way to the fire defense. He noticed the basket in the stove. There are many seasonal vegetables stored. It looks pretty fresh. Xu Qian'an smiled and said that he saw the vegetable leaves now. His eyes lit green. Ate fish soup on the boat for several days. Fishy and unpleasant. You're right. The two men winked. The bearded man met his gaze. Mind to heart. With a humble smile, he said yes. The fish in the river will inevitably smell earthy. Adults are expensive. It's normal not to adapt. Like us, we live on the water all year round. I've been used to it for a long time. Xu Qian'an nodded with a smile. You don't understand. Refused to be relieved. The two men smiled meaningfully from Xu Qian'an. It's a little weird. It was at this time. Bearded man. The chin was punched by Xu Qian'an from the bottom to the top. Gums collide. A mouthful of broken teeth. The bearded man was hammered and flew out. Hit the wall. The floppy tail shield fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Xu Qian'an turned back at a very fast speed. A leg sweep swept away the two guys directly. Do it all. Xu Qian'an shouted and took it. Everyone on board stayed alive. The gongs, who had already been reminded by the gestures, reacted very quickly. Without hesitation, he shot and knocked over a famous ship officer. For the per capita refining strength of the beater, subdued a group of officials who were fairly skilled. Is not much better than Xu Qian'an being a little bean man. Soon, the watchman tied all the crew to the deck. At this time, Zhang Xuanfu was also alarmed. Stand on the deck and look out over here. The expression is solemn. Zhang Luzhong is even more direct. Jumped over, landing on deck, asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Xu Qian'an explained, "There's a problem with the ship, but it's hard to say exactly what that is." Zhang Luzhong wondered. "This is the barge of the Yuzhou Chaoyan Yamen. It was the iron ore that was being escorted." Xu Qian'an nodded. Zhang Luzhong asked again, "How did you find out that there was something wrong with him?" Xu Qian'an said, "I have observed them with the Qi Hope technique of the four heavenly sword. All were bloody, in the definition of Qi vision, what the blood light represents. There is no doubt that the experienced Golden Gong is known." Zhang Luzhong asked, "How do you know how to look at Qi?" As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the ship, towards the deck. A white-clad warlock who came out to see the excitement. "Open your palms." Invisible Qi distorted the air. "Shoot the dancing white-clad warlock. Escape the ship." Zhang Luzhong said gently, "Take a look at their Qi numbers." The white-clothed warlock gave him a blank look, to express their displeasure. As a proud warlock, even in the face of a high-frequency martial artist, he also has the confidence to be powerful and not lewd. Xu Qian'an urged angrily and was stunned. "Hurry up!" The white-clothed warlock nodded obediently. After a moment of silence, there was a clear light in his eyes. He took a closer look at the cabin. Then Chun Sheng said that it was indeed bloody, anxiously asked if there were any other anomalies. Xu Qian'an said that there are a few more suspicious points. One is that there are traces of a fight in the cabin. It's recent. The second is, these people are not people who beg for a living on the water all year round, because they don't even know how to get rid of the earthy smell of river fish. I don't know. The third is that they are too weak-minded. Whether it's the panic when you first see us, and then whatever I asked, they were all satisfied without resentment. With my knowledge of the green source, these dogs are all soulless, even if you don't dare to offend the beater. But if you really have a clear conscience, that should too. There are few words of complaint without fear. After all, Chaoyan is not in the hands of the watchmen, and their performance, it's a style that wants to deal with the past. That's what you need. Zhang Luzhong sighed in his heart, not out of gratification. Even this kind of detail can be remembered. Su Ningyan is really a genius in investigating the case. At this time, Zhu Guangxiao hugged the boxing boat, a total of 62 people. "Here you all." Zhang Luzhong nodded. "Look at the beard dressed as an axe. Wake him up in a deep voice." Zhu Guangxiao made a strong volley. Woke up the beard. This man disguised as the head catcher of the Chaoyan Yamen escort boat. After a few moans, swept around the deck. "I finally understood my situation." Zhang Luzhong's voice sounded without emotion. "I asked you. Answer, concealment or deception once. Cut a finger to your true identity." The beard bowed his head and replied, "Fang He, a grass man, is a scattered person in the rivers and lakes. A yellow flag gang was formed in Yuzhou to beg for a living." Zhang Luzhong said in a Chun voice. Asking for life included the killing of officials of the Yamen, looting the iron ore of the imperial court. The beard hurriedly explained that it was not. Adults and villains are paid to do things. Instructed the villain to do so. It is the just luck of Yuzhou Chaoyan Yamen. He told us, "There is a barge bound for the capital tonight. It was loaded with iron ore." He told us to kill the ship's escort guards. Swallow this iron ore lightly. The expression became serious during the encounter. All this planned by the history of just luck. Xu Qian'an heard this. He also showed a look of shock. Obvious. They came across a big case of self-theft. Xu Qian'an questioned, "This is unreasonable. Why let you kill people and take ships? If you just want to embezzle iron ore, it doesn't have to be that way. Cooperate with the officials in the Yamen. Far safer than with your counselors." Zhang Luzhong glanced at him. Explain the Chaoyan Yamen of the various states. It is divided into two systems, the Shore Division and the Gang Transportation Division. The Shore Division is in charge of the canal. Manage. as well as the acceptance and warehousing of materials such as grain, salt, and iron. The Oka Transport Division is responsible for escorting the ship. Xu Qian'an nodded and said, "The officials of the Okamachi Division wanted to swallow the iron or themselves. Only hands-on water. So in order to completely cover up the crime, let the guards of the ship disappear with the ship. In this way, Okatoji also became a victim." Jiang Lu's Hong continued to ask Daoqing what to do with iron or after swallowing it. The bearded man replied tremblingly, "We are only responsible for sending iron or to Yunzhou. The route is from Yuzhou. Bypass the sandbar. Upon arrival in Yunzhou, someone will be in charge of the joints." After Xu Qian and Jiang Lu's Hong heard this, his face suddenly turned a little. The side door is the ghost place of Yunzhou again. By the way, Chaoyan Yamen will be left alone, and the announcement is controlled by his party. Its party colluded with the witch god cult. Secretly deliver military supplies to Yunzhou. All of this can be done. It's just a matter of transporting supplies. Iron ore is transported. Jiang Luzhong asked who was in contact with you again. Listen to your tone. It's not the first time I've done this. The bearded man didn't dare to hide anything. I've done it 3 times this year. A total of 100,000 caddies of iron ore were transported to Yunzhou. Jiang Yuzhong asked a few more questions. Then he commanded you to stay in this barge. The rudder followed. Let's go to Yuzhou together. Look at these prisoners. Governor Zhang's room. Jiang Yuzhong took Xu Qian's discovery. The matter of the bearded man Fang He. 1510 relayed to Zhang Xuanfu. Xu Qian said that there was a doubt about his humble position. The Ministry of Industry has fallen. As its party, it should have been a lot of noise. It's right to restrain your minions and wait and see. Why Yuzhou's Chaoyan Yamen? But on the cusp of this limelight, continue to deliver iron ore to Yunzhou. In addition, Yunzhou has a history of banditry and emergencies. After all, it can't be put on the table. King of the Mountain, the Ministry of Industry will only transport equipment, artillery, and other military supplies. Even the iron ore had to be secretly transported to Yunzhou. This is something that mountain bandits can eat. That's what it's about. Governor Zhang tapped the case lightly with his fingertips. Muttered prayers in collusion with the witch god cult. Deliver ordnance, artillery, and iron ore to the cloud boat. Just support the words of the mountain bandits. Why should it be? He paused. Then I was shocked. Rock iron gunpowder is a forbidden item that is forbidden to flow out of Daebong. Zhang Xuanfu's face was shocked. Slowly spit out their intention to rebel and rebel. Su Ningyan, you've got another problem for you. This happened on the way. The trip will be delayed. Xu Qian looked at him a little speechlessly. You're a little uplifted by the look and tone of your voice. What is the meaning? Jiang Luzhong smiled and said with a smile, the Lord will return this matter to the capital. It's a great achievement. Governor Zhang patted Xu Qian's shoulder hard. You can't thank you for that. Let's not mention the results of the trip to Yunzhou. He alone found out about the case. It's a great achievement. Even if the trip to Yunzhou yielded nothing, it's enough for you to make up. There is even merit. And at the moment, there are 3 roads in front of them. One is to pretend that it didn't happen. Continue to Yunzhou, lest there be any extraneous branches. The second is to send people to disguise themselves as the guards of the Chaoyan Yamen. Coerce Fang He to charge. Go and meet the people on the streets of Yunzhou. As for the third, Zhang Xuanfu thought about it. Said that we went to Yuzhou Chaoyan Yamen to deal with the case. Arrest the mastermind behind the scenes. What do you think? It's noon. The official ship arrived at the largest Chaoyan terminal in Yuzhou. The Chaoyan Yamen is divided into 2 systems. Case-setting division and program transport division. The highest-ranking official is the history of the transshipment of Zhengsipin. It manages nearly 1,000 people inside and outside the Chaoyan Yamen. Zhang Xuanfu led the way. Chen said in a voice, Chao Yun was the most oily of all the yamen in the imperial court. 20 years of Yuanjing. The imperial court once promoted the sale of officials. The positions sold are all related to Chao Yun. In the 22nd year of Yuanjing, the policy of selling out of office. It was banned by the Duke of Wei and Wang Shoufu. But only for 2 years. Indiscriminate refill. There were an outrageous number of moths coming in. Today, there is still a group of guards who are vegetarian and stealing high positions. Xu Qian'an didn't care much about Zhang Xuanfu's indignation. Rather, from his words, some intriguing points were extracted. It is necessary for Wei Yuan and Wang Shoufu, 2 sworn enemies, to join forces to suppress it. Who is that traitor? No doubt. It's Emperor Yuanjing. Soon they arrived at the Chaoyan Yamen in Yuzhou. The transshipment history of Yuzhou Chaoyan Yamen is 4 products and a big circle. Hurriedly went out to greet him. It turned out to be the governor. Disrespectful and disrespectful. Inside, please. The transfer history led Governor Zhang to the Yamen Hall. After the survey of the seats, Transporter Sure said with a smile, the governor was tired of traveling, but I plan to rest in Yuzhou for a few days. The history of transport observes quietly. This governor from the capital, I just think that the other party is a boring person who doesn't smile. I haven't smiled since we met. Are the adults from the capital so arrogant? Governor Zhang said, whether or not the official will stay here. Just look at the progress of the case. How to bring people up. As Zhang Xuanfu's words fell, including the bearded man Fang He, 62 members of the Yellow Flag were brought up. The transfer sure stood up in surprise and dazedness. Pointing at them, he asked what was going on with these people. Why are you wearing the hairpin suit of my Chaoyan Yamen? Governor Zhang, Chen said. That's why this official visited Master Sure. Governor Zhang immediately passed the matter. Tell a detailed transfer history. The latter's face was bloodless after hearing this, but fell back into the seat, muttered how this could be good. Xu Qian sighed twice. Oxygen Kung Fu is too bad. Compared to the officials I dealt with in the capital, this transporter is nothing short of bronze. Governor Zhang looked at him with a gloomy face. Transporting Lord Sure. The officer asks you if you know about the case. The transfer history hurriedly shakes. Head struggles to justify. I don't know. Lord Governor. The white-clothed warlock in the crowd shook his head slightly at Governor Zhang. Signaling is not lying. Governor Zhang groaned. He also asked if the history of Gangyun was in the Yamen. The history of transport will only pay attention. Shift to the culprit. Angry that there was a 2-5 boy under his command. Gangyun Sure Yin Kai is revered today. Not in the Yamen. The officer immediately took the governor to arrest him. Outside the Gang Yun Sure Yin Kai mansion, Governor Zhang let the Tiger Benway disperse. Besiege Yin province. After the Tiger Guards dispersed, Jiang Yuzhong directly led people to break in. But it was still a step too late. They saw blood splattered all over the ground. Thick as a lump, Gang Yun Sure Yin Kai lay weakly on the big chair. The head is crooked. There was a deep wound on the neck stalk. The history of transshipment can be found here. Instantly dizzy, Oka Yun Sure died. All eyes were on themselves. I must be the first to be suspected. Zhang Xuanfu. There is a kind of anger that cooks the duck and flies away. Escalation transport potential. Anxious to clear up the relationship. Lord Governor. This Yin Kai must have committed suicide in fear of sin. This case has nothing to do with this official. Governor Zhang ignored him at all, looked at Xu Qian and said, Suning Yin, take a good look. Jiang Yuzhong observed for a moment. Said that the blood stains clotted into lumps. Just died. It should be before we enter the house. Xu Qian nodded. We died almost when we entered the Chaoyan Yamen. He briefly inspected Yin Kai's body. It's so obvious to put your mouth out. There is no need for another autopsy. It was the carotid artery that was severed and died. Xu Qian sighed. Lord Governor. He was killed. It's not suicide in fear of sin. Governor Zhang hurriedly asked how he could see it. Xu Qian'an slowly said that the carotid artery was severed. People will be hypoxic, struggling with the instinct to survive. So it won't be done like this. Of course, it is not enough to judge that he was killed. Yen Kai is a left, skimming sheep. The history of transshipment is gone. How do you know? Xu Qian'an said. He has a thick callus on the middle side of his left hand. This is left by holding the pen all year round. A normal person's cocoon is the middle finger of the right hand. So I judged him to be left-handed. Look at the wound on your neck. The left is deep and the right is shallow. This is a knife mark that only leaves when you hold a knife in your right hand. The transfer history looked at Xu Qian'an in shock. There was no slighter in his eyes. Half incense burned less than time. To find clues. The real cause of death is speculated. Governor Zhang is the first time witnessed Xu Qian'an's ability to solve cases. Although he had heard about it, but hearing and seeing are two different things. Xu Qian'an gave advice. There are no signs of damage to the doors and windows. The murderer and the deceased apparently knew each other. Let's interrogate the people in the house. Let's see if anyone has just visited. Or did you hear Yen Kai's cry for help? There is also the interrogation of everyone in the Chaoyuan Yamen, including the transfer of the history of adults. Remember to do a body search. Avoid ritual vessels that mask your breath. Hinder the observation of the number of kings. Zhang Zunfudan's ballistic transport history. Please cooperate with us. For more than an hour after that, the three warlocks of the Four Heavenly Sword. Moment. Constantly observing the officials and officials of the Chaoyuan Yamen. But nothing has been gained. With the death of Gangyun Shiyenkai, the clue to this self-theft case has been broken. Then Zhang Xuanfu was accompanied by anxiety. Went to Yuzhou's Reminder Case Investigation Department. The Yamen was in charge of the prison. It happens to be the Yamen in charge of this matter. Died a history of good luck. The whole clue of the case was broken. Again, this is a clue. It shows that the people behind the scenes did not manipulate the entire Chaoyuan Yamen. Thus, this is not a simple case of embezzlement. It was announced that Shangshu had fallen. Chaoyuan Yamen in Yuzhou. The repetition continued. Smuggling iron or to Yunzhou. This means that there are still people behind the scenes. This person has not much power. Only one person can dominate Oka Yunshi. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is not much power. Maybe it's for covert. If it were for my shit-like bumps, it is possible that the smuggling of iron ore will continue. Since there is smuggling of iron ore, will there be smuggling officers and saltpeter? I have to let the court check it out. The Chaoyuan Yamen of the States. This trip to Yunzhou. I'm afraid it's even more dangerous than I imagined. Xu Qian'an thought worriedly. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting to him from below. You want us to go to the workshop? Xu Qian'an didn't have a good airway and didn't go. Lao Tzu is thinking about business. Nicholas Song is tempted to go. I heard that the woman in Yuzhou's teaching workshop knows how to serve people. Xu Qian'an hated the response that iron does not become steel. I know the workshop division all day long. The teacher department is careful that he will not be promoted for the rest of his life. The Department of Teaching in Yuzhou. Melodious silk bamboo physiology. Xu Qian'an picked up his wine glass and laughed and drank. Drinking and floating on the water for 6 days. Lao Tzu's guns are full of cobwebs. Toast with people. Pushing the cup and changing the lamp. Yin Yin smiled. The Oirin called the Red Sleeves seemed to be a little reluctant. A group of people drank in the courtyard for half an hour before he came out to greet him. Just drink a glass of wine as an apology. There is nothing to show for it. Xu Qian's face did not show displeasure. Instead, he was secretly looking at this Oirin. The smile on his face is too professional. The waist pole has been upright. The body is slightly stiff. This shows that you don't really fit into the atmosphere. I touched my little hand just now. There is disgust in the eyes. It is taboo to have physical contact with drinkers. Summary. This woman looks down on the dancer. The performance of the red-sleeved oiran reminded Xu Qian'an of the first time he saw the floating fragrance oiran, the famous oiran of the day's banquet. It's also such a superficial politeness, the attitude established in the heart. It's just that Fuxiang's work ethic is higher, not as obvious as it seems. And this red sleeve is a little naked. Of course, Fuxiang is the oiran of the Beijing teaching division. What kind of place is the capital? Dignitaries gathered. How can it be compared with Zhou? Hong Xiu smiled gently. Let's play a song for a few masters. An official of the Chaoyan Yamen immediately boasted Hong Xiu's piano skills. In Yuzhou, the teaching workshop division can be described as a must. Here comes our Yuzhou teaching division. Be sure to listen to the affectionate song of Hong Xiu's lady. Let's talk about it, the official of Chaoyan Yamen said with a smile. How about a few adults? Nicholas' song took over the topic. For example, the Fuxiang oiran of the Beijing teaching division. Don't panic. Su's wife, and Wenyin, pouted. It's not that I prefer to be good. It is purely from an objective point of view. Fuxiang's piano skills are as superb as his ventriloquism. The officials of the Chaoyan Yamen suddenly brightened their eyes. It's the sparse shadow and the sloping water. The floating fragrance of the dark fragrance floating moon dusk. It is rumored that the floating fragrance lady is beautiful and fragrant. She is a first-class beauty in the world. Fuxiang is the most famous prostitute in the capital. In the eyes of men who are keen on Fengyue places, it's simply a goddess. The red-sleeved lady's smile stiffened slightly, obviously a little upset. Nicholas' song didn't seem to notice the displeasure of the red-sleeved lady. Hey, he laughed twice, looked at Xu Qian'an, and said about Fuxiang. That's where he is asked. Xu Qian'an said lightly, it's okay. It's in the top 5 of all the beauties I've ever seen. When he said this, a beautiful woman flashed through his mind. Chu Kaiwei, Huaiqing, Lin Yu, national teacher. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Xu Qian'an a few times. Fuxiang is ranked 5th. This person is strictly no, the official of Chaoyan Yamen said with a smile. Adults are really good at laughing. The taciturn Zhu Guangxiao spoke. Not a joke. Fuxiang is his friend. The faces of the officials of Chaoyan Yamen's Yamen almost didn't stop. Make an effort to manage expressions, so that he did not laugh at it. Fuxiang is his friend. The first place in the dignified capital. Don't take a fancy to a vulgar martial artist like you. Why don't you say that the princess is your friend? Why don't you talk about that mysterious woman? The national teacher is your friend. The disdain in the performance of the red-sleeved oiran is no longer hidden. She didn't like Takeo in the first place. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade at all. He is very rude in his words and deeds. Not like a reader. Gentle. Poetry is opposed. It is also polite to the woman who teaches the workshop. Hong Xiu said half seriously and half mockingly. Unexpectedly. The adult also has such a relationship with Fuxiang Yangtze. I don't know if adults are happy with the daimyo. The officials of the Chaoyan Yamen cursed secretly in their hearts. People just brag about 13. Why did you really ask? He hurriedly picked up his wine glass and played around. Drink alcohol. That's the topic. Song Tingfeng smiled and said with a smile to Ning Yin. Fortunately, the leader did not go to Yunzhou with him. Otherwise, categorically disagree. We're here to have fun. Xu Qian'an smiled and said that this is not for fun. We're here for a ride. Ask about you next time. That's how I answered him. At this time, Hong Xiu glanced at Xu Qian'an a few times. Gaze on what should be his word. The tea round is over. Hong Xiu oiran left early. Then there was no sound. Didn't leave the guest for tea. This means that he didn't take a fancy to the beaters present. Zhu Guangxiao said in a deep voice, not knowing how to lift. The officials of the Chaoyan Yamen were a little embarrassed. I was quite angry. It's not for watchmen. It's the red sleeves. It's just that the teaching workshop division is not under the control of the Chaoyan Yamen. As one of the 6 oirans of the Yuzhou teaching division, red sleeves, There is no need to look at Xu Qian'an's face to live a life. The group left the courtyard. Then move on to the next one. Charcoal fire in the bedroom. Red Sleeves sits at the dresser. Let the maid who pushed the door and knead her shoulders. Lady, they are gone. He even said that the first place in the capital was his favorite. Even the slaves and maids could see that they were talking big. Red Sleeves said lightly, Takeo is so vulgar. It's hard to bear this time. A maid walked in. Said the lady. Wei Gongzi took his classmates to charter the venue. Red Sleeves listened. His face suddenly brightened. Serve wine to the boys. Let them wait a moment. Wait for me to change my clothes. Take the most beautiful golden branch skirt. Wei Gongzi was the nephew of the prefect of Yuzhou. He's a talented man who has read poetry and books. Looks like a talent. Gentle. Change into a beautiful luo skirt. Dressed up, Hongxiu came to the wine room. Inging poems. Hongxiu has seen several suns. She naturally sat beside the white-robed Wei Gongzi, smiled and said that a few adults from the capital had just come. It seemed to be a watchman. Some people actually said that the Fuxiang Oiran in the capital was his favorite. The readers laughed. It's a lot of fun. How could Fuxiang lady fall in love with a vulgar martial artist? Brother Wei went to the capital half a month ago. Have you ever seen the style of Fuka Oiran? Wei Gongzi said. Shame, shame. Played 3 T positions. I only saw Fuka Oiran once. Just speaking of which, there was a look of obsession on his face. Dark incense floats in the moon dusk. People live up to their name. It's really overwhelming. A boy immediately asked. Fuka Oiran has a good match. Wei Gongzi said suddenly. I do remember something. When playing tea around the day, I chatted with the drinkers. He said that Fuka had long since stopped picking up customers. There is an endless stream of guests playing tea around every day, just to catch a glimpse. But there is one person who frequents the Shadow Plum Pavilion. It is said that this person is the good friend of Fuxiang. It is also the poet of the dark fragrance floating moon dusk. This person is extraordinary. The poem was widely circulated. Everyone knows that Dafeng is like a forest. But why is the poet not famous? No one even talked about it. Don't you think it's strange? Hong, you guessed. Identity sensitive. Can't speak. Wei Gongzi shook his head and said, because the real identity of that person is a watchman, not a reader. The crowd was shocked. And so is... The speaker has no intention. The listener is intentional. Red Sleeves sank with a sparse heart. He opened his mouth. What is the name of the color channel? Wei Gongzi said proudly. His name is Xu Qian'an. The word Ning Yin rang out. The glass slides to the ground. Shattered. Everyone looked at the Red Sleeves. This beauty. His face was pale. There were tears in his eyes. This side of the station. The carriage slowed down and stopped outside the inn. Governor Zhang glanced at the stables a little farther away. Only a few horses were tethered there. I asked a family to find out. Almost all of the watchmen are fooling around outside. Governor Zhang, who was already in a heavy mood, said angrily that it was ridiculous. I'm waiting for the emperor to be angry. Can be so slack. Jiang Luzhong said. They held back on the ship for so many days. It's human nature to relax. The governor is unharmed. It doesn't matter what happens to the others. At this time, they were confronted by a guy in pants, hugging his shoulders and shivering on a cold day. Anxiously, I wondered what kind of moth you were doing. Xu Qian'an replied tremblingly. I just got out of a cold shower. This is the South. Find out how you used to feel. Jiang Luzhong was a little surprised. Why didn't you stay overnight? Fong Si Xu Qian'an said with a serious face. Any transaction pegged to silver is vulgar. It's sinful. I strongly resist such behavior. Jiang Luzhong looked at his back. The heart said that this kid was drunk. Say some foolish things. Moreover, the martial artists who have practiced hard have long been cold and hot, but pretended to be hungry and cold. Xu Qian'an entered the room. Close the door and quickly run to bed. Roll up the quilt, shaking to amusement to himself. Pretend to live in the cold, damp south. Zhang Xuanfu's room. He sat in front of the shore. Pick up the pen and write the fold. When passing by Yuzhou in the morning, I stumbled upon a corruption case. Yuzhou Chaoyan has just been transported. Shi Yingkai instructed the local gang Huang Qibang to kill the escort guards. Greedy iron ore was smuggled to Yuzhou. The minister consulted the Yuzhou Chaoyan shipwreck county sect. A total of 43 shipwrecks were found in 10 years. Lost 2 million caddies of iron ore. That's a lot of money. Makes somebody's blood boil. The thieves were silent. Extract the water of the Great Manhwa as a high valley stream. It's chilling. The land of Yuzhou. Within 10 years, 2 million caddies of iron ore were lost. The words accumulated in the 16 states of Dafeng. And what a huge amount of money. I would like to ask Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly the capsizing of barges in Chaoyan in Dafeng Prefecture. There is also a case of collusion between the former Ministry of Industry and the Witch God. Support Enjo bandits. I am afraid that there will be a rebellion. In addition, the Gong Xu Qian'an is very shrewd. Outstanding ability. He is the pillar of the country. This time the barge case was cracked. This person should be a public servant. A trip to Yunzhou. Unpredictable. Wechen must do his best. Do your best. Dead and gone. The next evening, the group left Yuzhou. Continue by boat to Yunzhou. That night, after a full meal, Song Tingfeng regretted that you were tired of it. You didn't sleep with the Oiran of the Yuzhou teaching division yesterday. What a shame. Xu Qian smiled and said with a smile the red-sleeved lady. Look down on vulgar martial artists like us. Nicholas Song pouted and said, that's because you didn't reveal your identity. You're going to tell him? You are the genius who writes the dark fragrance Floating Moon Dusk. He was not in a hurry to nominate himself for the whole table. Xu Qian was a little puzzled since this is the case. Why don't you help me say, Nicholas Song is not good. It's so angry that it's too late for Lao Tzu to be jealous. And make a name for you, and then watch you fall asleep again. Oiran, don't you be merry every day. Can it be the same? When the lights are turned off, it's all the same. Nicholas Song corrected that he had blown the lamp. Zhu Guangxiao heard this. Inserted a mouth, except for the Oiran of the church division. I see that Lu is the head of the palace. I also like Ning Yin and Song Tingfeng. All of a sudden, it was more sour. How do you do it? The ability to tease the Liang family is too strong. Teach my brother a few hands. Xu Qian sneered at his brother. You got to call Daddy. Nicholas Song refused. He was used by Su Ningyin in the same routine before. Deceived once. Xu Qian threatened. Don't call then. That daddy word. It naturally slipped out of Nicholas Song's mouth. Xu Qian coughed twice, laughing. In fact, these girls, it's like a wall of sand. You can't hold it. You got to get them wet. Not only can I hold it, you can also pose in a variety of poses. Nicholas Song and Zhu Baoxiao didn't understand what they meant. Xu Qian hates that iron can't become steel, and he wants to go to his heart. Don't go, kidney. Nicholas Song nodded, as if it made some sense. But are you really qualified to say that? Speaking of which, Song Tingfeng suddenly said angrily, you lied to Lao Tzu again. Hurry up and call back. Otherwise, I will kill you. At this time, the ears of the three people moved. I heard cries for help from outside. Xu Qian and the three of them looked out suddenly. Realized that something was wrong. Pitch black water. A tiger running guard man fluttered vigorously. Sometimes it sinks into the water. Sometimes I drill out hard. He looks like he can swim. But something under the water held him back. Desperately dragged him into the water. At this moment, there was a cold snort in the cabin. The tiger guard who fell into the water. All of a sudden, it was as if I had been untied. Float to the surface. Didn't sink any further. The piercing men on deck dropped the ropes. Pulled them up. One of Ayara asked you what's going on. Speak at the same time. He also noticed the tiger run's ankle. There is a blue-purple handprint. The man's face turned a little pale. I guess I was scared. I drank too much wine in my humble position. Just ran up to it to release water. Suddenly, I heard someone calling me in the water. Look down. It's a deceased mother. I don't know how. I think of the bits and pieces of my old mother who raised me. In grief, he jumped down. After falling into the water, he was sober. Even if the old mother turned into a ghost. How did it end up here? But the thing grabbed my feet. Dragged me underwater. An experienced boatman said with some horror. It was after the death of the water girl. A parrot turned into a corpse. Often abducts passers-by into the water. I don't know how many people die every year in the canal. Energy accumulates over time. It is inevitable to give birth to a water girl. Adults still don't come out at night. The water girl never goes ashore. As long as you don't get to the deck, you'll be fine. When we went out on board, every night, eating and drinking lazar are all in the cabin. It's the rule of trade. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the dark water. This kind of thing happened at night. Weird. With this episode, the Jiao family of the Tiger Benway did not come out again at night. Solve metabolic problems. But what should be the person who fights the watchman? I have to say one thing. Look at your condition. It's a bit of a fire. Xu Qian'an lifted his pants. He deliberately ran to the deck every night. Blue. But I didn't meet the legendary water girl. It's not that he's bold. I want to let the water girl take maternity leave. He just wanted to see what the water monkey looked like. On this day, the Qinsha team finally arrived at the Qinzhou wharf. After arriving in Qinzhou, you will have to change to a dry road. Governor Zhang looked at Xu Qian'an, said that the prefect of Qinzhou is the great Confucian of Yunlu Academy. Yangtze Qian'an. Xu Qian'an didn't react for a while. Zhang Xuanfu added, the number of Ziyang laymen. Xu Qian'an was stunned in an instant. It's him. Who is the Confucian Yang Gong who prostitutes his own poems? I don't know, but when it comes to Ziyang laymen, that's thunder. This thing took advantage of the fact that he forgot the name of the farewell poem. Blindness was forcibly arranged after Jiro recited poetry. It's just brazen to the extreme. Later, I used poems to hang the three great Confucians of the academy. And then the white prostitute with peace of mind. They were inspired by the Ziyang monks. And there is no guilt at all. As the saying goes, people are floating in the rivers and lakes. It's not that you're prostituting for nothing. It's me. The two chatted. A horse-drawn carriage was hired just near the pier. After Governor Zhang sat in. Lift the curtains. Go on. Ziyang Jusher is the champion of Yuanjing for 14 years. The following year, he taught at the college. Escape from the world. Su's wife was relieved. The following year, the champion can enter the Hanlin Academy. And the Shuji of the Hanlin Academy is also known as Chu Xiang. Other words, the champion can compete for the position of the capital. The following year, this blood loss, Governor Zhang sighed. It was suppressed by the party struggle in the court. Don't look at the fierce fighting between the parties today. But when facing the scholars of Yunlu Academy, the spearhead is unanimous to the outside world. After the champion of the Ziyang monks, and he was thrown into a corner. No one paid attention. He was depressed for a year. Linger every day to teach Feng Si. He resigned the following year, returning to Yunlu Academy to teach. Xu Qian'an sincerely envied this. I have heard of this. She has been prostituting for nearly a year. The true fruit of this event 200 years ago. Let the royal family read the Yunlu Academy. Jealous and disgusted. So Cheng Yashing rose, founded Guozijian, replaced Yunlu Academy, deliver talents to the imperial court. It can be said that there is a conflict of interest between the two parties. There is also a dispute over Taoism. If it weren't for Emperor Yuanjing, he was a balanced maniac. Zhang Jusher is afraid. To this day, he still teaches and educates people in the academy. Governor Zhang's tone was full of admiration. Zhang Jushi's talent and skill can be described as first class. He first arrived in Qinzhou. With the power of thunder, he swept away the yamen of the political envoy. And then within a month, 178 corrupt officials were imprisoned. Let the entire Qinzhou officialdom shake. Su Qi's recklessness was so reckless. Zhang lay people accept the appointment of the imperial court. It has only been a long time since he became the political envoy of Qinzhou. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an didn't go to the court to allow him to make such a big move. Governor Zhang said that during the investigation, the struggle between the various parties in the court was fierce. Can no longer cooperate. There is also the restraint of Wei Gong. Besides, there is a drama in the Ziyang Lei Python. All the incriminating evidence that should be obtained has been obtained. The words that should be said also made a dry rice official spit out. Moreover, the scholars of Yunlu Academy are the best at reasoning. Isn't it? Xu Qian'an smiled awkwardly. This is the truth in the mouth of adults. It's physics. After arriving at the Qinzhou government post station, Zhang Xuanfu specially brought Xu Qian'an. Go to the yamen of the Bujing Envoy Temple to visit the Ziyang monks. Zhou Xinzheng said that the political envoy wanted to erect a monument. Admonish the 100 officials of Qinzhou to be honest and honest. When benefiting one party, Zhang Xuanfu nodded, and the political envoy made this move with good intentions. It's just that there is not a word on the boundary marker. Sa's participation in politics has no choice but to be a political envoy. I haven't figured out what to gram yet. Recently, I have been worried about this matter and ask us to brainstorm ideas, provide inspiration. Even with us, it is tiring and tired. Su's wife said with peace of mind that Zhang Jushi is very beautiful. Know how to conduct essay contests. The Qinzhou mansion in another place. Yang Gong, dressed in a flying robe, stood in front of the stone stele. Speaking of the adults, there may be proposals for inscriptions. The prefect of Qinzhou made a way to the lower officials. It is possible to purge corrupt officials from the political envoys. The deeds of Quang Fu Jingfeng are engraved on the stele. Immediately after that, Yang Gong vetoed the proposal. The inscription should not be too much. Otherwise, it will be complicated and excessive. Not eye-catching enough. An official subconsciously said, then engrave the poem. Then he noticed that everyone present was watching him. The officer laughed dryly and did not speak. Dabong poetry has been in decline for a long time. Poems like this inscription on top of the inscription. It's not just about writing well. It also has to be a warning. Do you just write what you say? At this time, a clerk trotted in to make up the envoy. A governor came to the capital. I have already arrived at the yamen of the political envoy division. The officials were shocked when they heard this. Is this year's governor coming so quickly? The year of Gengzi is the year of Jingcha. As is customary, it should be waiting for the results of the Beijing investigation on the other side of the capital. Jingzhong sent a governor down again. This involves the unspoken rules of officialdom. The capital side ended the Beijing investigation. It also means that the partisan struggle has come to fruition. Who wins and who loses is a foregone conclusion. Afterwards, only then will the governor be sent to uproot the officials of the defeated camp. Yang Gong explained that he was not here for Qinzhou. It was just passing through our Qinzhou on the way to Yunzhou. The officials heard this. Sad breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be going to Yinzhou. Yang Gong looked at Li Yuan and turned to the governor. The officer has medicine by his side. Gong, what is the need? Tell him to find left and right to participate in politics. Li Yuan answered first. It was then added to the governor. I also asked the villain to bring you a message. Yang Gong frowned slightly, but motioned for him to continue. Li Yuan said the Gong, Xu Qian'an. The accompanying officials did not react for a while. Causeway, Xu Qian'an. Who? But Yang Gong reacted. a 180-degree change in attitude. The tone was impatient and excited. The call is traced back to the political envoy department. Let's leave it aside. Walk straight to the outside of the mansion. The political envoy is on the side of the yamen. Xu Qian'an and the two didn't wait long. I waited for an adult in a flying robe. After making a gesture with Governor Zhang, Zhang Jusher was not excited. He was the only one. Tong Gong thought to be Uncle Su Si's cousin. Just look at the appearance. The brothers bear no resemblance. Compare it to resigning. The gap is a bit big. Yang Gong smiled and said with a smile, "You're Suning Yin." Xu Qian hurriedly clenched his fists and replied that it was a humble position. The smile on Yang Gong's face widened, and there was no need to be restrained in front of me. You can be a student. Sure enough, it's a talent. Don't lose and resign. Xu Qian was overjoyed, and Lord Dao was buried falsely. Governor Zhang sighed in his heart. Take Suning Yin to visit. Sure enough, it was the right decision. Otherwise, this is not the attitude of the unrighteous envoy. After the three of them sat down, from the funeral case, it has been until the announcement of the above-mentioned Enjo case. The Ziyang monk sneered as he heard it, but he didn't comment too much on the situation in the court. The main thing is that Zhang Xuanfu is not his own person. If only Xu Qian is here, and he had something to say. After dusk, the Ziyang monks feasted in the elegant courtyard. Governor Zhang Jiangyuzhong was also invited to attend. In addition, there are a number of high-ranking officials, such as the prefect of Qinzhou. The central figure of the banquet was Yang Gong, the political envoy, and Governor Zhang Xingying. As for Jiang Luzhong, although the Golden Gong is highly skilled, but the rooters and the civilian officials are inherently hostile. No one cares about him, and Xu Qian is a small gong. No one will pay attention. He also enjoys being laid back. Just ignore the entertainment in the officialdom. Who knew an official wearing a flying robe embroidered with yunyan? Tentatively said towards Xu Qian. This little adult is sparse and sloping, and the water is shallow. The poet of the dark incense floating moon dusk. Xu Qian complained about this four-grade official in his heart. To call yourself big is to be big. Small is small. The big and small ones are gold hoop sticks and gold leaf. But he smiled back on the surface. I can't afford to be an adult. That's what it's called. It was indeed written in a humble position. The officials looked stunned. Sure enough, it was him. When I first heard the name Xu Qian, they didn't react. But I also feel that the name is familiar. No wonder it's not right. After Master Shi heard the name, immediately rushed over. Mianyang Pavilion Song Ziyang lives in Qingzhou. It has long been spread all over the country. This great Confucian has just been born. There is this masterpiece to start the battle. It can be said that it is the power of the people. And all that, it's all thanks to the accomplice named Xu Qian in front of him. The officials touted. I have admired the daimyo for a long time. Sure enough, it looks dignified. Dragons and phoenixes among people. Xu Qian had a headache. Suddenly he became the focus. At this moment, the prefect of Qinzhou suddenly remembered it. Headache guarding. In fact, writing poetry is the best choice. Simple, eye-catching, and thought-provoking. It's just poetry that is rare. So don't think about it. But now it's different. Xu Qian is here. Come to think of it. The prefect smiled and said to Lord Xu, what other good works are there in the capital? Xu Qian showed a look of vigilance. I want to prostitute my poems for nothing. He just wanted to excuse himself and said no. Who knew that Zhang Xuanfu took the lead to take over the topic, and there was really something. But only half of it. It has just been circulated in Beijing for a short time. I guess you haven't heard of it yet. The officials are not despised for half a head. Instead, I became more and more curious. This half of the song must be a masterpiece. Otherwise, only half of the song will be circulated in the capital. Governor Zhang cleared his throat. It's a good job. Only then did he say loudly, and finally he didn't know that the sky was in the water. A boat full of dreams presses the galaxy. At this point, there was a dead silence at the banquet. The officials savored this half of the poem. I only felt a transcendent sheik coming. Don't care about fame and fortune. Don't care about the gains and losses. After a big drunk, lying in a canopy boat, 7 feet above the galaxy, the body pressed against another galaxy. The air of freedom and freedom arises spontaneously. Zhang Monk nodded. Praise the high interests of this matter. It is the pinnacle of poetry in the past 200 years. Wonderful, wonderful. His eyes stared brightly at Xu Qian'an. This is famous. Xu Qian'an immediately noticed it. This old man's bad intentions. Isn't it enough for you to prostitute me once? Lao Tzu has no dignity? Xu Qian'an laughed dryly. Said there is. The Zhang monk nodded with some disappointment. Didn't continue to speak. The prefect of Qinzhou flattered and cleverly flattered. The political envoy is about to erect a monument in the front yard of each yamen. The inscription is undecided. I don't know if Lord Su can write a poem. As soon as this statement came out, pretty much everyone, they all subconsciously looked at Xu Qian'an. The Ziyang lay priest neither echoed nor stopped, smiled and looked at the little gong. Su Qi's heart is relieved. A glass of wine wants my poems. Not that kind of person. He sighed. He went to Yunzhou with the governor to investigate the case. Hanging in the balance. How can you have the energy and mood to write poetry? Apologized to several adults. The Ziyang monk pondered slightly. Remove the jade wrench that you are wearing on your thumb. Hand it to Xu Qian'an. Laughed and said that Yunzhou was seriously troubled. The trip was indeed dangerous. Ningyin, this jade wrench, you put it away. This official has worn it for many years. Raised with Howran positive temperature. But to ward off evil spirits, Xu Qian's eyes suddenly fell on his fingers. The heart, says the big guy. Don't treat me like a human being tonight. He carefully put it in his arms. Laughing, I don't know what's going on. Suddenly, a wellspring of inspiration. I happened to get a poem. The officials looked at him blankly. Didn't you say that you weren't in the mood to write poetry? Ziyang's smile did not change. The official listened attentively. Xu Qian'an took a sip of wine. That poem comes to mind. The mood seems to have returned to the pride and ambition when I asked about the new crown. I couldn't help but stand up. Whispering, deaf ears. Knowing what you mean is what you mean. It's hard to give up thinking of heaven. Unconsciously, his voice melted into the throat of a Buddhist lion. I want to be like a morning bell in the ears of all officials. Deafening. The Ziyang monk slapped the table and stood up. This great Confucian's emotions were a little out of control. Good poetry, good poetry. If I could have been abused in the court. When I came out of this poem, I was depressed in my heart. Why be depressed for a while? Su Ningyan, you are a real seed of reading. Zhang Xuanfu snooped. This heart. No wonder he can make a move to slash Inluo. I don't know how many people this poem scared. Suddenly he starred in changing the subject. It is not true that what the adults say is true. Ningyan, it's a pity that you didn't study at the beginning. Xu Qian'an smiled helplessly. The second uncle thinks that I am more suitable for martial arts. He didn't let me continue studying. The officials listened. I was angry. The heart said that your second uncle doesn't seem to be a benevolent son. A reading seed was wasted. Su Ningyan is a scholar. Dabong Literary Circle. Not lonely at this time. Second uncle Su thousands of miles away. Inexplicably sneezed several times. The banquet dispersed in the middle of the night. Xu Qian'an, who was a little drunk, came to the pool to see the lotus flowers. This lotus variety is extremely eccentric. There are only 6 petals. Each petal is full and crystalline. It's a breed he's never seen before. At this time, the Ziyang monk walked over. This lotus is called red lotus, also called hanlian. It is a lotus flower unique to Qinzhou. It blooms only in October. It will wither until the beginning of spring next year. The lotus seeds that bear are warm. Can be used for medicine, Xu Qian'an asked suspiciously. It blooms and bears fruit in the middle of winter. Sexual temperature is exactly the opposite of the season. These red lotuses cannot be transplanted into the Central Plains. The Xiang monk said, as if he was pointed. Can't live Yunzhou banditry is also unique to Yunzhou. You can't survive forever in any state. Where is this catastrophe? Do you know that Sue's wife was relieved? Immediately set up and asked the gentleman for advice. The Xiang monk looked at the red lotus full of pools. Continue to Yunzhou is mountainous, but it's not as forested as southern Xinjiang. Miasma is pervasive. Herbs are abundant in the mountains. The product is abundant. Yunzhou also has fertile grain fields. Plenty of water. Rice grain produced every year. Although not as good as Yuzhou. Zhangzhou is known as the granary of Dafeng. However, Yunzhou's annual rice grain feeds people for 2 weeks. More than enough. Yunzhou also has a geographical advantage. It is located next to the South China Sea. Don't worry about being attacked on your back. Take a step back. If it doesn't work, it can be good. The friction between the Wushan cult and Dafeng on the border is becoming more and more serious. If they want to create civil strife, let Dafeng take care of himself. Choosing Yunzhou is a smart move. Xu Qian'an was shocked to be said by you. How do I feel that this trip to Yunzhou is a trip to annihilation? Baba, beb. Childlike words. The Xiang monk seemed to see through Xu Qian'an's worries. Do not worry. Dafeng, though, has a serious problem. But it's mostly calm. The majesty of the imperial court remains. Even the witch god cult. What is planned in Yunzhou? He only dared to hide in the dark. It won't come openly. There was nothing to do during this time. Boil a few eagles. I'll send you one back. If there is an emergency in Yunzhou, it is possible to pass the book with an eagle. It's faster than walking all the way. Xu Qian'an was very helpless. But come back and forth again. It's going to take a few days. Really? A world without a mobile phone is a lack of security. If each person has a piece, just hand over the shards. However, Xu Qian'an was still grateful to the teacher for his kindness. Just went to Yunzhou. What should I do? Xiang Jusher said softly. To investigate the case well is to protect Zhang Xingying. As for communication in officialdom, you don't have to, since Wei Yuan appointed Zhang Xingying as governor. Naturally, this person will not be a general. Officially, the Xiang monk pondered for a moment. I have a correspondence with Jing Yinshang. You are mentioned in the letter from time to time. You are also half a student of Yinlu Academy. I've heard. A few months ago, relatives of the academy canceled off Xu Qian's certificate. What does Xiang monk mean by this? Yinlu Academy didn't tell him the truth. Or did he know I did it? I say this to give me a hint, but there's no need to hint at it. Or the correspondence cannot be kept secret. So, the great Confucians of Yinlu Academy only mentioned it in the letter. But the truth was not told. Xu Qian'an pondered. The matter seems to be classified as top secret by the academy. The Yashing School Palace is still banned. No one is allowed to enter. The Xiang monk sweated slightly. Did not ask Xu Qian'an again. On the contrary, there are some things I want to ask this great Confucian. He thought about it. Going to ask the first question first. Some time ago, because of the funeral case, I read at night. Flip through the history books. I found out that the capital of our lineage was destroyed before the Buddha. Shouting out the Buddha gate is immortal. The slogan that all the world is a Buddha. Then the capital was victorious. Students want to be Buddhist, even though there are all kinds of drawbacks. He is always orthodox. Buddhism is immortal. All the world is a Buddha. Whether it is too extreme. Xiang Jusher shook his head and said, it's a matter of secrecy. I don't know. Xu Qian'an forcibly endured this groove. You don't know. So how do you know it's about secrecy? The Xiang monk suddenly snorted. Then he said meaningfully, the dean knows. Xu Qian was right when he heard this. It seems to have grasped the meaning. That is to say, this matter is about Shimi. I can't say, but that doesn't mean the dean can't say it. Xu Qian's second question is, so then Xingyang Yuanli, why are there Confucian sages who are secular? But he dismissed the idea of asking. I am in the capital. It shouldn't be known. There are sculptures of Confucian saints under the auspicious garden. Even if I have a friend, such an excuse will not work. After all, it's impossible for even the Yamen to know about this. Return to the inn. Xu Qian took a cold shower. Then go back to your room and sit down. Diagram of the appearance of the ornamental method. Qingzhou is adjacent to Yunzhou. From here, hurry up. You can get to Yunzhou in 3 or 5 days. Even considering that Zhang Xuanfu is weak. You can also get to the Qingzhou border in about a week. It's a good time to take advantage of. Hit the nerves. Isn't it just 10 days without sleeping? When Lao Tzu was an ordinary person, achieved the achievement of 72 hours of liver explosion in the internet cafe. The next day, Yang Gong summoned the stonemasons. On the boundary monuments in the front yards of various yamen in Qingzhou. For lines of poetry were engraved to warn the officials. Up to the prefect of Qingzhou, down to the ordinary clerks. Every day when you enter and exit the yamen, you can see these 4 verses. It's a good poem. It was written by our political envoy. My lord is really a Qing official. It's not a political envoy. It was a man named Xu Qian. There is also a small character, Shuyang Palace on the side. It turned out to be a student of our political envoy. Outside the city of Qingzhou, Ziyang monks and a number of high-ranking officials in Qingzhou personally send the governor's team out of the city. Xu Qian saluted as a disciple. I don't know when we can see each other. Take care of the teacher. Ziyang lay man sweated slightly. This time, I went to Yunzhou to handle the case well. We must always remember to serve the court. For the people of the world. For the people of the world. A few days later, the post station on the Qingzhou border was 2 a.m. After the end of the tuna and viewing. Xu Qian, who hadn't slept for 7 days, was carrying a candle. Walked out of the room. Xu Qian knocked lightly on the counter twice. Make a dull sound. The clan awakened. Sleepy-eyed got up and asked, Sir, what are the commands? Give me 7 envelopes and stationery. The officer is to write a letter. The family immediately came out of the cupboard. Pull out a dozen pieces of stationery and envelopes. It was the first time that someone had ever seen someone write 7 letters in one sitting. But I don't dare to refute it. Xu Qian took the envelope and stationery. Turn around and go upstairs. Back to the room. He placed the envelope on his desk. Remove the red lotus petals from the bathroom path. Press 5 petals against 5 envelopes. Then spread out the paper. Press on the paper. Grind to write letters. The first letter was addressed to Princess Huaiqing. At the time of writing this letter, I have arrived at the Qingzhou border. Coming soon to Yuzhou. When I left Beijing, I wanted to consult with His Highness. Listen to your high-level opinions. But I don't want to offend His Highness somewhere. Make His Highness so ruthless. Close doors. Pass through Yuzhou. A corruption case was solved. From this it is secretly visible. The witch god cult has been corrupting the imperial court for a long time. Secretly cultivated many sons-in-law. The so-called embankment of 1,000 miles. Collapsed in an anthill. No, you can't. I hope that your highness can advise your majesty. Hard. Revive the dynasty. By the way, there is a flower named Red Lotus in Qingzhou. It is in full bloom in the middle of winter. The wind bone of the red lotus. Out of the mud without staining. Clear ripples but not demons. Straight through the outside. No vines, no branches. Fragrance is far away and clear. Ting-ting net planting. It can be seen from a distance and cannot be played with. This reminded His Highness of the lowly position. I'm sorry to know that this is a big thing for your highness. Disrespectful to His Highness's elegance is peerless. It is a lowly life. You are like the red lotus, out of the mud without staining. Clear ripples but not demons. He picked half of the lotus flowers, sent with the letter to His Highness. Let's talk about it. The second letter is addressed to Princess Linen. The night was long. Sleeplessness. His Highness's voice and smile were in front of him, ringing in the ears. Half a moon gone. I miss it so much. The trip to Yunzhou is not lonely. There are a lot of interesting and bizarre things happening along the way. It turns out that there are water ghosts in the canal. On the way, a tiger ran to the deck for the night. Suddenly, I heard the call of my deceased mother. So the demon sent the god to jump into the water. The water ghost grabbed him by the ankle, trying to drag him to the bottom of the river. Fortunately, the lowly position was detected in time. Desperately jumped into the river. Fight the water ghost for 300 rounds. The waves were scorching. Only then did he save the poor tiger Benway. There is also Qinzhou to Yinzhou on the way. Passing by a village, a strange thing happened in the village. Incidents occurred after the death of the daughter-in-law of a certain household. Wandering around the room all day and all night. Grow white teeth, blue and black nails. When you see someone, you bite. Fortunately, he passed by. At a glance, I saw the woman's incident. And for a reason. The truth is only after a strict investigation. It turned out that the husband was cheating on the widow at the head of the village. He wants to divorce his wife and marry another. When his wife did not want to, he brutally killed her. His wife died unjustly. The ghost lingers. That's when things happened. By the way, there is a flower named Red Lotus in Qinzhou. Enchanting as fire. It always reminds me of lowly beauties. His Royal Highness is wearing a red dress. She was just as angry as a princess. Sue, wife, and wrote here. Hurry up and melt away. It was easy to write for a while. She's so bright as the wind, light as an arrow. But when a gust of wind blows, she bowed her head shyly. A word came to my heart. The most is the gentleness of the bowed head. Like a water lotus, it is not too shy to cool the breeze. The lowly position is abrupt. No offense to the princess. It's just that the beauty of the princess is humble. The third letter was addressed to Miss Kai Wei. Not seen for a day. Such as every 3 autumns. Pinch your fingers and count. We also have half a month and a half unabated. How is the fund refined? There could be a smooth promotion to alchemist. There is a delicacy in Yuzhou called yellow sprout flavored ham. Ham is a delicacy unique to the south. It's hard to find in the north. It's also very simple. Use the ham well. Peel off the skin. Remove the oil and store the meat. Start by separating the skin and meat with chicken broth and crispy it. Put the yellow sprouts heart. Cut off by the roots. About 2 inches long. Honey wine and water. Simmer for half a day. Sweet and fresh. The meat dish is hugely slippery, and the root and some of cabbage are not scattered at all. The soup is also beautiful. There are several cuisines in Qinzhou. Let me come with them all. By the way, there is a flower in Qinzhou. His name is Red Lotus. This flower is bright and lively. Bloom in the wind. When swaying with the wind, it's like a bright smiling face. I can't help but think of Miss Kai Wei. You're such a heartless person. Xu Qian'an hurriedly melted it again. Damn, almost wrote out the truth. You're such a happy girl. Carefree. Innocent. It has a pair of big, clear, and bright eyes. See the vulgar. The fourth letter is addressed to Miss Fuka. But the moon was not seen. I miss you. Miss your laughter. Missing your coat. I miss you, white Nako, and the smell on you. Cross out, cross out. Vulgar. I, Xu Qian'an, am not such a person. But the moon was not seen. I miss you. At this time, I had arrived at the border of Qinzhou. Tomorrow will be in Yunzhou. This way. My colleagues also invited me to the workshop division. But I refused. Because without your teacher's division, it's that kind of dance music. Right here, Xu Qian'an said that the main thing is that he can't prostitute in vain. Xu Qian'an continued to write and couldn't help but remember. You and I are entangled day and night. The love is strong. I'm whispering in your ear. I'm not easy to exclaim. You nodded sheepishly. It was a good time for us. A trip to Yunzhou than I imagined. More time-consuming and labor-intensive. The time we have seen each other is very far away. I know you want to go crazy. When lovesickness is unbearable, remember to get your nails trimmed. By the way, there is a flower called red lotus in Xinzhou. This flower burns like fire, as passionate as you are. It's unforgettable. Xu Qian'an finished writing a letter to the spare tires. I'm still very satisfied with the content. Write different content for the different personalities of the spare tires. For example, Huiqing likes current affairs. Xu Qian'an writes cases, and Lennon likes to listen to stories. Xu Qian'an wrote strange text notices along the way. Chu Kaiwei is a foodie. Xu Qian'an chatted with him about food. As for the trunk rolled over the sheets so many times. Writing a letter is more like flirting. Next is a letter to the family. The fifth letter was addressed to Lin Yu's sister. Brother Wei is very good outside. I just miss you a little. From small to large. Brother Wei has not been away from you for more than 3 days. Of course, I never left. The second uncle and aunt can also adapt to life in the inner city. The inner city is expensive. No better than the outer city. But don't be wronged. Get out and about. Take a look at the silk and jewelry shops. When I left, he left 300 taels of silver for his aunt. Enough for the family to spend for a while. The eldest brother is not at home. Jiro is in the academy again. There are some things to remember to make up your own minds. Don't listen to your stupid mother for everything. If your aunt proposes to marry you again, tell him to give me back 300 taels of silver. Ask him to give me back the silk. Big brother doesn't want to come home and find out that you're married. By the way, there is a flower called red lotus in Xinzhou. As beautiful as you. Gentle and beautiful. The sixth letter is addressed to the aunt. The content is simple. Please take care of Lenny. The seventh letter was addressed to second Uncle Sue. I'm fine outside. At the time of writing this letter, I just arrived at the Qingzhou border. What will happen in Yunzhou? Unknown at this time. Do not worry. Men always want it. You and my dad have gone through a lot of twists and turns. Isn't it just fought on the battlefield? I've been impacting the God refining realm lately. I hope I go back to Beijing 12 books. You have also been successfully promoted to the God refining realm. Borrow my Su family's 2 gods. It's very impressive to listen to. And I suddenly remembered that you don't know a few big words. I don't think I didn't write a letter to the old one. I always thought you were a father. Naturally, I think about my son. I didn't write to him. Just tell him we're moving. Anyway, half a month has passed. By now, you should know where your family has moved. Hopefully, I'm overwhelmed. At this time, Xu Qian'an was thousands of miles away, still living in the shadow of no family. The sun had just risen. A team of more than 100 people slowly moved forward on the official road. Governor Zhang lifted the curtain, said with emotion Dafeng's sane record. Yunzhou spans 60,000 miles. The product is abundant. Before Emperor Wuzong rose up, the affluence of Yunzhou, it could be ranked in the top 5 in the Dabong states. The early years of Yuanjing. Yunzhou has a total population of 5 million. Since then, the Yellow Book has been fabricated every 10 years. The population is gradually declining. 30 years of Yuanjing. Yunzhou has a population of more than 3.5 million. It is now the 36th year of Yuanjing. In 4 more years will be the year of the recreation of the Yellow Book. I don't know how many people are left in this Yunzhou. Xu Qian'an was slightly shocked. The population has shrunk by 1.5 million in 30 years. And the real shrinkage of the population will only be much larger than that. Because the land of Yunzhou is fertile. In the case of no natural disaster, you don't have to think about famine. Xu Qian'an burst out of his mouth with a national scolding. What the hell place? Governor Zhang continued. This loss of population, half of it is because the taxes are too heavy. Fortunately, he abandoned the land and became a homeless person, or go to the city to find another way to make a living, or the grass is a coward. These people are not recorded in the royal book. Then there is the serious problem of banditry. Sometimes copycat bandits in order to replenish labor will take the initiative to go down the mountain and plunder the people. Of course, these mountain bandits are not in the yellow book. Xu Qian'an listened to Zhang Xuanfu's words in his ears. The mind is analyzing. In the early years of Yuanjing, there were still 5 million people. When Yuanjing was 10 years old, the population began to shrink. By the 30th year of Yuanjing, there were 1.5 million people. The real reduction in numbers is likely to be even greater. Yunzhou has taken a sharp turn in the past 20 years. It was almost the beginning of Emperor Yuanjing's cultivation, because Emperor Dabong was obsessed with monasticism. Therefore, the witch god cult feels that there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. The witch god cult has been plotting for more than 20 years. Definitely not petty. The kingdoms of Dabong and the witch god cult. There must be a war. Xu Qian'an thought about it. I almost nodded and fell asleep. Governor Zhang immediately woke him up. You're not in a good state of mind. What's going on? He remembered that Xu Qian'an had been guarding himself all the way. And it didn't stay. Feng Si should not be so exhausted. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Sober up. Not much. It's just becoming a master of time management. This is the 8th day of his sleeplessness. Pain in the brain protrusions. It was as if the blood vessels were about to burst. There were even slight hallucinations at dinner this morning. Thought Su Lining was snatching his meat buns. Xu Qian'an took a deep breath. 2 days to go. Survive these 2 days. I should be able to advance to the God-refining realm. I can't let myself fall asleep. Otherwise, it will be in vain. Suddenly, Xu Qian'an felt that his heart was beating so uncomfortably. In another place, a caravan of 300 men trekked through the pass. Horse-drawn wagons pulled goods. At this time, a horsewoman from the Dart Master caught up with Yang Yingying. Everyone plays with the uncle at night. Uncle, all the money earned on this trip belongs to you. 10 taels of silver. It's just that Yang Yingying turned a deaf ear. Do not respond or refuse. There is no such thing as her. Yang Yingying was originally a woman in the Yunzhou Jiaofeng Temple. He was also an Oiran when he was younger. Later, I was fortunate to meet my beloved. Ransom for her. And he was kept in the courtyard and became outside. And this year past 3 lives, the posture is undiminished. On the contrary, the figure is getting more and more stormy. It also adds to the charm of a mature woman. At this time, at first glance, her hands look like they are protecting her plump breasts. Avoid being desecrated by the gaze of certain men. In fact, she was protecting an object in her arms. It was this object that forced her to leave Yunzhou. The Dart Master saw that Yang Yingying ignored him, snorted coldly. Speaking of this kind of water spirit woman who travels alone. If it weren't for Boss Zhao, there are no bones left after being eaten for a long time. The owner of this caravan is called Zhao Long. In his early years, he was also a well-known hero in Yunzhou. Black and white are all you can eat. I'm tired of licking blood from the knife. Relied on the name that he broke down in his early years. And connections. Started a caravan business. He can always take care of the cottages along the way. Leave Yunzhou peacefully. Distribute the goods everywhere. Earn a lot of money. It's been a long time. A lot of businessmen are willing to spend a lot of money. Join Zhao Long's caravan. Ask for peace. And Yang Yingying. It's a part of hiding under this big tree to enjoy the shade. Suddenly, Zhao Long at the front of the caravan frowned. Then I saw him raise his hand and make a gesture. The Dart Master saw this. Immediately draw your weapon, like a great enemy. But the knife was only half unsheathed. This is the unwritten rule of darts. Everyone mixes the rivers and lakes. What I ask for is talent. Unless there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Otherwise, it won't die. Both sides of the trail. 70 or 80 people jumped out of the dense forest. The sword and spear are bright. More than 20 riders were killed on the fork in the road. All of them are strong and strong. Xiaolong was a little puzzled. He walked this road several times a year. Which section of the road needs to be dotted? Which hill needs filial piety? He knows it all. This forest. When did such a group of bandits appear? Zhao Long rode his horse forward for a short while. Lang said in the next Zhao Long friends. Which way was mixed before? Just wait for the other party to get closer. He was suddenly realized that something was wrong. These bandits have military mothers around their waists, holding a Shur long knife in his hand. These are all equipment in the army. He had heard that there was no shortage of military quarters in some large stockades. Sabers, crossbows, and even firearms are all available. But those are all top-level bandits. It shouldn't be here. This side of the governor of the capital. Nicholas Song took the opportunity to taunt. Ningyan, you look. It's like a sick woman who has been hollowed out by a woman. Xu Qian'an glanced at him. I have a friend who asked me, is there any pill for aphrodisiac and kidney tonic in 4 days? Song Tingfeng immediately threw the pot to Zhu Guangxiao. That friend of mine is Zhu Guangxiao. Guangxiao, you're all people who have a fiancé. Why bother so hard? Zhu Guangxiao looked at him silently. I pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. And you are eating too ugly. Every morning, the girl who sleeps with you can't get out of bed. You yourself don't know moderation. Empty body. Nicholas Song said with a rippling face. I am amazing. Only a girl named Fawns could cooperate with me to the fullest. Although they are also tired of parrying. Xu Qian said meaningfully. It's not that you're amazing. It's that people can tolerate your insignificance. A few people laughed and cursed. Jiang Luzhong, who led the team, suddenly changed his face. Reined in the horse. Chen said that there was a smell of blood in front of him. All hands are ready. Immediately after that, the sound of the blade unsheathed was uniform. Tiger Benwei and the watchman drew their sabers at the same time and took off the crossbow. Jiang Luzhong's family rushed out first. The moment you rush into the dense forest, sword shot from both sides, attacking the guards and tiger guards in the wild run. Jiang Luzhong raised his hand and pressed it down. The sword feather slammed into the invisible masonry wall, powerless to fall. And all last night, Jiang Luzhong shouted in a deep voice. Hu Bijuan entered the forest to kill the enemy. When talking, Jiang Luzhong looked at the official road ahead. The goods were scattered all over the place. I think it's a caravan. It's time to pick up the poisonous hands of the bandits. When the bandits heard the sound of horses' hooves, it was too late to retreat, so they laid an ambush in the woods. At this time, the sound of fierce battle was heard in the dense forest. Tiger runs satellite TV, one of the 5 guards in the capital, although not as brave and good at fighting as the Forbidden Army, but far better than the local army. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Xu Qian in anxiety. Ningyan, have you ever killed anyone? Xu Qian casually reported the results. I've killed 1. Seriously injured 1. Jiang Luzhong sneered. The boy whose hair has not grown. The people burst into laughter when they heard this. Except for Xu Qian. This rookie who has joined the watch for less than 2 months. Everyone else is battle-hardened. I didn't blink an eye until I killed someone. Jiang Luzhong laughed for a while. Shen Xingdao went to practice. Kill at least 10. Xu Qian has a certificate. The word murder keeps going back and forth in my mind. I almost forgot about the world. Human life is like a mustard. It is not at all as strict as the law of later generations. Xu Qian withdrew his gaze. Exhaled slowly. Then he nodded heavily. Myself, It's time to fit into some of the rules of this world. Xu Qian'an agreed. It's like a big bird flying into the jungle. The black gold long knife took away a human head in a flash. With half of his feet stepping into the cultivation of the god refining realm. Slashing and slashing this group of bandits is like chopping melons and vegetables. And then there is the black gold long knife that sharpens iron like clay. No one can stop him. In one round, he took a knife in his hand. Take the lives of mountain bandits one by one. Suddenly, a blazing sword came from behind him. A man with a big steel knife. Ning smiled and ran towards Xu Qian'an. Zhang Luzhong, who was squinting at the battle on the official road, saw this. Black laughed. Those 3 bandits are good. A pinnacle of Qi training. The 2 gas engines are slightly weaker. But it's not a weak hand that has just entered the Qi refining realm. A Siamese spoke up. Xu Qian's cultivation was only to practice Qi sword. It is impossible to block the siege of 3 masters of the same realm. Besides, he is still very immature. There aren't many kills. Lack of practical experience. Do you want to help him? Zhu Guangxiao and Nicholas Song knew. Xu Qian'an is impacting the god refining realm. However, this is not a good thing, because he was in a state of exhaustion. It affects the combat power very much. Zhang Yuzhong quietly pointed like an arrow, staring at Xu Qian'an, who was under siege, always ready to come to the rescue. Xu Qian'an held the knife. The face is calm. Is the quality of the mountain bandits in Yunzhou so high? Casually ran into 3 refining devices. He took the initiative to meet him. The man who swung his knife and slashed at Shi Gangdao. Meanwhile, visualize in your mind a picture of a golden lion roaring. Chun Xiong's roar burst out of his throat. The mountains and forests shook with an earthquake. The 2 sides of the battle were briefly frozen. Just a few tenths of a second of stillness decided their life and death. In the sharp light of the black gold long knife, the 3 were cut in half alive, after a silver luo was shocked by his soul of opportunity. It completely surpassed the ordinary peak of Qi refining. Even me. I only dare to say that I am slightly stronger than him. Zhang Luzhong said. The issues we should be concerned about are, where did he come from the idea of Buddhism? It was a lion's roar. There's one more problem. He seems to be practicing 2 visualizations together, and they've all been put into the house. This can already impact the god refining realm. He has only been a watchman for 2 months. Xu Qian'an can, in a short time, kill 3 warriors, and it doesn't hurt itself. This means that the gong present goes head-to-head with him. No one can walk through 10 moves in his hands. Nicholas Song looked at it in shock. Usually everyone gets along with each other on an equal footing. And now I know. Turns out you can hit 10 of us. Zhang Luzhong knows it even more. Xu Qian's mastery is a slash between heaven and earth. But he didn't use it all the time. That illustrates. These are not Xu Qian's true strength. Clean up this group of bandits. Tiger Benway brought it out in the dense forest. A group of ordinary people who were tied up by flowers. Inquiries led to the identification of their merchants. So there's no need to control them again. Governor Zhang comforted them with a pleasant face. And show your identity. It is guaranteed to send them back to White Emperor City in the center of Yunzhou. Then he looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground. Said to organize the Tiger Benway. Let's bury all these bodies. Then sort out the goods and bring them together. Suddenly, Su's wife did not arrive. Something is not right. Zhang Yu's Chinese dialect immediately stared for a moment. There was no ambush around. It was just a simple incident of bandits blocking the road. Something like this happens every day in Yunzhou. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Not an ambush. I checked the site. It was found that most of the people killed by the mountain bandits were dart masters. These merchants and ordinary people were unharmed. The goods are also kept in good condition. The robbers did not even tear the waterproof postal cloth. Count the loot. Isn't it strange for the two adults? Bandits are all sorted. Confirm that the goods of high value are scattered all over the place. Put something to the side. Governor Zhang Qian'an may not have time to clean up. Xu Qian'an asked why there was time to tie people up. If I were a robber, then I will definitely ask for money. This truckload of cargo is my goal. I'm going to kill those ordinary people along with me. Why bother tying them up? Unless Governor Zhang suddenly woke up. Unless their goal is not to protect. It's people who think about it. He nodded. Just ask. Xu Qian'an beckoned. In exchange for a middle-aged criminal merchant. Ask who you are. The middle-aged criminal merchant replied to the villain. It is a silk merchant in the realm of the White Emperor City. Brought 2,000 horses of silk to Qingzhou to do business. Because it's a long way to go. Afraid of being bandits. Went to Qingzhou with Zhao Ye's caravan. This man is quite capable. Black and white are all you can eat. His caravan had been safe in the past. The villain has worked with him too much. Who wants to hunt geese all day today? Finally blinded by a goose peck. This Zhao Long is also a character. Let's talk about credit. It's a pity. Then Su's wife asked one by one. It was found that they were all businessmen. And in company. I haven't found any problems yet. Xu Qian'an glanced around. His eyes were fixed on the woman who was a fish. She looked to be in her early 30s. Xu Qian'an looked at her. You are a weak woman who went to Qingzhou alone. It's why. Yang Ying hesitated. A few years ago, the husband of a famous woman went to Qingzhou to make a living. I sent a letter back a while ago. Said that business in Qingzhou is doing well. I wanted to come back in person to pick up Minfu and settle in Qingzhou. But because of the business tired, can't get out of it. Let the caravan hired by the rich people go to Qingzhou together. Minfu inquired for a long time. It is said that Zhao Ye's caravan is very good, safe and trustworthy. Xu Qian'an narrowed her eyes slightly. There is a good reason for this. At first glance, there are no flaws. It can be used as an ordinary private house. Saw a bloody scene. It shouldn't be pale. Do you just talk to people? And when he speaks, keep your eyes on the ground. It's like memorizing lines. This is a sign of lack of self-confidence. Xu Qian'an looked at Yang Ying. I ask you a few questions. Yang Ying glanced up at her. Lowered again. I said in a weak tone, sir. Excuse me. Xu Qian'an said in a deep voice. What is your husband's name? Yang Ying pondered, just waiting for her to answer. Xu Qian'an interrupted her directly. And he asked where you lived. What are the features of your husband's physiognomy? Your husband is a few feet tall. What did your husband write in the letter? Could you please repeat a few words? What does your husband do for a living? Yang Ying stood there, blank and helpless. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Don't talk about it. As he spoke, he motioned to Hu Ben to search him. Yang Ying took a step back in horror. Wrap your arms around your chest. Biting his lip in shame. Indignant, Xu Qian'an smiled and thought about it for too long. If a wife, even the husband's name and characteristics, it takes a long time to think about it. So how can others believe it? Falsehood. It's not just a few sentences that can be convincing. If you don't want to be searched, just be honest. Why did those mountain bandits organize prisons? Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. He also reassured that my lord was the governor of the imperial court. There is no official in this Yunzhou who is bigger than him. Just say what you want. Governor Zhang shook his hand slightly. The Daoben official was ordered by the emperor to inspect Yunzhou. You're just a folk woman. It's not worth the deception of this officer. Yang Ying waited again and again. Realized that you don't have a choice. So he fell to his knees with a thud. Yang Ying, the father of the people, went to Qingzhou this time. It is to avoid fire. At the same time, look for Lord Yang, the political envoy of Qingzhou. Justice for my husband. Governor Zhang pondered for a moment. Who is the husband? What to seek? Lord Yang administers justice. Yang Ying cried, and the deputy husband of the people was Zhou Ming. Governor Zhang instantly lost his voice and said something. Zhou Ming is the one who died in Yunzhou. The case is him. It was revealed that Yunzhou commanded Yangtze River to collude with mountain bandits. Convey military posture. Profiteering. The secret letter was sent back to the capital. Soon he died silently. Su Weifen's first reaction when he heard this was that he was lying. Unjust. Will you let a case take his wife and children with him? Isn't that a minute? Governor Zhang frowned at Zhou Ming. What grievances did he have? Yang Yingying said in a mournful voice. My husband's military aide. He is a manager of the Yunzhou Metropolitan Command Mission. Governor Zhang pretended to be taken aback. There was a sudden change in attitude. Bent down to help Yang Yingying, who was kneeling. It turned out to be Zhou's wife. What happened to Zhou? Why did the lady go to Qinzhou to complain? Qinzhou and Yunzhou are states of the same rank. The envoy of the Yang ministry may not take over this case. This official is the governor of Yunzhou. The 3 divisions of Yunzhou must obey my wife's orders. What are the grievances? But it doesn't hurt to say that. Yang Yingying stared at Governor Zhang and said to this adult, Can the women take a look at your appointment papers? Or can too. As soon as these words came out, the Gong Yin Luo couldn't help but hold down the handle of the knife. Looking at the Yang Yingying, Xu Qian'an also held the hilt of the knife. Stared at her seriously. She understands the market very well. These are not the words of an ordinary woman. Even if she is experienced Mrs., there is no chance of fluctuation in this woman. The coverage of body fat by visual inspection is also not like that of martial arts. But it can only rule out that the other party is a dancer. There are too many bells and whistles in other systems, not to be taken lightly. Zhang Xuanfu quietly took 2 steps back. Cough. It is said that there is a labor general. Jin Luo took the documents and official seals of the official. Jiang Lu glanced at him. After a sentence of cowardice in my heart. Only then did he take the documents and official seals and hand them to Zhang Xuanfu. It's just that Zhang Xuanfu didn't answer. He also said awe-inspiringly, This official reads that you are Mrs. Jingli. Allow you to be an official. Jiang Yuzhong had no choice but to go to his previous life to issue documents and official seals. Yang Yingying looked carefully for a long time. In fact, it was the first time he had seen the appointment papers. But after seeing the seal of the wild goose, he had no doubts. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed and said to your father Yang Yingying, This is a woman from the Yunzhou teaching division. A few years ago, I met and fell in love with Lord Zhou. Holding the sword halberd, he has been waiting by Lord Zhou's side. Mingfu is a woman raised by Zhou Ming outside. Every once in a while, will meet me once. Xu Qian'an suddenly realized. It turned out to be a seafood merchant. No wonder she is more knowledgeable than ordinary women. I also know how to read documents and watch seals. Yang Yingying continued some time ago. Lord Zhou suddenly came to find Mingfu. Handed over the relics to me. He said he could be in danger in the near future. If something really happens, just let me hide right away. Get up and find a way to get out of Yunzhou. Give this thing to Lord Yang, the political envoy of Qinzhou. It didn't take long. Mingfu received the news of Zhou's death. The people are sad and afraid. I didn't dare to continue to live there. He hid in a sister's house. Ask him for information. After hiding for a while, Sister Mingfu told me, Zhao Ye's caravan is going to Qinzhou in the near future. So I borrowed from him 20 denarii. Bought a horse. With the caravan leaving Yunzhou, Xu Qian'an watched coldly towards Yang Yingying's micro-expression. This time he spoke with an unbiased look in his eyes. There is no hint of fraud. It's just that Zhou Ming was not exposed until he died. His identity as a Vigate. Even if the other party is a completely trustworthy friend of Guan Bao. This shows that Zhou Ming is a qualified case. As for why he went to Qinzhou to find Ziyang monks, and not other adjacent species, it is estimated that Zhou Ming doesn't believe anyone. I only believe in this great Confucian of Yunlu Academy. First of all, compared to ordinary readers, the great Confucianism of Yunlu Academy is because of the cultivation system. Character is more trustworthy. After all, rotten people can't follow the Confucian system. Secondly, the scholars from Yunlu Academy and Guozijian. There is a dispute over Taoism. The principle that the enemy is a friend in the face of the enemy. It is the right choice to find Zhang Jusher. Governor Zhang asked with a frown. You suspect that Zhou Ming was killed. Yang Ying nodded vigorously. This is already obvious. Isn't it begging the adults to make decisions for my husband? Governor Zhang pondered for a moment. I promise you, you leave the last thing you have to go through the week. Take it out. Yang Ying immediately bowed and thanked your lord. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but look at it differently. Lao Zhang's scheming is okay. It is worthy of being an old fritter in officialdom. The person who followed Wei Yuan to do things. My heart is dirty. Yang Ying immediately reached into her arms. Felt out half a jade pendant. Serve it with both hands. This is what Lord Zhou handed over to the women that night. Governor Zhang took the jade pendant. Hold fingertips and spread. This looks like a token. After a moment, she put away the jade pendant. He commanded all the soldiers to go on. Go to Yunzhou. The sun is shining. Warmth. On this rare morning. Huaiqing's sword practice is over. I was about to call the palace maid to prepare hot water. Turn your head to look. 2 palace maids were found sitting in a gazebo, playing chess. She didn't say anything. Silently walked into the gazebo. Watched 2 palace maids play chess. They play chess in a haphazard manner. I don't understand the layout. I don't know how to fight for a dominant position. And the next child is like flying. Bang, bang, bang. It doesn't seem to be a thought. Huaiqing's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This kind of child's play. It was very uncomfortable for him as a big player. But watch for a moment, and he understood. This kind of chess is very simple. It's to line up 5 words first, or vertically, horizontally, or obliquely. It doesn't matter. Whoever comes first will be the winner. He couldn't help but say what kind of chess too this is. The palace maid was frightened. Got up in a hurry. The soft answer was backgammon. Another palace maid explained. It came from Princess Linen. Now it has spread in the palace. Is everyone playing? I heard that even Chen Geifei said it was interesting. Huaiqing Wenyin nodded. Linen, he's just a stupid girl. Huaiqing said indifferently that you should go and prepare. The main palace is to bathe, and Wushan, so that the cook does not have to prepare. The lobby of the post station was full of watchmen and tiger guards. Su Tsumian ate a hot meal. I complained in my heart. The food in Yunzhou is a little numb. It's spicy and like spices. I don't like the food here. Will you get hemorrhoids if you eat spicy food often? At this time, Xu Qian'an found Nicholas Song staring at other people's butts and kicked him under the table. Look at what? Just after scolding, he took a few looks at it himself. The young woman's figure was plump and seductive. When you sit, your dress is close to your hips. Outline the full curves. Nicholas Song whispered and looked at what's going on. Everyone else is watching. Men are like that. See beautiful women. I always unconsciously take a few more looks. I can't control my gaze. Unless the daughter-in-law is right next to you. In order to endure with great perseverance. Nicholas Song muttered and stopped looking. Don't look at it and save it uncomfortable. Governor Zhang gave another order. During the period of Yunzhou, you are not allowed to go to the teaching workshop division. Do not leave the inn, unless there is a task. After eating, Governor Zhang invited Xu Qian'an and Jiang Luzhong in the room. The governor of the council was born in the imperial history. Said that Yunzhou was because of the bandits. So the ban on knives was lifted. So compared to the daylight, it's safer at night. Because the curfew is particularly strict. Jiang Jinluo needs protection that will never leave. The matter of this official's investigation of the case will be examined for you for the time being. The watchman and the tiger in the post station are for it. You can do whatever you want. Sue's wife, Anwen. His face was also covered with black lines. It's really a palace person. The governor explained the first few days. The official must not have to entertain in many ways. I also need to touch the bottom of Yunzhou officialdom. Xu Qian'an accepted this reason, understood the lowly position. Do your best. Governor Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Ask how you plan to proceed with the case. Xu Qian'an pondered for a moment. First, go to the government office to ask for Zhou Ming's posthumous relics. Let's go to his house again. Governor Zhang was puzzled and said that there was no need to dig up a grave for an autopsy. Xu Qian'an laughed and waited for the adult to ask. People have been dead for more than half a month. The rotten skin is swollen and the bones break when you poke it. All you can drink fishy wet water. Governor Zhang, who had just eaten a full meal, said. I couldn't help but retch. Xu Qian'an saw this. Slip away. He retired from his position. Leave the room. He summoned Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao, including 4 gongs, and so on horses to rush to the palace. Xu Qian'an controlled Ma Yin. From time to time, he glanced at the white emperor given by the clan and became greedy. I fumbled for almost an hour. I finally saw the gate of the palace. The lewd Luo, surnamed Tang, sighed with emotion, according to the rules of officialdom. This kind of relic is left in 3%. The greedy ones are even as high as 5%. I don't know how many relics of Zhou's experience can be left. Xu Qian's face sank. In the law of the Great Bong, is there any penalty for such incidents? Tang Yinluo nodded and said, Of course there is. Embezzle the inheritance of the imperial court. It depends on the level of financial preciousness. At least 50 will be suspended. In severe cases, the suspension of accounts and dismissal are fined. Xu Qian'an suddenly asked. The same is true of the yamen. Tang Yinluo explained. How dare you? It is expressly forbidden, and our watchmen are different from these officials. The same group of fighters is fighting side by side. Let's go to the friendship of the Qinglu. Who dares to take it privately? When the brothers did not agree, Song Tingfeng nodded with a smile. One day, Ning Yin you sacrificed. Who dares to embezzle your pension elder? Z is sure to kill him. Xu Qian'an was too lazy to complain about this stupid lack. I always feel that something is wrong with what you said. After entering the mansion to reveal his identity, one wears a green robe. The official who claimed to be the 7th grade of the government came out to greet him. In order to prevent people from stealing property, all the objects that Zhou experienced are present. In the treasury of the government office, in Zhou Ming's relics, there are calligraphy and painting, medical antiques, pen, ink, paper, inkstone, and so on. Xu Qian'an looked at the past with no small idea. After seeing the remnants of only 30 taels of silver, he said in a deep voice, adult. That's not right? Zhou experienced 6 dignified products. He has been on the job for more than 20 years. It's more than enough to save a tael a year. Manager Fu said with a smile. That's 20 taels. Xu Qian'an stared at him deadly. Dare to skin with me? Embezzle the inheritance of the imperial court. It depends on the level of financial preciousness. The light is 50 years old. In severe cases, the suspension of accounts and dismissal are fined. Chu experienced greed and greed. Helplessly, Su's inner weak experience is addicted to beauty. Or there are other pastimes. Spending money is like running water. Anyway, it's just a bit of a possessions. He has a fearless attitude and carries things. The government of the House Tooth Fairy handled. Say as much as you want. If you are not convinced, you have the ability to return the dead ghost to the young. Xu Qian'an was not polite when he saw this. The officials in Yunzhou are not beating people from time to time. I saw Fu, sure snorting, beat the watchman and supervise hundreds of officials. Naturally, the official has heard of it. Xu Qian'an suddenly raised his foot and kicked directly into the lower abdomen of Fu Shi. That's just what I've only heard but haven't experienced. You lack the beating of the watchman. Just experience the fat body flew upside down and hit the wall. It took a few seconds for him to moan. Xu Qian'an pulled out a knife and put it on his neck. This official came to Yunzhou with the governor to investigate the case. There's a right to act cheaply, even if it kills you. The governor can also pocket it for me. Believe it or not. Fu experienced a few gasps. Emphasis in disbelief. This is the government office. Xu Qian'an was almost amused. What's wrong with the government? Lao Tzu dared to kill people at the entrance of the Ministry of Punishment. Is it hard to kill you with a mere 7th-grade experience? Saying that, Xu Qian'an pressed his hand. Sharp black gold long knife. Instantly cut the back of the neck of this experiencer. The latter clearly felt the pain coming from the back of his neck. How dare he kill me? I experienced a little tightening of the heart. Panicked look at the other watchmen. Try they can stop this lawless companion. But the attitude of Nicholas Song and others. Let the auxiliary experience sink in his heart. Nicholas Song met the other party's eyes and experienced the adult. You have usurped the inheritance of the imperial court. Even if it won't kill you, turn around and put you in jail. There's still a way to kill you. Tang Yinluo added. This is the method we are used to beating people. When the time comes, ask out. It's not as simple as inheritance. The assistant manager was really scared. Hurriedly said, the official knew that he was wrong. Xu Qian'an put away the knife at this time. A kick in the ass of the assistant manager. Get out of here. Call all the people who have received the money to Datong. The judge is to ask for the guilt one by one. At this time, Tang Yinluo asked, you are afraid that the relics with clues will be embezzled. As a result, the case could not be investigated. Xu Qian'an nodded. He shook his head again. If Zhou Ming really left clues in the relics, then he will not be able to choose those who are valuable. Objects that tend to make people greedy. I just want to get back what belongs to Zhou Ming. Pending the closure of the case. Handed over to his family. Tang Yinluo exclaimed. Your character deserves my appreciation. After saying that, I added that although you are very Su Chi's heart complaining about men's things can be called lustful. It's clearly a fair lady. Gentlemen, it's like a joke I've seen before. Although I smoked, drank, got tattoos, and went to nightclubs. But I know I'm a good girl. Although I prostitute for nothing, and prostitute for nothing. But I know I'm a good man. About 10 minutes. One wears a green robe with white sleeves and white shoes. The officer walked in. The face is rounded. The middle-aged prefect greeted him warmly. Heartache is the first to say that the official is ashamed. The official wanted to say nothing. He did such a humiliating thing. As he spoke, he pulled out a small, heavy package of drumsticks. Here, 150 taels are the relics of Zhou Jinli. The official has recovered it for him. Xu Qian'an took it. I waded in. The governor of a state can make such a concession. In fact, it all depends on the governor's sake. If the prefect doesn't buy it. He happened to go to Zhang Xuanfu to complain. Of course, this kind of thing is unlikely. Those who can mix with officialdom are smart people. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an opened his mouth and said to the prefect, help prepare the carriage. The official wants to bring the relics of Zhou's experience back to the post station. The prefect first glanced at the person embroidered with silver on his chest. Seeing that this Yinluo was silent. In my heart, there are a number of watchmen present. It is mainly the gong that speaks by itself. The prefect, who figured everything out, hurriedly bowed down and said surely. Xu Qian'an must leave 2 Tiger Band behind. Failure to cooperate with the officials of the government. Transporting Zhou Ming's relics back to the inn. And they rode out of the city. Zhou Ming's corpse. He was buried in a mass grave 30 miles outside the city. The mass graves are buried by the kings of poor families. Jia Jingyin will ask Mr. Feng Shui to choose the site of the tomb. At this time, a fast hand attacked and defended several adults. Zhou's grave is there. Xu Qian'an nodded. Command a few tiger guards. Take off the shovel hanging from the horse ditch. You shoveled, and I dug up the grave. Splashing of soil chips. With a muffled thud, the shovel hit the coffin. Tiger band guards wiped the dirt off the coffin. Pry opened the thin coffin. A foul stench poured out. This kills people. Putrefactive gas after skin tissue is broken down. It can cause swelling of the corpse. At this time, the skin will break with a gentle poke. Fishy blood splattered Xu Qian'an forcibly endured the churning stomach acid and said, "Untie his clothes." Half an hour later, Xu Qian'an looked at the corpse. It was preliminarily concluded that it was indeed not caused by external force. He did not find fatal wounds on the body. The cause of death is almost confirmed. It was the people of the witch god cult who did it. Murder in a dream. The means of the four-rank wizard. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill us? This side of the station. Zhang Xuanfu frowned. I've been watching it for an hour. Did you find out? People around the beating more. Shaking his head without a clue. Governor Zhang questioned sternly. Isn't Zhoming a case of beating people? You don't have a contact code. Zhang Luzhong said in a muffled voice. Not at all. Could it have been taken away or destroyed by the murderer long ago? All we are left with is some useless waste. And it's been half a month. There are no clues. Governor Zhang was a little irritable in his heart. A bunch of waste. It's a pity that I'm from the imperial history. It's not passable. Can only rely on this group of watchmen. It can be better to fight people. Investigating the case is a bit of a layman. At this time, Yan Luo proposed. Let the warlock question Yang Qian'an directly. Zhang Xuanfu snorted a bad idea. The accusations of warlocks above the 4th rank are not accurate. The official knew that Yang Qian'an colluded with mountain bandits. But what about the evidence? There is no evidence to punish the crime. How to cure a second-grade one? The commander Zhang Luzhong shook his head. Okay, Lord Governor. Don't embarrass them. Zhoming really didn't use a code. Governor Zhang was helpless. It is also possible that it was destroyed by the murderer. Now you can only count on Suning-yin. He could find a flaw in the sleeping silver case in the scroll. The old case of the county lord of Pingyang can be found in the funeral case. It may not be impossible to find out Zhou Ming's headless case this time. At this time, Xu Qian'an happened to walk in. He was followed by the accompanying guards and tiger guards. Governor Zhang's eyes lit up. What were the results of the post-mortem examination? Xu Qian'an replied. Post-mortem with Huya. Same. The governor nodded in disappointment. Then I heard that you hurt your tiger teeth. Xu Qian'an said lightly, I am measured. Won't kill. Are there any clues in these relics? Zhang Luzhong shook his head and didn't find the contact code. Maybe it was ruined. Now it's up to you to read you. As he spoke, he looked around at everyone. Chun Sheng said, You all learn a little. See how he solves the case. Who can learn a 10th too? Lao Tzu focuses on training. Zhang Luzhong has always wanted Xu Qian'an. But Wei Gong didn't give it. That's all he can do. Let Xu Qian'an train the watchmen under his command. Xu Qian'an pondered for a moment. Is the secret code of the Yamen? Zhang Luzhong said that the silver gong knows all the above. The gong that has been in contact with the case is also known. Xu Qian'an's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not enough secrecy. Zhou Ming. It is highly likely that the contact code of the Yamen was not used. One of the prostitutes was surprised and asked how it could be. Xu Qian'an said his analysis. If the password is classified at a high level, the murder cannot be in the crowd. Find the clues accurately and destroy them. Then the code should now be found out. But no, if the level of confidentiality is not high. Zhou Ming as a 20-year-old case. Experienced. Be thoughtful. How could it be possible to use such a crude method? It's too easy to crack. So it's not complicated. There is only one answer. He used other methods to hide the evidence. Those present heard this. Suddenly it dawned. Yes, that's right. At first glance, there is no clue. Actually, there is only one possibility. Zhou Ming used other methods to hide the evidence. But how do we find evidence that he is hiding? Xu Qian'an Shengdao. Let's analyze it from the beginning. If you are Zhou Ming, what will be done with this? Yin Luo said that he used to beat the guard. Didn't you just say the code for the door? The secrecy level of this code is not high enough. If that's me, I'm hiding somewhere no one can find me. Nonsense, no one can find words. What's the point of hiding the evidence? Speaking of which, Xu Qian snapped his fingers suddenly, looking at the gong that inadvertently revealed the mystery. That's right. The purpose of Zhou Ming's evidence is to be found. We found it. Follow the train of thought. Think again. Zhang Xuanfu said a little excitedly. That's the truth. Zhou Ming will not put the evidence hidden in a place where no one can find it. Then the object that hides the clue will not be valuable. But it's conspicuous. Hit the people staring at each other blankly. But they've all been inspected. There is no code. There is no one that can match the jade pendant. Xu Qian also fell into deep thought. There are too few idle clues. There is no way to find out. But investigating the case is all about finding clues. A good forensic expert, good at scrutinizing from all angles. Look for clues in the details. A few minutes later, one of the silver luo couldn't help but ask if he had a clue. But the words were not finished. Was interrupted by Jiang Luzhong Chen Sheng. Don't disturb him. Governor Zhang also pressed his hand. Signal everyone to be calm. At the same time, his heart also rippled. The reason why Duke Wei sent Xu Qian came. Did you expect the changes in Yunzhou? It was precisely because of the anticipation of the difficulty of this case. That's why Xu Qian, a prodigy who solves the case, was dispatched. Come and help the officer. Wei Gong really had a foresight. The layout is far-reaching. Correspondingly, the clever Wei Guild sent Xu Qian. It shows that he will definitely be able to solve the case. Zhang Xuanfu was secretly excited. I felt relieved all of a sudden. No more irritation. Xu Qian didn't know Zhang Xuanfu's rich inner drama. Immerse yourself in your own reasoning. Is there really a clue in these relics? If I were Zhou Ming, I'm trying to find a way to leave a clue for the watchman. However, it may not be left in the relics, because it's too easy to destroy. All it takes is a fire to turn to ashes. But you can't leave no clues. So the safest way is to operate in two lines. Eggs are not placed in one basket. That's right. Two-wire operation. Yang Ying is Zhou Ming's other basket. The poplar warbler is an unexpected bonus. It's not a clue left by Zhou Ming to beat the watchman. Since no clues have been found in Zhou Ming's relics, why don't you try to break through from Yang Yinin? If Yang Yinin arrives in Qingzhou, find the Ziyang monk and present the jade pendant to the celebrity weft. What should the Ziyang monks do? He's going to face the predicament I'm in right now. Lack of clues. Confused. In the case of a lack of clues, definitely find a way to get more information. So, how do you get the information? Of course, I asked the person who brought the jade pendant. Su wife and stood up suddenly. I got it. Call Yang Ying to come over. I have something to ask him. Governor Zhang immediately urged Dao to hurry up toward the silver gong. Go fast, very quickly. A gong invited the young woman to come over. Yang Ying saluted everyone. The adult called the woman downstairs. So what's going on? Xu Qian asked. When Zhou Ming handed over the jade pendant to you that night. What else has been said? Yang Ying shook her head. Except for those that Father Ming said earlier. Lord Zhou did not give an additional explanation. Otherwise, Father Ming would not have forgotten. Xu Qian smeared the teacup. There must be an explanation. Otherwise, even if they are immortals, they will be helpless. Zhou Ming is a senior case. IQ is absolutely online. Yang Ying didn't know. Maybe he didn't notice it. Xu Qian stared at him. You relayed what Zhou Ming said to you that night. You don't need to write a word. That's about it. Yang Ying tried hard to recall. That night, Lord Zhou came to find the women. It's still the same as ever. Brought me some pickled gouache and small gifts. Then there was a pot of wine and a few caddies of pig's head meat. Discretionary time. He chatted with me about officialdom as usual, and bandits in Yunzhou. But because the women of the people saw the flow of women. I don't like to hear that. So Lord Zhou didn't say much. Then there's the charade. When the women had finished eating, they served him. He just told me about it, and handed me half a jade pendant. Xu Qian'an said in a deep voice, "What are the anagrams?" Ying thought about it. Said 10 mouths. With a heart, Xu Qian'an just wanted to speak. Was robbed by Governor Zhang. The words of longing. Ying nodded. Go on and lose one. Lose one in 100 miles. Governor Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Bull's neck. Ying induces a bite to eat the tail of the ox. Governor Zhang heard this. Blurt out. The notice of the notification is changed. People looked at him in admiration. The governor is amazing. Governor Zhang heard this. Smug. It's another day of eyebrows. The dragon and phoenix are still among the officials. How can Su Ningyan be able to stand out? Xu Qian'an was a little dissatisfied with Governor Zhang's always interjecting. Interrupt your train of thought. Knocked on the table. He said in a deep voice, Lord Governor, I also have an anagram. Trouble for a long time. Governor Zhang sweated slightly. Motioned for him to ask the question. Su's wife said that Miss Wen got married. After Governor Zhang heard this, at first his brows furrowed slightly. Then his brow furrowed. Then the face stiffened. In the end, the whole person was at a loss. Sit there dumbfounded. Xu Qian'an nodded with satisfaction. Looked at Ying again. Let him continue. Ying meeting. The last two are anagrams. It is white jade flawless, and the sun and moon are the same day. The former is in yellow. The latter is the name. Xu Qian'an instructed his colleagues to find pen and paper. Spread it out on the table. Write down the 5 big characters of the riddle. Zhang Luzhong read it many times. What do these 5 words mean? They can't be connected in series. Each word is self-contained. What Zhou Ming wanted to express. Or really just a casual anagram. Xu Qian'an turned his head to look at Governor Zhang. I found that he was still immersed in his own world. These 5 words are obviously not anagrams. Then the role of the governor will be gone. Let him go and compete with Miss Wen. If this is the clue that Zhou Ming wants to reveal to the Ziyang monks, then he won't be too esoteric and obscure. Must be a first-time visitor to Yunzhou. It's easy to spot, too. It's something that can be easily discovered by newcomers. Think differently. What is needed by people who have just arrived in Yunzhou? Thinking about it, Xu Qian'an woke up suddenly. I've solved the mystery. Everyone present was shocked. But I found it unbelievable. Obviously, everyone is involved in the case. There was a discussion. Same information. Same clue. Everyone is confused. Why did he untie it? Is Su Lingyan really terrifying? In the anagram of Miss Wen's marriage, Zhang Xuanfu, who drilled the horns of the bull, was covered for a while. Broke the seal. Ecstatically grabbed Xu Qian's arm. You've solved the mystery. Is it really true? Su Qi's abdomen was slandered. At this time, I will say that I lied to you. I guess I'll be killed. Xu Qian got up and walked out. At least there was a major breakthrough. Under the gaze of all, he pulled a picture from the horse's lanyard. Returned to the lobby. Spread it out on the table. The mystery of the anagram is in the Kanyu map. A jade pendant alone can't convey a message. Zhou Ming will figure it out. Let Mrs. Bu bring more information. But for the sake of secrecy, he used a method of charades. He hid it from everyone, including Mrs. Yin, but with the wisdom of the Ziyang layman. Just ask carefully. You will be able to unravel the secrets of anagrams. Song Tingfeng frowned and asked, then why the secret of anagram is in the greedy plot? Xu Qian replied, because Kanyu too is the most. Something easy to get. It is also the first time to come to Yinzhou. We'll definitely get it. Everyone suddenly realized, that's right, it's in the Canyuta station. New to the city. Getting a copy of the map is the first choice. Xu Qian'an looked down at the map. My reasoning is right or wrong. Let's verify it together. Anagram provides 5 fonts. They are Sibo Suing Huangmin. The crowd was silently reciting those 5 words. While searching for the corresponding name, Song Tingfeng suddenly pointed to a certain town struggling, Siming Bridge. There is also a Huangbo Street here. As for the word Su in yellow, no corresponding location was found. Especially the word yellow. Too taboo. Not on the whole map. Xu Qian'an analyzed. The clue is likely to be in one of these 2 locations. Nicholas Song asked. The remaining 2 words are useless. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Speaking of other words may be a cover-up. Mix with water. Leave it at that. Wait for us to search these 2 places. Let's see if there's anything to gain. Zhang Xuanfu immediately selected 6 changers. Change into casual clothes. Go to Wangbo Street to find out the situation. Xu Qian'an brought Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng. 2 good friends. Go to Siming Bridge to find out. Huangbo Street is not far from the post station. More than 10 miles away. Siming Bridge is more than 20 miles long. The trio rode their horses through the wide streets. Lofts and mansions along the way. It has a distinctly southern character. Xu Qian'an was worried. Although the atmosphere is different from place to place. But the imperial court's control over Yinzhou is not too weak. The bright yellow cloth in the capital is for exclusive use of the royal family. But in Yinzhou, from time to time, you can see minions. At this time, Song Tingfeng suddenly arrived. The climate here in Yinzhou is really uncomfortable. Damp and cold. It's better for us to go to the capital. It's cold, but it's not so mad. When I see the merchant back today, I also saw passers-by walking, while shaking, Su wife and ignored the complaints of the 2. In fact, in this era, winters in the south are much better than in the north. Poor families gather straw in the winter, and then there is a shelter from the elements. You can survive the winter. It's different in the north. There are many poor people in the north who can't afford carbon. Died silently in winter. After all, there is no heating in the windy north. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The 3 people carefully inspected the bridge for a long time. In the end, Xu Qian's eyes locked on the outside of the bridge. A protruding stone brick. He pinched the stone bricks with 2 fingers and slowly drilled out. Little by little, I pulled out the stone bricks the size of slabs, and reached out and groped in the brick hole for a moment. I found a bag. Sure enough, it's because of this tip, so that the stone bricks cannot fit seamlessly. Nicholas Song was overjoyed, leaned over and urged, there really was something. Open it up and see what's it. Xu Qian'an opened the bag. Inside is a note. It says MO1623474112. Xu Qian'an stared at the note and fell silent. What do these 2 sets of numbers mean? Zhou Mingjin is a talent. It's 2 bells and whistles. It's a pity that the man is dead. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao glanced at each other. The former said blankly, what do you mean? Xu Qian'an replied angrily, how do I know? It's the same as beating people. Why is the gap so big? Look at people. A case is much better than you 2. Nicholas Song defended unconvinced. The case itself is outstanding. Each has its own characteristics. Otherwise, how to do a stealth mission? We, the Yamen, are beating people. Just be in charge of force. It was getting dark. Xu Qian'an put away the note. I had no choice but to go back first. Governor Zhang asked at the post station, but he didn't find it. Didn't you investigate properly? The Gong who went to investigate replied depressedly to the day. There weren't a few figures. Asked about the next street. Of residents knew it was a dog thing. Starts only at night. There will be no one at all. After speaking, I said a word in my heart. One street is not big, Say it's not small. It's like a headless fly. What can be gained? Ask when you meet someone. I don't know the experience of Zhou Mingzhou, who supervised and commanded the envoys. Governor Zhang sighed. I did it for a moment and couldn't sit still, just pacing back and forth in Datong. There are no clues on Huangbo Street. Now I can only wait for news from Suning Yin side. If they didn't find out either, then the case goes back to square one. You must have a harvest. Otherwise, it will really become a headless case. At this time, the gong at the door made a surprise sound. They're back. The group turned their heads to look at the door in unison. Watch Xu Qian'an return with 2 colleagues. Governor Zhang hurriedly asked how it was. Xu Qian'an took out the note and put it on the table. In an instant, more than a dozen hands reached out together. Jiang Yuzhong slapped all his paws away. Rush over. Unfold the creed and take a look. The brow furrowed again. What is this written? Xu Qian'an made a judgment. Well, it seems that it is not a code to make a change of people's yamen. Governor Zhang rushed over. The splitter snatched the note. I'll look at the last 100 roads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 4, 1, 2. Governor Zhang fell into a long state of stillness. The books of the sages that I had read flashed through my mind. This option is then excluded from echoing the allusions in the book. This is the same as miss when getting married. It's all about bullying. Governor Zhang was distressed. I saw Xu Qian'an go upstairs silently. What are you going to do in the night? Xu Qian'an was listless on the stairs. Go back to your room and visualize. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to die suddenly at any moment. I haven't slept in 12 days. Jiang Yuzhong's brows jumped fiercely. He already knew that Xu Qian'an was attacking the god refining realm. It was on the canal. Xu Qian'an once asked a similar question. 12 days, 12 days. Haven't broken the limits yet. There was also a fight halfway through. This means that Xu Qian'an's Yuan Shin potential is very high. When he stepped into the god refining realm, the original god will be qualitatively changed. In the prison, he was promoted to the god refining realm for 16 days. The other golden gongs are not much different. Look at the way this kid looks. 12 days is obviously not the limit. I don't know how long he can hold on in one breath. Come to think of it, Jiang Luzhong remembered with a smile. Don't fall asleep. Back to the room. Xu Qian'an took off her shoes. Sit cross-legged on the bed. While exhaling and practicing qi, while looking at the giant picture, just waiting for him to get better. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. He opened his eyes, some impatient to say something. Governor Zhang's voice came from the door. Ningyan, are you feeling better? Come with me to the dinner party. We'll be in Yunzhou officialdom for a while. Xu Qian'an's mental state has improved a lot. Lord Governor of the dinner party. So long in town, it is impossible for Yunzhou officialdom not to know. I can't sleep anyway. It's not fun to stay at the inn. The venue of this night banquet is a compound facing the river. There were 30 tiger guards accompanying the escort. There are 7 watchmen. Governor Zhang was deliberately a quarter of an hour late. This is both 100 official powers. It is also to give guests ample time to prepare. Hearty laughter. An official wearing a flying robe and a long beard greeted him. Lord Governor. Governor Zhang smiled and arched his hand. I do not confirm the adult. The corners of Xu Qian'an's mouth hooked. I don't confirm that it is equivalent to the governor of the previous life. He feels like a lump elf. Could it be Nicholas Song's long-lost father? If memory serves, this political envoy is also surnamed Song. Xu Qian'an gaze. Keep in mind the officials present. This is the prefect. He's there too. Song Bu's political envoy came to a middle-aged man in the style of a Confucian general. This is Lord Li, the commander of our Yunzhou. The surrounding sounds suddenly became much quieter. A pair of eyes stayed on Zhang Xuanfu and Yang Chuanan, 2 court officials. Look at each other for a moment. Laugh out loud. Zhang Xuanfu looked up for a long time. Long Yang Du commanded the Lord to look up for a long time. Xu Qian'an's brows furrowed slightly. How did I have the illusion of 1,000 moments? For a moment, I thought the scene would freeze. Or a few words of ridicule from both sides. Lian Li Zhangzhen. This is in line with the image of the old yin and yang people in officialdom. The result was so harmonious. The political envoy immediately said to the governor, "The dinner is ready. Let's go to the backyard together. The land of a state. The three highest level yamen. They are the commander of the envoy and the political envoy of Habu, and the sentencing secret investigation division. Among them, the Department of Secret Investigation is subordinate to the inspectorate. Therefore, the criminal envoy was in front of Governor Zhang, most like a dog's leg. Come to the backyard." The officials were seated. There are 2 interesting episodes at the main table. There are a total of 10 seats at the main table. A spit and a nail. What to do, people? What can you do? There are strict rules in officialdom. Governor Zhang beckoned to Xu Qian'an. "Donindico come. This officer sighed. Everyone immediately looked at the young man named Ningyan, the man with an old eye. Just look at the Battle of Xu Qian'an. I realized that this gong was unusual. The second episode is, both commanded Yangtze River, blocked an official who was seated. Pointing to the location next to him, he said that a friend was coming. The officer. I went to the other table without complaint. Xu Qian was sitting with a friend. Not an adult. It's friends. At this time, Governor Zhang said in a low voice, "You read the anagram you said today." Xu Qian said in a voice, "Governor, the answer is actually quite simple, but you're just too serious." Governor Zhang, who is the inspector of the imperial history, does it belong to the Qing Gui salt official in the officialdom of the capital? Naturally, it is Qinggui's. It is necessary to replace it with officialdom bastards who are proficient in eating, drinking, prostituting, and gambling. I already understood it in seconds. Xu Qian was about to speak. I caught a glimpse of a man dressed in green armor. The young female general came in. He was tall. The suburban proportions are perfect. With a high ponytail, is a beautiful and handsome military lady. Xu Qian's eyes lit up suddenly. Xinshu said that Yunzhou still has such a beautiful military mother. This outfit, it's much more tempting than what black silk nurse stewardess. Governor Zhang asked curiously. This is Yang Chuanan said with a smile. Everyone must have heard of the name of the swift woman. His name is Li Miaozhen. It is a special general hired by this officer. It's been more than a year. Bandits everywhere. Repeated military exploits. If it's about meritorious deeds, this is the position of the commander. You'll have to give it up. His words drew a wave of statements from officials. Praise for the female general. Xu Qian looked at the American military mother. My heart moved. Yang Chuanan hired a special general. Other words, there is no compilation. Not a regular court general. Number 2 is also in Yunzhou. He is also keen on suppressing bandits and climbing scenic spots. He said he was not a member of the court. I also praised him for his chivalry. And this handsome young lady is called Fian Woman. Come to think of it, Xu Qian almost laughed. The swift lady chatting over the canal. Number 2 strongly supports Yang Chuanan. Got a lot of work with him. He's not going to be number 2. I'm not in a hurry. I'm slowly looking for an opportunity to try. You can now check it in the book delivery chat group. Number 5 and number 2 are both girls. Number 2 is very good looking. It's okay to be tempted by uniforms. I don't know how number 5 looks. The little brute girl in southern Xinjiang. Governor Zhang sneered. This shows that most of the people in Yunzhou officialdom have the surname Song. Among the 3 divisions, the commander of the envoy division has the greatest power. But it was the political envoy of the Song ministry who greeted him just now. Although it is not just for Li Deng to come forward on such an occasion. But think about it. He was the first to introduce the official to the criminal prosecutor. Not all commanders. Obvious. The 2 did not get along. The official noticed Yang Chuan at the table. Minami remained silent most of the time. If you don't have a proper history, you will be like a master. This is a very particular thing in officialdom. It is not allowed to run beyond the ancestors. Ningyan, you learn more. Xu Qian'an secretly wrote it down. But he said that I was a martial artist. Why do you learn this? Governor Zhang shook his head. Go on and more. I now look back to the future. Do you know why the surname Song wants to give the people at the banquet? Anyone who is curious will ask questions. He didn't answer. It's kind of giving me a dismount that is not light or heavy. And then give me a hint. Get rid of one person. Cloud boats can be ashore. Just like the loot. As for who to get rid of, it also goes without saying. Su Qi is relieved to be in the middle of the burden. As for you as an official, day by day, I know the intrigue. Wei Gong was right. I really don't fit into officialdom. Human energy is limited. Half to Fuka. Half of it is reserved for practice. I don't have so much energy to mix with officialdom anymore. Su Qian looked like he had a headache. Let Zhang Xuanfu laugh. The mentality was balanced all at once. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile, Lord Governor, let's guess another anagram. Zhang Xuanfu subconsciously wanted to refuse. But I feel that my dignity as a scholar has been provoked. Raise your eyebrows. Motion for Su Qian to speak. Su Qian smiled and said that a woman gives birth to a child. Guess 4 words. Governor Zhang's face gradually froze. Gradually confused. Gradually incompetent rage. Then the curtains of the car windows were lowered. Jiang Yuzhong and Su Qian laughed in unison. From the carriage came the governor's cold snort. On the other side, Yang Qian'an entered the carriage. Just put down the curtains. It was reset off. Li Miaozhen, who was heroic with a high ponytail, came up. Yangchuan Nanzhao did not arrive. In full view. You get into my carriage. Not afraid of damage to the underworld. Li Miaozhen didn't care much. Our sons and daughters don't care about this. Let me ask you how it is. The governor seemed to be quite polite. Maybe it's just, go through the motions. Do you want to spend some money on some dots? Yang Qian'an shook his head and said to Yusher to send silver. It's not fast enough to die. However, we could consider killing them all. In the clouds, Li Miaozhen rolled her eyes. What do you think of this governor? Yang Qian'an commented. The mean Li Miaozhen continued. Well, the more incompetent he becomes, the safer you are. Yang Qian'an shook his head again. Mediocrity does not mean mediocrity. It is the ones who do not show their claws that are the most dangerous. Maybe people are already secretly accumulating. Hit me the killer blow. And the gong also needs attention. Li Miaozhen raised her eyebrows. You see what? Yang Qian'an thought for a moment. Said that his knife was different from other fighters. But it's the same knife. Other weapons, as far as I know. The lamplighter saber came from Tianjin. It belongs to the category of instruments. There is only one explanation. That is, this person is wearing a Dharma weapon. Li Miaozhen nodded. Those who can use ritual weapons. Either the status is not ordinary. Either the relationship with Tianjin is not ordinary. Yang Qian'an added that the gaseous state is also wrong. I observed. Although he is not speaking, he is very honest and reserved. But in fact, it's good for Zhang Xuanfu. It's okay for Song Changfu. There is not much respect for it. This can be understood as the rebelliousness of the dancers. However, it is rare to practice qi to have this kind of rebelliousness. As for anxiety, there is nothing to say about the 4-grade golden gong. Just be afraid. Return to the station. Has to continue to explode the liver and cultivate the immortal Su Qian. On the rice paper, 2 sets of codes left by Zhou Ming were written. In summary, or did he carry all the refining mirrors by himself? This promotion model was shelved in his own time. It's definitely a hit. The otaku worked until they were old. Dry until your hair falls out. Until your girlfriend leaves a psychological shadow. No, they don't have a girlfriend. That's fine. Old Jiang said, martial arts is a step-by-step ascension. In the end, it became a system of terrifying beings like gods and demons. Practice and improve your Olympic physique so that the dancers can fight at high intensity. Practice the gods, enter the pure, and practice the original spirit. The way to be promoted is to stay up late with a burst of liver. Once you are successfully promoted, practice the divine realm. Both the physical body and the spirit can work at high intensity for a long time, including the warrior system. The major systems of practice are cyclical and progressive. Each grade is laying the groundwork for the next. It's very logical. It gives people a kind of fantasy, but the feeling of being promoted on the ground. The train of thought in Xu Qi's case returned to the case. The code is not for the Yamen. It should be Zhou Ming's own creation. That's a bit outrageous. Who would have guessed? The difficulty is like leaving a code for me. Withered leaf daisies are thin from the sand. Falling flowers are all over the sky, and the sea is easy to marrow. Look at Kyushu. There is no one in the world who is right. Blood tests are too frequent today. Brain cells are severely depleted. But I couldn't sleep. It would be nice if Fuka was there. We can happily do some exercise that is good for the body and mind. But I could die suddenly on his white belly. That's when it happened. He suddenly palpitated. Almost died suddenly. Xu Qian hurriedly took a deep breath. Then quickly find out the fragments of the handing book. Ready to squirt with anger. What fool is not sleeping in the middle of the night and is still in the water spring? You can take a closer look. It was found to be a message from the second. Number 3, I have something I want to ask you. You can offer a condition in exchange. Xu Qian thought for a moment. Number 2 is the military lady. I'm worried that I won't have a chance to tempt it. He typed in a bag of pens and papers. I'd like to hear your question first. The number 2 reply patrol team arrived in Yunzhou today. I would like to know about the information and anxiety, his will and his character, as well as his weaknesses and so on. Xu Qian was taken aback. That's what it means. Number 2 is to treat Lao Jiang as an imaginary enemy. No, it's the real enemy. So he began to gather information and prepare for the battle. Don't say that Lao Jiang and I have a good relationship. Even if there is no friendship, there's no way I'm going to tell you about his weaknesses. After all, I'm in the governor's ranks. Come to think of it, he said sorry. There's no way I'm going to reveal it to you. Any information on the governor's team? After Xu Qian replied, thinking is divergent. More things come to mind. Number 2 collects information and anxiety, clearly in preparation for possible future conflicts. This is number 2's own decision. Still got the support of Yangtze River. If it's the latter, that means that once the East Window incident happened, Yangtze River is likely to take drastic measures. At this point, number 4 is bubbling. Number 2 Yangtze River is suspected of colluding with mountain bandits. Delivery of military supplies. This is tantamount to rebellion. Number 3 is a reader. I won't help you in the abuse. I was read on the merits. The gist of the subsection is clear in my heart. Number 2 replied sorry. It's me who is abrupt. I don't want to be against the governors. Xu Qian said. But when you ask this sentence, preparations are ready. Number 2, I know that you have a deep prejudice against the imperial court. But you're too emotional. Whether Yangtze River was wronged or not, you'll have to look it up to find out. Number 5 also came out to help with the guns. That's right, I also think number 2 is too extreme. Listen to what you just talked about. The governor's team has just arrived in Yunzhou. They haven't started to check yet. You're thinking about beating people. Everyone complained in their hearts. Number 5 belongs to you, and you are the least qualified to say this. Number 2 is not speaking. Seems to be a little angry, because the members of the Heaven and Earth Society are all scolding him, not supporting him. Even the number 3, who he has always had a good impression of. The attitude is also obvious. By now, Xu Qian can almost confirm it. The military lady is number 2. The other party's handsome and beautiful melon seed face flashed in his mind. Come to think of it, he sighed. Enter the information again. Okay, I can reveal some information to you. Jianglu is a 4-grade golden gong. What I am good at is equity. As for the character, there are no big characteristics. Therefore, there are no obvious defects. Xu Qian'an said this information. It's all very shallow. Something that doesn't involve confidentiality. In the golden gong of acquaintance. The delicate and feminine Nangong Qian. The soft-faced and greedy Yang Yin is cold and arrogant, and Zhang Kaitai is sharp. Compared to these people, Jiang Yuzhong's personality is more modest. There are no noticeable features, but it also means that he doesn't have major flaws. Thank you for your reply number 2. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly. He will not hurt the governor of the court for no reason. I have one more question. I want to inquire about a person named Xu Qian'an. Number 3, you used to say about this person. Xu Qian'an suddenly became vigilant. You even have to ask me. Isn't it just me? At this time, number 1, who was silently peeping at the screen, actually appeared. I can give you all the information about this person, but you have to exchange for the equivalent. Sudden stabbing. Let Sue's wife be in peace for a while. No. Do you have my permission to sell my information? Do I agree? You sell it openly. What to do and how to stop it. Number 1 likes to peep at the screen. It's more mysterious, although he locked in a general range. But it still includes many people. And among these people, none of them he could handle. And then on what grounds to prevent it? What does Xu Qian's matter have to do with me on the 3rd? Why should I stop it on the 3rd? Unless you blow up your identity. But I praised the gong Xu Qian'an so much before. Now it is nakedly debunked. I'll be ashamed to explode on the spot. You can't be a man. After thinking, Xu Qian'an intends to wait and see what happens. Let's take a look at what number 1 says. Then it's a look at the attitude of number 2. If the number 2 is only a simple understanding, or number 1 only reveals shallow information, then you don't have to worry about it. Number 2 asks what you want. Number 1 reply you can owe. Number 2 smiled, and no problem. I'll judge the value based on what you reveal. Number 1 entered the information to allow it to be safe. The person was originally Fuwa County, the capital city, a fast hand in Chang'o County, for Bei Yanqing. Nothing special. Until 3 months ago, his uncle accidentally lost the tax money while escorting it. Sentenced to beheading. Your Majesty's foolishness has not subsided. The 3 clans of the Su family were exiled to the border. But no one expected it. The 3rd day after the sleeping silver case, the case was solved. Xu Qian'an was acquitted. The little barbarian girl in southern Xinjiang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's so lucky. Unexpectedly, number 1 immediately refuted that he didn't. The sleeping silver case was solved by him. With the dossier alone. And in prison. It's unraveled. Let the government and see Tianjin. And the sleeping silver case that caused people a headache. This thought came to the minds of the members of the Heavenly Emperor Society at the same time. It's a talent. It dawned on number 2 that this was the case. No wonder he could sit next to Governor Zhang. No wonder he was able to break through the secret method of no pipa in 1 word. Even though this son is a womanizer. But it cannot be denied that he has a strong ability to solve crimes. He came to the south of Yangchuan, rushing to the death of the watchman in Yunzhou. Come to think of it, the message sent on the 2nd understood. Thank you for your answer. Number 1 laughed and said you thought his abilities were all there was to it. What does it mean for number 2 to widen his eyes? This gong named Xu Qian'an has other achievements. Number 1 continues the transmission. The Sambo case that number 3 kept mentioning a while ago. Do you know who the organizer of the Yamen is? This is the same person. Before the Sambo case, Xu Qian'an participated in a raid on the home of an official offender. Because of dissatisfaction with the insult of the superiors and the family members of the offender. In a fit of rage, he slashed In Luo Xinxia. Killed him on the spot. Then he went to prison, sentenced to be beheaded. Number 4 and number 5, the 2 of them were in awe. Number 2's eyes lit up slightly. Suddenly, Xu Qian'an's gong. A great deal of goodwill was generated, although Xu Qian'an is a minion of the imperial court. But that doesn't make him any less impressive. Number 1 continued, because of its outstanding ability to solve crimes. After the Sambar case, His Majesty ordered him to accept the case, allow him to make meritorious contributions for his crimes. However, the Sambar case was at an impasse for a time. If it weren't for number 2, you would have found Jin Wuxing to protect Zhou Qixio. Xu Qian couldn't escape the ending. So to speak, you are actually kind to him. See here. Xu Qian had to come forward and say something. Yes, but he didn't know you existed. Only grateful to me. After speaking, Xu Qian was disgusted. What a shame. Then number 1 told Xu Qian about finding out his party. Collusion with the witch god cult. The inside story of supporting the Yunzhou mountain bandits. Number 2 has a complicated mind. It was because of him that it was born. Number 1 continued. Besides, Xu Qian is also proficient in alchemy. Has a great friendship with Si Tianjin's white clothes. He didn't join the Watchmen before. Because of the revenge of Zhou Shilong's son. Went to the prison of the criminal department. But Si Tianjin Bai and Yunlu Academy's Confucianism rescued. He left the Ministry of Punishment unharmed. Number 2 remembered Xu Qian's unique report. His conjecture was confirmed. He has a great friendship with Si Tianjin Bai. Number 4 interjected. Wait for the great Confucian of Yunlu Academy to come to the rescue. Xu Qian swallowed his saliva. Number 4's reaction is too sharp. He has a kind, I will soon be doxed out of the sense of crisis. Number 1 checked me. This is understandable. After all, I was in the capital during that time. Because of the funeral case and the tax and silver case, it was once famous. It has become the object of attention of the officialdom in the capital. But what number 1 knows about me? It was all after I joined the Watchmen. Come to think of it, Su's wife moved in peace. Sent a message tentatively. Zhou Shilong's son retaliated. If memory serves, the mastermind behind the tax and silver case is Zhou Shilong. It's just that Xu Qian's luck is too good. Zhou Gongzi robbed the daughter of the Zhang family. Suffered a reckoning. What Xu Qian wanted to test was, number 1 knew that he had framed Zhou Li. However, what disappointed him was, number 1 did not answer. Seems to have acquiesced to Xu Qi, and was in good luck. This statement, number 1 said, the reason why the great Confucian of Yunlu Academy saved him. There are 2 reasons for this. First, this person wrote a poem and gave it to Ziyang Jusher. The second is that his cousin is a student of Yunlu Academy. Has been tested to make a name for himself. Number 4 was in good spirits. I feel like I found a point. Xu Qian's cousin is a student of Yunlu Academy and won the examination to raise people's fame. Xu Qian made meritorious service for the sake of guilt. Had to take over the Sambo case. In that time, number 3 is very concerned about the Sambo case. In the end, he even did not hesitate to spend hundreds of taels of silver. Please escort Zhou Qixiong into Beijing on the 2nd. Handed over to Yunlu Academy. What is the relationship between number 3 and Xu Qian? What is the relationship with that cousin? When the Sambo case was in full swing, number 3 was quick to get firsthand. When worshipping ancestors, the Watchman was guarding the Yunlu Academy near Sangpa. In the case of the Watchman, the yamen is planted with a stack. If this sister-in-law is the family of the Academy students, then the trust aspect can be guaranteed. I understand that number 3 is the cousin of that cousin Xu Qian. Number 4 couldn't help but want to laugh maniacally. That's the case. When I go to the capital after the beginning of spring, I don't have to look for a needle in a haystack. You can go to see number 3 with a clear goal. That cousin Xu Qian. I don't know if the identity of number 3 is involved. Members of the congregation of heaven and earth automatically ignored that his cousin was a student of Yunlu Academy. Such vital information. You are so tacitly silent. It makes me feel empty-hearted. At this point, 2 asks if there is anything else. Number 1 replied after a little thought. This person is deeply trusted and valued by Wei Yuan. This short sentence, it caused an uproar in the hearts of the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. The name Wei Yuan. Not only in Daebon, everyone knows it, but everyone knows it. Even in Kyushu, it is extremely weighty. Except that I don't know how to practice. Wei Yuan can be called an all-rounder. Of course, piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all icing on the cake. Small. Dao Wei Yuan really made the major forces in Kyushu look sideways. It was his unifying talent who led the army to fight. 13 years of Yuanjing. The old General Dugu, who guarded the north, died. The 3 barbarian tribes gathered an army of 60,000 to invade the border. Swept 3,000 miles across the border in half a month. Burn and plunder thousands of miles of red land. There are countless carrions. The imperial court urgently dispatched troops, only to curb the menacing momentum of the barbarians. But the war situation is still not optimistic. Later king of Jinbei. At that time, he was just a budding prince. At that time, Emperor Yuan Jing, who was still working hard, had a headache. Wei Yuan asked for battle. He made a military order within 3 months. If you can't drive out the barbarians, death as an appropriation. The young Emperor Yuan Jing was very courageous. Wei Yuan was immediately appointed as the squire of the military department and the governor of the left capital. Commander of the armed forces. Wei Yuan really lived up to the emperor's grace. The barbarians who were killed in a month and a half threw away their armor. Only a little more than 5,000 remnants fled back to the north. This period of the battle of the monarch and the minister. It is still often talked about. Wei Yuan's achievements are not limited to this. The most famous is the Battle of Shanghai 19 years ago. At that time, the king of Jinbei was already a master of the world. However, he could only be a sharp blade in Wei Yuan's hands, driven to kill the enemy's 3 armies. The commander is still the great eunuch of Megatron. Shanhaiguan is on the border with the western regions. The northern barbarians went south. All ethnic groups in southern Xinjiang went north. In Shanhaiguan, he fought to the death with Dafeng and the Buddhist coalition army. In half a year, millions of lives were wiped out. It is a tragic battle rarely recorded in history. In Wei Yuan, who was the governor of the Great Fengshui, once again it was shown to the world. His unifying power is unparalleled in the world. Han Shi sat on the number 2 of the embroidery bed. Li Miaojin muttered to herself, "I'm so stupid. Really, I still underestimate this Xu Qian'an." Number 4 was filled with emotion. If I'm not mistaken, the reason for the relative of Yunlu Academy to Rush Xiao is on number 3. Number 3 is most likely Xu Qian's cousin. Xu Qian himself is so valued by Wei Yuan, and that's a few more years. Isn't there going to be a prominent family in the capital? Number 1 continued, his weaknesses are obvious. It's just, this person often lingers in the capital. He had an affair with a number of Oiran. Number 2, if you want to deal with him, you might as well use the beauty meter. Xu Qian tried to deny that he was a womanizer. I'm not. Don't wrong me. Then he defended himself in his heart with a slight weakness. Durian Sekfongsi, am not. Just want to get dopamine rushing into the brain. Fill my empty soul. Number 1 is so hateful. Not only did they sell my news privately, he also slandered my character. But there was something unusual about him. It doesn't fit the usual style. He just wanted to defend Xu Qian. Suddenly, it occurred to me that Xu Qian was a womanizer. What does it have to do with my number 3? At this time, Li Miaojin said, "You don't have to test me. I didn't hide my gender either. But seduction is a direction. I happen to have a sister who has captivated the country and the city." Transmit at the same time. Li Miaojin recalled Xu Qian's deep dark circles. Plus the word number 1. Probably almost certainly a veteran womanizer. There are big flaws in character, even though she's smart. But men, sometimes the lower body is more decisive than the brain. Xu Qian'an snorted, unconvinced. Number one apparently didn't know me. I'm not a womanizer. I'm just like most men. Love Sleeping Beauty. And it is not conniving. At this time, number four suddenly sighed. Legend has it that Xu Qian'an is a scheming person, good at forbearance. I'm afraid the beauty trick won't work for him. Li Miaozhen was surprised to see it. Trumpet 4 continues to preach the words of Trumpet 1. Xu Qian'an is obviously capable, but he has been willing to be a fast hand for many years, until the tax and silver case is related to their own safety. He made a calm and decisive move. Then he joined the Watchmen, solved strange cases repeatedly meritorious and fast-handed. The performance is very different. He's probably been waiting for this opportunity. Joining the Watch talent is his great ambition, a stage that soars into the sky. Xu Qian'an was a little confused. That's what I thought. I'm a scheming person. How I don't know myself. Number 4 is really an international level of understanding. After the people of the Heaven and Earth Society saw the news. I actually think so. Agree with number 4's analysis. The long silent sixth was suddenly transmitted. Xu Qian'an is a good person. The poor monk didn't want him to have an accident in Yunzhou. Number 2 wants you not to hurt him. Don't let the Yunzhou commander hurt him. Li Miaozhen wondered why you also had an intersection with him. Han Yuan replied that I knew him in the Sambo case. After he knew about the health hall, he borrowed more than 40 taels of silver from me and promised to subsidize the poor monks for 3 yuan and silver every day. When leaving the capital, he also specially asked someone to send 20 taels of silver. This moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. People's hearts are really complicated. Such a man is a womanizer. Li Miaozhen sighed, I understand. I'll do everything I can to keep her safe. At this time, the fifth passed the book to the third. What you said was to pack and send Princess Dafeng and the national teacher. Does it still count? Xu Qian'an had a circle of question marks. I was stunned for a long time when I read this biography. I've heard that this definitely doesn't count. You can't even tell the difference between high and high. Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. Replied, wait until I become a first-class powerhouse. Number 5 snorted in a huff. I knew you were a liar. My eldest brother is always annoying me these days. Ask me about Princess Dafeng. He also asked me which princess or national teacher was beautiful. Xu Qian'an said that there were 4 princesses in Dafeng. The eldest princess Huiqing and the second princess Linen is a top-notch beauty. As for the national teacher, I don't know. I didn't see him by name. Xu Qian'an said this. It's because he thinks that the students of Yunlu Academy, it should be seen. Not at this time, when the national teacher Luo Yuheng arrived. Number 4 said that the national teacher is naturally very beautiful. I think it's better than the 2 princesses. Anyone who has seen a national teacher will indulge in his beauty. Number 5 nodded as if he didn't understand. You are generous. The national teacher is a fox girl. Number 4 immediately transmitted a bastard. But there is some truth to this. But this is not the reason for the national teacher. It's the secrecy of Rinzong. It's not convenient for me to say more about this. Li Miaozhen snorted. What can't be said? Rinzong. Name implies. The practice of this school has a great deal to do with the luck of the world. Cultivate to a certain level, will be haunted by 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, Luo Yuheng will invisibly arouse men's desires. The people of the previous generation kept the yuan. I had the opportunity to step into a product. He moved the Lingbao official to the capital. I want to use the luck of the world to achieve a product. But the superintendent disagreed. This was not the case. Helplessly fell to his daughter Luo Yuheng. It just so happened that Emperor Yuan Jing was obsessed with cultivating immortals. It's an empty jar again. Only need to double cultivate with Emperor Yuan Jing. Add time. It is not difficult to break through a product. Xu Qian'an said. But I remember what Daoist Jin Lian said. Luo Yuheng did not double cultivate with Emperor Yuanjing. Su Qi was relieved and swayed perfectly. This is the beauty I have always dreamed of. I'm finally in this lonely world. Metlof, 3,000 week water. Take only one scoop. What Fuxiang Huiqing linen national poems, and so on. It's all a passing thing. But she realized something was wrong. The woman in the distance was no matter how beautiful she was. It is also impossible to win by a landslide. Those good-looking monsters. She keenly captures this illogical situation. This made Xu Qian'an sober up a little. Immediately after that, the thumb of the left hand burned slightly. A warm current gushed out from the jade wrench fingers sent by the Xiang monk. Nourished his spirit. He was looking at the beauty who had captivated the country and the city. Xu Qian's pupil shrank. It's not a beautiful woman in my eyes. It's a well-made mate selection. Delicate face. Miserable white. Eyes glazed. There was no sound. Kai Wei said, "Haunted houses can live for a long time. Either they have been blessed by the location. It's like the female ghost at the bottom of the well in my heart's house. Either the spirit is immortal after the fall of the strong. But there is still a time limit. It can't be there forever. Apparently, this female ghost is driven by people. There is a foreign ghost man behind him. This female ghost is very powerful. Even I can be confused. If it weren't for Confucianism, the righteousness would not be violated. This time, I might have turned my gut in the gutter." Xu Qian quietly withdrew his gaze, only to find that the two colleagues around me had a big problem. The gaze is slightly glazed, foolishly looking at the female ghost. Xu Qian felt a little ashamed. I look like this pig brother just now. Nicholas Song is obsessed with beauty and can't extricate himself. Guang Xiao choked. I believe in love again. I'm planning to start a family. I even had my son's name in mind. Xu Qian slandered you in the middle of his abdomen. That is not love. You're pestering him. He didn't have a body. Let's take a look at Zhu Guangxiao's tangled appearance. It's estimated that it's the sister next door to the childhood sweetheart, and a woman who fell in love at first sight. It's hard to choose. That's when it happened. The woman with a charming posture shook the waist of the little fairy, frequently stopped. The three sons also came out to play. It's really boring for a little woman to be alone. I don't know if I can go with three sons. Su Qi was vigilant. Sure enough, he came at us. Come to think of it, he deliberately frowned and hesitated. We really want to go. It's not good to call fonts. Unexpectedly, Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao silently took a few steps back. Who is going to teach? Be presumptuous. Go if you want to. I am not that kind of person. I snorted hard in my heart. This man is indeed a perverted embryo. Bai Rishuan also said so neatly. The color embryo is good. Aunt and grandmother most. Good at dealing with color embryos. Su Qian's eyes flashed. I have the jade finger protector of the Xiang monk. Not afraid of evil. If he behaves badly. I immediately sneaked up. There is mental arithmetic and no intention. The odds are huge. But it's better to keep your mouth alive. A good interrogation in the evening. Come to think of it, make a helpless look. Said that this is the case. Let's go together. He was going to wait and see what happened. If memory serves, a magic book given by the great Confucians. There is a spell against ghosts. It looks like you hung me. Actually, I'm hanging you. By the window in a tea house on the street. Li Miaozhen looked at the three people in the distance half sideways. Zhang Yuzhong went out with Governor Zhang to inspect the people's situation. The three C Tianjin's white clothes accompanied him. I can't come back today, and there is no Zhang Yuzhong sitting in the post station. Lost the vigor of a warlock. The sorcerer will not be discovered, although the sister is good at charm and illusion. But after all, there is no body. It's impossible to really have a bed break with a man. If you want to maintain a long-term relationship with Su's wife and not be discovered, I'll have to go to the workshop to get a woman. When it's over, I'll give her a few more bottles of aphrodisiac and blood tonics. That night, he was young and became like this. I won't make up for it. The four of them went around in the White Emperor's city, taking the local customs, eat all kinds of delicious delicacies. The woman called herself Susu, born into a family of merchants. His father was a silk merchant. That's why I wore such a gorgeous and beautiful dress. He saw 3 sons and a talent. Extraordinary. Admiration. I can't help but want to make friends. Xu Qian'an complained in his heart whether it was a friendship or something. You have to make this clear. The point is such a lame rhetoric. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao actually believed it. They can't be blamed either. After all, they have already been demoted. Nicholas Song pushed the pastry in front of Su Su. Attentive to Su Su. Why didn't the girl eat it? Unexpectedly, Su Su kept refusing. Nicholas Song's kindness. Xu Qian'an picked up the teacup and smiled at Miss Su Su. I didn't drink tea when I entered the tea house. Don't you look down on our brothers? Su Su immediately made a look of grievance. Why did child say this? Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng immediately scolded loudly. Colleague, you don't want to drink Miss Su Su. Don't you want to persecute people? Su Qi was annoyed for a while. Mata, you don't know what your last name is, do you? The lower head has replaced the upper one. Xu Qian'an gave up immediately. Wet with water refers to people's thoughts. At this time, Su Su pursed his lips, asked casually to listen to the accent. Several sons are not locals in Yunzhou. Song Tingfeng raised his chin. We are from Beijing. Su Su covered her small mouth. Ah! Surprise and admiration. Several sons turned out to be people from the capital. The little woman has heard that the capital is the best city in the world. Outstanding. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Xu Qian'an had to admit it. On how to stir a man's heart. This female ghost who doesn't know what heals is the strongest he's ever seen. Even the floating fragrance is slightly inferior. Zhu Guangxiao is not without a show-off supplement. We are the watchmen. Miss Su Su. Have you ever heard of a watchman? Su Su shook the piano player very cooperatively, blinking with clear and innocent eyes. Those sons. Several adults came to Yunzhou with the governor to sit down. Nicholas Song's words are about to say. Naturally, it is an investigation. Su Sumei's eyes flashed with golden light. What case to investigate? Nicholas Song was about to speak. Feet under the table. Was kicked hard by Xu Qian'an. Immediately sobered up. Embarrassed, he said to Miss Su Su. The matter involved court secrets. It cannot be passed on. Su Su Yinran smiled and said with a smile, it was the little woman who didn't know how to lift. Su Su admitted his mistake very generously. It's not delicate at all. This made Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao like it even more. Su Su thought to herself. The will of these 3 people is quite firm. Aunts and grandmothers have to work harder. I can't bring it back today. Some useful information. The host will be angry. The master is angry and won't give me a man. This one named Xu Qian'an has the strongest will. Although I often peek in my body, but he is the most clear-headed. The master instructed me to seduce him. The other 2 can be ignored. At this time, Xu Qian'an got up and left. I went to the latrine. Hirotaka Tingfeng. You accompany Miss Su Su. Soon the door to the private room opened. Then close. Su Su's red lips on the opposite side rose lightly. A spew of illusory and unreal energy crashed into the faces of the 2. Their eyes were instantly glazed. It's like a puppet. It's so sad that there is still something I don't understand. Please Wei Gong to solve your doubts. Humble remembers. The martial artists of the Qi refining realm were promoted to the refining god realm before they were promoted. Contemplating just one kind of diagram is exhausting. This is because, first, the strength of the Yuan Shan is limited. Second, the various slaughters and offerings will cause confusion. Leads to mental confusion. Back then, he also stepped into the realm of refining gods for a long time. to be able to visualize multiple slaughters at the same time. The same is true of the rest of the scriptures in the Yamen. It can be said that Qian is so unique. Jing Nung watched 2 slaughters while refining the Qi mirror. Humble duties are unheard of. Unbelievable. Wei made the matter public. Landslides ahead. Wei Yuan, who cannot change his face. His gaze froze. Xu Qian was already impacting the divine, refining mirror. Xu Qian was contemplating the 2 slaughters. The 6 golden lords noticed the change in Wei Yuan's expression. My heart sank. Like a great enemy. I'm afraid that this secret letter involves some major news. And not a good thing. Immediately, they heard Wei Yuan let out a breath. Sighed and sighed to himself. Less than 2 months. The Jin Luo silently exchanged glances. Secretly guessed the meaning behind this sentence. Wei Yuan remembered the years of his martial arts practice. Even if it has been praised by the regulator as a gale for 500 years. He is the most promising genius to step into a product. It took 3.5 months that year. Only then did it span from refining the gas to refining the nerves. In less than 2 months. Xu Qian, who accomplished this feat. The talent was stronger than he expected. Previously, Wei Yuan admired Xu Qian. It is the stars that are admired. Star nature is also a type of talent. As for Xu Qian's cultivation speed, Wei Yuan had heard that he had filled the opportunity into the middle dantian. Has been impressed by Xu Qian. Thinking about the end of next spring. This kid can almost be promoted to the god-refining realm. Move up a grade in 5 months. This talent is at the level of the Golden Gong. Plus, he was born with a star shape that fits into the Savufa system. In the future, he may be able to become the 2nd king of Jinbei. 3 equals and 5 equals. Who wants? Xu Qian's talent was even stronger than he expected. Most importantly, Xu Qian was unconscious. Did something that could be called shocking. The lion's roar in Buddhism is unlearned, but it needs to be accompanied by watching the slaughter. This slaughter, far from being comparable to a real spectator slaughter. After all, the golden lion's roar blueprint is used as an aid to the lion's roar. It belongs to the supporting part of the school. But even so, Xu Qian was able to achieve double visualization in the Qi refining realm. It's still shocking. Wei Yuan, who learns to be rich and knows everything. 3 possibilities quickly came to mind. The first is 1 body and 2 souls. There are many records in the Buddhist country of the Western regions. After getting a painting by a high monk, will resuscitate with a child. It's not just a complete memory. He was also born proficient in Buddhism. This is because the remnant soul of the high monk merges with the newborn child. This kind of primordial god is inherently stronger than ordinary people. There's a lot of magic. It is possible to double visualize at the end of the day, because their primordial spirit is actually not small. The second is a person who has great luck himself. Such people are extremely rare. But whoever has great luck, they are all strong people who are famous on the other side, such as the Taoist hand of the Tao. See Tianjin supervisor of the witch god cult. Witch gods and other 3rd-generation elders are blessed. There is not much to say about such people. The chosen one, the starting point is different from that of ordinary people. Nangong Chinro cleared her throat about this. A very abrupt cough. He was pushed out by the Golden Gong Gate. On behalf of Yang Yin, he was not there. The righteous son of Duke Wei. He was the only one present. Thinking about it, Duke Wei was reluctant to drive his son to the border. Nangong Chinro said stiffly, "What does the stepfather need for his children?" Wei Yuan closed the fold. Then he slowly poured himself a cup of tea. It's nothing more than a leisurely walk. It's just a trifle. The Golden Gongs heard this. I complained wildly in my heart. Just a small thing. You couldn't even control your expression just now. No, it was the calm before the storm just now. And now it's sunny. A gentle breeze. It seems that the secret letter is written with good news. But what exactly is written? Wei Yuan didn't intend to hide it from them. Xu Qian'an hit the divine, refining mirror. The letter was sent back by Jiang Luzhong on the border of Yunzhou. At this time, you should have successfully advanced to the god-refining realm. The Kinros almost shouted. It is impossible for this person to become a lamplighter. Is still a peak of the alchemy realm. Although Amiya said that this son has great potential. But less than 2 months. The 9-grade alchemy realm turned out to be the 7-grade alchemy realm. The minimum standards of Yinluo have been touched. Nangong Chinro thought sourly. If Yang Yin were here, the corners of the mouth are about to crack to the base of the ear. The same sour heart. There is also Zhang Kaitai, who condenses the suggestion. He had thought about recruiting Xu Qian'an under his command before. He had all the methods figured out. It is with silver and color glaze. It's a pity that he hindered Jean Luo's face. I was embarrassed to implement it at first. The golden gong present was shocked. It is also difficult to hide the joy of joy. This Xu Qian'an's talent is so good. A and B 10 days. I'm afraid that our yamen will have to add another golden gong. It's okay, it's okay. He didn't fold his surname. Zhu on that matter. Nangong Chinro listened to these words. It's getting more and more acidic. And so on. The father-in-law will take him as his son. Young Yenmen Gur won't compete with me for favor. But that annoying Xu Qian'an is very slippery. At this time, Wei Yuan said lightly, retreat. Similar blunders don't want to happen again. Akane went to prepare the carriage. Come with me into the palace. The imperial study of the imperial palace. Emperor Yuan Jing said in an emotional voice. The excerpt passed back by the political envoy of Yuzhou. I have let the cabinet vacate a slot. Sent to Zhong Aiqing. I want to know what you think. The Ministry of Books was the first to be listed. Lang Daochen thought it was just cosmic green. Zhang Xingying's so-called Dafeng states are lucky. There are theaters in the Yamen. Utter nonsense. Announcing several things. Echoing Zhang Xingying's assertion that there is no evidence. Not to be believed. It is only necessary to thoroughly investigate the Yuzhou Chaoyan Yamen. After the words fell, many officials stood up to reconsider. The attitude is obvious. Do not check the Chaoyan Yamen. The word Chaoyan has been a trouble since ancient times. The interest groups involved are too large. From the capital to the place. Go up to the temple. Down to the rivers and lakes. Wheels within wheels. There are too many people involved. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at the capital of the dynasty. Wang Aiqing thinks so. The capital is listed. The minister thinks that it is enough to thoroughly investigate the transportation of Yuzhou. Emperor Yuan Jing spoke Wei Yuan again. What are your comments? Wei Yuan came out to reply to the ministers, and the capital lord agreed on the same opinion. Wang Shoufu glanced sideways at Wei Yuan. There is a tacit understanding. There was some disappointment again. After examining this bone eye, who dares to propose a thorough investigation of Chao Yun's Yamen? That is the great devotion of self-realization. 2 old rivals in officialdom. None of them would make such a low-level mistake. But I want the other person to make a mistake. Yuan Jingdi nodded. Keep waiting. An excerpt from the political envoy of Qinzhou. Yanggong erected a monument to the major yamen in Qinzhou. The inscription says that the ear is the ear. Knowing that the people are high, under the public abuse. Heaven is hard to deceive. The Qinzhou political envoy thought the matter was deafening. It has the effect of warning all officials. It was suggested that the imperial court should order the states to follow suit. Set up a guard for what you think, Aiqing. Xu Qian'an left the room. Knock on Nicholas Song's door. Nicholas Song originally planned to sleep and recuperate. You only knocked on the door when my pants were off. Xu Qian'an didn't care about him so much. I can't sleep on my own. It can also make you a pick goods. It's better than the governor is not there. But we must not let up. I plan to be the code left by this sister and Sister Zhou-Ming. You and Guangxiao are both experienced watchmen. Your opinions. I believe it will play a role in my reasoning. Nicholas Song is honored and ashamed. Ning Yin, I'm actually not good at solving cases. Xu Qian'an said solemnly. Have you ever heard of a saying? Some casual remarks unraveled my doubts. An inexplicable impulse. Let me continue to follow your every move. But I doubled Lu Xing. Nicholas Song immediately shrank his body back. What are you doing with my every move, Lu Xing? What do you want to do? Xu Qian's face darkened. It's not that Bishi said it. By the way, what do you think about Miss Susu? As soon as Song Tingfeng heard Miss Susu, it hurts in my heart. You can't find him in this life. It will be the regret of my Song life. Xu Qian frowned and thought. This thing hasn't reacted yet. It doesn't make sense. As long as it is a pair with Zhu Guangxiao. Susu's operation was exposed. Are they all hiding from each other? At this time, Nicholas Song warned. That's right, Susu's business. Ning Yin, don't tell anyone, including Guangxiao. Xu Qian smiled brightly. Is it because I'm more trustworthy than Hirotaka? Nicholas Song patted him on both shoulders. Why do you have such a delusion? It's because you have no bottom line in the affairs of men and women. So don't be afraid to be known. Not anyway. Worse than you. Su Chi's peace of mind was 10,000 unconvinced. The one who went with us was called Fonts. Why do I have no bottom line? Just because I slept with a blessed phase. You slept in a mediocre manner. Lao Tzu is not in love with copper. I don't love my mother. Why is there no bottom line? Unexpectedly, Nicholas Song made up for it at this time. Every time I talk to other colleagues about how you don't sleep well at night, and not yet the money, everyone scolded you for being a bad person. Then the two knocked on Zhu Guangxiao's door together. Song Tingfeng frowned and said, "What's the matter with you?" Wow, I just felt that something was wrong. Zhu Guangxiao opened his mouth. I want to talk about it. Finally looked at Xu Qian. Xu Qi's peace of mind was weak. What do you see me doing? Don't you think I'm a person? At last, the three of them came to the room where Zhou Ming's relics were stored. Double check for a long time. Nicholas Song was deflated. We've looked at these things over and over again. Zhu Guangxiao looked at Xu Qian. Ningqian. It's because I feel that there are clues related to the code in the relic. Xu Qian said lightly, remembering that I solved the anagram. Did you find the idea of a code? Empathy is an indispensable part of reasoning. Zhou Ming's case is different from Sambo's case. Santo has traces of horseback riding. Just follow the vine and touch the melon. But there are no other clues at all in this case. The only clue is to crack the code left by Zhou Ming. Nicholas Song nodded slightly. Thoughtfully leave the code so that we can decipher. Then the clues are actually very conspicuous. Easy place to find. It's up to us to find out. Xu Qian unfolded the note and joked. The blind monk found that there was a dot. As he spoke, he pointed to two sets of ciphers. These are two sets of numbers. The number is in the form of a cipher. It must correspond to a codebook. Locate the codebook. We'll be able to solve the puzzle. Zhu Guangxiao was puzzled, except for a silent word. Everything else is numbers. Clue for sure. I won't hesitate to repeat it. Put it in the Kanyu map. So, were there a lot of numbers? Nicholas Song said that there are too many clues to the existence of numbers. Aren't there numbers in the book? Xu Qian's eyes lit up. A very good guess. Let's assume that these two sets of codes exist in a certain book. Follow our previous train of thought. What books are the easiest for us to get? Nicholas Song suddenly analyzed it with high morale. The three-character classic, Dafeng, Huadian, Yunzhouji. These are all books that can be found casually in Yunzhou. Soon after, they found the three books. Zhu Guangxiao asked, "These books have been found. So what does the word count mean? How to find it?" Su speculated that the number of words either represented the number of pages, either alluding to the first few words. This is the simplest reasoning. Song Tingfeng opened the three-character scripture. Glance at it. Then he shook his head and said that it was definitely not a mole. because the three-character scripture only has so many red words. The situation of Mo people is known. This is obviously not true either. Xu Guangxiao is also interpreting another book. Manhwa Deep Water East Central. Well, that's also wrong. Xu Qian'an was overjoyed at this time and said that he was going to drift in vain again. Subsequently, they also found many books that were everywhere. Decrypt the cipher in this way. But all failed. Nicholas Song was a little deflated with Ning Yin. You're suddenly not smart. Noticeably less acute than it used to be. Xu Qian'an raised his head. Didn't have a good airway for your friend to be in poor health for a few days. Isn't it particularly unenergetic? Nicholas Song was a little embarrassed. And I mentioned my friend. Su Qi sneered a few times in peace. Lao Tzu hasn't slept for 13 days. How fast you expect my brain to spin? Susu's useless thing. You can't even refresh yourself. What's the use of raising him? But the advantage of this kind of sister is not in the kernel. It's about the matching shell. Raise a sister. It's the equivalent of raising a fish pond. I worked hard to raise these spare tires in person. More relaxed. When the time comes, I'll have my eye on which fish. You can insert it quickly and accurately. Su Qian furrowed his brows. Ask the clan to bring some sweets. The best way to combat brain exhaustion. It's about consuming sugar. Soon the clan made them longan egg drop sweet soup and raisin pastries. These are all extremely sweet without exception. Su Qi is short, and he pulls out the general. I picked up the sweet longan egg drop soup. Pushed the almond tofu brain to Nicholas Song. Nicholas Song suddenly became happy. Nian, how do you know that I like to eat sweet tofu brains? Su Qixin said, because you look at it like a righteous end. But he smiled and said, because we are brothers. Behold, thou shalt wash thy face with tears. Give you tofu brain. Lick your heart. Nicholas Song rolled his eyes, knowing that he was alluding to Miss Susu. Song Tingfeng said with a cheap smile, and said again, Miss Susu is wonderful. It's a rare girl who can fight me for 300 rounds. You won't understand. You are the prodigal son. I'm not. In the past, when you first joined the Watchmen, I advise you to bend the green donkey to catch the head. You squirm and disagree. Turn your head and get better with the floating incense. I knew you were one of the same kind. If the donkey catcher marries you, that's a flower stuck in cow dung. Pray for a good wife. Although the donkey catcher head is not as beautiful as the floating fragrance. But you say she's cow dung. It's too much. Nicholas Song choked his neck and retorted. I didn't say he was cow dung. I'm talking about you. Su Qian heard this, pricked up your ears and laughed. So what do you say? Flowers are planted in cow dung. After eating dessert, because Detective Su Ningyin is not in good shape. Nicholas Song took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of reasoning. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. If I were Zhou Ming, I'm sure I'll hide the codebook in a troop of governors. Something that can be found at any time, but is not noticeable. Xu Guangxiao asked. But Zhou Ming's residence has been checked. There is no dark and suspicious thing. These books he left behind. We've just compared. Nicholas Song touched his chin. Maybe it's not necessarily a book. It could be a book with words written, but not a book. Ning Yin, do you think this is possible? Su Qian applauded a few words. Very good, Thunderbolt. Your ingenuity managed to get my attention. You are a genius who has been delayed by a woman called Fawns. So, what do you think it will be? Neither a book. And in Zhou Ming's relics. And it has to be quite thick. Su Qian suddenly paused. Nicholas Song also realized something at this time. Immediately, the first to shout out was the yellow calendar. He is both a book. It's not a book. It's both striking and unremarkable. An honest man who works hard. Xu Guangxiao is exactly in the relics. Dig through a thick yellow calendar. Su Qian spit out the turbid air in his chest. There was excitement in his eyes. It was the three of them who couldn't wait to open the yellow calendar. Start with the first word. Numbers is shown in the figure. To the 162nd word. It is the day of the second day. Then comes the 347th word, until finally combined, form a headless sentence and a brainless sentence, the end of the light ding 15. Obviously, this is also wrong. Then they took the second approach. Take the number of leaves instead of the number of words. Take the number of leaves. Then every word count corresponds to a day in the calendar. The combination is as follows: April 6th, January 15th, January 29th, and January 25th. January 26th, but apparently this is not the right idea either. At this time, Xu Guangxiao put forward his own ideas. Perhaps we can unravel the word in first, because it's the only word. In the head of the line, Xu Qian'an pinched his eyebrows. Do you have any ideas? Song Ting Feng groaned. Lord Governor and Jiang Jinluo had already studied the code. If the ink points to a code in the Yamen, Lord Jiang and Lord Governor should be. It can be found. Xu Qian'an pursed his lips. What can the governor discover? He's also good at word puzzles. The next moment after that, he froze. He remembered when he was still at the police academy. A professor who studies criminal psychology once said, "A person's behavior. It is closely related to his habits." What are Zhou Ming's habits? That's right, it's an anagram. Yang Yingying said. Zhou Ming likes to play charades with him while drinking. So Zhou Ming was thinking about how to hide the evidence. And when leaving a clue, he will habitually move in the direction of anagrams. It is inferred from this, the only word in the two sets of ciphers. It is also an anagram. Sue asked while pinching her eyebrows. I remember a colleague who went to Huang Bo Street said, "It's a dog market." Nicholas Song nodded listlessly. "It's the dog, what's wrong?" Xu Qian continued. The ink characters are taken apart, and they are Black River dogs. And Huang Bo received the information. It was Zhou Ming in the last anagram game. Clues left behind. I think it's okay now. Nicholas Song suddenly came to his senses. You think the code is pointing to the dog market. So what does this black market represent? Just one dog word is judged to point to the dog market. Isn't it too arbitrary? Xu Qian smiled. Didn't answer him. Turned out and called a group of several adults. What are the commands? Xu Qian asked directly. How much do you know about Huang Bo Street? One replied. Huang Bo Street. It's a mess. It's fine during the day. Quietly. Can be at night. It's a mixed bag. Everybody. Tourists who steal chickens and dogs. Even the bandits from outside would go to that street. Huang Bo Street sells dog meat on the surface. It's actually a black market. It's something that sells something unseemly. Doing shady deals. Xu Qian frowned. Have you been to the black market? The clan suddenly looked ashamed. I've been to buy dog meat. Xu Qian's. The brow furrowed even deeper. Why bother to make a pair of hands when buying dog meat? The embarrassed expression of being discovered. The clan sensed Xu Qian's displeasure. So he whispered a little shyly. I look for Sikhang in the new number 6 shop. That's what buying dog meat means. The three of them heard this. At the same time, shaking his head and sighing. Still too young. Zhao Sikhang didn't dare to say it like this. Suddenly, Xu Qian discovered Huadian. Wait a minute. The new number 6 clan also returned to their normal appearance at this time. Nodding. Answer Xu Qian's topic. The black market shop ordered Xu Qian to guard the drought with the heavenly stem branch. Now that you know, go down first. Wait for the clan to close the door and leave. Listen to the footsteps fading away. Xu Qian shrugged his shoulders from this point. The situation is already very obvious. The Black Fist refers to this black market with dog meat. Nicholas Song continued with his words. The rest of the codes. It should be telling us who to look for when going to the black market, or how to find it. Xu Qian said in a very affirmative tone. The answer lies in the yellow calendar. Zhu Guangxiao looked at him. We just checked it. The idea of the yellow calendar is correct. But how could Zhou Ming possibly put a crucial clue? Leave it in the relic. Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. So it should be the yellow calendar of previous years, and not this year's. Daebong founded 100 years. Want to find the right calendar. No doubt looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhoming is obviously not that stupid. I guess the yellow calendar is for him. There is something unusual about it. If you guessed it right, that should have been the yellow calendar 14 years ago. It was also the beginning of Zhou Ming's appointment to Yunzhou. Song Tingfeng immediately got up and walked out. The old yellow calendar from 14 years ago. There was no post station either. Only the yamen and bookstores still have reservations. Just in case. I went to the bookstore to find it myself. Find a cup of tea. He rode back with the old calendar. Su Xian found a pen and paper. Spread it out on a bamboo case. Just when I put down the pen, I suddenly came. However, it is difficult to get into the Hall of Elegance when I think of my own words. Push Zhu Guangxiao out to act as a knife and pen force. If you follow the method of the first few words, the conclusion is the same as before. Be far from the mark. The nocturnal method is used. Page 162 begins on May 12th. The meaning of this should be, let's start in the night. After that, go to the black market. This is followed by the second set of coded 347412. This page is dated January 15th. Xu Qian glanced at the yellow calendar of the day. It finally dawned on me. The mouth suddenly opened. I understand. 162 and 347 refer to the number of pages. 412 refers to the word count. The fourth, first, and second words of this page. Connected is Ding 10-5. Nicholas' song almost blurted out of the black market shop. Ding 15. Xu Qian nodded. Relieved, leaned back in his chair. Exhale a long breath. Then he picked up the paper on the table and looked at it. Surprised, he said, Guangxiao, your handwriting is so ugly. I can't see it. Zhu Guangxiao is not convinced. Your handwriting is very beautiful. Nicholas' song said that my calligraphy is no worse than that of a reader. When I was a child, I practiced calligraphy. Saved money to buy paper and ink. Xu Qian said that his family was poor when he was a child. In order to practice calligraphy, I dipped my brush in water and practiced calligraphy in the yard. One practice is 20 years. Zhu Guangxiao directly handed over the pen. Then you can write a few for me to see. Xu Qian and Nicholas' song turned around tacitly. Calligraphy is not for showmanship. Walked back to the room to rest. Xu Qian nodded in agreement and said that he disdained comparison. Xu Qian returned to the room. Take off your shoes. Go to bed and meditate. To make sure that when going to the black market at night, I am in good shape. Calculate the time. Huaiqing and Linen. You've almost received my letter. I hope that letter will turn Huaiqing's anger into joy, even though I don't know where I offended him. The stupid girl on the table must have been very touched by him. Chu Caiwei's unopened foodie is even more flirtatious. Su's wife thought to herself. As for whether the two princesses will exchange letters in private, or to be seen by someone other than them, this should not be possible. The first is that the relationship between Huaiqing and Linen is not harmonious. There is categorically no possibility of exchanging letters. And the letter I wrote was somewhat ambiguous. The girls of this era want to have faces again. It is impossible to share such a letter with anyone. The second is that Huaiqing and Biao are both mature princesses, mature enough to conceive, have the freedom and right to send and receive letters. The emperor and his concubines would not ask. Others did not dare to open the princess's letters privately. So I'm this little gong, writing ambiguous letters to two princesses. The possibility of exposure is almost non-existent. In the imperial palace of the capital, Lin Yang complained. Today, it was the prince's brother who feasted the heavenly brothers and sisters in the East Palace. There is still half an hour before Wushan. Huaiqing hasn't arrived yet. The prince laughed. The errand wouldn't have passed the word. He'll come later. After speaking, he coughed a few times. Attract the attention of the other princes and ladies in the main hall. Today is the day when the 4 heavenly realms secret funds are sold. I also sent some to the palace. This is the time when the palace invited the younger brothers and sisters to come and have a taste. Speaking of this hot topic, the emperor, you talk with great interest. The taste of his chicken essence is really addictive. It's just that it's easy to get thirsty. Don't eat too much of it. A light diet is the way to maintain health. A prince heard this, quietly pouted. Young people, why do they need to maintain their health? Linen, this matter is raised and feared. Do you know who invented the essence of chicken? This is the question of the prince. You really don't know. Under the questioning of the brothers and sisters, the table chin is even higher. It's Xu Qian'an. He is my subordinate. The 4th prince frowned. Isn't Xu Qian'an a person from Huaiqing? Table suddenly. Show off your achievements. Xu Qian'an is my man now. He swore allegiance to me. At this time, Huaiqing's cold voice came from outside the door. Xu Qian'an is the person who. Lina was not convinced at first. It seems that I want to be tough. But the mystery is cowardly again. Puffed out his cheeks and yelled loudly, 1.5. Huaiqing snorted. I have to say, my own stupid sister. Say the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone. It's still pretty cute. I can tolerate Xu Qian's operation from left to right. Mainly because of Lin and stupid sister. There was no threat to him at all. The so-called snatching is just to get angry with me. If it were someone else who dared to rob me like this, the old lady will not leave them with any affection. Huaiqing walked in front of Linen, condescendingly overlooking him. Walk away from this position, and I'm going to sit. Table raised its head. I only saw Huaiqing's eyes. The lower half of his face is not visible, because of the annoying few caddies of meat on Huaiqing's chest. Block the view. This sister is not only more talented than me, and the figure is even better. In addition to the favor of his father, I don't have anything like Huaiqing. I can't beat it. Quarreled and had the status of a lady-in-waiting. Besides, Huaiqing is a scholar. Exit without dirty. The more I think about it, the more angry I become. At this time, the prince came out to warm up. Huaiqing, don't be like Linen. You're a sister. Huaiqing, let go of the watch. Walk to another chair not far away. With the arrival of Huaiqing, the feast soon began. At mealtime, the prince casually said that he had heard about Jin Yuyu's study. The 4th prince immediately asked, "It is the boundary monument and the Chao Yunyamen." The prince nodded. We don't need wisdom in the affairs of Chao Yunyamen. Own court. Duke Zhu and his father decided to decide on the Taoist boundary monument. It's amazing. The 4th prince, Han Shou, lost his ears and deaf his ears. Knowing that you are superior, Mingyi abuses the heavens. It's hard to deceive the table after hearing it. What kind of does the heart say? It doesn't mean anything at all. Huaiqing's eyes lit up, and he wrote good poems. Who wrote this poem? Prince David replied that it was Xu Qian'an. The watch immediately jumped up, shouting and shouting good poetry. It was as if the poem was written by him. Huaiqing smiled. It was indeed his temper. What is the habitual lifting of the bar on the table? It's his temper. It's like you know him well. Huaiqing glared at his stupid sister. Frightened, he retracted his neck. Xu Qian'an is jealous and hateful, regardless of the subsection. The big festival is not damaged. With those who only pay lip service, the high-sounding reader is different. The 4th prince smiled and said that it was when he slashed Iara. Huaiqing glanced at the princes. The day before yesterday, I chatted with Wei Gong. Speaking of this person, Wei Gong said that Xu Qian'an has been in the company since he joined the company. I have never been greedy for ink. The table glared back at Huaiqing fiercely. Then why do you say that he is a petty disaster? But, Princess Huaiqing continued, Xu Qian'an was obsessed with the sect. I don't want to go home at night. It has a lot to do with the oirin floating incense of the Shadow Plum Pavilion. The smile on his face faded. The amorous peach blossom eyes widened. Say out loud that you were talking nonsense. He suddenly felt that the food was not fragrant. Drop the chopsticks. Initiate a temper. Lift the skirt. Twisting the small waist. The fart is gone. Just leave, and I'm still thinking about it. It seems that it is impossible to say that Xu Qian'an. After the banquet, Huaiqing returned to his palace. Meditate in the boudoir. Tuna is recently quietly promoted to the Qi refining realm. I talked to Wei Yuan that day. That's for that. Huaiqing's talent is very good, but she kept holding back. It is not visible. But as the years go by, she felt, you can properly improve some of your own cultivation, mainly throughout the year. The father didn't mention the marriage of the princesses. After the father and emperor cultivated the immortal mother, they were even more Buddhist. If his father didn't mention it, he didn't bother to care. At this time, a maid stepped forward to report to His Highness. A letter came from the house. It was sent from Qinzhou. Huaiqing frowned at Qinzhou. Could it be that the Ziyang monk wrote to me? Huaiqing opened the envelope and glanced at it. I knew that it was the Su deed case that wrote the letter. The letter is long and has 2 pages. He read intently. After seeing the embezzlement case of Chaoyan Yamen in Yuzhou, Princess Huaiqing had a solemn face. Look further down. Suddenly, it's not very serious. Out of the mud without staining. Clear ripples but not demons. Straight through the outside. No vines, no branches. Fragrance is far away and clear. Ting net planting. It can be seen from a distance and cannot be played with. Princess Bai Qing was immersed in beautiful rhetoric. The image of the lotus flower in full bloom comes to mind. It's a pity that Su Ningyin doesn't study. Saying that, Princess Huaiqing dumped the envelope. Draw a shriveled lotus petal. This kid writes this letter. It's pouring out love to me. If the palace delivers the letter to the palace, 10 of his heads were not enough to cut off. He folded the envelope, sandwiched with the petals in a book that I don't read often. Then he was full of interest in exchange for the palace made grinding. Write down the Peking opera in which the lotus is written in the letter. Look at the letter. Huaiqing curled the corners of his mouth slightly. And Princess Linen sighed. The maid looked at the watch lying on the table, muttered in a low voice what happened to His Highness. Maybe he was bullied by the eldest princess. The personal palace maid hurriedly persuaded His Highness. Why bother with Princess Huaiqing? It wasn't him. It's the dog minion. The 2 palace maids were stunned for a moment. Hurt? His Royal Highness's dog minions have been away from Beijing for more than half a month. How did he provoke His Highness? Lin An's expression was depressed, and I didn't know. It's just that I feel uncomfortable. At this time, a palace maid stepped forward to report to His Highness. The palace guards asked to see him. Say there is your letter. It's from Qinzhou. Lin An was stunned. Who remembered the letter from Qinzhou? The palace maid outside replied that she didn't know. Lin An is a master who doesn't like to use his brain. Since I can't figure out who sent it, just take it in and take a look at it. After the personal palace maid saw him dry. Then he turned his head and shouted to bring it in. Bar. The maid outside handed the letter to the maid who opened the door. It was the one who opened the door. A beautiful palace maid who was slapped on the ass by Xu Qian'an. He opened the envelope and glanced at the clever palace maid. I don't look at it anymore. Also guess whose last name it is. Laughing and running in, His Highness said, the dog minion has a letter. The table immediately turned his face. Raised his snow-white jaw. He was displeased and didn't look at it for too long. In fact, he really wanted to see it. But when it comes to the thought of the dog, the minion is superficially loyal. Secretly turned out to be a womanizer. He also lingered all day long. He panicked just thinking about it. Both palace maids knew the temper of the table. The sergeant snickered. Leave the letter on the shore. Then he said meaningfully, the slave and maid went out first. His Highness has something to summon. Just the moment the door closed. The watch is incarnated as a gust of wind. Roll up the letters on the shore. Can't wait to read it. The night was long. Sleeplessness. His Highness's voice and smile sounded in his ears as if in front of his eyes. Half a moon gone. I miss it so much. I don't know why. Sweet corners of the mouth. I don't know when it evokes a tempting arc. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened by a crack. The two personal palace maids leaned on the crack of the door and looked inside. I was stunned to find Princess Linen sitting at the table. Be in ecstasy. Sometimes inclinative. Sometimes charming. Sometimes he showed a scared expression. The two quietly retreated. What is written in my sister's letter? Don't ask about your master. Don't ask. You have forgotten what the palace grandmother taught us. That Xu Qian'an is really capable. The princess had only known him for a long time before she had been so attentive to him. The expression is still unfinished to see the end. Discover that the story is over. The dog slave talked about a kind of lotus flower in Qingzhou. The red lotus is as enchanting as fire. It always reminds me of lowly beauties. His Royal Highness is wearing a red dress. Silent room. Princess Antelope could hear her heart pounding. The goose egg face is burning. How dare he give? Write this kind of letter yourself to hook up with the princess. Once leaked out, but he will be punished with death. Come to think of it, I wanted to tear up the letter, destroy the evidence, but he was a little reluctant, because he came out of the womb. This is the first time that a letter of this nature has been received. The story is exciting and exciting. Su Ningyan spoke so nicely. The clever Linen came up with an idea. He put together the petals of the dehydrated dry pen and the letters, sandwiched between a thick book. This is the only book given to him by his mother, so that no one will find out. It didn't take long for the two personal palace maids in the courtyard. Heard the call of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Come in and change your clothes. The main palace wants to change into a red dress. Soon, the watch was changed into a beautiful red dress. She raised her chin, said confidently to look at the peerless demeanor of this palace. The palace maid was confused. Your Highness, you are not angry. Linen glared at the peach blossom eyes and asked what kind of dog slave. Dog slaves are what you can bark at. You have to call Lord Su. He said to himself, my dog slave doesn't bark at others. Brother Ime's plum blossoms are gorgeous. Secluded courtyard. Fuka raised a hand. Ponji plum blossom. Spend time with your family. The maid in the courtyard watched this scene. Sigh. Since Lord Su left Beijing, the lady often sighs for a long time. Every 3 days, I sent someone to inquire about the news. I asked Mr. Su if he had returned to Beijing, and he barely shows up at the end of the tea. Or just go out for a drink. He left the guest and left. Far from being angry, the guests were angry. On the contrary, they are more and more sought after floating incense. Following the dark incense, floating moon dusk. There is also a poem that is not small. Beauty beaded blinds. Flat moth eyebrows. After the propaganda of the Department of Teaching workshops, an allusion was made up for the poem. The talented Lord Su made Fuxiang cry. The lady is happy in order to coax the lady. It's so anxious that it's all around. Finally, drink 3 glasses of spirits in a row. Through the wine, the thoughts welled up. That's why we have this poem. Born a lot of people who read believe it to be true. Thinks that Fuxiang is a woman with financial luck. Multi-touch. Maybe he can be like Xu Qian'an. Write a psalm for the generations. Forever. This is obviously Dafeng's version of hype and selling people's society. At this time, the little for guarding the courtyard door ran in, holding a letter in his hand, waving from afar. The Fuxiang lady has a letter from Qingzhou. It was sent by Lord Su. Fuxiang's sad face suddenly disappeared. I couldn't care about my demeanor anymore and greeted it. It's like suddenly receiving a nice gift. The scent of a little girl immersed in the unexpected joy. After receiving the letter, walked quickly back to the bedroom. Can't wait to take it apart and take a look. Half a month has not been seen. I miss you. This way. A colleague once invited me to call fancy. But I refused, because without you, Fence's name is so boring. The time we have seen each other is very far away. I know you want to go crazy. Originally, the fragrance was still sweet in my heart. Until I saw this game. When lovesickness is unbearable, remember to get your nails trimmed. A coquettish hum suddenly came from the room. The maid who was guarding outside was taken aback. After a long, long time, Fuka lay down softly on the bed, hand holding a letter with a fire lotus, reminiscing about the bits and pieces of the past prostitution with Subai. Xu Qian'an's letter was received a little late, just in time for the meal. Chu Kaiwei was sitting in the dining hall. Look at the letter Xu Qian'an sent her. She was a little happy. There is a delicacy in Yuzhou called yellow sprout-flavored ham. Ham is a delicacy unique to the south. It's hard to find in the north. There are countless delicacies in Qinzhou. Let me go through them one by one. Look at it. Chu Tsaiwei's eyes widened. Dun, swallowed saliva. I'll read it when I've read it. Like Xu Qian'an's ordinary meals. All of a sudden, it doesn't smell good. I found it hard to swallow. Chu Kaiwei slapped the table and stood up. After scolding Su Ningyan, shouting to go to Qinzhou. There is also an ant here in Shifu Yuzhou every day. Eat tea and water the flowers. By the way, I went out shopping with the servants of the house. To say that this inner city is more prosperous and safer than the outer city. He walks down the street without fear of running into bullies. It's just that I'm old. When on the street, there are still men staring at themselves in spite of it. I really hate Su Lingyue entering the hall. I saw my mother's back stroking and trimming, under the slender and loose skirt of the little demon. It is the full moon of the round and abundant you. He was a little envious. Xiao doubting smiled and said to his mother, I am back. The aunt looked down at him. How did Linning perform in the study hall? Yes, little Beanie went to school. This is the requirement set by Su Erlang when he went home last time. There is absolutely no intention to vent dissatisfaction. It's purely that I don't want to watch my young sister abandon her studies. So second, Uncle Su entrusted someone. I found a well-known bookstore in the inner city. The gentleman is an old talent. Academics are very powerful, even if it's a showman. Teaching children enlightenment is already killing chickens with a knife. But it can't be helped. Parents give too much. A child who goes to school with little doubting. None of them are ordinary children. Su Lingyue sighed. Mr. Soft Voice said, when I was studying, he was always the loudest and most serious. But after reading it, and he forgot. Today, I will finally memorize 3 sentences of the 3-character scripture. The gentleman was so happy that he almost burst into tears. The aunt suddenly called herself a strange and stupid person. Reading has to go through the brain. Don't go in your left ear and out your right ear. Xiao, doubting, stalked his neck and replied that I am not stupid. My mother is because I was born to my mother. Annie's lungs are about to explode. Picking up the dice beans is a meal. But Su Lingling, who has rough skin and thick meat, is not afraid at all, screaming and shouting that he was not stupid. The mother fought for a while. My aunt was also tired. Something suddenly came to mind. Your eldest brother sent a few letters back and put them on the table. Lingwei, you go and take a look. Su Lingyue's eyes lit up. The heart hurried over. The 3 letters were addressed to myself. Fathers and mothers. Su Lingyue took out a letter and said, Mother. Big brother sent it to you too. Annie's moist eyes flashed with surprise. Nu said, this unlucky nephew. I still think about my mother. Little doubting shouted at this time, I'll read it, because I went to school for a few days. I feel like a reader. Su Lingyue handed over the letter addressed to her father. Xiao doubting took the letter and looked at it. It was really amazing. Big brother can write so many words. My eldest brother's handwriting is better than mine. Annie smacked out a sentence not to talk nonsense. You can't read it anymore. Xiao, doubting, read the beginning of the person with a serious face. The nature of the good nature is similar. Annie frowned. You can only read these 3 sentences. At this time, Xu Lingyue had already finished reading the letter that his eldest brother wrote to him. I didn't expect the eldest brother to be far away in Yunzhou. They still care about me. Xu Lingyue's delicate melon seed face was full of smiles. This petal that my eldest brother gave me. I'm going to put it in the sachet and put it away. Come to think of it, that's when I remembered something. He snatched the letter from little Doubting's hand, unfolded it and took a look. He muttered in his mouth, "Please take care of Lining." When it was over, Aunt Uncle's face suddenly darkened. He knew that the little bunny didn't have any good intentions. They all ran away thousands of miles away. He also rode back to anger me. At dusk, in an inconspicuous restaurant near Huangbua Street, Xu Qian and Nicholas Song changed into civilian clothes. I came here before Xiaojing. Xu Qian generously slapped the silver on the table. Billing Nicholas Song frowned. "Ning Yin, where did you get so much silver? I've never seen you use a copper coin." Xu Qian smiled, but did not answer. "The copper coin is a unit of currency. Not worthy of me, the son of abandonment." The more Nicholas Song thought about it, the more wrong it became. "No, I think your broken silver is a little familiar. A foot is missing. I lost 3 pieces of silver yesterday. It's also missing. It was as if it were my money. Xu Qian is this. Smile and be confident. I seem to remove it. That's your money. I picked it up at the door of your room." Nicholas Song immediately blew up, gritting his teeth and racing wildly. But the more I scolded, the more I was angry. In a rage, he chased after Xu Qian. Soon they came to Huangbua Street. All 3 were draped in black robes. Because of the people who come here. Basically, they don't show their true faces. Xu Qian looked around. All of them sell dog meat. Soon they pressed the house number of the shop. Found ding number 15 shop. From the outside, this is also a shop that sells dog meat. But just listen carefully. You can hear the sound of warblers and swallows coming from the shop. At this time, the owner of the shop tried to probe a few customers. "Do you want a few caddies of dog meat?" Nicholas Song asked how to sell the dog meat outside, and how to sell the dog meat inside. A smile suddenly appeared on the shopkeeper's face. "Dog meat on the outside, 1,000 pounds of silver. Inside, 3,000 silver." Nicholas Song and Zhu Guanxiao were a little depressed. "That's it." He offered 3,000 pieces of silver. Xu Qian didn't think there was anything. It costs 10 taels of silver to make a tea in the capital. 3 money and silver drizzle. What's more, I'm a prostitute for nothing. The boss was very enthusiastic and led the 3 into the shop. At this time, Xu Qi settled, because he noticed one of the shopkeeper's legs is lame. The 3 of them went inside. The indescribable voices grew clearer. Poor sound insulation. "Anyway, Brother Chan is here. Definitely going to say, listen to my slogans. Action 1-2. 1 advance and retreat." At this time, the shop owner blackened. None of the girls in the shop were idle. Several guest officers. "It's better to wait. I'll cut you a pound of cooked meat." Xu Qi complained with peace of mind. "It was just dark. The girls in the shop are in good order. This black market dog meat business is very good." He wasn't going to wait, so he got up suddenly. One was chosen at random. The room kicked open the door of the room. This naturally caused a lot of angry scolding. Several of the men were not even wearing clothes. Glared at Xu Qian and the 3 of them viciously. Xu Qian smiled dryly. Ding 15 was chartered. Fuck off. Tonight's consumption is paid by Song Gongzi. As soon as these words came out, the battle between the prostitutes and Xu Qian. Nature is inevitable. It doesn't take more than a quarter of an hour. Those old prostitutes, who were originally menacing, was beaten, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Gritted his teeth and walked out of the dog meat shop. And inside the room, Xu Qian gathered the girls inside. I was angry and said angrily, "You all give me honesty. Squat down with your head in your hands. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave this room." With that, he exited the room, and the boss came over with a kitchen knife at this time. The brothers are not here to buy meat. It's here to smash the field. Xu Qian'an didn't explain anything. Groped in his arms for a moment. Take out half a jade pendant. Shindao shopkeepers can recognize this thing. The shop owner's eyes fell on the jade pendant. The pupil shrank slightly. Who are you, Zhoming? Xu Qian'an said in a Chun voice. You don't need to know. I only ask you if you recognize this jade pendant. The shop owner sweated slightly. Wait a minute, said. He limped into a room to the east. Soon after, the shop owner returned. In his hand, he held half a jade pendant and a booklet. It just fits tightly with the half that Xu Qian'an took out. You're here to ask for something. This is what Zhou Ming left with me. Xu Qian'an stared at him. Don't you want to ask anything? The shop owner said, displeased. Will you say? Xu Qian'an nodded. We are not. But you gave it too simply. The shop owner sighed. Zhou Ming handed me this booklet. I really explained that the jade pendant was a token. If you don't see the jade pendant, you don't give anything. Not even himself. You don't tell. It doesn't matter who I am. I only recognize jade pendants, not people. Li Miaojin ignored Su's humming. Straight back to her flask. Take the lid back with you. Said to Xu Qian'an. Thank you, Lord Xu, for your magnanimity. I owe you a debt for this. He doesn't have to ask for anything in the day. Xu Qian'an smiled. Said General Li politely. At the same time, I thought to myself, the promise of number 2 is still very valuable. With a sister who can't stay by his side for a long time. Change a promise. This blood is earned. He sent Li Miaojin out of the station. Then he asked a little reluctantly, in the identity of General Li and Xiuwei. I guess there is no shortage of sisters. Li Miaojin glanced back at her. Sister is no ordinary haunted house. Must be a woman born in January of the year. And after death, he is still a virgin. Can be refined into a sister. Xu Qian'an sweated slightly when he heard this. Pretend you understand. Suddenly, Li Miaojin's painting style changed. But even if you have a dog, it's also a matter of affection, right? Xu Qian'an understood what he said, but just smiled. No opinion. Li Miaojin said to Lord Xu again. Can you give me another ride? Xu Qian'an originally wanted to do this. Not to mention the 2 little brothers now. It takes time to recover. He left without looking back. Sent Li Miaojin all the way away. It's just that neither of them spoke first. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Xu Qian'an glanced at him secretly. The face and temperament of this heavenly saintess. It always reminds me of the police flower I had a crush on when I was in the police academy. Of course, Xu Qian'an's actions can't be hidden from this U.S. military lady. He said lightly, Lord Xu. The children of the rivers and lakes do not have to be rigid in the subsections. But I'm a girl after all. It's rude for you to stare like that. As he spoke, he complained in his heart. This dog man is really a pervert. Xu Qian'an laughed dryly. It feels like the impression of your own color embryo is difficult to reverse. It's all caused by the wind and the peace. Xu Qian'an said with an unchanged smile. General Li is very much like an old man of mine. Li Miaojin obviously doesn't want to talk about this topic anymore. This white emperor city is full of flowers. But Lord Xu came all the way with the governor. Desolate scenes are not uncommon. Xu Qian'an nodded, and there was no way to refute this. There's no way to say anything, because it's an established fact. Mei Juanyang continued. Ezhou commanded the guard under the jurisdiction of the embassy, between 20 to 30. But Yunzhou commanded the guards under the jurisdiction of the embassy. There are only 15 of them. Know why? Because Yunzhou is sparsely populated, and the banditry is serious. It is simply impossible to deploy troops on a large scale. How can bandits be suppressed without soldiers? Xu Qian'an kept it privately. According to the military system of the Great Song Dynasty, all command the first-class relics of the state capital below the embassy. 5,600 per person. 1,100 people in each of the county relics houses below the state capital. The total number of health centers is only 15. It's not that the state doesn't have it. But Yunzhou is a serious area of banditry. It stands to reason that the garrison should have more than 25 armaments. To be qualified, Xu Qian'an said that he only needed to reclaim the grain fields. The army usually plows on its own. I guess I can be self-sufficient. Li Miaozhen asked rhetorically, what about the military salary? How to fix it? Xu Qian'an was stunned on the spot. To be a soldier is to be paid. It's not enough to have food to eat. The more soldiers, the more salaries. If you can't afford to pay your salary. When the army says it's making trouble, it's making trouble. Xu Qian'an hugged his fists, laughing and ashamed. Li Miaozhen didn't care much. I've been in Yunzhou for more than a year. He cooperated with Yangtze River to suppress bandits more than 20 times. He did his best every time. I don't believe that such people would collude with mountain bandits. Master Xu is an important person in this investigation. Your attitude determines the attitude of the governor. I hope you will handle this matter carefully. Xu Qian'an pretended to be surprised and said that General Li had passed through prison. I'm just a little gong. Li Miaozhen had a direct showdown. I've looked into it. Lord Xu thinks he will return it to you. It's more familiar. He added in his heart as he spoke. For example, you are proficient in investigating crimes. For example, you and the faculty division's many orange oil-stained thoughts. And this beautiful gentleman continued. Master Xu seems to have a cousin. Studied at Yunlu Academy. Xu Qian'an smiled but said nothing. Number 2 really suspects number 3's identity. Suspect that Jiro is a warm-hearted reader. Number 3, I might as well use this opportunity to spread the misunderstanding. Anyway, Jiro is in the academy. Number 2 is in Yunzhou, 108,000 miles apart. In this way, I can take advantage of Jiro's incense. Win the faith of number 2. Anyway, my identity can't be revealed. The consequences of social death are terrible. Xu Qian'an said with a smile. Yes, CI is an aspiring reader. It is deeply valued by the Confucian scholars of Yunlu Academy. It is said that he was trained as the inheritor of the Shoin. The American military lady opened her mouth slightly. When the inheritor comes to cultivate. No wonder number 3 knows so much about the layout of Yunlu Academy. Know the classified information. Li Miaozhen, who thought she had guessed everything, was a little excited. Lord Xu is also enthusiastic, chivalrous, and courageous. Xu Qi's attitude of complaining has changed significantly. It seems that the people who love the house and Wu also have a little bit of a good impression of me. If I say 1,000 swords at this time, the prospect of 1,000 cuts. Number 2's favorability towards me will explode directly. After chatting for a few words, the two said goodbye. One of them went on. One turned and returned. Li Miaozhen found a secluded alley. Remove the flask. Directly unleash Susu. Then a paper figure pops up and serves him as a yuba. As soon as Miss Susu appeared, she made a look of grievance. Li Miaozhen ignored him. Instead, he asked, "What did you tell him?" Su Sugan said with a smile. "Just said a little bit." Li Miaozhen said in a deep voice. "A little bit is how much?" Su Su replied a little weakly and didn't say anything. "It's who you are. Age, cultivation. There's also a downhill experience." Ah, Li Miaozhen's face suddenly darkened. "Don't you explain it all?" Su Su is very sure. At least I didn't tell him about the days when Ning came to Ghost Water. This side of the station, Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng are two difficult brothers. There was a quarrel. Why didn't you tell me? Didn't you talk about you and Su Su? After speaking, Chi-Chi looked at Xu Qian'an. Ning Yin, did you already know Su Su's identity? Why don't you tell us? Xu Qian'an said with a sly face. You made me keep it a secret. The brothers and sisters suddenly withered. That's what happened to us and Su Su in the tea house. Xu Qian'an replied truthfully. It's all your illusion. Surprisingly, after the two heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's an illusion. Then it's nothing. I was just confused. The coma passed. Xu Qian smiled and mended the knife. You've fallen for illusion. But there was no coma. As he spoke, he came to the pillar, holding the pillar with an ambiguous face. While rushing frantically, he said, Guangxiao, you were like that. Then he came back to the table. Press your hands against the edge of the table. Selling off waist strength. Nicholas, you were like that. Dead memories attack them instantly. The sense of shame is directly filled. As a result, they burrowed directly into the wall chamber under the table. Suning in, you get out of here. You go, please. You go away. I don't want to see you today. Suda Slut suddenly had a clear thought. Refreshed. I should be under the car. It should not be in the car. See how sweet you are. Singing and singing. Su Waifen smiled. Don't make trouble with our friendship. How can a mere female ghost shake it? It's a big deal to go back to the capital and ask you to go to the Jiaofan division. Nicholas Song looked disdainful. The Ministry of Education wanted to buy me and Guangxiao. Su's wife said cheaply. Twice will do. The brothers and sisters are still unmoved. Go and don't talk to me. Xu Qian gritted his teeth. 5 times the 2 brothers turned their heads. Xu Qian was also asked to set himself up. And then there's. You can't leak the story of Susu's female ghost. And they will not make fun of us. Xu Qian endured the benefits. Guaranteed that the road is fine. But that's not the end of the story. He burst out laughing. Nicholas Song's face suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? Xu Qian said with a serious expression. I didn't really laugh. I'm highly trained. No matter how funny it is, you won't laugh. Unless Xu Qian took the half of the jade pendant and the booklet. Pondering what the boss said. Only recognize the jade pendant, not the person. It's because Zhou Ming, who came to get evidence, may not be. Zhou Ming, Lao Daizi's mind is really meticulous. It's an account book. It records the military quartermaster who commanded Shirsi to disappear for no reason. I remember every stroke very well. With this evidence, Governor Zhang can command the 2 products, arrested and interrogated, although it is not yet possible to convict directly. Now the evidence is in hand. The trip to Yunzhou can almost come to an end. Xu Qian put away his things. What is the relationship between you and Zhou Ming? Why is he relieved to give you the account books? The shop owner leaned against the doorframe, replied casually, I'm a ranger. Because he was nosy, he offended a Yane, assaulted by someone from the other party. That's what this leg is going to break. They were going to take me out of the city and bury me alive. It was Lord Zhou who saved me. I owe him my life. It's a joke to walk the rivers and lakes again if you are lame. So I took root in the White Emperor City. When he handed it to me that day, I had a premonition that something was going to happen to him. But there's only so much I can do. I may not be able to repay the life-saving grace, but you can still do something as small as keeping things. Xu Qian nodded. Throw a fist at him as a token of appreciation. At the same time, I added a word of revenge in my heart. Leave it to us. The owner of the shop was accidentally there. I'll cut you a few pounds of dog meat and take it away. Xu Qian did not refuse. He took out the money and brought him 5 taels of silver. It's just a shop. The boss was reluctant to take it. Xu Qian explained. It's not dog meat money. It's Song Gongzi's payment fee. The trio left the shop a short time later. Song Tingfeng regretted that he couldn't go back now anyway. Why don't you stay in the shop? I bought them all. Xu Qian sneered. Then you go back. They're still moist. Nicholas Song was instantly silenced. He felt that Su Ningyin was really vulgar when he spoke. We cultural people should say so. They're waiting for you to pick it up. The night is getting darker. In a mansion in the White Emperor City, Li Miaojin sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. He stared for a long time. I found out that my sister hadn't come back yet. Just 3 gongs is a piece of cake for my sister. Not to mention that Xu Qian. It's a prodigal who has been hollowed out by wine. That's not a problem. It stands to reason that they are fascinated by the daytime. You can get the information directly. Why haven't you come back yet? Mo Fei disobeyed my orders. It's wrapped around someone's body. It's impossible for my sister to follow me for so many years. The biggest advantage is obedience. He was a good family again. After dying of illness, there was almost no resentment. And my sister knows that Xu Qian'an is a person who can't stand the oppression. It shouldn't absorb the essence of the other party. Maybe it's a moment of playfulness. Li Miaojin breathed a sigh of relief and planned to sleep, because she felt that her analysis was reasonable. It can be done until the next morning. When Li Miaojin woke up, she still didn't find her sister. She finally realized that something was wrong. Li Miaojin was immediately on the table. A rudimentary Tai Chi Bagua array was drawn. Remove grave soil and genital warts, as well as feminine objects such as cat's eyes, placed in a specific location, supplemented by an opportunity to activate the formation. And the paper man actually stood up, but after a few seconds of silence, she lay down again. It turned back into a normal paper figure. Li Miaojin's face suddenly became solemn. This paper figure is an item that my sister once attached to. Her breath remained. I should have guided myself to find my sister. There are 3 possible scenarios for this. First, my sister had an accident. Now the soul is gone. The second is that the sister was sealed. The third sister left the White Emperor City. It is beyond the scope of human sense. Among these 3 possibilities, either way, it all means that something happened to my sister. Li Miaojin's mind. Xu Qian's cheap appearance suddenly appeared. The bell must also be tied to Ling Yuan. This side of the station. Nicholas Song pouted and said, "Have you finished reading? This book is not real." Xu Qian didn't have a good air. Do you know what reconciliation is? Interrogating prisoners requires confronting each other. Nicholas Song stood up and stretched. Waving his hand, he said, "Then you still see it with relish." Xu Qian said, "At least I'll go through it roughly. Be able to know what to do." After speaking, he looked at Zhu Guangxiao, who was resting. "Do you want to find Miss Susu?" Zhu Guangxiao glanced at him, but there was no sound. Su Weifan was puzzled and said that she hadn't thought about it yet. "You and Miss Susu are already husband and wife. That stinky sister at home, you've even touched your little hands. It's still stinky and shameless, and I want you a handful of silver. It's crazy to think about money. The dead old man is like his own daughter. Forget it, don't bury him. Have you seen my aunt? Is my aunt pretty? She is one of the best beauties. My second uncle married her back then. The bride price is only 20 taels. What about your fiancé?" Su Guangxiao was silent. But in the mind, I can't help but think of Miss Susu's coquettishness in that amorous gesture. At this time, Nicholas Song's shout came from downstairs. "Rather have guests." Su Qi walked down smoothly. "It's in the hall of the inn. I saw a close-fitting shirt. It outlines the sturdy figure of a female leopard, a heroic American military mother." Xu Qian secretly swallowed his saliva. "Where is this like the holy daughter of the heavenly sect of the thief sect? The teacher makes people forget their feelings. As a result, you have become a generation of heroines who are eager for success." Su Weifan smiled at General Li. "We meet again." Li Miaojin hugged her fist in return. At the same time, I attached a sentence to my heart. The dark circles under this kid's eyes deepened again. It should have been absorbed by the sister. Su asked her to sit down on the side. She's supposed to be here for her sister. I can't get my sister's life for a long time. Should know that something is wrong. Su Qian pondered how to deal with it. Give your sister back to him. But I can't help it. Such a beautiful producer's wife. It's pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. And the ability to possess is useful. At this time, Li Miaojin took the lead in speaking a few adults. Yesterday, I saw a girl named Susu. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao were both shocked by stress. Turning his head and looking over, the cold sweat on his face also slid down. Su Qian pursed his lips and snickered. Two little brothers? When the execution is public. When Xu Qian'an came, he smiled and said that he had seen him. I also formed an inextricable bond with two of my colleagues. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao's faces were empty, instantly turned to shock. The two of them said at the same time, "It's obviously an inextricable bond with me. What does it have to do with this guy?" Li Miaozhen looked at their ever-changing faces. I was a little confused. Listen to the meaning of Xu Qian's words. Could it be that Su also squeezed the essence of these two people? He turned to look at Xu Qian and said so. Sister must be in Xu Qian's hands. Otherwise he wouldn't have said such things. Li Miaozhen said sorry. It's me who doesn't think about it. I don't know if you can give it back to me. The brothers' faces were changing. With an expression of 100,000 whys, he looked at Li Miaozhen. Xu Qian seemed to smile and said with a smile, and designed to trap the court officials. Stealing confidential messages. It's a capital offense. When General Li and his brothers heard this, they were shocked again. The neck is very similar. Step twisted. Looked at Xu Qian with a blank face. Li Miaozhen looked at him calmly. No justification or irritation. It seems that the law of Dafeng is completely ignored. Xu Qian also suddenly realized. Number 2 is an angry youth, despite his chivalrous courage. But it can't be concealed that he is a chivalrous man who has committed all his crimes. Most importantly, number 2 is a 5-rank master. For him, everybody in this room is garbage. I had to change my attitude. You can't overwhelm people with force. And according to the current situation, it is impossible for Su to use it for himself. Xu Qian said with a smile. This official is not the kind of person who is unforgiving. Everything is negotiable. The main thing is to admire General Li for the love of electricity. For more than a year, he ran everywhere to suppress bandits. This feeling of serving the country and the people makes the official ashamed. But the official likes the girl very much. Can General Li cut his love? Li Miaozhen said lightly, although the sister is a high-level, resentful spirit. But it can't last forever on its own, unless you keep ingesting the amazement. In the long run, you will lose your mind, turn into an uncontrollable monster. He had to stay with me, in order to remain as it is. You fly to the door. The disciple is not proficient. The secretary kept him with him as a disservice to others and himself. Xu Qian got up and told him to wait. At the same time, the image of you in reality is attached to your heart. It's very different from the image on the internet. How can you be so serious? Just before going out, looked at Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng's dull eyes. The expression is stiff. He couldn't help but laugh. And this pair of brothers and sisters have the same thoughts at the moment. What is a sister? What is the ingestion of essence? What are they talking about? Soon after, Xu Qian returned with a wine jug. Slam on the table. Li Miaozhen looked at the ghost sigil on the wine jug. Recognized that it is engraved with the wind chimes of the Tao Gate. Xu Qian lifted the lid of the pot. Smoke rises from the tiger's mouth. Transformed into a charming one. Beauty, he glared at Xu Qian fiercely first. Angry and shameful man Lunga is going to starve to death. Immediately afterwards, he saw Li Miaozhen. The little face instantly made a grievance. The master of the twittering way. You're going to call the shots for me. This stinky boy bullied me. Insult me, you come later. And I conceived his seed. At this moment, 2 heartbreaking voices were heard. It was at the moment when Susu appeared. Something happening at the same time. Brothers and sisters are like ice sculptures. Inch by inch rigidity. Since Tako couldn't sense the yin qi. You can't see ghosts. Just keep your distance. Will not be discovered. So these days, Li Miaozhen sent Susu to stare at the 3 heroes of Gulan. In the military camp outside the White Emperor City, Li Miaozhen asked lightly, "These days, you were staring at the post station. What did you find out about it?" Susu said, Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao. Most of the time in the caravanserais. Occasionally I get tired of eating the food at the inn. I will go out to find a restaurant. They were a duo. Su Wan was not involved. He acted alone. Every time I go out, I go to Guilin. Almost every day, I spend an hour in Guilin, then go back to the station. During this period, I did not go to any yamen. Zhou Ming's case has not been investigated. Li Miaojin snorted coldly in her heart. Sure enough, it's hard to change. Why is it so much worse than his cousin? Susu continued. Zhou Ming's grave has traces of passivity. Speculative based on time. It should have been on the day the governor arrived in White Emperor City. Li Miaojin took a sip of tea. Continue to ask if there is anything else out of the ordinary. Su muttered abnormally in her heart. That Xu Qian'an picks up silver every day is not abnormal. Wrong. What the owner should ask about is Zhou Ming's related events. He shook his head again and said no. They seem to be waiting for the governor to return. Reinvestigate Zhou Ming's case. Li Miaojin heard this, lost in thought. But I really didn't have a clue for a while. Just give up. Then he took out a porcelain vase from his bosom. Uncorked the bottle. Summon a haunted house that lives in a bottle. It looks like a middle-aged scholar with a long life. Li Miaojin instructed lightly. I said, you right. According to the information within the Heaven and Earth Society, Xu Qian'an is very good at investigating the case. And experienced. If he really has any clues, or the exact direction, it would never have been spent so many days at the inn. After all, the longer the case drags on, the fewer the leads. This means that Xu Qian'an is also helpless. It didn't take long for a letter to be written. Li Miaojin handed the letter to Su, instructed him to send the letter to Yangtze River. Su held the letter, twisted Xiaoman's waist, and walked out of the military tent. Suddenly turned his head, pitifully said, won't the master avenge me? That stinky boy insulted me. Li Miaojin pouted and said, it's just a day for you. Su saw that the master had rejected his request. He turned around and walked away in a huff. Around the White Emperor City, the largest restaurant in Qingping County. Meantime, this is also the last stop of Governor Zhang's inspection. During lunch, Governor Zhang took the opportunity to be furious. Reprimanded the officials, the soldiers, and the guards. Let the bandits multiply and develop. As a result, the number of displaced people in Yunzhou increased. The voice of the people is depressed. The song department was officially ashamed of the words of the governor of Dao. It's really embarrassing for this official. Governor Zhang snorted coldly, according to the secret report. The bandits in Yunzhou are because someone secretly supports them. Some people know the way to the army, but doing the things of the concubine country. After the officials heard this, Du looked vaguely at Yangtze River, the commander of the capital. There was a knock on the door. An officer walked in. He is Yangtze River's confidant. After handing a secret letter to Yangtze River, then he turned and withdrew. Yangtze River opened the envelope and read it. A smile suddenly appeared on his serious and silent face. Then he smiled and said that the official also supported the governor. It must be strictly investigated. It cannot be tolerated. Under the governor's hand, capable people come out in large numbers. I think it will soon be clear. Governor Zhang was a little confused. He guessed what was written on the letter can make Yangtze River's confidence suddenly sufficient. Jushi quickly left. The patrol party was on their way back to the White Emperor City. Governor Zhang, Chen said, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Anxious, frowning, and asking, is it because Yangtze River suddenly became arrogant? Governor Zhang nodded. This tour is a foreshadowing and testing for me. The purpose is to separate Yunzhou officialdom, in order to prepare for the arrest of Yangtze River. If Yunzhou officialdom is a heart, then I'm going to have to make a careful plan. If it's not a heart, just find a way to isolate Yangtze River, and with the support of Yunzhou officialdom. Originally, I was very sure, because of the dinner party when I first arrived in Yunzhou. Song is not a true history. It revealed some kind of information in a subtle way. Everything is going very well. In the past few days, I have officially cooperated with Songbu. Revealed a signal that we are ready to engage in Yangtze River. To the officials, force them to take sides. But after Yangtze River received that letter, it was as if I had confidence all of a sudden. No more silence. He even laughed and teased me. I don't know what he has to rely on. Zhang Luzhong said no matter what. Lord Governor, just solve the problems on the official side. I have it in terms of force. The investigation of the case includes Xu Qian'an. Governor Zhang nodded helplessly. I can only hope that you will read it. Hopefully he'll be able to solve the puzzle sooner rather than later. Find the evidence left by Zhou Ming. This side of the station. Zhang Xuanfu just got out of the carriage. I saw the 3 heroes of Guilin come out to greet him. Originally, it was nothing. Just after seeing Xu Qian's appearance, both were shocked. Xu Qian's eyes were bloodshot. Dark circles are not black. It's blue-black, blue-black. It looks like it will feather and fly up at any time. Zhang Luzhong strode forward and asked. It's been a few days, and Xu Qian replied weakly. It's the 15th day. Old Ginger gasped. What is the status now? Xu Qian laughed twice. It's okay, and I'll die at any time. Staring at Xu Qian in anxiety. It's not even the limit. This kid's Yuan Shun has such great potential. After he was promoted to the God refining realm, how far will Genshin go by leaps and bounds? Refining the spiritual power of the dancers of the God realm will become extremely sharp. Any disturbance in the surroundings cannot be concealed, especially with hostile feelings. Therefore, dancers in the God refining realm would hardly be ambushed. At the same time, the spirit and spirit converge. Complement one another. Combat power will be raised by a notch. At this time, Zhang Xuanfu couldn't help but ask Ning Yin, is there an eyebrow about Zhou Ming's code? Xu Qian still replied weakly. I've got the books. Zhang Xuanfu opened his mouth almost subconsciously. Don't be discouraged. You can always unravel the code. Can be in the next moment. His eyes widened. The code is unlocked. Originally, because Zhou Ming's case was obscure and difficult. Except for the code, there were no other clues. Governor Zhang is ready to fight a protracted war. But I never expected it. The protracted war has not yet begun. The evidence is in hand. This means that the trip to Yunzhou is coming to an end. It also means that Yangtze River is finished. Governor Zhang took a deep breath, looked at Xu Qian repeatedly. I was filled with emotion. This son will become a great thing. The same is true for Zhang Luzhong. An old father's caring look. His expression seemed to say, my son Xu Qian has the posture of a woman. The night slowly thickened. Wait until they get all the messes in order. Xu Qian was called to Governor Zhang's room. He took it out cleanly. Something to get from the owner of the dog butcher shop. Zhang Xuanfu couldn't wait to take it. I opened it and looked at it a few times in a panic. Then he said indignantly, it's really shocking. It's such a huge amount. Yangtze River really deserves death. Xu Qian's eyes lit up. The governor is worthy of being a scholar. I looked at the account books for half a day. Only then did I see some eyebrows. He asked in a slightly admiring tone, what is the amount of such a huge amount? Governor Zhang didn't seem to hear it. Repeatedly, shocking these 4 words. Xu Qian felt that he understood. This means that the amount is huge. But don't ask it's shocking. Governor Zhang coughed. Ask how you solve the code. Xu Qian smiled proudly. It took a cup of tea. Crack yourself in the code. Described in detail. In fact, Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao also played an important role. Not only are they actively involved in decryption, even at the cost of being like a ghost. Abandoned personal face. The magnitude of the sacrifice is touching. Frowning in anxiety. The witch god cult is good at raising ghosts and encountering ghosts. It seems that there are witch god cult guys hiding in the White Emperor's city. Xu Qian'an did not refute either. I think it's reasonable to let the witch god sect come out and take the blame. He put away his smile, asked the governor, "What are you going to do next?" The corners of Inspector Zhang's mouth split an arc. Then just pick up the freezer. Shin Su could just finish speaking. I touched my stomach again. Then the style of painting changed. There is no hurry. Let's talk about it after eating. Freezer. The speedy Governor Zhang chose to finish eating before acting. He beckoned in exchange for Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao. Listen to Lin Yin. The two of you have made a great contribution during the investigation of the case. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao were a little moved when they heard this. Su Linyin was actually in front of the governor. Give us credit. Difficult brothers to the field of vision. Merit is a good thing. First of all, it's about appreciation. Secondly, after the end of the Yinzhou mission, the Yamen will make contributions according to the individual. Give a certain reward. And very generous. Su Dasharan's actions touched the two little brothers. What a good brother. Nicholas Song smiled and sent a sycophant. This is what lowly officials should do. Share the worries of the governor. Serve the imperial court. I'm going to die. Governor Zhang's official concubine listened to the spiritual experience. You look like ghosts during the investigation. Fight against the resentful spirits that block the handling of the case. Great sacrifices were made. But there is such a thing. The emotion on the faces of the two little brothers disappeared in an instant. The expression translates directly into stiffness. Then they looked at each other with a weak heart, as if talking about a false dog thief. Sold us. Governor Zhang frowned and asked why he didn't speak. Nicholas Song forced a smile on his face, a trivial matter. It's not worth asking in person. Governor Zhang shook his head and waited for the matter to be over. The official is to write an excerpt. Anyone's contribution will be recorded. The Superior Court borrowed the time to reward meritorious deeds. The difficult brother had to force a dry laugh. Lord Governor, humiliation is not wanting to be humiliated. It's just that the resentful spirit hurt the original god. There is some mental disorder. I can't remember the details. Governor Zhang Wenyin no longer asked about the details. Anyway, it is guaranteed by Su Ningyin. This credit nail can't run. After dinner, Zhang Luzhong and Zhang Xuanfu led the team to run. A total of 130 people were added to the watch. Mightily walked towards the mansion of the capital command room. Knives, guns, bows and crossbows and other equipment are readily available. It was even equipped with a tinder. It's to catch the other party off guard. Caught the entire Yinzhou officialdom off guard. Zhang Luzhong jumped off the horse. Hurried to the door of the house. Braced the lower crotch. After a slight charge. Pour out with a punch. Bang! The heavy gate was torn apart in an instant. Broken wood chips shot. Beat the people to rate the field high to rush into the mansion. He shouted to the governor. Those who obstruct the handling of the case will not be punished. However, there are also masters in the command palace who quickly rushed out, entangled with Iara, but because the people moved too quickly. Whoever rushes up to this group of soldiers will die first. Fundamental parry. Can't stop BVO without a few breaths. He was beaten back again and again. Suddenly, the door to the study was slammed open. Yang Qian'an flew out of it. Stop it. You can kill red-eyed watchmen. It doesn't matter who you are. I saw someone rushing over. Just cut it down. Just wait to see who the person who cut it is. A soft underfoot. My heart suddenly began to flutter. Zhang Luzhong, who was watching the battle at this time, snorted coldly. Step out. Spread 5 fingers towards Yang Qian'an. An unstoppable aura enveloped Yang Qian'an. The action of preparing for his attack was momentarily paused. With Zhang Luzhong's fist, that huge gas machine, he was dragged and flew over. The punch exploded. Lao Jiang punched Yang Qian'an in the chest, who flew over. It was like a bell ringing between heaven and earth. Everyone saw Yang Qian'an like a cannonball. Knocked out. It took a large flower bed to stop after knocking it down along the way. Yang Qian'an's iron bone was directly broken. Coughed twice and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The guards of the palace tightened their grips on the hilts of their swords. Is going to burn with this group of uninvited guests. Then, I heard Yang Qian'an say weakly, and they all stopped. Governor Zhang's fax appeared. Looking at the embarrassed commander, Chen Xingdao. Lord Yang, please restrain your subordinates. Yang Qian'an smiled calmly and said that this official is a second-class member. Governor Zhang led a team to rush into the official mansion late at night. Knife soldiers. The official would like to hear what Governor Zhang's reasons are. Governor Zhang Chen Xingdao is also good. So that you can be clear, Zhou Ming's account book has already been obtained. Yang Qian'an's eyes widened instantly. That's impossible. Governor Zhang sneered, and Lord Yang followed the official back to the post station. Naturally, take away the blockers. Kill it. The guard stepped forward in unison. Make a gritted teeth and make a ruthless gesture. But he was scolded back by Yang Qian'an. Obstructing the governor's handling of the case is a capital offense. The killing of the watchman is decisive, not to mention doubting the combat power of the Golden Gong. He didn't want his men to die in vain. Immediately, Tiger Benway stepped forward to take out the shackles. Put it on Yang Qian'an. Pressed him to go out of the house. There were more than 130 people. Come in a hurry. I also left the palace of the commander in a hurry. The commander of the army outside the White Emperor's city. The American military mother exclaimed. What to fight the people who broke into Yang's mansion at night? Took away the commander of the envoy. He glared at the ghost who had come back to report the news. This is the eyeliner he left in Yang Chuan South Mansion. Replace one every 3 days. Su shouted that the governor was so arrogant. Dare to arrest people without evidence. Although he is now the biggest official in White Emperor City. But there is no evidence to dare to move Lord Yang. The owner, Luan's family, suggested ordering 3,000 people. When the draw is a battle, hang the gong, surnamed Su, on the head of the White Emperor City. Li Miaozhen glanced at him. You have a lot of point. Appoint Su as the vanguard of the assault battalion. Su's neck shrunk. Smiled awkwardly, but politely. Let's do things according to the laws of Dafeng. Unexpectedly, the U.S. military mother didn't give him a good face. Get away, Su pouted, twisting his waist and leaving the tent. But the next moment, Li Miaozhen called him back. Su's beautiful face. A sweet smile suddenly bloomed. Master, you agreed to extinguish the gong, surnamed Su. Li Miaozhen ignored him. He asked directly, are you sure that Xu Qian'an really didn't investigate secretly? And there is evidence of the so-called. Su hurriedly shook his head. I am only responsible for staring at Xu Qian'an. And then there were his 2 colleagues. I didn't pay attention to the other watchmen. Li Miaozhen nodded helplessly. As long as Xu Qian'an did not investigate secretly, others can ignore it. As for whether that kid found out about Su's tracking, it doesn't matter. So, what is the reason and purpose of the governor to arrest Yang Qian'an? Attempts to resolve grievances violently. It won't. A governor would not have done such an unwise thing. Come to think of it, Li Miaozhen shouted. Outside the tent of the army, professional guards came in. Li Miaozhen ordered in a deep voice to light the flags and enter the city. Then he looked at Su. You went with me into the city overnight. I'm going to visit the governor. In the room of the inn, Governor Zhang was extremely stingy and said to Yang Qian'an, you and the former Ministry of Labor Shangshu headed the party. Collusion with the witch god cult. Secretly support mountain bandits. Deliver military supplies to it. What exactly is the intention? Yang Qian'an said coldly. Desire to add sin. There is no excuse for it. Xu Qian glanced at him lightly. Lord Yang, don't say these high-sounding words. Yangtze River stared at him deadly. The day after the governor's team came to Yunzhou, Li Miaozhen told him, "There is a gong named Xu Qian'an. He is one of the important roles in the patrol team. But I never expected it. Didn't wait for me to respond. This little gong actually laid the ending in advance." Yangtze River stared at Xu Qian'an deadly. "Zhou Ming's account book was found by you." Xu Qian'an generously and directly admitted that it was me. Yangtze River shook his head and laughed. "Sure enough, it was a hero who came out of a teenager. When Miaozhen talked to me about you, I have not underestimated you. But after all, it was careless." Governor Zhang silently echoed in his heart. "It's not just you. I can't even imagine it. Xu Qian's business ability is actually so strong." Suddenly, Yangtze River discovered something. Looking at Xu Qian'an, he asked, "You seem to be impacting the divine refining mirror." Xu Qian'an continued to nod. "In the final analysis, the new is the history of the commander. It's much more discerning than the girl on number 2. Lao Tzu's dignified leisure. I even suspected that I was an overindulgent pervert." Xu Qian'an smiled and said that Lord Yang is a member of the Qi party. "That's fine." The two salted fish adults did not say anything. Consciously, let Xu Qian'an interrogate. "Yangtze River guarded my father. It's Qi people. When he served in the military department, he was supported by the squire of the military department at that time. He joined the 7th party. Xu Qi's heart is a bandit in the middle of the belly." "What do you mean?" He looked blankly at Governor Zhang. Governor Zhang explained, "The 7 parties are the parties of his younger brothers. Yang Chuan'an's father is his wife. The 7th party controls the Ministry of War." That was decades ago. Yangtze River continued with Governor Zhang's words. "My father has always been a fringe figure in the 7th party. It still is to me, until I was transferred to Yunzhou. In the past 10 years, he has made many military exploits, slowly climbed to the current position. Therein too, it is true that the 7 parties have contributed to the mediation of me in the imperial court, but I don't have a close relationship with them. In addition to the entry into Beijing, there will be an intersection of values. Yunzhou and the capital are thousands of miles apart. It also depends on those incense sticks to sustain it." Governor Zhang nodded at Xu Qian'an. Yangtze River climbed up by virtue of his military exploits. That's why. Only the charge of self-respect can be confirmed. It is also in line with the assessment of him by the Yamen of the Watchman. Yangtze River suddenly became excited. "But I can say that I supply military supplies for his party. Collusion with the witch god cult. This official is indeed wronged. I have been in command of the governor. Is there a bigger official in Yunzhou than me? Yangko is self-respecting. If you don't want to do something for the people of Yunzhou, the official is willing to be transferred out of this hellish place." Xu Qi was relieved in his abdomen. That's a beautiful thing to say. Resting in the film and television dramas I watched in my previous life. It is to whitewash yourself. Xu Qian'an didn't believe a word. He believed only the evidence he had in hand. Governor Zhang asked what Lord Yang meant. There is a hidden story behind this matter. Yangtze River was excited. The governor thought that I was the only one in Yunzhou with 7 parties. 7 parties colluded with atheism to transport military supplies. The main messenger behind the scenes must be me. I am the only one in the 7th party of the command division. Governor Zhang shook his head when he heard this. All the commanders made the adults look good. Yangtze River gritted his teeth. "No. I know what to say. As the commander of the Yamen, deliver military supplies to mountain bandits. Who is most responsible? It must be the highest level of his own commander." Xu Qian'an said meaningfully, "Lord Yang, you got a traitor." Yangtze River knew that Xu Qian'an didn't trust him. After a pause, he said that the Qi party did do these things. But it wasn't until Zhou Ming's death. I only then knew the pulse of the matter. Obvious. I was used as a scapegoat by the Qi party. Those who really collude with the witch god cult and support the mountain bandits. Others, I wanted to secretly find the evidence and destroy it. It's a pity that you guys are one step faster. Xu Qi sneered in peace of mind. Is this a step faster? This is the spring water that you haven't come out of yet. I pushed it higher. He turned his head to look at the white clothes behind him. The white-clad warlock immediately returned. He doesn't seem to be lying. Xu Qian stared at him very unhappily. What is called seems. Yes is yes. No is nothing. It's still very seeming. Bai Yimong explained. We are 6th grade feng shui masters. This is the commander of the epic 5 pins. It stands to reason that our vigor warlock can't go wrong. But it's not 100% of the time. First of all, if Lord Yang has cultivated the Yuan Shen, strong-willed, then we can't see through his lies. For example, Su Gongzi. Once you step into the realm of refining gods, then the idle 8-rank warlock can't see through you. You need a warlock of the same grade, or even 1 grade higher. The second is the magic weapon that shields the breath. Of course, Lord Yang has already been searched. There are no magic weapons. Finally, the cult of the witches and our warlocks. All have spells that modify memories. Lord Yang had made preparations in advance. Then what he is saying now is indeed the truth. Xu Qian was taken aback. For the first time, he'd heard of the idea of modifying memories. The old ginger jumped out at the right time to brush the existence. It was a spell that only the high-grade and strong could master. Xu Qian understands, yes. If you understand it, you can just modify the memory. Then the case will be difficult to handle. Ordinary investigative methods are no longer effective. He gave the white-clothed men a wicked look. It seems that only Xinxia can defeat Xinxia. If you knew it, you would have applied to send Qing or force the king to accompany you, instead of 3 mere feng shui masters. At this time, Yang Qian'an opened his mouth and said, Lord Su, with your ability to qualify me, let me call me Lord Su. What the official said is true or false. You might as well check it out. Xu Qian sneered in his heart. Use enemies to defeat enemies. Come to think of it, he laughed and said with a smile, why should I help you? Directly tie you back to the capital. That's the end of it. Yang Qian'an was surprisingly calm at this time. The tone is not salty or light, and it is okay to say. From today, the post station will start 3 shifts to patrol the head, day or night, without the approval of the governor. No one is allowed to leave or enter the inn. The Tiger Bend guards were a little excited, because the culprit has been arrested. It is foreseeable that the day when they will return to Beijing is not far off. Speaking of which, he complained that the South is really a ghost place. It's cold and damp. I don't feel warm when I sleep with a quilt at night. What's even more infuriating, no matter how much you wear at night, it doesn't matter how tightly you wrap it, only by shaking can you be warmer. When the conversation is in full swing. Suddenly, I saw a figure appear at the door of the post station. Tiger Benway immediately pressed down on the hilt of the knife. The U.S. military lady said in a loud voice, especially General Li Miaozhen, asked to see the governor. At this time, Jiang Yuzhong's deep voice came out and let him in. Li Miaozhen stepped into the courtyard of the post station. I didn't have a good anger at Su Dao. Keeping up with Su reluctantly came over to the master. It's all obnoxious martial artists here. The blood is too strong. Hot people hurt all over their bodies. He chattered. I'll tell you, master. There are 2 watchmen here. I'm obsessed with me. Li Miaozhen's face was black. Birds don't bird he wears. The courtyard came to the hall. Li Miaozhen stood in the hall with a straight posture. Lord Governor, you have evidence for Daoic to command Yang Qian'an. Governor Zhang held his tent belly and raised it. Is this what you're talking about? Conclusive. Li Miaozhen looked at Xu Qian with a complicated expression. You did it. Xu Qian shook his head and denied it. I didn't do it, but I found it. Li Miaozhen coldly squinted at Su on her side. Sure enough, the so-called evidence was found by Xu Qian. Comrade Su was also confused. He assured that he was not lazy. But the facts are right in front of you. The little gong was right under his nose. Got the evidence? Li Miaojin took a deep breath. Lord Governor, there is a hidden element in this case. Governor Zhang said without being salty or light. You generally are just a paint general, and he is not a member of the court, has no right to meddle in the affairs of the imperial court. This official reads that you have a meritorious service in suppressing bandits. Admire your actions. It's what will surprise you. The American military mother clenched her silver teeth. I felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At the same time, that crazy thought kept growing. At this time, Xu Qian'an coughed vigorously, and the governor snorted. Let's listen to what he has to say. Governor Zhang and Jiang Luzhong glanced at each other, then sweat slightly. Now that Xu Qian'an has spoken, then I'll give him this face. Tell us what you think. Li Miaojin pondered for a few seconds. I have known Yangtze River for more than a year. Joined forces to suppress bandits several times. But I'm not black and white. He also understands the sinister and fickleness of the human heart. I believe in Yangtze River. It's not just about getting along with each other and fighting side by side. I learned from secret sources. The imperial court sent a governor to Yunzhou to investigate Yangtze River. He arranged a haunted house supervisor by his side. In Yangtze River at that time, I didn't receive a secret letter from the 7 parties. When hearing haunted house surveillance, Zhang Luzhong raised his eyebrows. Governor Zhang stared at him with burning eyes. How did you know that this official was coming to Yunzhou to investigate Yangtze River? Nan's wife Su said with peace of mind. Report to the governor. Because there are bad people among the masses. And that person is me. Faced with Governor Zhang's questioning, Li Miaojin said bluntly, this is my secret. Su Qi changed the topic with peace of mind. Yangtze River is a 5-ranked answer. I'm afraid you can't hide the surveillance of your haunted house from him. At the same time, I thought with emotion in my heart. I informed number 2 about this in advance. I just want number 2 to cooperate with their investigation. Li Miaojin said lightly. Know what? As long as he's always in sight of the haunted house. My purpose was accomplished. Xu Qian'an heard this. I could only nod helplessly. It's like a previous life. People can find out. Roadside cameras were watching them. But there is no way. Unless you smash Yangtze River with a stone. If you smash the surveillance with a rock. Then number 2 wouldn't be so supportive of him. By the way, does Yangtze River have a wife? Isn't a haunted house with countless films. Fortunately, the master of the divine book is sleeping. Otherwise, I would have become the leading actor in the video in the domestic production area. Zhang Luzhong asked. That's it. Li Miaojin said word by word. I am from the heavenly sect. I can see through the essence of Yangtze River. Heavenly sect cultivates the unity of heaven and man. Didn't Lord Su already know? The reason why Xu Qian'an knows this. It's all because Su was trapped before. Without hesitation, he sold the U.S. military mother. Zhang Luzhong nodded and said about the unity of heaven and man. I understood. To achieve the unity of heaven and man, you must first forget your feelings. The so-called heaven and earth are not benevolent. Take all things as dogs. It is said that the higher the cultivation of the Taoist priest of Tianzhou, the more he looks like a stone man. No joy or sorrow. Ruthless and desireless. Even if the sun died, there will be no sadness. Xu Qian'an subconsciously looked at the bright needle in his eyes. An inexplicable thought of a life in my mind. After that, I gave birth to a child and I raised it. Zhang Luzhong continued. Heaven and man are one. It is necessary to perceive the changes in the rules of heaven and earth. Integrate the myriad of meteorologies into itself. A member of the heavenly sect, he knows better than any reader. What is the knowledge of things? He has a very strong perception of qualities such as the beach of good and evil. Xu Qian'an was dumbfounded for a while. Isn't this a humanoid polygraph? No, the humanoid polygraph is the celestial warlock, a member of the heavenly sect. It should be a scum identifier. Xu Qian nodded suddenly. However, Si Tianjin's forgetfulness technique had drawbacks. You, Li Miaojin said lightly, as a heavenly sect cultivator, you should be confident in your instincts. If you have doubts about your intuition, that is to doubt oneself. Sooner or later, he will die of demons. Xu Qian pointed to himself. Laugh and say that you cut me. Look at my qualities. Li Miaojin snorted lightly. We spent too little time together. It was a long process, but you don't have to cut anything, because your qualities are already written on your face. Xu Qian's face was black. Crazy scolding in my heart. Li Miaojin said Yangtze River's abacus calmly. After knowing that he was involved in the whirlpool of the seven parties and the witch god cult, Yangtze River has been thinking about saving himself. On the one hand, check the party prayer personnel within the superintendent and command envoys, while looking for evidence left by Zhou Ming. It would be best if you could prove your innocence. If not, just destroy the so-called evidence. Wise to protect yourself. Xu Qian had to admit it. I agree with this point of view. That's what happened to me. It must also be self-protection first. Then look at the ability to investigate the case. But he still shook his head and said that there was no evidence. We got the proof. Even if Yangtze River is not the mastermind. As the commander of the capital, he must also take on this responsibility. Not to mention, Si Tianjin's vigorous qi technique cannot be regarded as evidence. Your knowledge of things is even more incapable of convincing the imperial court. After speaking, he got up and walked to the female, Go Su Su, pinched his face. That beautiful face like a flower. Suddenly it synced. Su Su Huarong is deformed. What are you doing? Xu Qian smiled. After a few sounds, it was still made of paper. Miss Su Su, I don't want a living body. It's not the possessed kind. It is an ownerless body. Su Su pouted and said dead man. In the past, the skin would decay over a period of time at most. Xu Qian said bewilderedly, no. It is a truly ownerless body. There is no soul. I am an old acquaintance with Song Qing of the Four Heaven Sword. She's practicing the alchemy of life. The ultimate goal. It is the refining of the flesh that is no different from ordinary people. And she's made a major breakthrough recently. Su Su began to become interested and produce a certain yearning. Really, Xu Qian is a serious fool. Of course it's true. As long as you choose to follow me, I'm sure I'll be able to get you a clean one. Ownerless flesh. As for the question of not being able to leave your master, I'll find another way. The American military lady glared angrily. The heart says that you are a kidney-deficient man. The one who dared to pry me in front of me. Governor Zhang coughed. Remind the little gong not to be remote. I'll talk about hooking up with female ghosts later. Xu Qian understood the meaning of leadership. Then he tested General Li. Since you said it, Yangtze River with you. There are also people who have secretly investigated the situation within the command mission. So I don't know what clues you have. Li Miaojin seems to have already finished the manuscript. Shortly after Zhou Min's death, I cooperated with Yangtze River to investigate. Are in command of the Division of History. Finally, a target person was locked. It is also the seven parties. But the man was very slippery. Danger seems to be perceived. Before we could close the net, we disappeared in hiding. Su Qi's abdomen was slandered. What's the difference between what you say and fart? Then he asked bluntly who the man was. Li Miaojin replied the same as Zhou Ming. He is one of the experienced divisions under the Command History Division, experienced in the Treasury sending and receiving affairs. Xu Qian immediately asked name, age, appearance, home address, and his relatives and friends. General Li was able to provide this information. Li Miaojin said, naturally. I didn't have it with me, though. Tomorrow I will send someone to the station. As for the person's appearance, I can draw it for you. Zhang Xuanfu immediately asked someone to send pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Several people sat down in unison. They all watched Li Miaozhen paint silently. During this period, Su was also very honest. Just glanced at Xu Qian's face from time to time. I have to say, Xu Qian is still very handsome. But good-looking men are generally unreliable. What to do? Should I believe what he just said? If it's true, soon the time for a cup of tea passed. Li Miaozhen's words are funny. Xu Qian and the three of them hurriedly came up to check. Neither Governor Zhang nor Lao Jiang reacted extraordinarily. It's just that Xu Qian is already shocked by fear at this moment. The person depicted in the painting is a thin, middle-aged man, and he is number 15 Huangbo Street, the lame owner of a dog butcher's shop. Xu Qian had a feeling that his IQ had been insulted. If he has bad intentions, I was likely to be hit at that time. At this time, Li Miaozhen opened her mouth and said, "This person's name is Liang Yuping. Different from Zhou Ming. He is a native of Yunzhou." Listened to Yang Chuan and said, "This person's still hooked up with the Qi party through his channels." Governor Zhang was thoughtful. The authority of the experience of commanding the envoy is the same as that of Zhou Min. Why didn't you and Yang Chuan contact this official earlier? Honesty and injustice, Li Miaozhen said lightly disdainfully. The year of Jingsha. The party struggle in the imperial court was fierce. Rouge Singh is not planning to take advantage of this opportunity. Pull out the officials of the 7 parties from all over the country. Governor Zhang, Chen Dao, and his official Dai Tiamashu. Be conscientious. Zensuk Dan. Severely punish corrupt officials. Can be regarded as living up to the trust of His Majesty and Duke Wei. Li Miaozhen pouted. A look of disdain. Emperor Yuan Jing, who suffered 1,000 cuts. Xu Qian exhaled tiredly. In a deep voice, he said, "I know this person. He's not a cripple." The 3 of them were taken aback. He looked at him in disbelief. Li Miaozhen nodded. Liang Yuping once fell off a cliff during the suppression of bandits. Broke a leg. Xu Qian had the urge to scold his mother again. The guy's words. Not a single punctuation mark will do. Lao Tzu was still moved at that time. But it also shows that my mental state is really poor. At that time, I didn't even think of using the vigor technique. See if what the man said was true or not. Replace it with the usual me. I won't make such a big omission. Zhang Xuanfu couldn't help but ask what was going on. Xu Qian sighed and said, "My mind is very messy now. Let me go somewhere. I'll explain it to you later." As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Luzhong and Jiang Jinluo. "Accompany me." Jiang Luzhong shook his head. "The order of the Duke of Wei. It is to follow and protect the governor at all times. Su's wife is An Yaren. But it also makes sense. In case we come back, it was found that the governor's head had been taken off and kicked as a ball. Then it will be comfortable." Xu Qian changed his words. "Let the 2 silver gongs accompany me. Lend me another 30 tiger benwei." Li Miaozhen stood up excitedly, "And I will accompany you." Xu Qian immediately changed his words to the old ginger again. "I want 3 silver gongs." The team of governors from the capital has the right to act cheaply. Out of the inner city, soon arrived at Huangbo Street. A group of Tiger Ben guards with bright fake spells rush into the black market. Arouse the vigilance and hostility of passers-by. They all retreated. Xu Qian led the team to Ding number 15 shop. Viciously, he found that the gate was closed. There were no lights inside either. Xu Qian's heart sank. "Wave your hand and let the tiger run to surround the shop." "Gonna break in." Li Miaozhen suddenly stopped. He pulled a bottle out of his fanny pack. "Open a wisp of green smoke and blow it out. Slip through the cracks in the doors and windows into the shop." Xu Qian praised that this is the perfect spy. Li Miaozhen raised her jaw proudly. The door is gasified and cleared. The paths of the 3 sects of heaven, earth and man, are completely different. Earth sect cultivation merit heavenly sect cultivation. The feelings of the end are rebellious. The way it is, cultivated a good role Dao Gu into a fox girl. Xu Qian'an was full of slander in his heart. The two sects of heaven and man are like fire and water. Could it be because of the opposite path of cultivation? And the earth sect cultivates merit. Neither side sticks. So the relationship with both sects is okay. No grudges, no grudges. When you meet, you can also exchange a few words. Otherwise, Li Miaojin, the holy daughter of Tianzong. It is also impossible to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Luo Yuheng, that Daoist. He will not give the pill to the Golden Lotus Daoist. Sure enough, the right and left are the king. Just like my home is between Linen and Huaiqing. Both sides can please you. Both sides can be flirted. At this time, a few wisps of green smoke curled Nana's return. Li Miaojin said, "There was no one in the shop. There was no ambush either." Xu Qian broke into the door with 3 silver gongs. Search upstairs and downstairs. There were no signs of a fight inside. There were no traces of looting either. The owner of the shop seemed to be leaving only temporarily. Xu Qian glanced at the crowd of onlookers outside. He pointed to one of them and said, "You come here. This officer has something to ask you." Ding. Where did the owner of shop number 15 go? The owner of shop 16 has all the questions. It hasn't been open for 3 days. The girl he raised in his shop. They all came to me to make a living. Xu Qian's eyes flashed slightly. It didn't open for 3 days. It's me. After leaving, Xu Qian continued to ask. The owner of shop number 15 is not lame. The owner of shop 16 nodded and said it was him. But not the original boss. Xu Qian was a lot more at the end of the day. What about the original boss? When will the lame new boss take over the shop? The owner of shop number 16 recalled. Shop number 15 changed owners. It was about 10 years ago. Where is Boss Yuan going? I don't know. Xu Qian got this answer. I was fortunate enough to lead the team back. Li Miaojin looked at him sideways. You seem to be running out of energy. Xu Qian pinched his eyebrows. It's okay to slander in my heart. So you know I don't. It's a color embryo, but the more he thinks about it, the more it doesn't taste. Pointing to himself, General Li seems to have misunderstood me. Think I'm a womanizer. Otherwise, why would you send Miss Susu to confuse me? Li Miaojin chose to be tough. Isn't it? Xu Qian didn't have a good chi. I was impacting the divine, refining mirror. It's been a long time since I've slept. Li Miaojin looked at her with wide eyes. Impact refining mirror. It turns out that I have been misunderstanding her all along. But then he looked at Xu Qian with a resentful face. Even if this is the change brought about by the impact of the divine refining mirror, it doesn't change the fact that you're a pervert. You'll never know how well I know you. However, he was a little curious about how long the kid in front of him had survived. He said tentatively, if memory serves, the limit of the impact refining mirror is 10 days. Xu Qian said lightly. General Li doesn't know much about the martial arts system. The U.S. military lady asked rhetorically. Why should I understand? Xu Qian had a toothache. You don't seem to look down on Takefu. Li Miaojin replied with humor. I'm not alone. Xu Qian was speechless. The chain of contempt in this world is that no one is subject to anyone. But everyone unanimously looked down on Takeo. Except for warlocks and dancers. All major systems have the existence of transcendent grades, or there has been a transcendent existence. But the role of the warlock is much higher than that of the martial artist. So it's easier to get respected. Xu Qi scolded again and again. It's so chilling. I don't know when. The dancer system can also produce a martial god. Return to the inn. Knock on the door of Zhang Xuanfu's room. Xu Qian and Li Miaojin entered the room. The man painted by General Li is the owner of the black market shop who keeps the evidence for Zhou Ming. I unravel the code left by Zhou Ming. Grope your way over there. To get the account books, Governor Zhang said with a solemn face. The original boss. Could it be the one who actually keeps the books? Xu Qian nodded and said 9 times out of 10 yes. And I guessed it right. The words are probably extinguished. Later, the owner of the shop I met was Liang Yuping pretending. Zhang Luzhong said in an incomprehensible tone. So, how did they find the black market? Xu Qian'an groaned. Remember what I said when I was analyzing the case? We are through Yang Ying's clue. Found out the black market ding's number 5 shop. But this clue is not for us. It was for Lord Yang, the political envoy of Qinzhou. Other words, Zhou Ming originally left us clues. Someone cracked it in advance. Li Miaojin shook her head. Don't you think it's strange? Now that the account books have been found, directly destroyed the city. Why stay and wait for you to find it? Then I will give you the books. Zhang Luzhong was taken aback, and the account book was hanged. What we got was a fake. Governor Zhang denied. If the books are fake, the Japanese official of the Ming dynasty went to supervise and command the captain of the embassy. The flaws will soon be apparent. So what's the point of their fake account books? Zhang Luzhong's brows furrowed even tighter. But Song Zhen's account books are even more outrageous. Kill the owner of the dog butcher shop on the real street. Then the books were returned to us in their original condition. Xu Qian'an drained the tea in the cup in one gulp. Indeed, the books of accounts are true or false. None of them are logical. Let's take a good look back at the case. Zhou Ming found out that Yangtze River was supporting the inciting of bandits. The secret letter returned to the Yamen. When the party learned of this, it immediately challenged the Yamen of the Watchmen. Corruption cases were created, trying to force Wei Gong to compromise. And then by my chance, it was found that his party was colluding with atheism, the inside story of secretly supporting the mountain bandits. Only then did the imperial court realize the seriousness of the matter. The governor was sent to Yunzhou to investigate the case and try to find it. I asked in the dark room. Listen to the original owner of the 15th is a group of seniors. And at this time we were still on the border of Qinzhou. As she spoke, she looked at General Li, the American soldier's mother. Yangtze River is. When did you receive a secret letter from the capital? Li Miaojin said. The letter was received about 6 days ago. A good friend from Lord Yang. Xu Qian'an nodded. That's right. We're already taking the fastest route. Pray, even faster than us. Nor can it be more than one blood. It's okay to kill Zhou Ming and extinguish his mouth. It's okay to kill the owner of the dog butcher shop. It should have nothing to do with the prayers in the capital. Our real enemy is in the clouds. That's the case. This case is nothing more than 2 cases. First, all this is the bitter ploy of Yang Chuan's southern history. The second is that there is a black hand behind the scenes, is ready to push Yangtze River out as a scapegoat. When the secret letter was transmitted back to the capital, the layout and planning began. Kill Zhou Ming. Look for evidence that has been hidden, and tried to make Yangtze River take the blame. If the books are true, then the first scenario is unlikely, because this is equivalent to taking the initiative to hand us the butcher knife. It makes even less sense if the books are fake. Yangtze River did not get rid of suspicion, nor was he really guilty. Liang Yuping took the initiative to hand over the account books to us. Instead, it arouses suspicion. Saved Yangtze River in disguise. Li Miaojin interjected. Other words, the books must be true. There is a mastermind behind the scenes. Wants to push Yangtze River out as a shield. That Liang Yuping killed the owner of the dog butcher shop. The act of handing over the books to you. It doesn't make sense. Xu Qian'an pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Indeed, the books are true. Under this premise, all the mastermind had to do was wait for the governor's team to find him. Yangtze River was speechless. Liang Yuping's behavior is redundant. Governor Zhang Qian'an said that there may be a problem with the account books. The books of accounts are real, but he has some kind of problem. This question, it would lead us to point the finger at the real mastermind. So they had to rack their brains to find him, destroy the flaws in it, then pretending to be a dog meat shop. The owner waited for us to come to the door, so that the books may be handed over to us. Jiang Lu's Hong shook his head and said, "There is no problem with how they know the account books. Wasn't this account book made by Zhou Ming?" Governor Zhang explained. The reason why Zhou Ming was able to find evidence. Because he is the manager of the Metropolitan Command Mission. Both the storehouse and the collection were instrumented in his hands. And that Liang Yuping. He is also a manager. Xu Qian'an nodded. The mind is constantly analyzing. A moment later, he said, "There's something I didn't understand." Xu Qian's question aroused the curiosity of the American military mother. His gaze fell straight on him. Xu Qian groaned. "Why?" "Liang Yuping, who was responsible for handing over the account books to us. Don't you think it's weird? Liang Yuping has been exposed. Once we catch Yangtze River, torture him. He tried to prove his innocence. It will definitely be justified. We'll tell everything he knows. In such cases, as long as we compare Liang Yuping's portrait, there is now this meeting. Li Miaozhen's curse has not arrived. Because only Liang Yuping can find a problem in the account books." Jiang Lu's Hong glanced at him. "They have plenty of time. Find the questions hidden in the books. Just take advantage of the situation to change people and disguise them." There was no need for Liang Yuping to stay there all the time. If Ning Yin hadn't seen your portrait, he had no idea that the owner of the dog butcher shop was fake. Governor Zhang stroked his beard. "That is to say, as long as that person is not Liang Yuping, we won't find out. It looks like it's actively exposing the flaws." On the other side, Zhu Guangxiao woke up in a dream. "I felt the expansion of my bladder. So I got up at night and went to the latrine. Out of the room. Go to the hallway. Suddenly, I saw a woman in a purple dress swaying in the hallway. Zhu Guangxiao could only see his side face. It's just a side face. It is not like ordinary dust to become beautiful." The vulgarity made his heart pound. Zhu Guangxiao's eyes few. "I want to stare out of my eyes." "Miss Susu." "No, it's the female ghost." Zhu Guangxiao sighed helplessly. "He played with my feelings. Hurt my dignity. Now it's swaggering in front of me." He held his pee, turned his head, and knocked on Nicholas Song's door. Song Tingfeng complained about something. What a door to string at night. Zhu Guangxiao's face was ugly. Dragged Nicholas Song to tiptoe to the corridor. Nicholas Song took a look, trembling with anger. Cold hands and feet. But then the tears flowed down their faces. Song Tingfeng, whose mentality exploded, cried and chirped. "He still has the face to fight. When we hit the more people." Zhu Guangxiao, who was a vegetarian, said in a deep voice. "What to do?" Song Tingfeng gritted his teeth and said that this matter must not be leaked. "Otherwise we will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Never turn over. How to behave in the yamen in the future." As he spoke, he made a downward cutting gesture. "Let's just have a mother into the cold palace. One does not do two endlessly." Zhu Guangxiao shook his head and said, "He sent it here? It means that the general is also here. We can't do it. As soon as I started it, it was exposed. I will also be held accountable by the governor." Song Tingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "So what to do?" That's when it happened. Susu's feeling Morty looked up. After meeting the two, a sweet smile suddenly spread across his face. "It's you." Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao's faces froze. Those were ashamed too. It's a memory that makes you want to explode on the spot. Instantly came to the minds of the brothers and sisters. Zhang Xuanfu gave his opinion in the room. "Now it's useless to guess. My proposal is, tomorrow, I will first supervise and command the captain of the embassy. Confirm the authenticity of the account books. Then Liang Yuping was wanted in the whole state." Xu Qian glanced at the U.S. military lady with a melon seed face. "With Li Miaozhen's connections and relationships, can't find out Liang Yuping. This means that the other party has a backer behind them. Chuanzhou wanted may not be reliable. The key to this case lies in Liang Yuping." Jiang Yuzhong very much agreed with Zhang Xuanfu's proposal. "Good idea if you can't catch Liang Yuping. Let's use the superintendent to make Yang Qian'an send a difference. This time, it was Li Miao's turn to be cold. Directly wrote the unhappiness on his face. However, he couldn't beat Lao Jiang. Otherwise, he might have done it directly. Su wife and pondered. So this is Yang Qian'an's bitter meat plan. That's simply looking for death. People who are mixed with the court. There is revenge. But to say that they can't rub sand in their eyes. It is a partner of justice. That would be naive. A man with a righteous mind. Can you mix an officialdom? Governor Zhang will try to find out the real culprit. Justice. But he will not hesitate. Push Yang Qian'an out of the business. Fishing for merit. Yang Qian'an is not innocent. First of all, there is no escaping the crime of negligence. Secondly, he himself is a member of the Seven Party. Now the Seven Party has fallen. According to the rules of officialdom, it must be struck to the end. Come to think of it, Xu Qian's righteous words are too reckless. Why was Zhou Ming killed? Who was behind it to frame Yang Qian'an? All this is a distortion of human nature, or moral decay. We have a yellow life. Every effort should be made. Justice is also given to the innocent. It is also a bright and prosperous officialdom in Yunzhou. The American military mother stared at Xu Qian with wide eyes. That's a good point. Lao Jiang and Governor Zhang were bandits at the same time. What the hell is going on with this kid? He's not one to talk big-sounding words. Governor Zhang patted Xu Qian on the shoulder, said loudly that Ning Yin, this case will continue to bother you. Be sure to find out the truth. Xu Qian looked at him with a black line on his face. Lord Governor, it must be black when it is dissected. Play clever in front of him. I was so stupid. But that's it. What else can I say? The U.S. military lady is still watching me perform. Humble and determined to do their best. Suddenly, everyone heard a commotion outside the room, and strong qi fluctuations. Jiang Yuzhong took the lead in pushing the door out. A pair of eagle eyes with sharp anticipation. Then he saw Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao puffing up their qi. Swing around. At the same time, he shouted not to come. Same error. We won't do it a second time. The beautiful Susu girl in front of them. A small frown. An innocent gesture. Xu Qian immediately rushed out. The way of laughter is misunderstood. Misunderstand. He threw his arms around the shoulders of his two colleagues. Half pushed, half topped to bring them to the room. Xu Qian frowned and said, "What's the matter with the two of you?" The two of them were very excited. What's going on with that female ghost? I knew we were going to let him fight. Word got out. We still don't want to be human. Xu Qian didn't have a good airway. He accompanied his master over to discuss Yang Chuan's case. You will not expose this to yourselves, who will talk nonsense everywhere. The house is a horse-drawn carriage with a high number of kilometers. What kind of man hasn't seduced? The two of you are brothers. The brothers and sisters complained and wailed. I don't care. I feel bad when I see him. I am ashamed and want to look up to the sky and howl. I don't want to see him. After a while, the two little brothers, after being appeased by Su Jianren, finally regained a trace of sanity. Zhu Guangxiao asked if Yang Qian'an had an honest explanation. The general, in particular, came looking for trouble. Xu Qian sighed, this case is not easy to handle. Know the owner we met at the dog meat shop. What is the real identity? He is an experienced commander of the historians. Take advantage of a quarter of an hour. Xu Qian said the matter briefly. There was silence in the room. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao were shocked. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Zhu Guangxiao said in a sullen voice, if only I could bring him back to the post station at that time. Xu Qian pinched his eyebrows. Lately, I've been feeling dizzy and accompanied by slight hallucinations. Zhu Guangxiao continued, who would have thought that people were fake? At that time, the governor and Jiang Jinluo went out to inspect. I was thinking about waiting for them to come back and report on the progress. If necessary, ask questions. Xu Qian was not angry. Just know to put the horse in hindsight. Suddenly, Xu Guangxiao frowned. Right. The name you just said seems familiar. Speaking of which, I had a strange dream. I dreamed that someone had locked me up in a small dark room. Xu Qian'an laughed at whether the little black house was called 404. Xu Guangxiao obviously didn't understand. What 404 someone locked me up in a small dark room? Press me one by one. Where is the beam or something? I can't remember the name. Nicholas Song squinted at him. Liang Yuping and Xu Guangxiao realized that they were right. That's the name. How do you know? Nicholas Song's face froze. I'm going to have this dream too. Xu Guangxiao was stunned. He was a little skeptical that he had misheard. Xu Qian'an, who was still laughing, also suddenly changed his face. It was like hearing something terrible. Same dream. Is it an accident? Xu Qian'an thought of the witch god cult. It's just that he can't figure it out. A member of the witch god cult. Why did you ask Liang Yuping's whereabouts in a dream? Isn't Liang Yuping a member of the Seventh Party? Didn't the Seven Parties collude with the witch god cult? They shouldn't be in a group. Xu Qian'an stumbled out of the room, muttered to himself, the old milfai. The brothers and sisters looked at Xu Qian'an with a blanket expression. Some nerves, but it's hard to stop anything, because he was afraid of Xu Qian'an's sudden death. Xu wife and swayed around. Then he knocked on the door of a silver luo next door. Zhao Yinluo slept well at night. Dreaming, Zhao Yinluo was taken aback. How do you know? Xu wife asked urgently. You dreamed. What Zhao Yinluo said with a yearning face. I dreamed of the little ladies of the teaching division. It's been so long since I've been in Yunzhou. Not even a woman's little hand has ever touched it. Xu's wife is speechless. Ignore him, and knocked on the door of the gong and the Tiger Benway. A dozen people were drawn. It was found that they were not dreaming. The whole station, interrogated in a dream. There are only two people, Xu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng. Xu Qian'an looked at the gazes of the two colleagues, again full of mercy. It's pathetic. Not only did he get Su PTSD, he was still imprisoned in a dark room in his dreams. Interrogate Lily. All the bad things happened to them. Nicholas Song said in a deep voice, Your eyes make me very uncomfortable. Look at me like this again. We can't be brothers anymore. Xu Qian'an smiled and said, We are originally father and son. Nicholas Song immediately held up a stool and wanted to come over and beat him. Xu Jianren hurriedly apologized. Wrong. You go to the side first. I want to be quiet. Only Xu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng. I was interrogated in a dream, asked about Liang Yuping's whereabouts. Obvious. The reason is that we used to be on the black market. Get the account books from Liang Yuping. As for why I wasn't interrogated, the reason is simple. No. My brain is getting more and more sleepy. I can't carry all the virtues alone. Pulling Governor Zhang and Zhang Lu's Hong together to hurt their brains. Xu Qian'an immediately went out. I just didn't forget to look back and instruct. You two go back to your room. Don't sleep at night. When he passed by the room where Yang Chuanan was being held, Li Miaozhen happened to come out with Zhang Lu's Hong. Xu Qian'an greeted General Li, who was leaving. Li Miaozhen defended. The governor has promised to do everything in his power to find out the truth. Yang Chuanan still has a glimmer of life. The purpose of my visit has been achieved. Xu Qian'an mentioned. I'm afraid you won't be able to go. Su reprimanded. Drink the master. This kid is going to be bad for you. Su helps you beat him. After that, he was going to spray Xu Qian'an to death with salt soda. But I haven't had time to spit out a breath of yin qi. Was blocked by Li Miaozhen. Li Miaozhen glanced at him. You're just trying to get revenge. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Xu Qian'an and asked what was the matter. Xu Qian'an resumed his seriousness. I just got some new clues. Governor Zhang's room. He was about to sleep. I had to get up and dress helplessly. What's the matter with you in the middle of the night? We can't talk about it tomorrow. This official is just an ordinary person, not as energetic as your group of martial artists. Li Miaojin subconsciously retorted. I'm not a martial artist. Governor Zhang said impatiently. If you have something to say, say it. Fuck off. Xu Qian's face sank. There's something I think I should let a few people know. A cup of tea. He put Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao in a dream. Something that was tortured. Said it. Jiang Luzhong affirmed. Wrong answer. It is a means of the witch god cult. Li Miaojin looked at Xu Qian. The reason you didn't be interrogated was because of the impact of the divine refining mirror. Didn't sleep? Xu Qian let out a long sigh at the right time. In response to the question of the U.S. military mother, Governor Zhang struggled to digest the news. The witch god cult is also looking for Liang Yuping. Isn't Liang Yuping a person who prays for the party? Li Miaojin said. Could it be that we guessed wrong? Liang Yuping is not a person who prays for the party. The account books were not handed over to us to frame Lord Yang. Xu Qian said lightly. Liang Yuping is a prayer party. This information is what you told us. Not for us to guess. And if Liang Yuping is not a member of the seventh party, a lot of logic doesn't make sense. Personally, I prefer him to be a member of the seven parties. There is nothing wrong with our previous reasoning. Li Miaojin promotes beauty. Then how do you explain the fact that the witch god cult is looking for him? Xu Qian looked at the American military lady speechlessly. This girl's IQ is at the level of ordinary people. Not stupid though, but it's not too smart. It would be nice if Huiqing was here. I'm going to be a lot less stressed. Number 4 is also made. Number 4 is a very relatable person. It was discussed for a moment. There are no new harvests for the time being. I had to give up for the time being. We'll talk about that another day. Just before leaving, Li Miaojin took a deep look at Xu Qian. Xu Qian turned around and went to the bathhouse. After taking a cold shower, suddenly I felt much refreshed. But when he reached out and pulled the sweat towel, suddenly, I found that the sweat towel was missing. At this moment, a delicate voice came from behind him. Are you looking for this? Xu Qian said a little angrily. Miss Susu, men and women don't kiss each other. Susu's gaze shifted downward, glanced at Xu Qian. Men and women do not kiss each other. This girl doesn't look down on bean sprouts. Xu Qian looked in the direction of his gaze. Suddenly, he found a huge thing about to move. Xu Qian held down the little brother with one hand, grabbed the towel with one hand, and throw it into the water to act as a mosaic. Block the aggressive gaze of the female ghost. Only then did she lightly say, Miss Susu. I've heard a sentence. It's cold in the heights. Susu tilted her head to look at him. Apparently I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Xu Qian was sulking. Play memes in this world. Isn't it a kind of high place that is unbearable? Xu Qian lost the nature of flirting with female ghosts. The impatient Tao has something to say. Susu's eyes were bright. Put away the child's play look from before. Is what you said earlier true? No lies. Xu Qixin sneered. Isn't this a bait? He immediately painted flatbread. Of course, a manly man. A spit and a nail. You're ready to elope with me. Susu gave him a blank look. What an elopement. It's hard to say. So I can do 3 things for you. In exchange for a sentence of whether the flesh is good or not. Xu Qian refused. You're a weak chicken girl. What can you do for me? It's not that you want to prostitute me for nothing. Susu pleaded. Please, how are you doing? Xu Qian snorted lightly. Even if you cast a charm on me, I'm not going to get on it. Susu pointed somewhere and sneered. You'd better take a look at him before you say that. Xu Qian coughed dryly twice. But I don't want you to do 3 things. Change the requirements. After you have a heart and blood, you will be a concubine for me for a few years. Xu Qian is actually pure nonsense when he says this. Because Song Qin didn't have this technology at all. Speak to him about the things of the flesh. Purely wanted to trick him into returning to Beijing with him. faced with the choice of being a concubine. Xu said shyly, I'm still a virgin. Xu Qian smiled, yes. Every time you change a paper figure, it's all virgins. Xu said angrily. People are talking about when they are not dead yet. But talk about it. He looked down and sighed. When people are alive, they are also the daughters of large families. He was 18 years old. My father told me about a family affair. The future husband is a reader. Handsome. Urbane. The price of my joy in the boudoir. But who wants to be two spring the next year? Daddy was involved in a big case. He was beheaded by the dog emperor. The female relatives of the family should have rushed into the teaching workshop to send their mothers. I don't want us to live and be humiliated. I boiled a pot of chicken soup mixed with arsenic. I remember having a younger brother. At that time, I happened to be studying abroad. Escaped. After I die, the obsession does not go away. Wandering in mass graves for several days. Seeing is to dissipate. I didn't expect to meet a master of Tianzong. He said I was the only one in a million. And he took me away. I have been in Tianzong for more than 20 years. Watched the owner being carried up the mountain with a sigh of waiting. Little by little, Xu Qian suddenly discovered Huadian. You've been dead for more than 20 years. Su Jiao snorted. No matter how old you are, everyone can be your mother. Considers. Xu Qian called his mother directly without knowing the shame. Su was a little shy and said angrily, you have no face and no skin. After the shame, he gets back to business. I was still a yellow flower girl before I died. Although after changing the ghost, often instructed by unscrupulous masters to seduce men. But at best, it's coquettish. After all, ghosts don't have corpses. Xu Qian scratched his head. What are you telling me about this? Su let out a long sigh. I have two long-cherished wishes. One is to see my cousin again. Hope is trampled on by flesh and blood, just like back then. The second is to find out the case in which my father was involved. Xu Qian subconsciously asked, your father was wronged. Then you follow me. Follow me, and I'll help you investigate the case. Is there anyone in the world who knows how to investigate a case better than me? Su shook her head. I don't remember. I don't remember anything about that year. I don't even know why I died. Xu Qian nodded. After all, it has been more than 20 years. Su continued to talk about the master's master. I asked a master of the wizarding system to tell me a fortune. But nothing was calculated. The hexagram master said that it was related to Tianjian. Xu Qian gasped violently. This sentence is too informative. Li Miaozhen's master. Someone who knows the witch god cult. No, the cultivator system may not be a person from the witch god cult. It could also be a casual practice. The 6th rank of the wizarding system. Good at fortune-telling. Therefore, the 6th rank wizard is also called the hanging master. There is also a female ghost in Su. How did Tianjian get involved? Come to think of this. Li Xu Qian's heart beat suddenly. The hanger is good at fortune-telling. Then why didn't you figure out where Liang Yuping was? Instead, he dreamed of Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao. At this time, Su puffed out his cheeks angrily. I am talking to you. Xu Qian frowned. I'm listening. Su smiled. That's it anyway. If only you could make a living body for me. Why don't you be a concubine? I'm in a good mood. I can give you a big fat boy. Xu Qian rolled his eyes. Buy one, get one free. Thank you. Finally drove away Su. Xu Qian is about deceiving ghosts. There is a little guilt. After all, it made him happy. However, he decided to make amends in the investigation of the case. After Su returned to Beijing, do what you can to look it up. Xu Qian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A man with a soft heart is easy to eat. It can't be exploded. But at this moment, suddenly, my heart palpitated. Nearly died on the spot. Xu Qian scolded. Dig out the bathroom from under the pillow number 2. Sorry to bother you late at night. I'm having some trouble in Yunzhou. I would like to ask you for help. Xu Qian clenched his fist excitedly. Number 2. Well done. If it weren't for my identity, a student of Yunlu Academy, you shouldn't know the ringing of the Yunzhou case. Otherwise, he would have wanted to pass the fragments a long time ago. Ask for help from the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 5 said that Yunzhou is quite far from our side. I can't help you. Then something happened to Hung Yuan on the 6th. Lord Su is good in Yunzhou. Li Miaozhen replied first. All is well. But there was no rush to make the case public. It's like waiting. Number 1 or number 4 is probably both. The IQ in the group didn't speak. She didn't open her mouth to discuss the case. Xu Qian'an understood number 2's thoughts. Write the information with pen and paper. Let's talk about how the case in Yunzhou went. Li Miaozhen breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the third responds. If there are only 5 and 6 responses, then she wasn't going to talk about it. Too much information. The American military mother has a section of hair. It took a quarter of an hour to get things clear. Number 1, who has always liked to peep at the screen, took the initiative to transmit this time. There are 2 possibilities. One is that Liang Yuping is not actually a person who prays. He handed over the account book to Xu Qian'an because he had other plans. The second is that Liang Yuping is missing. Li Miaozhen was shocked. Liang Yuping is missing. I didn't think it was possible. Just to be on the safe side. He transmitted. Is there any Yang Chuan / Nan and Liang Yuping are accomplices. In the bitter meat meter is possible. A reply from number 1 is unlikely. Officialdom rules. Yang Chuanan will be held accountable no matter what this time. The difference is only in the severity. If you are Yang Chuanan, you will dig your own pit and jump on your own. Liang Yongping killed the original street people. Destroy the problematic part of the account book. Personally, I agree with this speculation. Therefore, he prayed for a high probability of identity. At this time, number 4 spoke. So number 1 thinks. The witch god called into the dream to interrogate the 2 gongs. Liang Yongping's whereabouts. It is very likely that Liang Yuping is missing. Xu Qian'an looked at these analyses. It also opened the mind. Liang Yuping is missing. That's why the people of the witch god cult are desperate to find him. Because if he falls into the hands of the enemy, then a lot of news will be revealed that is not good for you. The mastermind behind Yunzhou thinks that Liang Yuping was caught by us. That's why people from the witch god cult were sent to interrogate in their dreams. I have been in contact with Liang Yuping with Lao Song and Lao Zhu. So it is the most likely person to arrest Liang Yuping. And because I haven't slept all the time, so he could only interrogate Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao in a dream. But why did the senior brother come to interrogate him 3 days later? Li Miaozhen said number 3. Are you asleep again? What do you think about this case? Xu Qian'an said, I also have a question. The 6th-rank wizard has the ability to tell fortunes. Why can't you calculate Liang Yuping's whereabouts? In addition, wizards also have the ability to curse and kill. If Liang Yuping is the accomplice of the other party, after learning that the other party's disappearance may reveal secrets, killing people is the safest choice. The 4th came up to add. A sorcerer's spell of stalking. It can only target targets that are lower than oneself. Limited to Liang Yuping's level. Someone should have sheltered him. Who he is not clear. There are many people who can do this. As for the ability to tell fortunes, the major systems are cultivated to be extremely strong. There are means to deal with divination directed at oneself, but they cannot be blessed. Except for one system. That was the warlock of the heavenly prison. The American military mother was taken aback. Number 4, what do you mean? It was the warlock of Si Tianjian who kidnapped Liang Yuping. Number 4 answered. All this speculation. It has to be the premise of Liang Yuping's disappearance. Number 1 said. If Liang Yuping was really kidnapped by Si Tianjian's warlocks, so why doesn't Governor Zhang know? Or it was deliberately concealed from number 2. Li Miaozhen denied. It's not like a cover-up. They shouldn't really know. Number 4 said. This makes it even more intriguing. But there is one thing you need to be wary of. We can guess that. The people of the witch god cult can also think of it. After all, Warlocks refrained from hanging spells and curses. So there was tonight's dream interrogation, to test whether Liang Yuping fell into the hands of the roots. There will not be just one or two such temptations. We can count as we count. Reverse lock the mastermind behind the scenes. You told Governor Zhang about this. He knows what to do. Number 1 then made an observation. One more point. Since the other party has come to tempt, the instructions are ready. Liang Yuping was mentally prepared to fall into the hands of the watchmen, at least in their eyes. Fell into the operation room of the Xu supervisor and fell into the hands of the watchman. The nature is the same. That's the case. It is bound to be ready for the jade to be burned. See this message. Xu Qian'an and Li Miaozhen are both leaders in their hearts. If that's the case, then you can only strike first. Enemies in the shadows. You may burn your jade at any time. Xu Qian'an had a headache about this, but on the occasion of the Viking, it's about finding out who is behind it first. Otherwise, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. It's definitely not a headset. That's when one asked. The case is troublesome though. But maybe Qian's ability. I don't think I'm helpless. Xu Qian'an felt that he was being licked. It's quite comfortable. Nu say number 1 you can talk. Let's talk about it. Li Miaozhen replied. He was impacting the god-refining realm. The state is extremely poor. Monk Hongyuan said. Lord Su was so quick to attack the refining gods. Before he left Beijing, he was still a little short of the peak of the Qi refining realm. I thought that he would have to be promoted to the god-refining realm. It's an astonishing talent. Number 1 said. You're still a bit conservative. This talent is astonishing. Su Jianren's heart suddenly felt so happy. It's because I'm too bored when I'm in a hurry. In order to polish the time, you can only practice. So the progress is rapid. The 4th also came to interest. Listen to the tone of your voice. This gong seems to be very unusual. Still a genius. Monk Hongyuan thought for a moment. Replied. Not really. It's just that he saw me when he left Beijing. In his state at the time, promotions to the god-refining realm should be in the beginning of spring. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Number 1 should know him better. Number 1 said. I talked about his background last time, but I didn't tell you at the time. When Xu Qian'an joined the Watchmen, he was just refining the well. So far, it's only been 2 months. The Wulong and Phoenix chicks of the Heaven and Earth Society heard this. They all gasped. 2 months across a grade. It doesn't matter what system it is. What forces? These are the top geniuses. Number 4 couldn't help but think. Number 3 is suspected to be Xu Qian's cousin. Relatives. The reason for the punch is likely to be related to this cousin. Right now, there is another Xu Qian'an with such outstanding talents. I'm afraid that the Xu family in the capital will be in the near future. It will become the rising star of the capital. Daoist Jian Lian gave the fragment of the handover book to the cousin. In fact, it means that it is intended to be a brother-in-law. Li Miaozhen was also taken aback. I was told on the first of the day. The whole article is how powerful Xu Qian'an is in solving the case. But there is no mention of talent. Li Miaozhen was suddenly curious about this question. I don't know how much the kidney-deficient man has survived now. Day and night. Number 5 disdainfully said that it was okay. Is it a product that breaks in 2 months? Xu Qian'an was very unhappy. Pouting his lips, he replied that it was not easy. Considers. Number 5, this big smart person, said lightly, I didn't say it badly. It's just that I also boasted about it in 2 months. I'm now going to cultivate the 6 pins of tranquility. I went from 8 to 6. It took more than 4 months. Suddenly, a big question mark appeared in everyone's minds. Xu Qian'an felt that he had been slapped in the face. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society are indeed dragons and phoenixes among people. I probably know. Golden Lotus Taoist invited number 5. The reason for joining the Heaven and Earth Society. Li Miaozhen rolled on the bed excitedly. Really? It was the right choice to ask for help from the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. The scheming number 1, the experienced number 4, and the brilliant number 3. They all worked together. I sorted out the context of the case so quickly. Early the next morning, Li Miaozhen painted the sound and color. Relay the chat history. Hearing this, Governor Zhang and Jiang Luzhong were stunned. However, Zhang Xuanfu was still a little more excited. General Li's heart is as meticulous as a hair. This official admires. At this time, Li Miaozhen suddenly turned her head to look at Xu Qian'an. Asked with some displeasure, "You seem to be unimpressed by General Bin's reasoning." Xu Qian'an frantically complained in his heart, "Aren't you talking nonsense? We're friends. What are you pretending to be in front of me?" However, Xu Jianren was still very cooperative. He praised General Li's case handling and reasoning skills. "Stronger than me," Xu someone admired. Li Miaozhen smiled proudly. "General Bin didn't expect it. I have some talent for solving crimes." He felt that he was in front of Xu Qian'an, a master. It's so cool to press him on the head. Xu Qian'an also felt very cool. Because in the future, the identity will be exposed. He is not the only one who has died socially. Not sure why. All of a sudden, I felt that the future was full of brightness. At this time, a tiger guard came in to tell the governor. Song Bujing sent Dai Zhongguan to visit. Xu Qian'an frowned when he heard this. Obviously, Yunzhou officials. I came here for Yang Chuan'an's arrest. Perhaps this is also a temptation. Temptation from behind the scenes. Zhang Xuanfu said lightly, "It was very early. Let's go." Xu Qian'an didn't follow. After Lao Jiang and Zhang Xuanfu left, he turned and went to the cafeteria. It just so happened that the three white-clothed men of Si Tianjian were all there. Xu Qian'an is also welcome. Sit straight down. Asking, "There's something to ask you." "Except for you. Who else is here with our Si Tianjian?" The three white-clothed people in Yunzhou looked at each other. "It's just us." Xu Qian's face sank. "Look down on me." The white-clothed warlock hurriedly explained. "What did Su Gongzi say?" "It's really just us." Xu Qian'an nodded. "I know that there are officials visiting Zhang Xuanfu right now. You guys are staring upstairs. Look at how their gas numbers change. Then get back to me." "That's it." Xu Qian'an took three white-clothed people. Sideways hidden in the corner of the stairs on the second floor. There was so much commotion last night. As long as they are not blind and deaf, it is impossible not to know. Not to mention these. The officials of the city who kept an eye on the governor's every move. The political envoy of the Song Ministry went straight to the point and listened to the report of the ancestors this morning. The governor was in command of the envoy last night. Arrested Lord Yang. Governor Zhang defended his ministers and said that his party colluded with the witch god cult. Deliver military supplies to it. The official took him back to the post station for interrogation. The faces of the officials changed slightly, but I don't know what to say at the moment. The envoy of Songbu frowned, lowered his voice. "Lord Governor is cautious. Lord Yang is the commander of the capital. There must be conclusive evidence. Otherwise, it may be difficult to convince the public." Xu Qian'an stared closely at the movements of the group below. "Even with the authority of the governor, I want to move the Tang and Tang-Erping governors to command. It has to be proven. There is no evidence that chiseling will work. It is taboo to arrest people. First of all, Yunzhou officialdom will not agree. Secondly, the commander of the private guards will not agree. The former is fine. Move your mouth at most. The latter is a bunch of ruffians. If you don't have an explanation, there will be chaos." Zhang Xuanfu was not in a hurry to produce evidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have been watching in Yunzhou for many years. What do you think of Yang Chuanan, the commander of the capital?" The officials had different expressions, but they all expressed their opinions. At this time, Xu Qian'an said in a low voice, "Which one is lying?" "The one on the left with a thief's eyebrow. I don't think he's reliable." After speaking, he found that the three white-clothed warlocks were staring at him silently. Xu Qian'an said depressedly, "Look at what I am talking about." The white-clothed warlock was a little helpless. None of the words speaks the truth. Xu Qian'an opened his mouth, somewhat dumbfounded. It's so real. This is officialdom. For a while, the officials felt a chill in their hearts. How long has the governor been in Yunzhou? Half-rounded. Found out the evidence of Yang Chuan'an's crime. If Governor Zhang takes action against us, none of you could escape. One of the officials swallowed. He asked, the governor has a lot of talent. I don't know who made this great achievement. Song Bujing's eyes flashed slightly. Laughing, the official remembers. The Gong who is well-versed in farming. He did not accompany the governor on that day. The old ginger came out at the right time to brush up on the sense of existence. Yes, this is the person. The officials were suddenly aware. Sure enough, he was there. I recall that it is different from other watchmen's packages. All kinds of special. It's not hard to guess. The Gong who taught Xu Qian'an has strong business ability. He was one of the important figures in this patrol team. Xu Qian'an coughed and everything. Declare his existence like Lao Jiang. His movements immediately attracted everyone's attention. One by one, I kept feeling emotional. I didn't expect all the commanders to be in command. It was planted in a gong. In his hand, Su Su pursed his lips. It will become majestic. Li Miaojin is now gradually changing her opinion of Xu Qian'an. It was the first time that he spoke out to defend Xu Qian'an. Men are good. It's the common sense of a famous person. Because he felt that Xu Qian'an was not only lustful. The tricks of all parties are impeccable. Be decent. Speak nicely. And good at solving cases. And the ability is outstanding. Li Miaojin looked sideways at Su Su. You seem to have a preconceived notion of him, but not really disgusted. You used to be very disdainful of men. Now I feel like I'm at odds with him. Su Su hurriedly argued. I just got. Taoist master. You seem to have a crush on him. Li Miaojin generously admitted. Xu Qian'an is indeed not bad. Su Su said. He promised last night to help me rebuild my flesh. But one condition was raised. Speaking of which, his voice was a little quieter. Just let me be a concubine for him for a few years. The American military mother heard this. Change your face in a second. Xu Qian'an, this dog man. Sure enough, he has a bad temperament. Incorrigible. The discussion ended. The officials accompanied Governor Zhang to supervise and direct the envoy to check the accounts. Confirm the authenticity of the account books. Auditing this kind of thing. Xu Qian'an is a layman. I didn't follow to join in the fun. He looked up at the two beauties on the second floor. When are you two leaving? It's not to take advantage of Jiang Jinlua's absence. Let's rob Yang Chuanan. Su Sujiao snorted. The master is the holy maiden of the heavenly sect. It's the swift woman. The most important thing is to keep promises. Su Qian shrugged. Between people, trust is actually very fragile. It's like paper. Break with a single stab. Su Su was furious. A guardrail flew down lightly. Rushed towards Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an saw this. Suddenly came interested. Immediately bring two fingers together. Straight in the chest. It's like popping a piece of paper. Su Su is mad at you. A stinky man. Grandma is going to kill you. After speaking, he exhaled in chi. Attacked Xu Qian'an. But once Takeo was wary. Close quarters combat is far superior to other systems. Hence every bite. In chi is flexibly avoided. And he kept getting more holes in himself. Chest back of the waist. The lower abdomen was quickly broken. Su Su, who can't be beaten. I can only go back and look for the U.S. military. Bird owner. He bullied me. Li Miaojin sighed. Had to take out a paper figure again. As a possession of Su Su. Xu Qian'an pretended to be puzzled. General Li also carried paper figures with him. Where are you hiding? Li Miaojin said lightly. I naturally have my means. Xu Qian's eyes widened at what means. Could it be the legendary Swaina ring? The black line on Li Miaojin's face. What is that ring? But then he noticed it again. Xu Qian's worship of himself. He nodded contentedly. It's a similar spell. Xu Qian'an was impressed. General Li is worthy of being the holy maiden of Tianzong. Li Miaojin nodded reservedly. You can see that he is in a good mood. Xu Qian'an smiled heartily. You can pretend. Isn't it just handing out the pieces? The more you load it now, In the future, it will be cooler more thoroughly. At 50, Xu Qian'an beckoned $2 to run out of fans. It is estimated that Governor Zhang is also coming back soon. At this time, a soldier defending the city rushed into the post station with a swift whip, shouting that there is something important to do. Asked to see the governor, but he was stopped by the tiger guard at the door. Do not trespass on the inn. The soldier who defended the city, the governor of Daiji. There are 100,000 lowly positions. Urgent. Asked to see you at this time. A silver gong came out with 2 gongs. The governor is not there. Tell me something. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. Wes's army assembled outside the southern city. He threatened the governor not to go out to meet them, and they went into the city. The silver gong's eyebrows suddenly raised. This group of big-headed soldiers in Yunzhou dared to rebel. What's going on outside the city now? The soldier hurriedly said. Weiss gathered an army of 3,000. It's just outside the south city gate. The commander of Wei Suo, who was the leader, made Xu Qian'an threaten if the governor did not release the commander. Give them an account. Then enter the city. Xu Qian's mind flashed this word first. Warships called warships. It is to persuade the monarch or the superior by force. Make it obedient. But warships are dead ships. Not as a last resort. No one will use it. The silver gong was suddenly out of anger. It's a dog's heart. The governor went to command the envoys. It is impossible to reach Nanjing in half an hour. How many people are there in the city defense army in the south city now? The soldier replied. Less than 1,000 people. Xu Qian'an also felt a headache. I'm afraid I can't hold it. But a few belligerent watchmen were eager to try. In this way, a few of us led the Tiger Bin Wei to the southern city. If the big soldiers dared to rebel, they would cut him down. Pressed. I believe that it can be dragged until the governor and reinforcements come. Xu Qian'an reminded these hot-headed watchmen. So what about Yangtze River? He was a key criminal of the imperial court. We cannot afford to abandon it. A lewd man said. Lightly, take him with you. Xu Qian'an said in a Chen voice. Believe it or not, the soldiers of the guard station fought us to the death on the spot. Another gong snorted coldly. They were in the city. That's not what it was for. Thought it was forced by force. Then you can make the governor make us submit. Just let these soldiers and barbarians in Yunzhou know. What is called beating people. Xu Qian'an hurriedly spoke out to admonish everyone to calm down. Force will not solve the problem. But this group of martial artists who will only do everything for profit. I can't listen to it at all. Anyway, Lao Tzu can't bear it. Zhang Jinluo is not here. Luo has the final say. Brothers, come with me. Take Yangtze River with you. Xu Qian'an couldn't move anymore when he saw the persuasion. Directly smash it with one palm. The loud sound of the Zhu case immediately attracted this group of martial artists. I was about to leave. The group of watchmen at the post station turned back in amazement. Xu Qian'an pointed at that Luo's nose and scolded. Lao Tzu doesn't care if you are Luo or not. Xiao Ti pressed me with his position. Hold it down. You go and ask the one surnamed Zhu. Hold it down. You have exacerbated the contradictions. What do you want the governor to do? Kill all the 3,000 ancestors of Weiss. Take a step back. You can't hold on. The fighting spread to the ordinary people of the city. Are you responsible? You can be accountable. The silver gong stalked the neck, blowing his beard and glaring at Xu Qian'an. You feel like you can be responsible. Xu Qian'an shouted in a deep voice. At least Lao Tzu's shoulders are better than you can carry. For a while, no one refuted. A big gong in the wild actually made the room full of Beating's relatives. Unveiled, Xu Qian'an said his plan. All of you stay here to guard Yangtze River. He was a court felon. There must be no slip-ups. The defenders of the outer city were handed over to me to delay. Everyone looked skeptical. Directly wrote disbelief on his face. Xu Qian'an didn't bother to explain anything. Wes's army descended on the city. The purpose was not to siege the city. Instead, he asked the governor to release Yangtze River. There's room for maneuver. You rushed over in a hurry. Also with Yangtze River. This provocation, it is tantamount to intensifying the contradictions, so that there is no way back for both sides. As he spoke, he pushed the American military mother out. Of course, I will definitely not be able to persuade the soldiers of Wei, but General Li could. Presumably, General Li didn't want everyone to make such a stiff fuss. Let Xu Qian'an have no way out. Li Miaozhen seems to be waiting for this result. General Han Shou Daobin will do his best. The governor of the province arrived. Li Miaozhen and Xu Qian led 2 fast horses, rushed to the south gate. Su tilted his head sideways and looked at Xu Qian, who was parallel. "You're quite capable of this little gong." Xu Qian coughed. "It's not that I have the ability. Mostly. In fact, Zhang Xuanfu and I are half-brothers." Su grabbed the point. "You are Zhang Xuanfu's brother. No wonder you have so much to say." The corners of Li Miaozhen's mouth twitched. "I really want to remind my maid to tell him Su. What this person Qian said. Not a single punctuation mark can be trusted. The reason why he has so much say is because he has one Wei Yuan's trust and appreciation. It has an unusual status in the Yamen. Of course, this information comes from within the Heaven and Earth Society. Information known to number 2. What does it have to do with Li Miaozhen?" Xu Qian and the U.S. military lady soon came to the South City Gate. The 1,000 households of the City Defense Army received it in person. The burly Qianhu with the national character face said with some disappointment, "Why hasn't the governor come yet?" Xu Qian explained. The governor once again commanded the envoy to investigate the case. "I can't catch up for the time being. The ranger general and I came first to stall for time." He stood at the head of the city and looked down. There are 2 phalanxes outside the city. The largest phalanx of them was none other than the army of the guards. The cavalry was in front, infantry in the rear. Xu Qian is now a half-step cultivator, but faced this battle-hardened army. The thought in my heart is still to avoid. Don't dare to be tough head-on. Xu Qian thought with emotion. Alone in the battle of 3,000 miles. A sword once blocked 1,000,000 divisions. What kind of martial artist can achieve such a feat? Li Miaozhen looked down side by side with him. The army of Yunzhou is extremely fierce. Just make a fuss. Not afraid of death at all. I came to the station last night. It's just that I'm afraid that the governor will do things too radically. Push things into an irreparable situation. Xu Qian nodded. The bandits in Yunzhou are in full swing. Served as a soldier in Yunzhou. It's strange if it's not fierce. The soldiers who have been fighting all year round are very angry. They usually only recognize the leaders who fight alongside them. It's hard for outsiders to navigate. Not as life-sparing as the soldiers in the Comfort Land. Xu Qian pointed to one place and asked, "The little square over there." "It's the army of the same place again." Li Miaozhen was suddenly a little embarrassed. "It's my Fiankuan." Xu Qian glanced at the American military mother a little unpleasantly. The heart said that Ning was also a 2-5 boy. Li Miaozhen explained, "I did think about using the army to put pressure on me. This is all raised in the Yunzhou army." Xu Qian said tentatively, "So what do we do now?" "Out of the city," Li Miaozhen actually nodded. Xu Qian laughed dryly. "Can I not go?" Li Miaozhen glanced at him. "You represent the governor. For the command of Su Huchen. Grumpy and self-serving. Since you want to resolve the conflict, you have to be patient." Xu Qian still wanted to struggle. "You can't save face." Li Miaozhen laughed twice. "I want to accompany him. If you can't say it, I'll cut you this gong." Xu Qian was a little speechless. Being a soldier is really unreasonable. Then the gates were opened from the inside. The 1,000 households of the City Defense Army sent the 2 out of the city. Xu Qian looked back at the 1,000 households on horseback. "Come with us." Chiho immediately shrank back. "It's windy here. I can't hear what the adults say." As he spoke, he closed the gates of the city with his hands. Xu Qian had already begun to scold in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the U.S. military mother was still around, he really wanted to transfer the dock and go back to the detention. At this time, Li Miaozhen waved her hand. His own army of swifts rushed towards him. Li Miaozhen said to Xu Qian'an with a little pride, "Introduce yourself to the army. The lowest cultivation of my Fian army is also the Alchemy Sutra, a total of 437 people. 5 palms of alchemy pinnacle. 10. Palm refining gas gold 100 households copper skin iron bone diameter." Xu Qian'an was indeed shocked. 4 6-pinned gold. 40 chi refining gold. Oh my God. This woman is terrible. Xu Qian'an swallowed his saliva. There is no such army in Yunzhou either. Li Miaozhen nodded reservedly. Everyone is looking at my face. He followed me to Yunzhou. Xu Qian'an was dumbfounded. How big is your face? It seems that his strength will have to be reassessed. Li Miaozhen's connections on the rivers and lakes. Perhaps more unfathomable than I thought. Xu Qian'an asked suddenly. What kind of cultivation is Xu Huchen? Li Miaozhen replied to the peak of the divine realm. Feng Xu Qian'an was surprised. The cultivation is not high. Li Miaozhen glanced at him. Is Wei Yuan still an ordinary person? It's not the same as being the commander of the 3 armies. Marching and fighting is not a good fight. A high-quality martial artist can be 100, but it may not be able to command an army of 1,000 men. In my ability, 500 people is already the limit, but he was able to command an army of 3,000 to 5,000 men. Head-to-head on the battlefield, I will be defeated. Xu Qian'an had such a sentence in his mind. Violence is aesthetics. War is art. 2 very different concepts. Suddenly, Li Miaozhen said loudly, Commander Xu, come and talk. A ride out hunting. The head of the general is 8 feet tall. The mount under the crotch is taller than a normal horse. In his hand, he makes a stalk long. Xu Huchen's eyes were sharp. The really green jaw has just been scraped. He sweated his hand slightly towards Li Miaozhen. General Li. He also came with us to rescue the commanders. Li Miaozhen shook her head. Lord Yang. All is well. General Shui, you're too impulsive. You know the consequences of doing so. Xu Huchen grinned and said that it was a big deal. Lao Tzu's life was saved by the commanders. The imperial court wants to make towers. Lao Tzu gave up this life. Xu Qian'an asked suddenly. How did you know this news? Xu Huchen went against Xu Qian'an. Sneered. It turned out to be the Een Marsh under Wei Yan's hands. Xu Qian's face sank. And you said I was fine. It's too much to say that my dad is going along. He flicked his thumb. The long black and gold knife at the back is unsheathed. Half an inch later, looked at Xu Huchen. He said in a deep voice, General Xu, don't challenge the majesty of the imperial court. This official came with sincerity. If you don't know how to lift, the officer has already cut you off your horse. It's just that Xu Huchen doesn't like him at all. Looked at the American military mother and said that Lao Tzu wanted to see the governor. He is a gong. You don't deserve to talk to me. A kid who doesn't have any hair. I thought this was the capital. Everybody is a worker. Xu Qian'an didn't say anything. The words are directly transferred to the dock. In the surprised gaze of the American military mother, riding a little mare slowly walked backwards. Xu Huchen spoke again with some impatience and said, General Li, what happened to Master Shi? At this time, Xu Qian'an stopped. Then he raised his left thumb, pushed the saber out half an inch. He held the hilt in his right hand. After a short charge up, a piercing sound of unsheathing echoed in the air. In Xu Huchen's eyes, I just felt the air twist a little. Something seems to have crossed by. The next moment, a crack cracked in the ground, from Xu Qian'an's feet to the front of the army. More than 10 zhang longitudinally. The Qi army in the front row was in a commotion. The ruffian seemed frightened. Xu Huchen's eyes widened. Unbelievable. He was really able to take me off the horse just now. Li Miaozhen stared at Xu Qian'an in surprise. The sharpness of this blade. Swift as thunder. Even if you are a dancer with a copper skin and iron bone diameter for the first time in the 6th grade, nor can they be carried hard with the flesh. Number 1 has said, Xu Qian'an once beheaded a silver gong. and that silver gong is a master of refining nerves. At that time, he was able to jump over the level and kill people. Now he is a half-step refining god. Such a genius. Daoist Jian Lian did not invite him to join the association. Instead, he chose his cousin. How terrifying was his cousin? Xu Qian'an put away the black gold long knife. Ride back on a little mare. Hold on to your tired body, said lightly General Su's own officer. Xu Qian'an came to discuss with you on behalf of the governor. Xu Huchen was still stunned. The ravine beside me. It really shocked him. The yellow-haired boy in front of him. It's not a character you can look down on at all. There was a faint fear in his heart. After a few breaths, Xu Huchen sighed. He bowed his proud head. Said to Xu Qian'an in the rocking chair, "Sir." Please say that Xu Huchen finally bowed his head. Xu Qian'an also breathed a sigh of relief. But he's in his current state. Really bad. I feel like I'm dying suddenly. It's like staying up 72 hours a night. Then he was forced to run 1 kilometer. Fortunately, the foundation he laid in the alchemy mirror was solid. The body is extremely tough and durable, replaced by him in his previous life. I'm afraid I'm already queuing up at the funeral home, but at least in exchange for the attention of the other party. Can communicate well. What Xu Qian'an hates most is nonviolent non-cooperation. Everyone, be gentle. Isn't it good to sit down and have a cup of tea and chat? Xu Qian'an pretended to be light and light on the surface. Said loudly General Xu. All commanded Yangtze River to be involved in some cases. Do you know? Xu Huchen said in a low voice. This matter has long spread in Yunzhou officialdom, but the commanders were wronged. Xu Qian'an patiently explained that he was not wronged. You said it doesn't count. The governor didn't say anything. You'll have to look it up to find out. The governor is here for this case. At the moment we do have it. Evidence that is extremely unfavorable to Lord Yang. However, the governor did not make a rash judgment. To supervise and direct the envoy to verify the evidence. And Lord Xu, you don't care. With 3,000 soldiers and horses, he came to the city. This is to force Lord Yang to his death. The governor snorted coldly. You don't wear a hat for this, General. Last night, the commander sent a secret report from the envoy. The governor led a force to storm the palace of the commander. Lord Yang was severely injured by a golden gong. Even if Lord Yang is really guilty, that's also a double-thinking review. You don't go to court, trespassing on the mansion. Isn't it just that you want to bend into a trick? Xu Qian'an really wanted to go up and pump him and press 2 mouths, then scold him for knowing a fart. This is called the speed of soldiers. Don't give the other person a chance to react. If Yangtze River is really behind the scenes, then he has rebelled now. Xu Qian'an said that the governor did things. Has his own rules. I know you're not afraid of death, but I still have to remind General Xu. You can do whatever you want, but don't act impulsively. 3,000 soldiers and horses. But don't turn over the White Emperor City first. Don't turn the clouds first. Xu Huchen stared. It seemed to be irritated by these words. Xu Qian'an added faintly. You have to think about Lord Yang. He's still in the inn. There is no sin in the 8 characters. General Xu is going to give him an early sentence. Xu Huchen frowned. There was some hesitation. It's not as impulsive and violent as it was just now. Xu wife Anne's appeasement pill began to threaten. The case has not been clarified. That's it for General Xu. If the governor reports to the imperial court, said that Yang Qian'an supported the army and respected himself. Threat of force. When the time comes, it will not be the governor. As he spoke, he looked at the American military mother. General Li and the commander of the capital were incomparable. You don't believe me. Believe his word. Li Miaozhen defended the road. The current situation is indeed unfavorable to the commanders of the capital, but warships are not the right way. General Xu, don't be impulsive. Give the governor a moment. Xu Huchen's face was gloomy. In his heart, he was thinking about it quickly. Lord Yang and he are comrades in arms. General Li's heart is naturally towards Lord Yang. Since Master Li has said so, Xu Qian'an secretly glanced at Mei Junyang. Warships, if useful. Number 2 has been used for a long time. Because the commander of the envoy can only be transferred. The lieutenant under the jurisdiction of the White Emperor City commanded the envoys. The lieutenants of the rest of the prefectures and counties of Yunzhou, although it is under the command of the envoy to manage. However, the commanders did not have the right to command the battle. Every time it is wartime, the imperial court is a temporary general. Because of all the restrictions, Li Miaozhen's Fian army came into being, and only the lieutenant commanded the 3,000 or 5,000 soldiers and horses of the envoy. There is no way to shake the authority of the governor. It will only be sacrificed in vain. Su Huchen snorted coldly. General Bin can wait. Can. If Governor Zhang can't give me a satisfactory answer, even if General Bin agrees. The thousands of brothers under his command did not agree. At this moment, Xu Qian'an can finally breathe a sigh of relief. When encountering such contradictions, we must not be impulsive. To understand Ho Sydney, it's a hassle to do this like the rest of the watchmen. As for how to deal with it in the future, I'll leave it to the governor to give me a headache. On the other side, they all command Shi. Governor Zhang, who had just finished the battle, still in a state of anger. Waste is all waste. Then Yang Qian'an should be damned, even if he is not the mastermind behind the scenes. This charge of dereliction of duty would also have him exiled from the army. You are also the commanders. Deliver military supplies to mountain bandits. The amount is so appalling. The entire Yunzhou officialdom was unaware of it. All of them are damned. Governor Zhang passed by the captain. Shocking. Lunges are among the military supplies delivered to Yunzhou every year. Nearly 1/4 are missing. It contains bows and crossbows and gunpowder firearms, as well as iron ore and so on. At this time, a gong broke in without notice. Lord Governor, White Emperor City is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Guards. For the commander, Su Huchen led 3,000 soldiers and horses to gather outside the southern city. Threaten you not to let go. And they went into the city. Governor Zhang chuckled in his heart, because he knew that entering the city was a euphemism. In fact, it is a siege. Governor Zhang immediately asked when it was. What is the situation now? Tong Gong hurriedly added that Su Huchen spoke wildly. Let you see him in half an hour. The hour has long passed. But Xu Qian'an took his General Li Miaozhen out of the city. The status of the negotiations is currently unknown. Governor Zhang's scalp was numb. He never expected that Yunzhou's army would be so strong. And although Su Ningyan solved the case well, but he knew. Xu Qian'an is a fledgling boy. I don't even have much experience with killing, not to mention dealing with an unreasonable army. Governor Zhang grabbed the collar of the gong, ranted who let him go. The gong thought for a moment, said that Su Ningyan insisted on coming out. Originally, it was according to the meaning of the yamas. It was to take Yang Qian'an to defend the city together. Waiting for support Su Ning. Hiko also said that he would take responsibility. Zhang Xuanfu's face softened. In all fairness, Su Ningyan's strategy is more prudent and correct. The imperial court mutinied against the soldiers. Usually pacification measures are taken. Then behead the leader. Alumni of the police. If you can, try not to move the sword. But it's obvious. It is beyond the scope of Su Ningyan's business ability. Thoughts on this? He deployed quickly. Lord Song immediately notified the Wuqing Terracotta Division. Gather forces and rush to the southern city. All the officials of the Yamen were dispatched. Maintain law and order in the city. After arranging it all, Governor Zhang and Lao Jiang galloped in the direction of the city gate. Zhang Luzhong was also worried. But it's not that I'm worried about the West Army attacking the city. Instead, he was worried about Su Ningyan's kid's dog's life. Little by little, as time passed, gradually, they approached the southern city. Zhang Luzhong's ears moved slightly. Listen for a moment. Then he was relieved to be the governor of the province. You don't have to rush it so much. The battle didn't start. Governor Zhang was stunned. happy to pull the horse will run wild into a trot. Then he asked, really, still a little unconvinced. Zhang Luzhong nodded. Governor Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the situation is relatively stable. After half a column of incense, they finally arrived at the south gate. Governor Zhang stopped at the side of the city wall, carrying the hem of the official robe. Hurriedly climbed the steps. The moment the 1,000 households with the face of the national character saw Governor Zhang, I often exhale a breath of governor. You're finally here. The anxious Governor Zhang commanded directly. Put me down with spider plants. Qianhu said, let's open the city gate to you directly. Just that gong, and especially the general. He went out through the gates. The corners of Governor Zhang's mouth twitched. If the soldiers and horses of the guards really have the heart to attack the city, the gates of the city have been broken. Zhang Yuzhong pressed Governor Zhang's shoulder and didn't use spider plants. I'll take you down, Governor. The next moment, Governor Zhang's eyes flickered, and they came out of the city. It is only 10 zhang away from Xu Qian'an and others. Governor Zhang stabilized his mind. Said loudly, Xu Qian'an, dismount and speak. Xu Qian'an waited up, jumped straight off the horse. He gave a military salute to Governor Zhang. Said that he had seen the governor. Governor Zhang sneered. You are so big. Today, even if I let Zhang Jinluo kill you on the spot, it can also suppress the 3,000 ancestors behind you. But say 1,000 and 10,000. Didn't you just want to save Yangtze River? The officer asked you. If Yangtze River really committed a capital crime, you will not be saved. Xu Qian'an choked his neck and said that Lord Yang was innocent. Governor Zhang's face sank. Oh, the official only asks you whether to save or not. Xu Qian'an still refused to back down half a point. It has to be saved. Governor Zhang laughed loudly. Sure enough, it's a bloody man. I appreciate you. But Yang Chuan'an's case. It's too early to tell. You believe in Lord Yang's character. The official hereby assures you. As long as Yang Chuan'an is innocent, the official must return his innocence. Saying that, Governor Zhang suddenly turned his face. Extremely stingy, but you have brought soldiers to the city privately. It was a capital crime. Governor Zhang's sudden change of face. Xu Qian'an is no longer angry, can only reluctantly clench his fists and admit his mistakes. The sin of lowly office. As long as the governor can return Lord Yang's innocence, leave your duties at the mercy of your lords. Fortunately, Governor Zhang is tolerant of a lot. Mind in you for acting recklessly. Just lead the team back to the barracks. The official is not to blame for the past. Xu Qian'an nodded respectfully. Since the governor has made a pledge, then the lowly will believe in the Lord. After speaking, he also glanced at Xu Qian'an. Thankfully, this gong mediates it, so that things don't get worse to the point of no return. And next, Governor Zhang comforted him with a pleasant face. Assumed the posture of Corporal Li Xian. This flattered Xu Qian'an. That's how the big boss fights on the battlefield. He didn't frown. But once others shush the cold and ask for warmth, they will be grateful. I can't be fierce. Especially a high-ranking official of Governor Zhang's status. In the end, Xu Qian'an gave an explanation to the soldiers. Governor Zhang defused the incident. There was no chaos. Everyone was happy. The group prepared to return to the station. Li Miaozhen did not follow. He returned to the barracks with his privateers. Su Zian originally wanted to give 10 gifts. Take a good look at this American military lady. But my body was too tired. Even Governor Zhang's praise for him. I can't get interested. At this time, Zhang Luzhong frowned at the governor's plan to delay the army. It can only be used for a while. Governor Zhang nodded, and the official knew Zhang Jinluo. At night, you go to the consolation barracks. Invite Xu Qian'an and other generals to the city. It is said that the official has a secret room to hurt each other. It is a case concerning the governor and the commander. Xu Qian's heart sank. Realized that something bad is about to happen. Governor Zhang continued to take out of the barracks. Kill them all. Not a single one is left. Su Qi chuckled with peace of mind. I just wanted to open my mouth to persuade. Zhang Xuanfu didn't seem to see it. Said to himself, "There is no one to take the lead. Ordinary soldiers are just a plate of loose sand." A little soothing. Became Yang Chuan'an's henchman. It was not only the 3,000 or 5,000 soldiers and horses of Weici. Solve this hidden danger. There is no worry about dealing with Yang Qian'an, Su's wife Anchen said. However, there is obviously something else hidden in this case. Governor Zhang said leisurely, "That's another matter. I can find out. The official will return Yang Chuan'an's innocence." But Su Huchen's uproar was resolute. "The officer must strangle the sprouts in the cradle. I will send people to gather troops and horses from various guards in Yunzhou. There will be no next time for such a thing." After the explanation, Governor Zhang glanced at Xu Qian'an. "You read it. Su is not in charge of the army. The court is also good. The battlefield is also good. If you hesitate, you will lose. Soft-heartedness harms others." Xu Qian'an sighed silently. He understands everything. But you really have to do it. Or give him this soul from the 21st century. Deep impact. Zhang Yuzhong did not make any waves. Asked about mobilizing your troops. The governor wanted to take advantage of this incident. Pressed the Yunzhou officialdom. Governor Zhang nodded slowly. If Yang Qian'an is not the mastermind behind the scenes. So, the official behind the scenes is more than 4 square meters in the city. Are all suspicious. The official prepares for a rainy day. Prevent the opposing dog from jumping off the wall. Return to the inn. Kung Fu to drink a bowl of tea. The tiger guard on duty at the gate came in to tell the governor. Song Bujing waited for the adults to ask to see. The 3 of them looked at each other. They know. What should come will always come. And as they expected, this group of Yunzhou officials is rushing to force the palace. The hall of the post house. Song Bujing, the leader, led a group of officials. Mighty came in. Masashi Songbi said, "The case has been conclusively proven. I also hope that the governor will make a decision as soon as possible." Xu Qian's face sank. If these people are behind it, in the case of Governor Zhang, after examining the evidence, it is not difficult to understand the behavior of inciting officials to force the palace. But there was a bit of a hurry. Wes's army had just withdrawn. I can't wait to force Governor Zhang. Seal the coffin of this case. It really doesn't look like a scheming person. What to do? It can only show that Liang Yuping has no clues. Let the other party sit on pins and needles. I can't wait to push Yang Qian'an out as a scapegoat immediately. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to show the horse's feet. Beheaded Jin Gong and other generals. Then mobilize all the troops and horses to come over. The governor will be able to rest easy. Have fun with the people behind the scenes. So it's enough to stall for now. Really. Governor Zhang agreed to the official's request. But it is inferred that Yang Qian'an will be interrogated in secret today. Tomorrow will be tried. Send away, Your Excellency. Governor Zhang drank tea. I lamented that there is not much time left for us. Kill Su Huchen and try to kiss Yang Chuan'an's line. Mobilize troops and horses to test the line behind the kiss. Once the case is solved, the other party will definitely be dead. Su's wife, and Chenin, said that he would wait for Jiang Jinluo to finish his work tonight. We can make people pretend to be good friends by luring the snake out of the hole. As soon as the words were finished, Tiger Binwei, who was holding the hand, came in again. Lord Governor. Outside the door, there is a group of dart masters who call themselves Fushun Dart Bureau. He said that he wanted to see the governor. Governor Zhang frowned. Fushun Dart Bureau Dai Li. Zhu Guangxiao, who was not far away, said Fushun Dart Bureau. It's on our way to Yunzhou. The caravan that was bloodied by the robbers. Fushun Dart Bureau also has a name called Fushun Chamber of Commerce. Originally, I returned the relics of Zhao Long, the owner of the Chamber of Commerce, to my family. Find the address. What I found was this Fushun Dart game. After saying that, he gave the 2 sluts a roll of the eyes. On that day, these 2 goods were pushed up and down. In the end, he threw the job on his head. Governor Zhang chuckled and said, "Let them in." Soon 3 figures walked in. led by a bearded man, bowing down and hugging the boxing grassman Zhao Rui, the new head of Fushun Dart Bureau. "I've seen Governor Zhang." Governor Zhang Khan said, "What is the relationship between you and Zhao Long?" Zhao Rui said sadly, "Zhao Long is my brother. Hear bad news about him." There was no end to the mourning at home. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, wailing, "Grass people, thank you, Governor. Avenge your brother's hatred." After saying that, I stood up and came here for the purpose. The grass people are here, in addition to thanking the governor for his kindness. And then there's the dart. Everyone was stunned. He looked at the three of them again. Only then did they realize that they were wearing the power suits of the dart masters, and not casual clothes. Zhao Rui continued, "Yesterday, a mysterious guest arrives at the dart game. Let's send an object to the governor." The guest also said that it was a wanted criminal by the imperial court. "Let me kiss it." Hand to the governor. Speaking of which, Zhao Rui scratched his cheeks with a little weakness. The grass people knew that this was not in order. Wanted criminals shall be transferred to the yamen. But he gave too much. Governor Zhang turned his head and looked at Jiang Lizhong and Xu Qian'an. Jiang Lizhong's eyes were both stunned and expectant. "I think it's something to realize." And Xu Qian's eyes were cloudy, pupils dilated. "Some have a lack of concentration." Zhang Xuanfu sighed. Ning Yin chose to be promoted to the refining god realm at this time. It's not worth it. But Zhang Xuanfu thought that ordinary people's different paths are the limit. Normally, Su Ningyin should have been promoted smoothly when he arrived in Yunzhou. Who would have thought he was so good? Then Zhang Xuanfu found that he was a little off topic. Shook his head. "Bring it up in a deep voice." Zhao Rui commanded. "Signage next to you. Press the express into the station. All eyes on you." They all stared at the man with the sack on his head. The man appeared to have had a foot injury. Limped. Walking is extremely inconvenient. Zhang Rui immediately stepped forward and tore off the sack. Reveal the true face of a spicy man. Bloodied face. Rough skin. The brown eyes are extremely sharp. This person is the one who commands the experience of the Private Experience Division. Liang Yuping was the governor. "Take a deep breath." Commanded the Tao to verify the right body. The gong stepped forward, pinched Liang Yuping's face, and examined it carefully. Ordinary people who walk the rivers and lakes generally use the disguise technique. But it's nothing more than a human skin mask. This mask is in the eyes of those with vicious eyes. It's easy to see through. All you need to do is check your teeth. As for the higher-end transfiguration, it often involves high-quality and strong people. Idlers can't do it. After the gong was checked, turning around and nodding towards Zhang Xuanfu. "It was me who reported it." Zhang Xuanfu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glanced sideways at Xu Qian. The latter understood. "I went upstairs and pulled out the 3 otaku warlocks." "You looked downstairs." 3 dart masters confirmed that they are not lying. Governor Zhang downstairs said, "This person is indeed a court request. What is the identity of that mysterious guest?" Zhao Rui shook his head and said that the grass people don't know. The man was wearing a cloak, wearing a hood. I can't see the identity clearly. The eyes of the white-clad sorcerers were clear. The tone was very serious, and he didn't lie. Xu Qian, who was upstairs, suddenly shouted, "Zhao Biaodo, the mysterious guest who sent the courier. Did you say anything?" Zhao Rui hugged his fist at Xu Qian. "Let's send this person to the station. Leave it to the governor." And said that he was a wanted criminal by the imperial court. Xu Qian reminded if there was anything else. For example, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. "There is no such person as me in the world." Zhao Rui replied with a confused face, "No." Xu Qian asked again if it was facing away from you. Zhao Rui shook his head a little depressedly. The heart said that this was a strange question. Xu Qian nodded helplessly. "Say you know." He suspected that the king had been forced to do all this. But there is no evidence. Although both issues were rejected. But that doesn't mean it's not forcing Miriam Yang. Because Liang Yuping arrived at the post station. will definitely be looking at the Cinder's identity. Although the king feels that there is something wrong with his brain, but not stupid, there will be no such obvious flaws. But according to common sense, this is an opportunity to turn the tide. It's the time to force the king's will the most. Could it be that there is a last resort that cannot be revealed? Governor Zhang knocked on the side after a few more words. Let the tiger guard send off the guests. Governor Zhang went up the stairs to the second floor. Bring people to my room. The officer is to interrogate him personally. Governor Zhang stared majestically. Cripple experience. You are Liang Yuping. Liang Yuping snorted. The governor seems to know a lot about the lower officials. Governor Zhang Chan said, you killed the owner of the dog butcher shop at number 15 Ding on Huangbo Street. Disguised as a street person. Will be the books. It was handed over to us in order to blame Yangtze River. Who else is behind you? 1510 to explain clearly. Liang Yuping sneered. If I confessed, the governor will spare my life. Zhang Luzhong said in a cold tone. There is no escaping the death penalty. But it can make your death a little more painful. Otherwise, it is a means of beating and torturing the offender. You can give it a try. Su Qi was relieved and regretted. In the yamen of the watchman, the person in charge of the torture was Nangong Qianro. This dead female is very vicious. Hundreds of inhumane torture methods have been created. There are more than 100 new torture instruments created by craftsmen. One of them is called war torture. It is to hang a big iron head around the neck of the prisoner. It's been a long time. The prisoner's neck will be a little sore and painful. And force the prisoner to stand. It's painful. Within 2 days, man dies in endless suffering. And in the criminal law dictionary written by Nangong Qianro, there are hundreds of criminal laws for this kind of blunt knife cutting meat. Although Zhang Yuzhong is not Nangong Qianro's kind, an interrogation maniac who is proficient in 108 postures, but under the influence of the ears and eyes. Some torture. He still knows it. Liang Yuping laughed self-deprecatingly. I had no choice. I kid you not. This leg was indeed broken by a man. It's just that the person who saved me wasn't Zhou Ming. I was born in Yunzhou. I have known since I can remember that Yunzhou is seriously troubled. The people suffered greatly. When I was young, my dream was to practice martial arts. Become a hero who fights swords. Kill mountain bandits. But the poor rich and poor family background. I can't afford to practice martial arts. I had no choice but to go to school. I didn't get the test twice. So I put pen to paper and went to join the army from Rome. Xu Qian'an sighed in his heart. The dream hasn't started yet. Was defeated by reality. Fortunately, I have my second uncle feeding me hundreds of taels of silver every year. Otherwise, I would only study like Erlang. My aunt hates me. It should be. Because, with the qualifications of Su Dalong, the former owner of this body, what can he do if he really goes to study? Probably not much better than Zaya doubting. Liang Yuping continued, there was a year. I saw a Yanai in the White Emperor City, bullying women on the street, thus angrily struck, but outnumbered, broken leg by his escort. Yanai felt disappointed. They don't want to let me go. I was taken out of the city and buried alive. This is the time. The adult appeared. He had the guards with him save me, and seized the Yanai, gave me justice. And that adult is Song Changfu, the political envoy of Yunzhou. There was silence in the room. One by one, the mouths opened wide and could not be closed for a long time. But Governor Zhang seems to have expected half of it, and there was no surprise reaction. Su Qian secretly glanced at Governor Zhang. It was found that Governor Zhang had a strange expression, but it also seems extremely heavy. After all, there are officials with more than 4 square meters in the White Emperor City. It could all be behind it. Yunzhou officialdom is really rotten from the beginning to the roots. Lao Jiang took advantage of the gap and asked who caught you. Liang Yuping shook his head. I don't know. You weren't gone long that day. I dispersed sick hang in the shop. Prepare to lock the door and leave. But just walked out of Huangbo Street. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself locked in a small dark room. The head is covered with a sack. It should not be called every day. The earth is not spiritual. Eating and drinking were all in the little dark room. Someone delivered me food at a regular time. Then I was taken to the dart game. I've sent it to you. Xu Qian'an fell into deep thought. Liang Yuping disappeared after we left. 3 days later, the people of the witch god cult are interrogated in their dreams to test whether Liang Yuping fell into the hands of the watchman. Because in these 3 days, Song officially accompanied Governor Zhang out to inspect. So it was not found that Liang Yuping was missing. Until returning to the White Emperor city, I knew that the little brother was missing. Xu Qian'an suddenly realized. It's all right. Liang Yuping's eyes showed reminiscence. Since I followed the envoy of the Song ministry, at that time he was not officially a weak. With the official music of the Song governor's mansion growing, I'm a cripple and I'm on the rise. It became the experience division that it is today. The experience has done it, and so is Zhang Lubing. Song Chongfu recommended. I joined the Qi party, but this identity is not visible. Zhou Ming is the case of beating Gungren's Yamen. I'm in the case of the Qi party. The Qi party delivered military supplies to the mountain bandits. You have to get past the Kingleys. I have been working for the Song envoys all these years. Stealing policies. Qing Tun quartermaster. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but mock. I kept saying that I wanted to be a hero. Kill all the bandits. Now he has become a wicked person who aids and abets abuse. Liang Yuping knows. I lived my life as the kind of person I hated the most. Mockery of Xu Qian'an. He chose silence. Because there is no power to refute anything. And because it's an established fact. Governor Zhang Chansheng asked what was going on with Yangtze River. He is also a chess party. Why do you want to frame him? Liang Yuping shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I just know that he is not close to the chess party. The political history of the Song department has been revealed. Yang Chuanan was originally a chess piece of the chess party on the bright side. You can discard it at any time. Xu Qian'an defined Yang Chuanan in his heart. This is what it is for. Liang Yuping shook his head and sighed. If there is no Zhou Ming, Yunzhou's conspiracy will go on forever. This may be Skynet's restoration. Negligence but not leakage. Speaking of which, I have a good relationship with Zhou Ming. They often drink together after their jobs. It's just that I didn't expect him to be a case of beating people. And I'm the case of the Seven Party. How else to say that people's hearts are separated from their stomachs? Zhang Xuanfu did not continue to interrogate. Because Liang Yuping seems to have opened the conversation. I will know it myself. The things of the word were spit out. Liang Yuping continued to complain. Zhou Ming is a very smart person. Extremely sensitive to numbers. We noticed that he had noticed that the books were wrong. I've met him in person. In the wrath of the multitude, Zhang Luzhong leaned back comfortably in his chair. I asked casually. He refused. Liang Yuping shook his head gently. No, he agreed. Willing to join us. It's just that he didn't expect it. The so-called wooing is only superficial. It was actually a temptation to him. Tempting what he discovered. Zhou Ming is also just a delaying tactic. Turn your head and write a secret report. Shake things out. Xu Qian'an nodded very seriously. Is this the operation of an IQ online case? Replace it with a routine in a TV series. Zhou Ming affirmed the rejection of righteous words. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an couldn't help but say actually. He already has a premonition that you are going to kill people. That's right, the question of Xu Qian'an. Liang Yuping raised his chin. A wise person naturally has the consciousness of a wise person. He could have escaped. I can't escape it. After the East Window incident, the envoys of the Song ministry followed the established plan. Push Yang Chuanan out of the top pot, secretly laid out on one side. While waiting for the arrival of the governor, Governor Zhang questioned, then why did you personally stay at Ding 15? In the account books of the dog meat shop, there should be evidence against Songbu's political envoys. Liang Yu replied indifferently. Yes, There are several quarterfuls in the books. It was transferred from the political envoy to the superintendent and commanding the envoy. As for why I stayed at Ding 15, that's the order I received. Xu Qian'an frowned. It doesn't make sense. He looked at the three white-clad warlocks, asked if his words could be trusted. The three white-clad warlocks shook their heads. The number of chi that could not see through him was masked. Chi lookout cannot be snooped. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. Chi lookout cannot be snooped. Does the beam have? Ping was manipulated. Someone covered up the chi technique for him. Number 4 said, warlocks have the means to restrain wizards. It is because of this shielding. Only then did Liang Yuping avoid curses and divination. Zhang Xuanfu turned his head to look at Xu Qi and Ningyan. What do you have to say? Xu Qian'an coughed dryly. Let Liang Yuping be equal in the dog meat shop. It's a bad decision. I think it's a deep calculation based on the old scheming of the Song dynasty. You can't make such a low-level mistake. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is a provocation. After all, if it weren't for that mysterious master, Liang Yuping was kidnapped halfway. Even if we know the problem is wrong, nothing could be found. In the end, we can only hold tangible evidence. Bring Yang Qian'an back to Beijing. After speaking, Xu Qian'an fell into deep thought. Is it a provocation, or is there another reason? I can't say for sure at this time. Unless there is a face-to-face confrontation. Song Changfu is the mysterious master. He suspected that it was to force Miriam Yang. First of all, he only knew such a high-quality warlock. Secondly, although there are casual cultivators outside, but the chi shielding technique can hide the bile in Jianglu. This strength is not something that ordinary casual cultivation can achieve. At this time, Zhang Xuanfu sneered, and it was not simple to know the reason. Immediately call all the staff out. Arrest the political envoy of Nabu. Send it to the governor's house to remember. Soldiers are fast. Subsequently, Zhang Xuanfu took Jiang Lu's Hong and a few watchmen. Robbed all the Tiger Binwei dispatched. Xu Qian'an stayed at the post station. The reason is to recuperate. The door to the envoy's mansion was broken. Jiang Lu's Hong took the tiger to fight into the mansion. Subdue the rebellious guards one by one. Unexpectedly, Songbu's political envoy did not show up like Yang Qian'an. Tiger Binwei found him in the bedroom. But he's dead. Songbu's political envoy fell to the ground. A dagger stuck in his chest. Blood spilled all over the ground. Governor Zhang's face was serious. Did he commit suicide in fear of sin? Send someone to the government to summon the experienced 5 seats. An autopsy. Hu Binwei Wanyan hurriedly walked outside. 5 quickly arrived. He was accompanied by the prefect of Yunzhou. The prefect's face was full of trepidation. Lord Governor. This governor said with a cold face, what is panic? Come out with me. The group soon arrived at the study. Governor Zhang also explained the matter briefly. The prefect was stunned for a moment. He scolded loudly. It turned out that Song Bujing was colluding with the witch god cult, the culprit who delivered military supplies to the mountain bandits. This should be reported as soon as possible, lest the hearts of Yunzhou officialdom fluctuate. As he spoke, the Tiger Binwei came in to inform the governor. 5 have been experienced. Zhang Xuanfu Khan guarded the road and came quickly. Hu Binwei immediately said slowly, the deceased, Song Changfu. He is 45 years old and 6 feet 1 inch tall. There was no damage to the head, skin, or bones of the corpse. There were no injuries to the limbs and trunk other than a stab wound to the chest. There is no peculiar smell and discoloration in the mouth and throat. Death without poisoning. Suicide after the laboratory. Died of a stab wound to the chest. Governor Zhang nodded. Preserve the body properly. After speaking, he turned his head and said to the prefect, you go and gather the officials above the 6th rank in the White Emperor City, to the Yamen of the Political Envoy Division. The officer has something to say. At this time, the post station is here. What happened in the envoy's mansion? It's been passed back. Su's wife, who heard the news, stared at her eyes quietly. What Song died when he was not right? The Gong who had delivered the message replied with a sigh of breath. The Taoist priest of the Song dynasty knew it. Hear us break down the door. Knowing that he was in danger of escaping, he committed suicide in fear of sin. The governor asked me to come back and ask, "What do you think about this?" Xu Qian'an was extremely tired. You can only think about things one by one. It's the governor's noble speed. The strategy worked. Made Song Changfu feel that the general trend had gone. So I chose to commit suicide. But normally, shouldn't you not shed tears when you don't see the coffin? He died a little. Too impulsive. Or maybe it's the dream who never appeared. Kill somebody to do away with a witness. That's not right. The premise of Dream Witch's murder must be the East Window incident. But how did he know that the matter had been revealed? Suddenly, Xu Qian had a flash of inspiration. It was like a bolt of lightning struck my mind. There must be Song Changfu's eyeliner near the post station. Keep an eye on what's going on here. Maybe it's that 4th grade Mingwu, the dart master of the Fushun Dart Bureau. When Liang Yuping came in, although there are sacks, but the characteristics of the lame man walking are obvious. Song Changfu had long known that Liang Yuping had been arrested. We interrogated Liang Yuping in the post station for more than half an hour. After that, the governor led the team to rush into the residence of the political envoy. Even at the speed of the Tiger Guard, it takes 40 minutes to get from the post station to the embassy's residence. For such a long time, will Song Changfu sit at home and wait for death? But Song Changfu did die 5. I have experienced the right body. Suddenly, Xu Qian was shocked again. The pupils were dilated a little. It's not good. It is impossible for the dead to be Song Bei's official. Because he had plenty of time to escape. There's no reason to sit at home and die. It is unlikely that Dream Witch will kill people. Because it's not yet to the point where you need to extinguish it. He had plenty of time to retreat. There is no need to go to extremes. As for why he pretended to commit suicide in fear of sin. First, Song Bu's political envoy is also a scapegoat. Killing him is tantamount to cutting off the clue. At the same time, he fabricated the illusion of suicide in fear of sin, to confuse Governor Zhang. The second is that Song Bu's political envoy is delaying time. Previously, when the case was being discussed, Governor Zhang and I have a consensus. Once the other party is cornered, it would definitely be a bloody storm. Therefore, Governor Zhang was a surprise attack that did not follow the rules twice. I just don't want to give the other person a chance to react. If it's a procrastination, then Song no. The corpse of the canonical history is fake. Available as an experienced 5-seater. How could it be that you can't find the disguise? Unless 5 is also a werewolf. If all these inferences are true, then the governor is in danger. Thinking that Governor Zhang was in crisis at the moment, Xu Qian felt a chill down his spine for some reason. Governor Zhang only had Hu Binwei and Jiang Luzhong by his side, and most of the watchmen stayed behind to fight. Jiang Luzhong is certainly powerful, but don't forget that there is also a 4-rank Mengwu on the other side. Once Jiang Luzhong was entangled by Mengwu, it is up to the Tiger Binwei to protect the safety of the governor. A powerful silver gong and a gong is the mainstay of this guard. Songbu's political envoy operated in the White Emperor City for many years. Yang Chuan's boy was imprisoned in the capital. He's the big family. No local power can contain him, although he could not mobilize the army of the guard. But the Wuqing soldiers and horses division in the city, it was to listen to the orders of the political envoys. Come to think of it, Xu Qian immediately recruited all the watchmen in the post station. Tell them your guesses. After a Yama Wanyan, without hesitation, he shouted, leaving 4 people to stay at the post station. The rest of me followed. Then more than a dozen people beat the watchman and quickly whipped up, ran to the mansion of the Song governor's mansion. Nicholas Song's face was extremely ugly. Why did things turn out like this? Xu Qian shook his head. The battlefield is changing rapidly. The same is true for case investigations. The enemy won't wait for you to gather evidence step by step. Get ready. And then he was caught. Ting Feng, You go out of the city immediately to find Li Miaozhen. Tell him what is happening in the city. Nicholas Song nodded. Get up immediately and walk outside. But he had just reached the door, and abruptly and quickly turned back. Ran upstairs. A few minutes later, he changed into plain civilian clothes. Start again. Xu Qian'an secretly praised Lao Song for being very smart. I didn't remind him to change into civilian clothes. He could think of it himself. Nicholas Song rode a little mare who would not get stuck in traffic. The Dao is gone. And Xu Qian'an originally wanted to go in person. But my current state is too bad. It wasn't long in coming. Half an hour later, Nicholas Song rode back again. Said Ning Yen with an ugly face. Oh no, the gates are closed. Xu Qian's face froze instantly. A new book stub sank to the bottom. But he quickly calmed down again. I feel like something is going to happen. The other 3 gates must have been closed at this time. Song is not a true history, or the witch god cult behind him. It is clear that he wants to close the door and beat the dog. Nicholas Song was a little puzzled. What could happen? Zhang Jin Luo is a 4-rank dancer. And the rest of my colleagues rushed over. Su Qian said that you have not thought about it. Of course, they knew that Zhang Jin Luo was a 4th grade, but still dared to do it. It shows that they are well prepared. Maybe from the time they interrogated you and Guangxiao in their dreams. It's already planning. We didn't lock down the Song invoice. They can endure it. You can stand still. But once we know, the political envoy of the Song ministry was the mastermind behind the scenes, then they will not hesitate to flip the chessboard. Nicholas Song's voice trembled a little, and then, even if you kill the governor, aren't they afraid that the imperial court will send troops to encircle and suppress them? Su Xian's face sank. His party and the witch god cult have been plotting for so many years. That's not the idea. Not for rebellion. Why are people doing so much? Nicholas Song was a little panicked. Gotta find a way to get the message out there. Then the army of the guard was mobilized. The governor had originally planned. Tonight, Zhang Jinluo was sent to kill Su Huqin and other generals. They are also fortune-tellers. Escaped. Su Qian fell into deep thought. Lao Song has a sentence that is right. Get the word out. Yunzhou is not surnamed Song after all. Otherwise, the 7 parties and the witch god won't have to be so sneaky. Counties are left alone. In this White Emperor city, at least Yang Qian'an is the commander of the Wei division. You can wrestle with the political envoys of the Song ministry. The envoy of the Song ministry framed Yang Qian'an. It is not necessarily that there is no idea of eradicating oneself. But Yang Qian'an is currently a prisoner. His own suspicions have not been completely cleared. And even if I wanted to use him, no matter how seriously injured Lao Yang is, it is impossible for him to go out of the city. Zhu Guangxiao, who had been silent for a long time, said in a sullen voice. How about getting out of town? Nicholas Song shook his head. Now there are only 4 gongs in the station. Hundreds of city defenders and more. Very reluctantly. Wait until I get to the barracks. Inform the Fian army to come back again. I'm afraid that the turmoil in the White Emperor city has ended. Su Qian touched the bathroom path in his arms. I was filled with emotion. Actually, there is another way. But I really don't want to die socially. Eventually, he sighed. Said I have a way to inform Fei Yanjun. You don't need to ask. The court laughed at the 2 of you staying at the station, guarding Yang Qian'an and Liang Yuping. If there is any change between them, I'm going to go to the governor's side. Not sure why. I always had a bad premonition. After saying that, he walked out of the station, led the horse and hurried to the mansion of the Song envoy. The streets are full of people. The people went about their activities as usual, completely unaware. A sea change is about to begin, but it has nothing to do with them either. Yunzhou doesn't care if he changes his master or not. They live as usual. Su Qian dragged the horse with one hand, pull out the jade shards with one hand. He did not transmit number 2 directly. Instead, he first took the Golden Lotus Dao Chief. Golden Lotus Dao Chief. Is the injury healed? Golden Lotus Road is back for a long time. Thank you for your concern. It's been a long time since healed. Xu Qian'an breathed a sigh of relief. This is a blessing in disguise. Xu Qian'an continued to enter the information. Please block the rest for me. I'm looking for number 2. There is a key box on it, scattered all over the world. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society of the North stared at the transmission of the mirror. Curiosity filled my chest. But the wait was long. Found that the fragments of the book no longer transmit any messages. They realized. The fragment of the handing book in his hand was briefly fixed. This kind of secret technique is really infuriating. Soon after, Jean Lien sent a message from number 3. You can talk. Except for me and number 2. No one will be able to see your transmission. Xu Qian'an complained in his heart. Are they already disconnected? Governor. Actually, I don't want you to see my transmission, although you have been watching my operation with a cold eye. But when social death, there can be one less on the scene. Xu Qian'an tentatively sent a message number 2, can you see it? Li Miaozhen replied to his biography in seconds. What do you have to consult with me? At this time, Jean Lien said abruptly, do you need me to retreat? Xu Qian'an was naturally overjoyed. Good Taoist. Thank you, Chief. Daoist Jean Lien smiled. Replies seem like an extremely important thing. Rest assured, the poor road will not be spread. Xu Qian'an was a little annoyed by your special Tao master. Are you still in the habit of liking cats? If you are there, you must keep it. I'm sure I'll expose you in the future. Xu Qian'an took a deep breath. Transmission Road 2. What I'm going to say next is important. You don't have any hesitation and doubts. Listen to me and act immediately. After sending it, I added a sentence in my heart. Don't worry too much about my social death. I still want to have a face. Li Miaozhen's slender eyebrows tufted up number 3. It's very strange that Ming Ming is far away in the capital. But it was as if the situation was urgent. It's like it's happening right next to me. At this time, Xu Qian'an sent a message again. The real mastermind behind the Yunzhou case is Song. It is not confirmed that Zhang Xuanfu solved the mystery. Originally planned to arrest Song Chongfu with the power of thunder. But Song Chongfu sensed the danger in advance. The design confuses Governor Zhang and the watchman, and secretly blocked. The city gate is now full of murderous opportunities in White Emperor City. The governor's team fears that something may happen to them. Number 2, the female Su sent troops to help. Li Miaozhen was stunned for a moment. The mastermind behind the scenes was the political envoy of the Song ministry. Other words, the prayer party who colluded with the witch god cult was Song Chongfu. Song Chongfu is a person who prays for the party. I don't have time to think about it that much. If, as the number 3 says, then the turmoil in the White Emperor City was about to break out. No, there has even been a fierce battle. Zhang Xuanfu, if something happens, the whole of Yunzhou will slide into an uncontrollable abyss. In anxiety is the 4-ranked answer. Once the war began, the people of the city will inevitably be affected. And this is only the beginning of the turmoil. Spring will begin next year. The imperial court will definitely send a large army to attack Yunzhou. Under the fires of war, how many lives will be lost? But at this moment, he froze suddenly. A series of big question marks flashed through my mind, and then it comes together into one sentence. How did number 3 know about these things? Number 3 is far away in the capital. How did you know what happened in Yunzhou? Li Miaozhen's fingers trembled slightly. How do you know about this? But after the preacher was sent, no one paid attention to it for half a day. Li Miaozhen raised her eyebrows, somewhat annoyed. Shouted at the female ghost Su Su. I command. Gather the Fian army and other maids to go out to dispatch troops. No time is lost. Li Miaozhen transmitted the threat with a calm face. If you don't say it, I will never send a single soldier to Xi'an. Facing the threat of the U.S. military mother, he wanted to struggle a little more. Actually, I received the assignment of the college. Secretly rushed to Yunzhou. The American military lady snorted coldly and replied to you. I am a fool. He thought disdainfully. Number 3 is a student of Yunlu Academy. As everyone knows, After the beginning of spring, it is the end of spring. It is the time for the world's reading mermaids to leap into the Dragon Gate. The fourth mentioned before that the third was going to participate in the spring tale. Number 3 did not deny it. Yunlu Academy and Yunzhou 8 Poles can't play together. Something. It will make number 3 give up precious time to prepare for the exam. It's too inconsistent. I tried to verify that number 3 was lying. There is another way. That's inquiry number 1. Let him go to Yunlu Academy to investigate. But that's too time-consuming. The current situation. Time is of the essence. So the U.S. military lady asked him directly. Hopefully number 3 will tell the truth. Xu Qian'an was very helpless. Well, there's a showdown. I am Xu Qian'an. I'm number 3. Li Miaozhen told the truth on the spot. The pretty melon seed face is as dull as a stone carving. Number 3 is Xu Qian'an. It was as if he heard his own heart. Something is collapsing. Rumbling, falling apart. Number 3 is not integrity and kindness. Righteous-minded scholars are allowed to say goodbye to the past. Rather, it is despicable and shameless. The hypocritical and lascivious watchman Xu Qian'an. To be honest, he has a crush on number 3. Number 3 is not as thoughtful as number 1. Always love to snoop reviews. It's also not as mild as the number 4 seems. In fact, it is very proud. As for number 5, number 6 and number 9. Each has its own characteristics. But visually speaking, it's not as good as number 3. But everything is a lie. His chest rose and fell violently. Stinky and shameless. It's a shame. If number 3 is Xu Qian'an. That day, I asked for help in the book delivery group with a sincere face. Asked them for help in analyzing the case. The next day was a little proud. In front of Zhang Xuanfu and Xu Qian'an. Boasted that he had solved the case. Come to think of it, Li Miaozhen's chest rose and fell more and more violently. The urge to draw a sword and kill oneself is generated. Xu Qian'an at that time. I'm afraid I'm laughing at myself. This Xu Qian'an. It's really infuriating. In the distant capital, Daoist Jian Lian stared at the fragment of the handover book and waited for a long time. Number 3 and number 2 did not continue to communicate. Jian Lian complained that the secret agent didn't say a word when it was over. Xu Qian'an. This kid usually brags and doesn't make drafts. Now it's all right. Identity exposed. There is no place to be ashamed. Suddenly, a cat meow came from outside the room. Jian Lian's eyes lit up subconsciously. Then the orange cat was still grooming. Suddenly, his expression was stunned. A few minutes later, an orange cat jumped on the fence in the yard, and the golden lotus Daoist fell asleep peacefully. There was a smile on his lips. I seem to be very satisfied with the feeling now. Xu Qian'an finally watched the bathroom Shaojing number 2. There is no mockery, accusations, and invective. Mysteriously remained silent. She was a little surprised. But there was something to be expected. The U.S. military lady should also remember that day, and her mind drifted for a while. What to say? That's the good thing about everyone shooting together. Then he calmed down. Call out to the monk in the corpse. Under the crisis was encountered. We hope you can help. Just knocked on the sacred book monk for half a day. It turned out that there was no recovery. Xu Qian'an was a little panicked. The reason why he dared to rush to the scene first. Just because the monk of the divine book is his confidence. At the beginning, the two of them agreed on 3 chapters. Xu Qian'an contributed his body to warm up his broken arm. The monk of the sacred book has to help in times of crisis. But now the plug-in dealer seems to have run away. However, when he was about to despair, suddenly, the ethereal voice of the master of divine books came to his mind. Born to die. Xu Qian'an was a little confused. Born to die? What do you mean? Is this reply to save me or not? Xu Qian'an hurriedly communicated the divine book in his mind. But the monk of the dog day fell asleep again. The backyard of the political envoy. The prefect said that Hu Binwei was searching for incriminating evidence. Please be patient. Governor Zhang nodded. Suddenly, I smelled a faint fragrance. He was a little surprised. There are still flowers in the cold winter. The prefect shook his head indifferently. What kind of special breed is it? I don't know the lower officials. However, song is not a true history. It's a flower lover. Governor Zhang said nothing more after a slight bow. Time passed little by little. A tiger guard ran out to salute the governor. No useful evidence was found. Governor Zhang frowned. Song Fu and the political envoys were too clean. It's as if it's been cleaned up deliberately. No incriminating evidence was left. However, Song Changfu did things secretly. There may be another base. It is not surprising that no evidence has been received. It didn't take long. The officials who sent people to summon them gathered in the political envoys. Governor Zhang stood with his hands attached. Song Changfu colluded with the atheist cult to be greedy for ink. You must look up to yourself. Yunzhou Temple is withered for the people's livelihood. Chaos is frequent. This official is in accordance with the will of God. Strict scrutiny. After the incident, Song Changfu committed suicide in fear of crime. From today, all military and political drugs in Yunzhou. This officer is responsible for handling the matter. Whoever drowns this thief, go to the official immediately. Strict condition. It's the severity of the plot. Sanctions. All the officials bowed their heads in unison. Obey the orders of the army. That's it. A group of watchmen rushed in through the door of the lobby. One of the silver gongs was carrying a man in his hand. In anxiety, he squinted at the person in the hand of the silver gong. Then he was slightly taken aback. Because it was the martial arts of the government office. Zhang Luzhong asked in a deep voice what was going on. Nain Luo immediately replied. After listening to Su Ningyan's analysis, the brothers hurried to the residence of the Song envoy. It turned out to be a no-brainer. The governor has departed. We keep Su Ningyan's analysis in mind. So the body of the Song envoy was re-examined. Only then did I realize that the blood-stained face. In fact, it is a human skin mask. Governor Zhang's face changed several times. From shock to solemnity. And now the expressionless face after precipitating emotions. The Iara continued. So we immediately captured 5. Rushing to the scene. The political envoy was anxious and delayed. Suddenly revealed. I see. Zhang Xuanfu looked at the 5. Ask who instructed you. The 5 were terrified. Eyes frequently looked to the side and back. That was the position where the prefect of Yunzhou had stood. The prefect sighed. I frankly admitted it. Returned to the governor. Governor Zhang snorted coldly. No nonsense waving. The hand will be called to take down the prefect. It's just that his hand hasn't been waved out yet. A feeling of dizziness hit first. Then he fell limply to the ground. The anxiety around you is subconsciously happy. Didn't expect to stumble. A dignified 4-rank dancer. Was taken by Governor Zhang and fell together. That's when he realized he was poisoned. People were shocked. They all came closer to protect the 2 adults. A gong even drew his saber and was about to kill the prefect. It's just that the prefect stood in place with a blank face. It doesn't seem to take the gong into account at all. At this moment, the 5 that had been discarded to the ground suddenly mutated. The eyes turned red. Muscles swelling all over the body. A beastly roar erupted from his throat. Then he slammed headlong into the gong that drew the knife. The gong reacted. But the body couldn't keep up with the sudden hug of the 5 seats. The gong didn't have time to react. I can only swing a knife indiscriminately. The blade accidentally slashed into the shoulder of 5 seats. Cut off the entire arm of the 5. But he suddenly stopped. Sturdy crashed into the arms of the gong. The watchman caught him quickly. But that won't change the ending. The bronze light in the gong's eyes quickly dimmed. The flame of life is extinguished. A gong said with some panic. What's going on? The impact of the bell. The gong instrument also blocked it. How will this be out of gas? Zhang Luzhong said in a deep voice. Dream Witch. It turns out that you are the 4-rank Dream Witch of the Witch God sect. Zhou Ming was killed by you. The prefect grinned and sneered. It's instantaneous. Prison officials quickly retreated. One by one, they looked at the prefect with panicked and vigilant expressions. At this time, Wu Zhuo, who lost his humanity, silently picked up the broken arm. Press on the fracture. Blood-colored threads wrapped around the severed arm. Read-minister it to blood. The center of the pulp sank. Bloody golems. This is a secret technique that can only be mastered by a wizard of the 9th grade, able to refine living people into golems, and at the cost of burning essence blood. Catalyze golems into dead-defying corpses. Therefore, the 9-rank wizard is also called bloody. Zhang Luzhong seemed unwilling. What kind of poison do I have? The prefect said very calmly that this poison is called Songhua whiteworm. The burning of whiteworm carcasses produces colorless and odorless poison. This poison does not cause any effects on the body, but it can remain dormant in the body for up to 10 days. In these 10 days, once the poisoned person smells a floral fragrance called pine flower, the body will be limp, become a lamb to the slaughter. This is the poison prescription of the ancient ethnic poison department in southern Xinjiang. Zhang Luzhong, in order to deal with you. This seat is really painstaking. You are a high-quality dancer. Normal poisons are ineffective against you and are easy to spot. Only this combined bone poison. And the medicine is gentle and long-lasting poison. In order to get you hit, Governor Zhang gasped weakly. It's the flower in the backyard. So you deliberately led us to the backyard. The prefect scoffed. The governor's ingenuity has come a little late. Governor Zhang gritted his teeth and said about the poison of the white worm. The prefect smiled triumphantly. That's the candle you burn every day. You are on guard. I didn't expect the poison to be on the candle. Lord Governor, when you go out to inspect candles in the caravanserais, it was stolen and replaced without God knowing. Governor Zhang was stunned. The inn can't be guarded all the time, especially during field trips. Changing candles is hard to prevent. He forcibly asked where Song Changfu was. The prefect sneered and said, wait until you die. He would naturally take over Yunzhou's observations. After taking over the White Emperor city, the mountain bandits who have been hoarded everywhere will attack the prefectures and counties. After checking the end of the year, Yunzhou will be cut out of the big crack. That's when it happened. The crowd heard the sound of loud footsteps. A large group of men and horses are approaching. The prefect laughed and laughed, and the poison would be relieved after 2 sticks of incense. It's a pity you won't live that time. The shouting of killing was imminent. The tiger guards guarding outside sounded. Engage the traitors of Takejo Dingmas. The chaotic sound of rushing and killing clearly reached everyone's ears. Rebels. There are no dreams in the near future. It's a desperate situation. Made the faces of the people look ugly. A star sank to the bottom. Iara, surnamed Zhao, drew her knife. Protect Jiang Jinluo and the governor into the inner hall. In anxiety, he grabbed the other party's sleeve. Wanted to say something. But the lewd man was before he spoke. Be the first to say, I understand. Tumingwu is not good at hand-to-hand combat. Just be careful not to get hair and flesh from him. He couldn't unleash the spell of slaying. Tang Yinluo grinned and said yes. The first 4 rank of the martial arts. We can't beat the dream house of the 4 products. Isn't it okay yet? That's a shame too. It's just something that my compatriots didn't expect. Zhang Luzhong didn't let go. He still tugged at the sleeve of the Iaro's coat. The voice trembled a little, and he said quickly. Zhao Yinluo turned around, grinning. You let us take the governor away. That's not going to work. Zhang Luzhong shook his head. You can't leave with the governor. I'm letting you go. Because the gong seemed to be a little angry and shouted. Zhang Jinluo doesn't fight. How do you know you're going to lose? At this time, Zhao Yinluo pulled back his sleeve suddenly. Zhang Luzhong, who was dragged, stumbled. Then he smiled indifferently. Wait until you return to the capital. You invite us to a drink. The voice fell. Zhao Yinluo raised his knife in one hand. With one hand, he took off the crossbow at his waist. Pull the trigger. The bowstring snapped. The sword glared away. Become a puppet martial artist. Roared in front of the prefect. Let the crossbow arrows enter the body. Zhao Yinluo jumped high. Ji in the hand. Causes the long knife to burst out with air trails that twist the air. Death to Lao Tzu. 5 puppets were cut in half on the spot. Blood glands dance. I tried hard to put him back together, but it didn't work out. The prefect of the dream which nimbly avoided the sword. The attacks of the other 2 lewd rays followed. Dafeng has occasional conflicts with the witch god cult. Below 4 grades include 4 grades of wizard information. It is very detailed in the yamen. The 9-rank wizard is also called the blood spirit. It can refine living people into puppets, supplemented by arcane techniques to stimulate potential. Burn essence blood. Let an ordinary person instantly have extremely strong combat power. The more you lift, the faster the blood burns, until the oil runs out and the lamp dries up. Meantime, 9-rank wizard can also bring out the potential of his companions, also at the cost of burning essence blood, hence the name blood spirit. The 8-rank wizard is also known as the sorcerer. The ability to master is a curse. According to the birth date and personal things, an object such as flesh and blood curse the target person. The advantage is that it is unpredictable. It's hard to prevent. The disadvantage is that you can only curse and kill targets lower than your own level. The title of the 7-rank wizard is the medium, able to manipulate corpses and ghosts, whether it's Dafeng or the demon clan in the north. On the battlefield, they have suffered from psychic mediums. The 6th-rank wizard is called a hexagram master, proficient in hexagrams. Seek good fortune and avoid evil. A wizard of this realm. It can be described in one sentence as steady as an old dog. You don't need to look at the yellow calendar when you go out. You only need to count 1 hexagram. You can know the good luck and evil today. The 5-rank wizard is called an assistant sacrifice. It can be passed through rituals to summon the war spirit of the ancestors to possess him. If the summoned war spirit is a martial artist, then the assistant priest is a martial artist. If it's a Taoist priest, then all traces are Taoist priests, and so on. The restriction is that you can only summon war spirits of the same level. 4-rank wizard. It's the realm dream which of the prefect in front of him. Walk in dreams. Kill invisibly. Meet the dream witch. The most effective way to do this is not to sleep on patrols, knowing that you are not an opponent. But he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Encourage yourself in your heart. Don't give him a chance to lay out a lifetime. Don't give him a chance to ask for a war spirit to possess him. You can win, but at this moment, he heard a murmuring voice. That's an overlooked official. He cut his own wrist. Draw strange and intricate formations on the ground with blood. There are words in the mouth, and there are obscure and esoteric syllables. Zhao Yinluo's heart sank, but apparently it was too late to stop it. The next moment, a powerful chi was born from the prefect's body. A black smoke of bird membrane rose above his head, vaguely a vague figure. Meanwhile, the blades of the 2 Yinluo slashed at the prefect. There was a cacophony of metal crashing. This is copper skin and iron bones. The prefect Mingwu laughed. Who told you? I have to look at myself to arrange it. Actually, puppets can too. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed the necks of the 2 Yinluo. With a click, the 2 Yinluo died in an instant. The prefect Mingwu sneered constantly. 4-rank martial artist. Kill 2 silver lures. Isn't it as simple as pinching 2 ants to death? The forehead in the territory was gently lifted. A heart-rending roar. The bastards of the living gongs were terrified. Only now did I realize the words of the lewd people just now. It's just a morale boost. Wizards are really not good at hand-to-hand combat. But the 4 products are the 4 products. Zhao Yinluo shouted. What 2 incense sticks time? We have to buy time for Jiang Yinluo to burn 2 incense sticks. It's still early, but the reality is brutal. The dream which disguised as the prefect raised his hand. The chi machine gathers in the palm of your hand. Press down firmly. Shockwaves are born in the air. Ripples spread. Dream which knows that the time to ask for the possession of the war spirit is limited. After all, that's where the main thing comes in. Take control of the White Emperor City. Gather the bandits. Attack the provinces, counties, and counties. It had to be before the court reacted. Knock Yunzhou down. We, the witch god cult, have been plotting for years. Today is the time to pluck the fruit. A punch is struck. Drama spirits rub the air. Let out Qinshtong's roar. Zhao Yinluo clasped his hands together on the long knife. Sink your waist and lower your hips. Roaring and slashing. This should be the pinnacle of his life. The sword chi collapsed. The long knife was blown to pieces. The gong on his chest broke. The terrifying chi machine pushed Zhao Yinluo into the lobby. The whole lobby roared. Zhang Luzhong was also in his heart for a while. He scrambled over. I saw my dying subordinate lying in a pool of blood. The chest was already sunken. None of the bones in the body were intact. The same is true for the viscera. Zhang Luzhong trembled all over. But the jade in his chest. He was powerless to vent. Zhao Yinluo gasped. The blood at the corners of the mouth is accumulating more and more. A smile forced out of his blood-stained face. Intermittent roadhead. Listen to me. I actually have another concubine this year. 18 years old is tender. But I'm afraid didn't dare to keep it at home. You have often been spoiled by a few of us. 3 orders and 5 reaffirmations. The amount of silver apportioned annually cannot exceed 500 taels. Peddler pawns cannot extort more than 10 at a time. The number of restaurants cannot exceed 3,000 at a time. Do you know? A few of us laughed at you in private. Even corruption must be regulated. I'm afraid you're the only one in the world. A few of us patrolled. Listen to you on the surface. In fact, how to be greedy behind the scenes. Otherwise, how can you afford to raise so many concubines? Sorry to disappoint you. So don't be sad for people like us. According to the rules set by the Duke of Wei, I should have been dragged to the entrance of the market and beheaded. Old Dom likes to drink. If you can survive, remember to pour him 2 more glasses of wine every year during Qingming. One last requirement. I don't want to die in a foreign land. Take me back to Beijing. Blood obsess. The gleam in Zhao Yinluo's pupils dissipated. Zhang Yuzhong staggered forward. Hold the corpse of a subordinate in his arms. He knew he couldn't go back. Although Si Tianjian may have died back, the panacea of life, but Yunzhou didn't. Zhao Yinluo has always been a very stubborn person. Always obstinate. Repeatedly disobeying his own orders. It's like shaking off your hand just now. Governor Zhang sighed. It's the official's carelessness. Zhang Luzhong's voice was low. What's the use of saying that for now? At this time, the dream which walked slowly. To be honest, we don't actually plan to divide Yunzhou. Supporting mountain bandits. Hoarding armies. It's just a hidden weapon that is prepared for anything. He should be used when he needs it most. And not as it is now. Although the experience of the surname Zhou found out the problem with the account books. But according to our plan, it's just to push Yangtze River out to take the blame. I didn't expect the 7 party to be so stupid. Expose the secret of working with us. Thus you have been recruited. But what surprised me even more? Just a gong. It was able to do this. Completely disrupted my plans. I have no choice but to attack you. Occupy Yunzhou in advance. Now you go first. I'm going to pull out that gong and kill it. But the voice fell. Suddenly, 2 strong winds struck. The dream which didn't look back. Just mobilize the chi behind you. Form a barrier. 2 cold arrows slammed into it. It was shattered. And the dream which turned around. A tall gong stood on the wall. Holding the Si Tian sword in his hand. A ritual artifact given by Song Qing. The military slaves have now become mortal. He was only able to shoot 3 times in his life. Xu Qian'an said in a thin tone. I'm just so unhanded. One by one, the gong. At this time, Governor Zhang and the others were a little dumbfounded. I don't know why. Looked at Xu Qian'an's figure. It was found that there seemed to be a light behind him. Xian was bloodied all the way in, but just finished loading a 13. His expression suddenly froze in place. Because of his gaze, fell on the two dead Enluo. Fell on the gong that was seriously injured and could no longer fight. Xu Qian'an cynically jumped away. Discard the book, brother. Precipitation. Share is polished and dull. The face is expressionless. This side of the West City Gate. A silver light fell from the sky. It was nailed to the city wall with a thud. Wears fish scale soft armor. Tied in a high ponytail. Behind him is a scarlet cloak, which is fiercely inspiring. Li Miaozhen stood on the barrel of the gun. Shen said, "Why did he close the city gate?" But the general didn't answer at all. Instead, pull out the knife directly. That is, Li Miaozhen. There is no forgiveness for the great river. The sound of the bowstring vibrating instantly. Dozens of sword arrows shot at Li Miaozhen. The eyes of the American military lady were instantly sharp. I didn't even explain it. Then there's not much to say. He slapped the bag on the top. Streams of wind drilled out. Wrap around the sword. Change their flight trajectory. The sword envoy brushed Li Miaozhen past. Then the flying sword on Li Miaozhen's waist was unsheathed. Turned into silver lightning. Whirling past the guards of the city. Berg reaped life recklessly. Immediately after that, there was a dense sound of horses' hooves. At that time, the Fian army finally arrived. The copper-skinned and ironclad centurion doesn't talk nonsense. The sword is pointed into the head. Give the order to attack directly. The female ghost Su Su fell lightly on the barrel of the gun. Master, you haven't used a flying sword in a long time. This flying sword. It is a magic weapon given to Li Miaozhen by Daomin Tianzong. Hardly ever in normal times. But every time out of the body. It all means that Li Miaozhen's mood is very bad. Li Miaozhen said in a deep voice. I'm very angry. Su Su asked suspiciously. It was because of the assassination of the governor. The American military mother's anger came up all of a sudden. Not because of a slut. Su Su frowned on her good-looking faces. Bite one's tongue. Master, he is not forgetting. It's a matter of being a saintess of the heavenly sect. The purpose of the heavenly sect is to be too forgetful. Not happy or sad. Can go down the mountain for a few years. He became more and more impulsive. More and more jealous and hateful. Forcibly mixed himself into a Fian who was eager to succeed. The title of the Lady Fian woman. A large part of the reason is this flying sword. Light as a swallow. Kills without ants. The second is that she is in a hurry. Where there is injustice. She flew wherever she went. Swift army. Once again, it showed its invincible combat power. The gates were quickly broken. Rush in. And Li Miaozhen's figure fell slightly. Lead the swift army into the city. The backyard of the political envoy. After a brief moment of stunnedness. Laughed. Heaven has a way you don't go. Hell has no door to cast. Xu Qian'an went down the wall in the moon. Grit your teeth. You are the one who deserves to go to hell. You bitch. Zhang Luzhong's face changed greatly. Su Ningyan, what are you doing here? Are you going to die? You can't save us. Come on. Xu Qian'an looked at the dream who rushed towards him. Bitter in my heart. The heart said that I would still be gone. Zhang Xuanfu sighed. Ningyan, why do you bother? Xu Qian'an didn't panic at all on the surface. The heart is communicating at a rapid pace. Master on the divine book box. Master, help me kill this wingman. But as the dream house gets closer and closer, Uncle God didn't give him any feedback. Xu Qian's scalp instantly went numb. Master of the groove, you're still not there. Don't play with me. Suddenly, a formation pattern appeared at Xu Qian's feet. With a sigh, it was heard throughout the audience. Holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. The dream witch's attack came at the right time. The opportunity exploded. The green bricks that were blown open and laid on the ground were lifted one by one. The momentum is terrifying. But it was empty. Su wife looked back suddenly. I saw a white-clothed figure standing with his hands covered. Turn your back to them. The heart says you're finally here, you dead ghost. Shouted in anxiety Miriam Yang. You're also in Yunzhou. Why sit idly by? Why didn't you make a move? Miriam Yang had this sentence in her heart. I'm a young person who has acted all my life. Why explain it to others? But the reason was not stated. 4. He looked at the beaters who were lying on the ground and had died tragically. I don't know which string in my heart was plucked for some reason. Instead sighed. Explained. I came to Yunzhou because of my teacher's life. Feng Kai is not here. The task given to him by the supervisor was to be optimistic about Xu Qian'an. Where is Xu Qian'an? He's right there. When several silver luo were killed, he wasn't there. Miriam Yang's feet spread out of the formation. Shrouded Xu Qian'an, Zhang Xuanfu and others. I'll take you away. Mingwu snorted coldly. 1 foot on the crack formation. Yang Qinhuan, you want to save people in this place. You're not qualified enough. Yang Qinhuan said disdainfully, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. Dream which was furious. He'd never seen anything so crazy in his life. Gritting his teeth, he rushed over. Suddenly, Xu Qian's ears sounded Miriam Yang's voice. If you can't go, I can only take you away. There are too many people. Zhenwen could not be formed. Will be destroyed. The corner of Xu Qian's mouth is one. He pointed to the dream which who rushed to kill. You have another way. Just take this guy with you. Yang Qinhuan warned. There were hundreds of rebels outside. Xu Qian replied in a deep voice. I know. Miriam Yang opened her mouth, but nothing can be said. After a short silence, Miriam Yang waved her hand. The town text spread rapidly. This time, only Mingwu was shrouded. Dream which chuckled in his heart. But it was too late to shatter the formation that enveloped him. The two disappeared in place. Once again, the political envoy returned to silence. Xu Qian shouted to the sky and took him out of the city to fight. But I didn't get a reply. I don't know if King Bai heard it. Xu Qian doesn't care so much. Jump straight off the eaves. Lift up the bodies of the 3 Luo. One by one, they were brought into the lobby of the political envoy. After placing them, Xu Qian said sorry in a low voice. I'm late. Fans started to care about it a month ago. When did Xu Qian die? Xu Qian fought a bloody battle against 200,000 to 100 million rebels, and more than 3,000 pieces in his body. There are also those that fans are more concerned about. Another scene of Xu Qian. Today we can finally witness it. The Emperor's key shot took away dreams that were a mortal threat to everyone. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief for a while, when the sound of rushing outside reminded him all the time. The danger is not over. They are still in purgatory. Governor Zhang looked at Xu Qian and asked what was going on outside. Xu Qian answered truthfully, there were probably 400 or 500 rebels. When I came in, the Tiger Binwei has been completely damaged. The Gong's eyes widened. There was despair in his eyes. Governor Zhang just laughed miserably. It seems that this official is in a catastrophe. There is a negative imperial grace. There is a request from the Duke of Wei. Xu Qian glanced at him first. You live up to them, said, turning his head to look at the 3 prostitutes who were lying peacefully on the ground. You possess these 3 dead adulterers. At this time, Jiang Luzhong urged Downing Yin. You go with your combat power. You can get out of the back hall by leaving. Talking and talking. Old Ginger's eyes were a little red. Hurry up. Lao Tzu died here today with his subordinates. You are someone that Wei Gong values. You're going to die here. The Wei Guild will dig my grave. Xu Qian's eyes were a little gloomy and muttered. Promising. Just hold on. We'll have helpers. At this time, the sound of the rebels rushing outside was getting closer and closer to the inner hall. This means that they are running out of time. Xu Qian looked back at the governor of Chaozhong and gave his hand. He was prepared for the worst. Then he said in a somewhat joking tone, the governor is a good officer, although there is also a belly of bad water. But after all, the heart puts the people first. I hate the world. But I can see a good officer like you. I'm delighted. So I don't want you to die. Zhang Jinluo is a good one. The level of teaching is a good hand at drinking flower wine. If you have a chance in the future, I'll ask you to go to the Department of Teaching again. I like what you're to say, but the blessing is not good. As for Samayara, it doesn't matter what kind of people they were when they were alive. At least at the time of death, he did not live up to the 3 words of the watchman. Finally, he clenched his fists in the direction of the capital. Duke Wei treats me like a mountain. When there is no reason to enjoy benefits, I rush to the front. When encountering danger, he cowered behind. With that, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall, slightly moving in anxiety. Subconsciously, you have to stop it. Xu Qian'an can't do it. You're still pounding. The divine refining technique couldn't hold him at all. The more he talked, the more excited he became. But Xu Qian'an is like Wei Wan. Puff up your chest. Walked out. The moment when the door to the inner hall was closed, Lei Yo's sense of sadness sounded Governor Zhang. The weak wind blows and falls. But he still stood up with a shudder, deeply shook at Xu Qian'an's back. They can't see what is going on outside. But in the sound of the crossbow firing, in the sound of weapons clashing, in the midst of the noisy shouts of killing, the young man's passionate chant was heard. The young man is chivalrous. Wudu male liver and gallbladder hole. Hair clumps stand in the pool and die. The child weighs 1,000 pounds. Su's wife was at the entrance of the courtyard. Hands rise and fall over and over again. The rebels came one, and he killed the other. Let's kill 2 and kill a pair. But he's in terrible shape. There is no way to stand up to the crowd tactics. The gong weapon can only resist the attack of the attack. You can't defend against attacks from the back at all. Xu Qian'an beheaded 50 people in one go. The qi in the body is radically depleted. The spirit is like a dry pond. The next moment you will pass out. But when he survived this limit, surprising discovery. A star fountain gushes out of a dry pond, nourishing the spirit. The surrounding scenery becomes clear. The hideous facial expressions of the soldiers. The bulging muscles wield a war knife and slashed. Out of the trajectory. All details are captured with unmistakable accuracy, imprinted in the mind. This is the God-refining skill. Insight into all the surrounding refining techniques. Xu Qian'an suddenly understood the meaning of the monk in the sacred book. Born to die. Sleepless squeezing of the primordial spirit. In itself, it is a kind of life to die. But it's not enough. If you compare the original God to a piece of iron. With ordinary martial artists, the God realm is close to life. It is equivalent to a hammer finger smashing once. And what he is doing now is to repeatedly beat and quench the Yuan Shen. Break through the limits on the edge of life and death again and again. When he beheads 100 yuan, again facing the limit. After the strong endure. Hearts bulged. Mental power has grown by leaps and bounds again. But the rapid growth of the original God has nothing to do with the physical body. He squeezed the Yuan Shun again and again. In fact, it is also squeezing the flesh again and again. The original God has a heart fist gushing out. But the flesh does not. The killing God finally stopped wielding the knife. Standing on crutches. But the rebels did not go on the offensive. For they were slain. But there are always some stunned young people who are not afraid of death. A voice in the crowd shouted, "Watch me shoot you with a crossbow arrow." The sound of the bow and arrow vibrating roared. The crossbow bolt shot out at Xu Qian'an. But when the crossbow bolt is near, it turned out to be off, rubbing Xu Qian'an's scalp and flying. The rebels did not notice this detail. Instead, he saw that Xu Qian'an was silent. He cheered again. It's just at this moment. A flying sword burst through the air, glide around the crowd, kill the first few warriors. Finally, the flying sword circled in an arc, fly back to his master. Naturally, the rebels were all attracted to attention. All of them twisted their stiff necks, looked over, only to find out that it was no one else. It's that swift woman. The face of the American military lady is extremely ugly. shouted loudly, and left no one behind. Immediately afterwards, the Fian army broke through the wall. A group of hypocrites came in. At this time, there were still more than 300 rebels. But in the face of this surprise army from heaven, no better than leeks, life is harvested. One by one, the nobles fell. Soon after, the Fian army of the rebels was cleared. I saw a scene that I will never forget. Entrance to the courtyard. A teenager stood proudly. The body is full of arrows. Beneath his feet is the corpse of Hongqian. He stood on a rocky mountain. Carrying a knife, Li Miaozhen's eyes were red. On the way to kill. I've fantasized about it a few times. When I see you again, I must teach you a hard lesson. But I'm sorry. I'm still too late. More than 400 Fian soldiers present clenched their fists at the same time. They don't even know. Who is this young man standing at the entrance of the courtyard? What is your name? But they respect it from the bottom of their hearts. Because he stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard until he died. Beat the watchman Gong Xu Qian'an with 31 swords in his body. More than 60 stab wounds. Killed more than 200 rebels. Chung died of exhaustion. When will the Phoenix Beat be updated? This is a question that fans are more concerned about. Tan replied here in a unified manner. Because the team that made the manga was collectively sick. So I stopped changing it some time ago. And also, because of the famous scene of Xu Qian'an. It's been a long time coming. But the works painted in a hurry are not satisfactory. There is a lot less tension expressed in the original book. So the author resets the phrase. And today, we have finally waited for the author's update. It is also an update of my staff officers. Well, without further ado, the Emperor's key shot took away Mingwu, who was a mortal threat to everyone. Xu Qian'an and others. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. When the sound of rushing outside reminded him all the time. The danger is not over. They are still in purgatory. Governor Zhang looked at Xu Qian'an, asked what was going on outside. Xu Qian'an answered truthfully, there were probably 400 or 500 rebels. When I came in, the Tiger Binwei has been damaged. It's over. Tongloman, who was lucky enough to survive, widened his eyes when he heard this. There was despair in his eyes. Governor Zhang laughed helplessly. It seems that this official is in a catastrophe today. It's a pity that there is a father's grace. There is a father's entrustment. Xu Qian'an shook his head. His eyes looked at the 3 prostitutes, who were lying on the ground. You live up to Duke Wei. You are responsible for these 3 dead evil spirits. Governor Zhang sighed. No more openings. Because what Su Ningyan said was indeed the truth. At this time, Jiang Luzhong urged Dao Ningyan. You go with your combat power. You can get out of the back hall by leaving. Talking and talking. Lao Zhang's eyes were a little red. Get out of here. Lao Tzu died here today with his subordinates. You are someone that Wei Gong values. If you die here, too, I will not die at peace. The guards will dig up my grave themselves. At this time, the sound of the rebels rushing outside was getting closer and closer to the inner hall. This means that the rebels are about to come in. Their time is running out. Xu Qian'an looked out. Murmur Castle with a somewhat gloomy gaze. Promising. Just hold on. We'll have helpers. Speaking of which, looking back, the governor arched his hand. He was prepared for the worst. Then he said in a somewhat gloomy tone, the governor is a good officer, although there is also a belly of bad water. But after all, the heart puts the people first. I hate the world, but I can see a good officer like you. I'm delighted. So I don't want you to die. Zhang Jingluo, you are a good superior. The priest is a good hand at drinking flower wine. If you have a chance in the future, I'll ask you to go to the workshop division again. Xu Qian's face. The brightest smile in months. When the time comes, Lao Jiang, which wearing do you like? Just say. But Fuka can't. Put away your smile when you finish speaking. His gaze fell on the 3 Luo again. As for you, I don't care what you were like when you were alive. Man is at least at the time of death. Did not live up to the 3 words of the watchman. Finally, He clenched his fists. Aim in the direction of the capital. Duke Wei treats me like a mountain. When there is no reason to enjoy benefits, I rush to the front. When encountering danger, he cowered at the end. With that, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall. I moved slightly in anxiety. Subconsciously, you have to stop it. Xu Qian'an can't. You're still impacting the God-refining realm, and you can't hold him at all. The more he talked, the more excited he became. His voice was a little hoarse. But Xu Qian'an is still like Wei One. Puff up your chest. Walked out. The moment when the door to the inner hall was closed. A sense of sadness for no apparent reason. Governor Zhang. The weak wind blows and falls. But he still stood up with a shudder. Deeply shook Xu Qian'an's back. They can't see what is going on outside. But in the sound of the crossbow firing, in the sound of weapons clashing, in the midst of the noisy shouts of killing, the young man's passionate chant was heard. The young man is chivalrous. Wudu male liver and gallbladder movement. Hair stands in the pool. Life and death weigh the same 1,000 pounds. Xu Qian'an stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard. Hands rise and fall over and over again. The rebels came one, and he killed the other. Let's kill two and kill a pair. The armor is in this long knife made by the strongest. The fragile seems to stop. Not to mention flesh and blood. At first, Xu Qian'an also felt unwell. Fear of blood on his hands. But there are too many kills. It's numb. Most of the rebels were ordinary people. Occasionally, there are a few masters of the alchemy sutra. But for the gas machine is vigorous. Xu Qian'an, who stepped into refining nerves with half a foot, said, "Actually, it's not much different. It's just a pity that his own state is too bad. There is no way to stand up to the crowd tactics. The gong weapon can only resist the attack of the attacking front door. You can't defend against attacks from the back at all." Xu Qian'an beheaded 50 people in one go. The qi in the body is almost exhausted. The spirit is like a dry pool. Tang will pass out in the next moment. But when he survived this limit, surprising discovery. A star fountain gushes out of a dry pond, nourishing people and gods. The surrounding scenery becomes clear. The hideous facial expressions of the soldiers. Bulging muscles. A trajectory drawn by wielding a sword. All details are captured with unmistakable accuracy. Imprinted in the mind. This is the God-refining skill. Insight into all the surrounding refining techniques. Xu Qian'an suddenly understood the meaning of the Shanshu monk. Born to die. Sleepless squeezing of the primordial spirit. In itself, it is a kind of life to die. But it's not enough. If you compare the original God to a piece of iron embryo, ordinary dancers are promoted to the refining God realm. It's the equivalent of a hammer, hitting it only once. And what he is doing now is to repeatedly beat and quench the yuan shen. Break through the limits on the edge of life and death again and again. When he beheads 100 yuan, again facing the limit. After the strong endure, the starry spring bulged out. Mental power has grown by leaps and bounds again. But the rapid growth of Genshin, it has nothing to do with the flesh. He squeezed the yuan shun again and again. In fact, it is also squeezing the flesh again and again. The original God has a heart fist gushing out. But the flesh does not. Xu Qian'an scolded in his heart. I couldn't hold it anymore. The stinky monk Lao Tzu's life will be handed over to you. Don't fool me. There are still a large number of girls in Lao Tzu's capital. Xu Qian'an killed 200 people in one go. The star fountain did not continue to gush. The killing god finally stopped wielding the knife. Xu Qian'an stood with the main knife. But the rebels did not continue the attack with their sabers. Because they were snoring from the slain. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd shouted, "Watch me shoot you with a crossbow arrow." The sound of the bowstring vibrating. The crossbow bolt shot out at Xu Qian'an. But when the crossbow bolt is near, it turned out to be off. Lying on Xu Qian'an's scalp flew by. The rebels did not notice this detail. Instead, he saw that Xu Qian'an was silent. He cheered again. It's just at this moment. A flying sword burst through the air. Glide around the crowd. Kill the first few acolytes. Finally, the flying sword circled in an arc. Fly back to his master. Naturally, the rebels were all attracted to attention. All of them twisted their stiff necks, looked over, only to find out that it was no one else. It was the swift woman who was eager to achieve good deeds. The face of the American military lady is extremely ugly, shouted loudly, and left no one behind. Immediately afterwards, the Fian army broke through the wall. A group of hypocrites came in. At this time, there were still more than 300 rebels. But in the face of this surprise army from heaven, no better than leeks, life is harvested. One by one, the soldiers fell. Soon after, the Fian army of the rebels was cleared. I saw the most unforgettable scene of my life. Entrance to the courtyard. A teenager stood proudly. The body is full of arrows. Beneath his feet were the corpses that were falling. He stood on a rocky mountain, carrying a knife. Li Miaozhen's eyes were red. On the way to kill. I've fantasized about it countless times. When I see you again, I'm sure I'll teach you a hard lesson. But I'm sorry. I'm still too late. More than 400 Fian soldiers present clenched their fists at the same time. They don't even know. Who is this young man standing at the entrance of the courtyard? What is your name? But they respect it from the bottom of their hearts. Because he stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard until he died. Jugan People Causeway, Xu Qian'an. 31 swords in the body. More than 60 stab wounds. Killed more than 200 rebels. Zhong Lijie died. Li Miaozhen's voice was slightly hollow. Go in and see if the governor is dead or alive. The centurion roared in response. Bypassed Xu Qian's corpse. Ran into the courtyard. After the crowd, Su, who was captivating the country and the city, stood quietly in the corner. Looked at Xu Qian squarely. The tone is a little weird. Are you stupid? At this time, the door of the inner hall was pushed open by the centurion. I saw Panchi sitting on the ground of the watchman. Saw intact but face. The pale Governor Zhang. The centurion hurriedly said in Xiaofaianjin. 100 households Li Hu. You are saved. Zhang Xuanfu's tight strings finally relaxed. Although I don't know why Fei Yanjun is here. But the shouting outside did stop. But suddenly, Zhang Xuanfu's voice tightened again. He asked anxiously, what do you read? It's the gong outside. Baihu's eyes suddenly dodged a little. Don't dare to look at Zhang Xuanfu's eyes. Because there was hope in his eyes. There is a desire to receive good news from his own mouth. But this is a sad truth. Even if you don't open your mouth, they will also find out soon. Li Hu sighed. He died in battle. Governor Zhang's face froze. The bad news was worse than killing him. The heart is like a knife, and it is nothing more than that. He could no longer care about the reserve of a scholar. What the wind of onlookers. Rushing out of the lobby. Walk through the courtyard. But all he saw was a broken human form. It's full of sword scents. Covered with knife wounds. There was no sign of life anymore. For no reason. He remembered the boy's last chant. Juvenile chivalrous handover. Wudu bare liver and gallbladder movement. Hair stands in the pool. Death and life are the same. Kilograms weigh at this moment. The governor sat down on the ground. Old tears are rampant. Little by little, he climbed forward. Finally moved to Xu Qian. Look at this tall figure. There was endless bitterness in his heart. And outside the white emperor city at this time, rows of crossbow palace strings echoed in the clear moon. The roar of artillery firing was deafening. Forcing the net to snort coldly, I am proficient in 36 formations. 20 of them are attacking and killing techniques. Kill you, you ant, in the snap of a finger. But if you take back that sentence, the dream witch, who had summoned the war spirit several times, was in disarray. Although he is unmatched. But it can't be reached. Miriam Yang, who has mastered the teleportation formation. Dream witch gritted her teeth and asked, what to say? The king said coldly, you just said that I am going to save people in your hands is not qualified. Man, you have succeeded in stirring up my wrath. Mengwu looked at the figure that always had his back to him. Make somebody's blood boil. What about taking it back? What if you don't take it back? The king threatened. Take it back, and you'll be left with your whole corpse. If you don't take it back, you'll be turned to ashes. You wizards are not good at attacking. The battlefield where corpses are piled up is the home of wizards. As for here, but I have the final say. Shells exploded. Dream which staggered back at the wave of fever. It took dozens of feet to stop. Dream which wiped the corners of her mouth. Blood-stained. Sneered, if Lao Tzu wanted to leave. You can't stop it. And now Governor Zhang and Jiang Lu's Hong are dead. Wait for the army of hoarders in the mountains to arrive. You can only escape back to the capital. That's it. Dream which suddenly palpitated. For hanging corpses, palpitations are signs of darkness. He frowned. Pinch your fingers while retreating. Finally, he exclaimed, how could this be? I made up a hexagram before I acted. The hexagram indicates that today will be very smooth. But now we can count it. Everything has become different. Hexagram display. A great omen. And the source of danger is turmeric. But he should have died now. There's no life. Who shielded the heavenly machine? And at this time the horizon is at its end. A figure rushed in. He was still far away a moment ago. The next moment is just around the corner. This is exactly what hides the face. Eyes red in anxiety. The furious qi is surging like a tidal wave. It shows the boundless anger of the master. In the hall of the inn, the sabers of Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao were placed on the table. Neither of them spoke. Silent dry sitting. This atmosphere has been maintained for half an hour. Suddenly, the two of them moved their ears. I heard the wheel 00. The voice stopped at the door of the inn. The brothers immediately rushed out. Nicholas Song looked at the crowd for a long time, but he didn't see Tong Fong's figure. He asked curiously, what about Ning Yin, Su Ning Yin? A gong whispered bitterly. On the outside. However, Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao chuckled in their hearts. Then he rushed out desperately. And then, he saw Su Jian in the carriage outside the post station. He was covered by a robe. But the black gold long knife was particularly conspicuous. Nicholas Song can recognize this as Su's wife. It's all because of this unusual knife. He held out his hand. Trembling, he tore off his robe. Half an hour ago, he was still a living companion. Now there are no expressions. Forever. Nicholas Song stood there. Keep your head down, maybe 5 or 6 seconds. Suddenly, there was a heart-rending howl. Zhu Guangxiao, who has always been taciturn. Also keep your head down at the moment. A man whimpered there. A gong walked over. I just wanted to open my mouth to comfort Nicholas Song, glaring straight at him and rolling away. I'll fuck you. The mourning Lao Tzu brothers are gone. You make me mourn. You pay back my brother. You pay back my brother. But Xu Qian'an just lay there quietly. I can't give him the slightest response. Gray world. Xu Qian'an saw the small temple again. In the temple sat a handsome young monk. Xu Qian'an said sadly and indignantly as a bald donkey, I feel like I'm dead. I would like to greet the women of your family. I don't know if it's convenient. The question of whether Xu Qian'an is dead or not. I believe that fans who have not read the original book must be very concerned. Again, I tell you with certainty. He's the main character. This drama of 100 million rebels alone. It's just a small orgasm. Not much to say. Xu Qian'an's spiritual world. He scolded the monk for a few hours, and it was strange. He couldn't be so angry. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing will go berserk. If you didn't know that you couldn't beat Xu Qian'an. I've been looking for trouble a long time ago. Carrying the neckline in one hand. Slap with one hand. While fighting, he asked if he said yes to save me. You. Why did you give me my life? Say okay. I'll give you my body. You're going to help me kill the enemy. Although we have a verbal agreement. But can there be a bit of a spirit of contract? But that's it. It's useless to turn your face. Consideration should be given to how to face the future. This is not cowardice. It's an adult way of thinking. Xu Qian'an asked, "What should I do now? Can I still live? It is to be reincarnated. Or take it away and be reborn. By the way, is there reincarnation in this world?" Xu Qian'an chattered endlessly. There are also two options, reincarnation and rebirth. I'm more inclined to the latter. After all, the soul of an adult, trapped in the baby's body for a few years. I'm just going crazy because I'm too bored. At this time, Shunshu closed his peaceful eyebrows and raised his eyes. There was no emotion in the tone. "You seem to blame me." Xu Qian'an complained in his heart. "I don't blame you. I just blame me for believing the wrong person." The monk of the divine book saw that he did not answer, changed the question and continued. "How much do you know about the martial arts system?" Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. Said he wanted to win me. The divine book master's expression paused slightly. "It's like I didn't hear it." Talking to himself. Takeo Dandanjima tempers himself. Fight against the power of heaven and earth with manpower. This body is not just the physical body. The spirit, and spirit are one. Xu Qian'an frowned. So the master was sealed even in Sambar for 500 years. The primordial spirit is still immortal. That's it. Come to think of it. He nodded abruptly. Is that reasonable? If only it were to temper the flesh. The shortcomings of the martial artist are too obvious. A system like the Dao Min that specializes in the cultivation of the original gods. Wouldn't it be possible to take the world in minutes? Warrior. Although it doesn't have the bells and whistles of a big system, but it feels the most stable in the later stage. At least it's more stable than the Dao Min. Look at the virtues of the three sects of the Dao Min. What can't you do? Honkai first place. The monk of the divine book shook the way, but under the three products. Martial artists mainly boil the flesh and exhale and refine qi. Only the 7th-rank refining god is actually tempering the original god. Su's wife suddenly realized that something was wrong. He asked, since the proportion of the three essences, qi and spirits is equal, why is there only one grade of 7 grades to temper the yuan shen? The monk explained. You now know the importance of neurophilia. Ordinary dancer eros is only preliminary. Reach the limit. This is inferior. Constantly breaking through the limits in desperate situations. This is superior. The more solid the foundation you lay at this stage, the future came to Gaoping. The deeper your roots. Xu Qian'an was moved. Ask the master. The 7 grades of love god is laying the foundation for which grade? The monk of the divine book said lightly. The second product and the road. Xu Qian'an gasped. It's too far away for me. Can I reach that height in my life? It's hard to say. Xu Qian'an said with some bitterness. The truth is this version. But I died after all. For the ethereal 2nd grade Gaul foundation. Lost a life in vain. It's a great loss to the monk of the divine book for his gentle way. Born to die. How can you live if you don't die? Xu Qian'an asked me if I was reincarnated. Or take it away and be reborn. If you can choose. I want to be reborn. It's not too much of a request. First of all, you must be handsome and hateless. The second has to be the son-in-law of a prominent family. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth. Of course, the best way to cultivate is to practice the deed brocade. Don't practice, Sister Jean. I don't want to live like that again. A hard day with a long sigh with a first consonant. Finally, there must be a fox girl who is in her prime. My sister will be like that. The monk ignored his request. Said to himself the 3-rank martial artist. It can be broken and reborn. Extremely difficult to kill. Cultivate to the highest level. It is claimed to be immortal and immortal. The poor monk was lucky enough to reach such a state. Before you die, I will save the last shred of your life. I will lend you body for warmth. The remnants can also be fed back to you. The poor monk gives you a drop of blood. After you refine it, you can bring it back to life. Su Weifan opened her mouth slightly. Is that a ray of life who I am now? So here I am. He clenched his fist at the monk of the divine book. Thank you, master. So when will I wake up? The monk did not answer him directly. Let's just say it's a long process. Xu Qian'an naturally heard the meaning. Fortunately, there is no cremation in this world. Otherwise, the Swana sounds. Book review for white raising. No wonder the master of the divine book didn't come to my rescue. It turns out that this is what it means to live to die. You said it earlier. I could have shouted a few more slogans at that time, pretending to be a sober little pussy. Outside the White Emperor city, the vulgar warrior pounced on him. Dreams are breathless. It's as if you're facing the mountains and blues, faced with the tsunami. In the anxiety of this moment, confusion and remorse are useless emotions. Killing the enemy is his only way out. Yum's hands are hard. There are words in the mouth. Cast blood spirit. At the cost of burning sperm blood. Briefly increases your power. Zhang Luzhong has no fists to dream. No punches. Zhang Luzhong has been overwhelmed by anger. Now he is extremely in line with the state of mind of a martial artist. Fight the heavens and the earth. Fearless. Snorted coldly. The fist rained down on the Dream Witch. Dream Witch is a weakness to dancers. Now he is facing a beast that has lost its mind. No surprises. The blood on the surface of the Dream Witch's body collapsed. The body was knocked upside down like a cannonball, and the aftermath emanating from it enveloped a radius of hundreds of meters. Yang Qianhuan hurriedly landed on the ground. Lines lit up, transform into barriers. But in the next moment, they were shattered. King Bai felt that someone had knocked the back of his head. It hurt so much that I almost screamed, but held back, because it doesn't match the identity. Suddenly anxious. The brain felt like it had been pierced with steel nails. The heart seems to have been cut in half by a knife blade. He dug and squirted out a mouthful of blood. The sudden side made it impossible for him to continue the pursuit. That moment just now, Mengru stole a corner of his clothes. Launched a curse-killing spell with a personal object. In the battle of the high-grade powerhouses, spell kill is not a direct way to kill opponents. But this momentary interference can also make the difference between victory and defeat. But Meng Wu decisively gave up this opportunity, because the other party is a martial artist with copper skin and iron bones. The major systems hate Takeo, think they're rough fetishes. In addition to the monotony of martial arts means, it will only be violence. There is one more reason. Takeo is hard to kill. They can make 10 mistakes, 20 times or more, and you only need to make one mistake. They're going to knock your brains out. After the curse is active, Dream Witch quickly fled into the distance. But he hasn't gone far. It crashed into an invisible wall. This must be the arm of the king. Mengwu roared angrily. Miriam Yang. You're damned. The king turned his back on him. I'm proficient in the formation. 6 of them are techniques to trap the enemy. You hurry up and break the formation. There are still 5 formations waiting in the back. But at this time, the green bell will be killed. And Dream Witch's battle spirit collapsed in the 3 punches just now. At this time, he was no longer a martial artist. In an instant, a fist from the frozen prison slammed into Dream Witch's face. The skull exploded. Fragmented bones were scattered. The headless corpse stiffened suddenly. Then it slowly smashed down. But the Dream Witch is not dead. An illusory figure floated out of his body, glared at Zhang Luzhong and Miriam Yang. Swear, you damn it. Then he fled into the distance. That's the original god of Dream Witch. After the death of a high-grade powerhouse, Genshin Impact can stay for a few days. Not to mention in the Genshin Impact realm, wizards are second only to Dao Min. Zhang Luzhong said in a deep voice, what should I do with this guy? Miriam Yang proudly said I can trap him. There's a girl in the city. It's a member of the heavenly sect. He had a way to refine this ghost. After speaking, he raised his hand leisurely. A wrinkle quickly imprisoned the Dream Witch's primordial spirit. Then the proud voice followed, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. There is no such person as me in the world. Dream Witch was humiliated. Under the weeping blood, the power of the primordial gods is surging. dream which chose to expose himself. Zhang Yuzhong's mouth was wide open. By this time, he had already regained his senses. Muttered that this was self-destructive. Miriam Yang was a little depressed and said, "You are also anxious." Zhang Luzhong gave him a blank look. "Isn't the point of the problem that you talk too much nonsense?" The timing was delayed. The king did not answer. Rather, it was a flash of tremor marks under his feet. I waved my hand and wanted to slip away. Zhang Yuzhong just wanted to say something. But the white-clad warlock was gone. And that sentence Xu Qian'an has already been sacrificed. Once again, it was blocked in his mind. Such as choking in the throat. The heart is like a knife. I saw a room somewhere slowly opened. This is where Yangtze Qian'an was imprisoned. An expressionless Governor Zhang came to him. Said Yangtze Qian'an, "The official asked you if you would like to make meritorious contributions." Yangtze Qian'an immediately agreed. Not because of the rush to get away with it. It's this moment. Yang Du commanded the envoy from the eyes of this scholar. He saw the storm that made his heart palpitate. Immediately, Yangtze Qian'an left the post station. He was ordered to mobilize the West Army into the city, cooperate with the Swift Army, wiped out the remaining 3 rebels. In the process of suppressing the traitorous party, Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng took the lead. Killing. After being hit by several arrows, he had to return to the post station to recuperate. After Governor Zhang completely took over the White Emperor city, Yangtze Qian'an and Li Miaozhen led the army to surround the 5 cities of soldiers and horses, up to Zheng Luping commanding, down to the clerks, all of them, arrested. Zhang Xuanfu forcibly summoned all the officials of the rank in the White Emperor city, ordered the white-clothed warlock to interrogate them one by one. In the end, 34 people from the Songchongfu were found to oppose the party, plus the officials and officials of the Wuqing Terracotta Division, and captive acolytes, a total of 408 people. There was no follow-up interrogation. Prisons were also confiscated. Zhang Xuanfu is arbitrary. Escort a rebel party to Xingtai and behead him. Xingtai killed people's heads. Rivers of blood. In fact, according to the laws of Dafeng, the governor has the power to act cheaply. However, it does not include the commander of the prisoner. But these are extraordinary times. Any act of pleasure. Afterwards, it can be explained by lightly suppressing the rebels. As long as Governor Zhang quelled the rebellion in Yunzhou, the court will only reward him. Follow that one. The statement of Mingwu, who was shot in the head by Zhang Luzhong. The secret party's plan was to kill the governor first, take the White Emperor city again, then cooperate with the mountain bandits to capture the clouds. Thereupon, Zhang Xuanfu sent messengers to the prefectures and counties. Let the local guard stand by. Be wary of mountain bandits. Li Miaozhen and Yangtze Qian'an actively prepared for the defense of the city. Conscription of the militia. Carrying and repairing the equipment of the city guard. Waiting for the enemy. However, they waited until late at night. I didn't see half of it. The waiters sent out also did not return to their lives. This side of the south gate of the White Emperor city, built on the city walls of an urn. Governor Zhang and Zhang Luzhong. There are also Yangtze Qian'an and Li Miaozhen sitting at the table to discuss. Governor Zhang looked at Yang Chuan, the commander of the southern capital, Lord Shi. Did the bandits receive the news of the failure of the mutiny? The action was cancelled. Yang Qian'an inevitably had a bandit in his heart. When it is useful, call me the commander and commander. When it's useless, one bite goes against the party. He is steady. The Tao of condensation. If you fight on multiple fronts, messaging won't be that fast. Even if the army attacking White Emperor City got the news. However, it is impossible for the rest of the soldiers and horses to synchronize information. But logically speaking, if it's really like that Mingwu, it is said that war should have broken out in the prefectures and counties by now. Wait another hour. If there are no rebels attacking the White Emperor City, we will send troops to support the counties. Saying that, he looked at the very friendly Fian woman Miaozhen. What do you think? But Li Miaozhen is like a god. and didn't pay attention to him. Yang Qian'an had no choice but to shout a few more times. Li Miaozhen came back to her senses with a sigh. Asked rhetorically what was the matter. Yang Qian'an repeated the question. Then he said, "What's wrong with you?" Li Miaozhen shook her head. Nothing was just in his head. The young child model resurfaced. The picture of guarding the entrance of the courtyard without retreating. Tragic and bleak. But what really makes Li Miaozhen unforgettable? It's not just a picture impact. It's that he didn't think of it anyway. The man he thought was lustful and shameless. It was able to do this. At this time, Governor Zhang asked Miriam Yang. Zhang Luzhong walked away with some annoyance. "I can't keep him." Governor Zhang frowned. "Why did he come to Yunzhong?" Zhang Luzhong shook his head. "I don't know." Suddenly, Zhang Luzhong's ears moved. It seems to have heard something. Then his eyes became sharp. Chun Shengdao came. The crowd immediately rushed out of the Urn City. Come to the city walls. Far into the distance, I saw a continuous stream of firelight appear in the darkness in the distance. Float gently. It's like a flowing river. The next moment the trumpets and drums sounded at the same time, echoing in the silence of the cold night. The soldiers who dozed off by the strong woman woke up one after another. Grab the spears, bows, crossbows, and other weapons around you. Enter combat mode. Li Miaozhen stood at the head of the wall. Squint into the distance. Suddenly, his eyes froze. A silver light burst through the sky. The tip of the gun grazed the air with a shrill laugh. This is a 4-rank dancer. And it's the pinnacle of 4-rank dancers. Li Miaozhen was shocked. Yunzhou actually has a master of this grade. There are also strongmen of this grade among the mountain bandits. Zhang Nu is actually in the middle. Took the initiative to meet it. Unhurriedly, he reached for the silver gun. There is no seriousness and vigilance in dealing with a strong enemy. What surprised Li Miaozhen even more was that the silver spear that seemed to be fierce and incomparable. In fact, it is weak and weak. Took the initiative to send himself to Zhang Luzhong's hands. Li Miaozhen stared. This is a silver gun that has penetrated the vicissitudes of time. Compared to the ordinary silver gun in his hand, this gun is a real soldier. And his natal weapon is a flying sword. The reason why the gun is made, mainly because after joining the army, there has to be a weapon that matches your identity. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the distance. A figure leaped up hundreds of meters away, arc high through the air, smashed on the horse road of the city wall. Zhang Luzhong looked over vigilantly. By the way, he protected Governor Zhang and others behind him. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, I laughed with surprise and surprise. "Why are you here?" Yang Yan's answer was rigorous, all on the orders of his father-in-law. "Go to Yunzhou to suppress mountain bandits." Governor Zhang asked what Duke Wei said to you. Yang Yan replied to his father-in-law that the Yunzhou mountain bandits would cause chaos. "Command me to come in secret. I was a few days ago. Secretly control the strength of the guards in various places in Yunzhou. Originally, it was planned to clear out the mountain bandits after a while. Unexpectedly, it was dusk today. I saw more than a dozen bandits running around. I just led the team to exterminate it. It is speculated that something may happen to the White Emperor City. I rushed over immediately. Sure enough, it was 60 miles away from the White Emperor City. Encounter a force of 2,000 soldiers. As soon as he finished killing, he stretched out the tip of his gun. There were still undried blood stains on it. Zhang Xuanfu was relieved. It turns out that we are just pawns on the surface. There are also deployments in the Wei Gong case. Yang Ye's gaze swept over everyone. After scouring the crowd, frowned and said, "Xu Qian'an." The governor's face froze suddenly. "Open your mouth wide. I don't know what to say for a while." And the surprise on Zhang Lizhong's face was also fade away. It's like a different person. His face was gloomy and watery. Yang Yan chuckled in her heart. The face that was already paralyzed became more and more cold and hard. Governor Zhang closed his eyes and sighed. He died in battle. The voice fell. The stone bricks under Yang Yan's feet suddenly cracked. An uncontrolled spillover of opportunities. It shows that this Jin Luo's emotions are out of control. The face of perennial facial paralysis is rarely distorted. A sentence squeezed out between his teeth. How to die. Governor Zhang's eyes were red. Tell Yang Yin what happened today. He had 31 swords in his body. More than 60 stab wounds. He stood until he died. If you don't say you will retreat, you will not retreat. A promise is 1,000 gold. It's a promise. Zhang Yuzhong looked at Zhang Xuanfu's grief-stricken appearance. Chen Shang, who was a little unbearable. It was my dereliction of duty. I'm sorry. Yang Yin swept her legs sharply, slammed into Zhang Yuzhong's chest. Heaven and earth erupted in the formation of the red middle and the big Lu Ban. Zhang Yuzhong smashed the women's wall. Shot out. Yang Yin then rose to the sky. He didn't seem to be going to stop there. His roar shook in anxiety. You shit. I have to kill you today. The hall of the station. Xu Qian'an and the corpses of the dead soldiers. Park in the middle of the hall. Nicholas Song said with a playful smile, it should be regarded as a wake-up for you. Be brothers again in the next life. The taciturn Zhu Guangxiao also spoke. In the end, it was just the two of us. The candle gradually burned to the end. Bamboo tears slipped down one by one. Frozen in this sad atmosphere. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao did not say another word. Until footsteps came from outside the inn. A team of watchmen came to the station. Looking back is Yang Yin. But look at him a little embarrassed. It seems that a big war has just been experienced. And behind him, followed by Li Yuchen, who was not a good man. At this time, he is like the walking dead. Li Yuchen looked at it. The corpse of Xu Qian, covered with a white cloth in the hall. He walked towards Xu Qian step by step. It was very slow. Just a dozen steps. It was as if it were full of thorns. If you step on it, it will hurt your heart. Li Yuchen stretched out his hand and violently lifted the white cloth. Then his eyes widened a little. Breathing also began to be rapid. He saw Xu Qian's body. I really saw the pranks that I had fantasized about countless times. It was shattered. It's all true. Li Yuchen's body shook with it, staggered and fell to the ground. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao hurriedly went to help. Li Yuchen lowered his head and looked at Xu Qian's face. Said, I heard that Ning Yin died in battle. But how to die? I don't know exactly how it went. Can you both tell me about it? It didn't take long. Nicholas Song told Li Yuchen what happened. Just after saying that, Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao were a little worried. Because the head is too calm at the moment. Suppressing emotions all the time will drag down the body. Li Yuchen listened, just nodded slowly. It's worthy of the gong I brought out. Good job didn't disgrace me. He's always done things to my liking. It's like the little bastard in the original cut letter. He was never greedy for money. It's better than both of you. Learn from him. The only bad thing is that the practice is too loose. And then there is the often sneaky hook bar when patrolling the streets. Listen to the song. Li Yuchen babbled about trivial things, reminiscing about the past. But the next moment, he suddenly jumped like thunder. Which son of a bitch raised clothes for him? Which son of a bitch raised clothes for him? A sword is not symmetrical. He kept scolding. I still don't realize that I have burst into tears. The beaters around him did not dare to come forward to comfort him. I could only look at him holding Xu Qian's face with both hands. Shoulders trembled. Li Miaozhen returned to the mansion in the White Emperor City. Alone in the study. Sit quietly for a long time. Several times he wanted to pick up the bathroom path. Tell everyone about the death of the third. In the end, Li Miaozhen sighed. Let's save a little face for him at the end. But he still picked up the jade trail. Preacher of the word. I have something to tell you alone. Late in the middle of the night. Suddenly awakened by the throbbing of the book. The members of the congregation of heaven and earth were very angry in their hearts. The Golden Lotus Daoist replied leisurely. I've blocked the rest. Li Miaozhen said Dao Chong. The matter in Yunzhou has subsided. Jin Lian smiled with satisfaction. He replied that it was a good thing. Li Miaojin then transferred what I already knew. Number 3 is Xu Qian'an. Golden Lotus Daoist smiled. I replied casually, this is a good thing. But the next moment, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, turned into a look of horror, because she saw Li Miaojin's second sentence. Xu Qian'an died in battle. Li Miaojin went on to say that I would find a way, retrieve the number of land fragments. After the beginning of spring in the coming year, I will leave Yunzhou, take a trip to the capital. The Golden Lotus Dao elder hurriedly asked, are you sure? Xu Qian'an really died in battle. How is this possible? It's also absolutely impossible. Li Miaojin raised her eyebrows. What do you say? Jin Lian replied to Xu Qian'an that he was a person with great fortune, not short-lived. Li Miaojin was a little annoyed. I thought he would say it. Xu Qian'an has any new secret means to keep Ming. That's the result. He replied lightly, but he was indeed dead. I personally refined the corpse. The Golden Lotus Dao leader asked, can there be a primordial spirit emanating? Li Miaojin replied to me that he felt that he was dead. And he's not refining nerves yet. Genshin is not very powerful. Hit by evil and blood, it is likely to dissipate on the spot. After the transmission, I will talk about the negative bandit in my heart. At the level of my heavenly sect holy maiden, a corpse is alive and not. I won't be able to see it. The Golden Lotus Daoist looked at the Jade Path. I haven't replied in a long time. I gotta know in a few minutes. Fragments of the handing book. You don't have to. Xu Qian'an is dead or alive. I'll verify it myself. Li Miaojin raised her eyebrows. Daoist Jin Lian obviously didn't trust his own judgment. But the news has been delivered. Believing or not believing is a matter for the word. In Block 1, immediate transfer. Number 2 is the case of Yunzhou over? Li Miaojin replied. If you want to know the specifics, it is possible to exchange messages of equivalent value. Number 1 decisively agreed. Li Miaojin entered the information at this time. Really colluded with the witch god cult. It was Song Changfu, the political envoy of the ministry, who supported the mountain bandits. After the East Window incident, he sealed off the White Emperor city. Gather the rebels to besiege and kill Governor Zhang. Failed though, but hit more people consciously. Heavy losses. And also, it is the Xu Qian'an that we often talk about in our books. At this moment, it has also been sacrificed. Li Miaojin added in her heart. Number 3 will never appear again. Xu Qian'an died. This sentence is like a little boy bombing a small day. Explode in the Heaven and Earth Society bandit group. The most fierce reaction was number 6 Hengyuan. This is followed by number 4. However, number 4 is purely a pity for talent. And there was no reaction. Number 1's eyes also dimmed a little at this moment. Li Miaojin continued after the beginning of spring. I'm going to the capital. Number 1 I want to know. Information on all the disciples of the younger generation of Renzong. It's just that number 1 never replied to him. Everyone is quietly offline again. Today's Yunzhou city is a mess. The officialdom of White Emperor City was in turmoil. Panic. As an appointment of the imperial court, Zhang Xuanfu can't leave. He wrote down the process of the Yunzhou case and reported it to the imperial court. Then stay in Yunzhou to preside over the overall situation. Wait for the order of the imperial court. Waiting for the new political envoy to arrive in Yunzhou, he was able to return to Beijing. Zhang Yuzhong and Yang Yin stayed in Yunzhou to suppress bandits and to protect the safety of Governor Zhang. And Li Yuqin and the 3 decided to stay in Yunzhou to participate in the suppression of bandits. Catharsis of grief that has nowhere to be placed. At the same time, deep down, they did not dare to return to Beijing with Xu Qian'an's body, afraid to face his family, Xu Qian'an, as well as the corpse of 3 silver gongs and a copper gong. It will be transported back to the capital today. The corpses of the cold winter, such as Leiyu, will not decompose in the short term. But you can't stay in the cloud for long. Governor Zhang was a watchman who sacrificed for 4 people. A coffin was prepared. After placing them one by one, stretch out to them. Didn't get up for a long time. When the customs closure is approaching, Governor Zhang sent 4 letters from the capital. All of them were placed on Xu Qian'an's chest. The current atmosphere was frozen for a while. Sadness and depression are about to crush everyone. Zhang Xuanfu let out a long sigh. Finally, close your eyes. The word Fengguan jumped out of his mouth with difficulty. February 2nd is the day of the Spring Festival. There is no Spring Festival in this world, but there is a festival similar to the Spring Festival. It's called Spring Festival. On this day, the emperor led hundreds of civil and military officials to worship the sky. Pray for good weather this year, peace and security for the country. It is the most important day of Daebong, and every family will follow the cooking of sheep and slaughtering cattle to sacrifice to the sky. Even in busy people, they all return home on the spring day, reunite with loved ones. The spring is cold. There is thin ice floating on the canal. The official ship slowly headed north, embark on their own homecoming. And on this ordinary day, one that everyone didn't pay attention to, I don't want to pay attention to the inside of the corner. In the cabin of the ship with 5 coffins, one of them, there was a strong heartbeat. This was followed by the sound of breathing. And the source of it all, it was the coffin in the middle. It was Xu Qian's corpse lying inside.